soul of a champion, a greater fire burns. To follow in the footsteps of greatness, to forge a legacy of triumph that survives far beyond our years.
Aster eliminate LGD from TI.
The eyes of the faithful are fixed upon them, roaring legions of passionate fans.
Through the throw die fast, 1,000 health, trying to finish up Team Liquit, they did it!
Still, they answer the call to battle.
Arrow connects.
It is chasing him down.
It's over.
GG is called. Tundra. They'll be moving the upper bracket final.
To endure a fiery crucible time and time again.
Looking like it's over. That's it. GG secret.
They fight to climb a precipice few have conquered, and those who have will sacrifice everything to reach that summit once more. 4 teams battle for ultimate glory. Only one can seize immortality. Who will emerge victorious? The battle begins.
Heroes.
Tundra Esports. Saxa, Snake King, Skitter, 9, Team Secrets. Nisha. Crystallis. Puppy. Zayak. Resolution.
Choose wisely and crush those responsible.
Team Liquit. the Tumba Man, Insania, Mike, Boxy, Zai.
Choose wisely and crush those responsible.
My will is strong.
Team Aster. Ori, P-Chol, Boboka, Mone, XXX.
My will is strong.
I said push their racks, not pause for snacks.
Hey, Gabe?
No. Hi, it's Gabe in your lane. It's Gabe Newell. Well, we're tremendously excited that we're all getting the Dota 2 community together again. It's been another crazy year, and during that year, there's just been a lot of incredible Dota played, and some not so incredible Dota being played. But now we're putting on TI-11. I think it's going to be fantastic. And whether you're there in person at the arena or watching from the comfort of your home, I'm so excited to say, welcome to the International.
Welcome to the International Grand Finals.
Welcome to the International. It is finals weekend. We got ourselves a sold-out, absolutely packed Singapore indoor stadium. So welcome to that, everybody watching inside the stadium and out, because I know there are a lot of you. There's also a lot of players, 20 players to be exact. You see them standing there, and they are ready to battle it out. Only one team can lift that Aegis, and only one team will be properly remembered at the end of this weekend. Only one World Championship, a lot of pressure. There have already been 16 teams falling down, dropping down like flies here in the lava. And those final 4 teams, the pressure that has been mounting up over the last 5 days, who will crumble under that pressure? Who will thrive under that pressure? We're about to find out, because we are ready to kick off today with some awesome top-tier Dota, and top-tier Dota accompanied by top-tier panelists. That's right, I'm Shiva, I'm your host for today, and we got ourselves Jenkins, Effie, and Lacoste. Couldn't wish myself a better panel. Lacoste, how are you feeling today?
Feeling good, feeling excited. You know, every single time we have the last couple of days of TI, you know, the nerves are going to kick in. You can feel the nerves also off the players. Like, you know that they want to get on the stage and get this going.
Yeah, they want to take that Aegis.
But I'm so excited, though. Everything just feels so real. The second you see Gabe on your screen saying, welcome to the International, the butterflies kick in, the excitement kicks in, and I honestly can't wait to see the conclusion of what has been an amazing main stage.
It's true. This is the man that forged the to Roshan. And finally, after all of this time, we get to see who will become the immortal one, such as Gabe Newell himself.
Or which 5 players will become the immortal one. And coaches, of course, cannot forget those. We've had quite the long road to get to this weekend, and I would not blame you if you missed some of the matches, but here's a little bit of a recap what's happened in terms of brackets. Today, we'll have the matches that are listed with the red there. We're going to kick things off with Liquid versus Aster, and later today we'll have the upper bracket finals with Secret versus Tundra Esports. And then tomorrow it's lower bracket finals and grand finals time, but that means that this is our finals weekend bracket, and every series that we're going to watch from here on out, Lacoste, is going to be a blockbuster.
Oh, definitely. I mean, look at these names. Secret against Tundra, Aster against Liquid. I don't think you can ask for better matchups. Like, we did see a lot of those matchups, especially in the European region throughout the DPC, so that's going to be a super interesting one. And also, we have, Team Aster against Liquid. They only met once this year, and that was at this TI in the group stage.
Yes, and that was pretty one-sided for Aster. But since then, Liquid has had a little bit of evolving happening, and I think a lot of people will remember where we left off, because our final series that we had last weekend was Liquid versus Aster, and I think that's a series that's going to be in our minds for probably forever. It's definitely going to be in the minds of Team Liquid as we hear them talk about it.
I mean, I think the Thunder series, as a group, that's, our best moment so far. We got away with one.
This throne is going down here and now. Thunder, are you fucking kidding me? Game 1 against Liquid. Unfucking-believable.
My God, this team, how do they win from that position? They were 2 minutes off buybacks for everybody in that engagement. What a demoralizing way to lose, honestly. They are going to have to mentally reset for that game again.
After game 1, I really felt like death. Like, I don't know, why am I doing this? Why am I doing this to my team? Why am I not strong-willed enough? I didn't take the 0% to lose route that game, and I was really angry at myself. And then I went to bathroom, I started resetting my mind. I was like, here we are again, like against VG Gaming, but this time it's Thunder Awaken. We still gotta win the 2 games, like no matter what we do, go into the next game and really smash them in that game, and let's go, and for the 3rd game it was truly a roller coaster.
We're gonna see another mega creep situation. How blessed are we today?
It's such a scary position for Thunder, who are the ones making the shot here. They're making the call.
I know this was like one of our most stressful games, for sure. Like, I think everyone was stressed out of their mind.
I kept dying in a very silly way in fights because I never had a guy next to me to infest. And I was like, I'm dying every fight. My gold is not going up. I'm probably like the bottom network of every core. Like, we're not winning this game.
They do not have the buybacks, but they do have an Aegis. They have this overwhelming advantage for the next team fight.
But Tubbo bought out. He bought out for AC. He is short buyback. 400.
Oh, there's the hook.
The ball.
The first snap. They're trying to deal with this ward, and it ends up getting a freebie. Now it's a 4 versus 5, 4 versus 6 with the Aegis.
Everything had to go right. Even like the second to last fight in our base when they pushed, I die without buyback, and a guy dies, and I get assist gold to get my buyback back. And that's the only reason we're actually still in the pushing the base.
And that is going to be enough to be able to finish off a Tumba, but he doesn't have the buyback. Foxy, he's going in. Sign the second lifer. Get back to the fountain. The Havoc Hammer pushing him away.
Melting them all.
Running him down. The Bloodstone gets on. Rampage. Gets the kill. Rampage on the mid stage, but because Matubba got the buyback, he's going to die once. Nobody else. It's just Dark Mongo. It's just because a 2-on-2. Insania now joining in with them. Dark Mongo's going to try and deal with him where he can. The freezing field going out with the Suns. They're usually doing so much damage with Tubba with the bashes. Making it 12. 1-5. The other to follow. No buybacks. Team Liquid. They hold again.
It never felt like we were fully out of it, even though maybe the numbers and statistics all said we should have been. And then, at the end of the game, it comes down to literally 1 HP. I think if Mickey dies and Matu's Infest doesn't save him, then probably game over.
This is a hard fight. You have to pick your jump well. You have to hit these
Now Sacred goes for it. Immediately the Black Hole, they're just going to focus all in onto Mickey, and it looks like Mickey.
I'm speechless. I'm speechless.
I think it's Arteezu said this at, I think it was Arlington Major. He said, God giveth and God taketh. And yesterday, God giveth.
During the 7 years, that has not happened to me. Even winning TI7 when the last round died, it didn't feel the same. It's just the build-up wasn't there for it. But this time, it really, like, hitting top 4 like this, damn, that was the best thing ever happened to me.
Oh, if we only get like one game that lives up to that hype, I'm gonna be happy, and I think the players will be happy with that too. That was insane to watch. Also, it hasn't happened to Matu yet, even though he won TI. I think it's very cool that there's been 3 Mega Creep comebacks ever at TI. Zai has been in every single one of them. That's pretty impressive. And we got to talk a little bit about the Dota as well, because of course we've had a lot of Dota played. We had a lot of heroes picked. There's been 114 heroes picked so far. And that means that there's a couple that are not picked.
Yeah, 8 specifically have not been picked. 219 games. And Purge and I are here to tell you why you're probably not going to see the other 8. Purge, let's get started, my friends. Okay. It's been a lot of Dota, but there's a couple of rejects here. Tell me about Clinks.
Clinks, vulnerable early game. His team fight's weaker than a lot of other carries. He's just not as good ultra late as a lot of other choices.
He's garbage. Get out of here. Wind Ranger.
Farm's mediocre. Not very many people like her. She needs BKB to team fight. She's really bad versus Leshrac. It's a lot of things.
It's a lot of things that sum up to garbage. Boom. Bounty Hunter.
No stuns, no team fight. Like a third as good as a Marcy on your team. Why would you pick Bounty Hunter?
Why would you pick him? Garbage. Get out of here. Get out of here. DK.
Dragonite, let's see, he's survivable, but like he's so much worse than all the other good offlaners. Enigma, Primal Beast, Marcy, Brood, Beast, Matt, should I keep playing?
No, you shouldn't. All I need to hear is garbage. Boom. Tree Protector.
Teams are farming a lot right now, so like tower push defense timings aren't as important, and he's not even that good at it anymore. The heal comes out slower.
Oh, yeah, I'm not on board. He's garbage. Boom. Coddle.
Weak at laning, not good at ganking, tries way too hard to be cool. Lesh doesn't even need mana anymore. He's got Bloodstone as his friend, so why do you need to coddle?
Get him out of here. He's garbage. Boom. Techies.
Decent lane, good damage, but he doesn't have any stuns. His ulti's very counterable. There's just better heroes than Techies.
There's a lot of them. I'm really going to enjoy this one because he's garbage. He's garbage. He's...
Oh, wait. I got it.
Get him, Purge. Get him, Purge. Get him, Purge.
You need this for your own good. You'll get buffed after. Oh, wait, there's one hero left.
Oh, there is. Why are you even here? Nobody likes you. I might think that you're one of the worst things to ever happen to Dota. There is nothing that you are good at. Also, Meepo was uncontested.
That was brutal.
Neil, it made me really sad, and then I got a chuckle, and I feel a little guilty about it, but here we are. We are also here with the first series coming your way very soon. Of course, Liquid is going to face Aster. It's their only elimination series of today, and I want to make sure that people watching that are tuning in, maybe only for finals weekend, just a recap, what type of Dota do these two teams play? You want to start off with Liquid, Jenkins?
Yeah, Liquid, I mean, they're... It's not like a team you can call like, you know, this is like an aggressive team. They play aggressive or defensive, whatever is needed. Like all around, they play good Dota. But one of the most important things about this team that I think makes them unique is the fact that they don't really play roles. They play heroes. And this is something that's been true for like every iteration of Liquid, that at least the recent ones. You know, where Boxy was playing offlane, and then he can swap to 4 position. Now, of course, he's playing the 4 position. They'll play Matu mid on Sniper, Lone Druid. They'll swap the supports lanes as well. So yeah, this team, the hardest part about them to beat is the fact that they're just hero experts and they can play any lane.
All right, and if we look towards their opponents today, Effie, we got Team Aster.
Yeah, so Team Aster for me are incredibly fun to watch because this brings me back a little bit to the ESL Malaysia LAN that recently happened, and Aster proved to a lot of the fans watching there that individual skill is important, but it's not the most important thing in Dota. Aster are a very team fight-oriented team. They're always drafting in a way where they can come back from a gold deficit just by virtue of outfighting the enemy team. They play a really tight-knit formation on the map always, and the way that they distribute farm around the map is so intentional. Everything that they do, you feel they've discussed, they've calculated it, and they will always play for their specific timings, right? It doesn't matter if they don't have the items or the gold at certain times. They will hold their areas very well. They will not give up Roshans.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Team Aster, they've always been in the shadow of LGD because LGD was always performing so well, and they showed that, third place at the Arlington Major and also second at DSL1 Malaysia. They came here to play.
They came here to play indeed, and guess what? We came here to watch some Dota too. And we're going to kick things off for game one with the draft. Let's go.
Team Liquid versus Team Aster. Game one.
Greetings! Welcome to TI-11. Sunsfan here with Cinderin. We got Stormer and Toby from Entity to help us out with this draft, because God knows, I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. How are you guys doing?
Doing great. Hyped to be at TI, and I don't know, TI vibes are really good, right?
Yes, can we hear the crowd? You guys hear? What's going on? Oh, awesome. So Aster versus Team Liquid. Lower bracket, Team Liquid comes in with a ton of momentum, but now there's been a bunch of days off. I don't know how that would affect them. What do you guys think?
Well, I got some background info. I know that Liquid was hella bored in some of those things.
Yeah.
Having a day off, but yeah, gonna be exciting. They had like insane momentum from the lower bracket, obviously. Had to come back from this 0-2 now against Aster. It's gonna be wild.
I think a lot of the time when you have this long of a break, it's about not getting into your own head, right? Because you run this mock draft like 100 times and you start overthinking, okay, what are the enemy team going to do against us? Start playing this rock, paper, scissors with yourself. So there's different ways of approaching a 5-day break like this. This is kind of, unprecedented territory for us. Like, are the teams going to bring something new? Are they going to play what they did so far? And so far, nothing too surprising here, I guess you could say. Maybe aside from a first phase Sven ban. Did you expect that?
Well, we just spent 5 days preparing to give the Marcy first pick.
10 seconds.
So let's see what the plan is.
We highly respected Boxy Marcy all the time. I think that Marcy is still the top contested hero at this TI, I think, in terms of picks and bans, if I'm not mistaken. And I think Marcy is probably the most spooky Marcy that is out there right now. I think we literally banned it every single time we played against them.
So what do you think makes him spooky on this hero? Like, what is it he does better than other Marcys?
I don't know. He just gets to like 20 minutes, gets a BKB, and one-shots your carry.
That sounds pretty good.
Yeah.
I like when my 4 does that.
Yeah.
So if I'm not mistaken, in the upper bracket when these two faced, Aster had Lesh every game, both games, and they 2-0'd. Very, very powerful and popular hero these days.
Yeah, Lesh is crazy. We see the next first ban.
Wow.
To enable the Lesh.
So, I mean, very standard though. Like the Maiden, I think Maiden Leshrac is just pop up at this TI. Maiden is an insanely strong hero, and Lesh is probably the most contested mid lane hero right now. One of the most. 8 Broodmother is pretty interesting. What do you think about it, Toby?
I'm the biggest Broodmother fan. I would have picked it. I'm not sure what Sai is gonna do with it.
So I think we've seen in multiple series now Crystal Maiden as a direct response to Marcy. Obviously a good lane counter because you have a slow and a root as a support. Is there anything extra about this that makes Crystal Maiden a good response to Marcy? Is it just that the other 5s can't really handle her, or is it really that simple?
I think the CM was more preparation for the 8 pick that was coming out, especially the Brood. And I've seen Sven and Lich against Marcy to give armor.
Yeah, I think Maiden's just, in any case, probably a pick that you just would love to have in the draft from the beginning on. Just a strong laner, and I don't know, just rounds out a lot of holes already before the draft. Second stage bans are pretty interesting too. Mars and Naga against Aster. I mean, just high contested heroes as well. I think Naga is a Brood counter as well, right? The main carries love to lane against the Broodmother, so that's why they get it out. Aster, meanwhile, banning the Lone Druid. I mean, there's Matumba, man. There's one guy on Liquid. He's probably the best Lone Druid out there playing this hero, so no surprise we're banning it. And the 1 HP hero is getting banned out as well, the Pangolier.
Do you hit some crazy timing with Lone Druid Brood when you get the Lone Shard? Is that what they're considering? Or is it just like in general a worrying timing that you're facing? Is it just like extra strong? Or just a targeted player ban?
I think what's scary about Liquid is that if they pick this lone, they can flex it onto lanes. They might play carry or mid because Mick is also very comfortable playing the carry role. So banning Lone Druid against banning Lone Druid against Liquid is just a safe shot in many cases if you're not sure what to ban.
I was going to ask, what is left in the pool that's good against Brood? Because we've seen a couple of Brood games where they pick it relatively early and it's been punished. Spirit Breaker is obviously very good. There's Kunkka. Anything else come to mind for you guys?
They still need a carry hero that can lane against Brood.
Yeah, that's true. Like, you see this Brood mother. The thing is, nowadays I think Brood is almost always on the off lane. You don't really see it mid. So, the thing is, like, obviously there's only a limited amount of heroes you can pick into this, right? You cannot pick any carry. So, I guess it's to assume that they're going to pick it on 18.
Knowing Mane, he plays both Monkey King and Gyro, who I think both fare pretty well against Brood, right? They have a way of dealing with the Spiderlings once you get the Flak Cannon up when Brood gets level 6. Is there anything else you're looking, like, you're assuming this is a Marcy Brood lane, right? And you have the Crystal Maiden covering you. I guess most carries can kind of float this lane until Brood is 6 and then it gets super scary, or am I underestimating Crystal Maiden's impact on this lane right now? Are there some carries that just can't play this lane at all?
I can see a patch coming for either team in this phase.
Hell yeah.
Turn to pick. Team
Lich first.
Turn to pick.
Lich Lina. Wow. Okay, that's surprising. I didn't see that one coming. Double Spellcaster. I mean, they're just heading into the Mika Lina. I think Mika loves this matchup against the Lashrak. It's one of the favorite ones that they actually win 60-40 or a bit more even. And yeah, Sniper. Aster going for the 18 carry. It's a Sniper.
Whoa.
One of the only heroes that outranges Lina. If she's played as a core in mid, which is
Techies, technically.
Yeah, that is the other one, which nobody plays. Thank you, Shannon.
Team Liquid's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Team Aster's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Team Liquid's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Team Aster's turn to pick.
Bloodseeker.
每一把都当最后一把，然后就也不要怕输。每一把都当最后一把，然后就也不要怕输。
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Choose your hero.
我正补，我又反补啦！
One's for you, buddy. Never left our team.
Tundra, I didn't even get your thoughts on the draft here.
Yeah, I mean,
Theory crafting probably gets to the point where it's not even helpful anymore. So we're going to see the rebound here from Boxy, but Siamese Cat's going to be A-OK. And looks like the bounties have been split evenly to start us off here for today.
yeah, and it will be the expected lanes here. So bottom lane will be Brood together with Marcy against Maiden Sniper. Mid is Lesh against Lina. And finally top lane, Underlord, Spirit Breaker facing off against Lich Bloodseeker. So as we talked about on the panel, probably a slight edge in the mid lane to Mickey here with the Lina matchup against Lesh. We've seen this played a decent amount this tournament. Lesh has been incredibly popular and Lina has been one of the best responses that we've set our eyes on. Speaking of which, setting eyes on, Boboka is playing very aggressively onto Insania, skilling charge level 1 for some damage.
As Mickey and Ori facing off in the mid lane, Lina versus Leshrak. You can see Zai getting harassed by quite a bit as we have a pause, and I don't know if those are oohs, ahs. I get across, appreciate that, sir. That's why you're here. You're analyzing my thoughts.
Telling you what you wanted to say.
That's right. Very good. Tell me, how does Zai play Brood this game?
Yeah, so it sounded like, so Topi is quite the Brood specialist, right? And it sounded like he thinks this should be a free lane for Brood. I don't play the hero much. I feel like, from my perspective,
First it was OG, but they're not here anymore. So transition to the next EU team. As we're underway again. Insania pushing back Baboka. Mid lane still relatively even on, but 2 denies already from Mickey, but relatively awash at the moment. Baboka still taking damage from Insania. If you had told me 6 months ago that Lich and CM would be played to this extent, Cinder, I would not have believed you.
Yeah, it's a really interesting development. I think especially Lich, because Crystal Maiden has kind of had her time on and off recently, but Lich has been quite a while since we've seen given this priority. A little bit of poke back and forth.
Yeah, Zai. This is kind of a weird setup right now. As Monet kind of on the other side of his tower. But the rebound is there on top of the sniper for Monet. Only right click away, no dispose yet because Boxy's still only level 1, but in the end, a lot of harassment damage traded each way.
Yeah, if you play Dota casually, you'd be like, why are 2 heroes behind the tier 1 tower mid at 1? And this is simply what happens when the position 4 in the enemy team repulls and repositions the wave behind there. You have to go and contest this experience in gold. You can't just let the Liquid side get that for free when you have this double ranged lane. You are willing to take those trades. And ultimately what ends up happening is that Zai has a grand total of 2 CS to the 10 of Sniper with a good head start here on Monet. Getting behind there.
The rebound. Dispose is available this time. Shrapnel comes out to do some residual damage. Monet taking the brunt of it though. Do they have enough to get first blood in this game? Boxy continuing on, and there it is. Boxy with the first blood as Sniper goes bye-bye. Great start for Liquid in this lane, despite, like you said, the CS for Zai not being too respectable, but this should open it up at least a little bit for him.
Yeah, so he's not the one getting the first blood, but he gets the space in the lane now, right? He gets to, I believe, deny 2 range creeps here potentially. I think the second one will be secured here. It will. By Pichu. But yeah, Zai will be very happy with that. Even if you don't get that first blood, just getting a little bit of time. He's now going to get his level 3. Currently holding the skill point. Curious what he's going to choose, because it feels like all of the skills here actually have some decent merit with how this lane's playing out. He's eyeing up his options, not choosing just yet. We'll go for the Silken Bola now.
Okay, very nice.
More aggressive approach, I guess you could say. It's kind of hybrid, right? You can also use it to slow and run away, so.
Yeah, but like you said, once he hits 6, Should be scary times for Aster. I mean, at that point, what is Monet doing? Like, where can you go as a sniper? You see another rebound, this time onto Siamese Cat for the Crystal Maid. Heroes overall, especially with the Spirit Breaker on the side of Aster. As we haven't really seen a gank mid. Does that surprise you at all? Because I feel like that's a Spirit Breaker special. As I say that he's charging right now.
There you go. I don't think it's surprising we haven't had it yet, but I think this is a pretty good time to do it. Mickey's running out of mana. There's no power runes, but we'll not be able to find the angle here. Bobakov is charging from base. Oh, Boxy.
Trying to turn this around onto Monet as Zai is going to be able to get the insatiable hunger off as well, and Monet's in a lot of trouble with the frostbite, dealing a lot of damage to Zai in the meantime, as Boxy looking for another kill for himself onto Monet. That is the second just for him. I'm not even sure if Zai was in range for XP at that point.
I'm sure if Boxy got all of it, they don't really mind. Again, it's a matter of just giving Brute the space here to recover the CS in the lane. Zai currently sitting on 1-0 and 2 in terms of KDA, so...
Oh, the charge coming from the other side from Boboka, but Boxy is ready for this, but the Split Earth is there with the Pulse Nova. Mickey taking tons of damage, does get off a good LSA, but it does not save him in the end, as Boxy getting run down now by Ori's Pulse Nova. Double kill for him. And Zai, now that they know he's left to his own devices, they can kind of harass him out of lane to a degree.
Oh my god, look how many creeps are mid too. They get the double kill. This is 2 full waves and a siege creep just hitting this tower. So first of all, you get a lot of tower damage in here, but the death stings that much more for the Lina losing.
Zai getting low, and Boboka's charge will finish the job, as Aster now all over the map, as we kind of expected with the draft. Able to take full advantage of this space cow.
Yeah, this is the luxury you have in this position with having this Underlord top. It's hard for Matu to put meaningful pressure onto XXS, who's running a Bracer and Ring of Health. He's just buying a full self-sustain build. He's going to finish his Vanguard now as well, coming out on the Courier. So if you want to kill this Underlord as Liquid, you need to bring 3+ heroes. I don't think they have any other way.
Okay, no comms at all. Interesting strategy at TI-11. Monet at the bottom. They do get that tier 1 tower, like you said, but very even game despite that. And top lane is the one we haven't really talked about too much, but Matu...
Maybe they were all watching Knowledge.
What's that?
Maybe they were all watching Knowledge.
That's true. I mean, I talked to a couple Liquid members as well during the break, and I mean, they couldn't find scrim, right? None of these teams probably could find many scrims, so... Kind of a weird situation, and you kind of overanalyze probably. I think taking some days off was probably pretty important for a lot of these teams, just to reset, because especially for Liquid, who had all that momentum, that I don't know, I would have been super drained.
The overall consensus that I gathered was that I think most teams, if not all of them, took 1 to 2 days off and then started getting back into it. You know, you take a little bit of a break, make sure you don't overwork yourself, because it is very, very mentally taxing to prepare for these games, and you've obviously played a very long tournament already to get to this point, so getting that little bit of a breather, definitely helpful. Aster with I don't know if we should call this a recovery. Obviously the bottom lane was not going too hot, but the rest of the map looking very good, and with that rotation bot where they killed Zai, they managed to take the tier 1 tower. They almost got the tier 1 tower mid as well, minute 8, which is very good news for Aster. Zai.
Wants to go on Monet, but he's going to get frostbit and charge. Already at half HP, and Monet can just right-click from afar as the charge connects, and one more right-click should do it, although Siamese Cat nets himself the kill with another frostbite. And this Broodmother feels like it's getting shut down a bit in the last couple minutes.
I love playing Spirit Breaker against this hero, I gotta say. It feels so rewarding and so powerful that if Brood shows at any point, you get this connection. And Crystal Maiden is a great support to play it with in the early stages because you have this long route and slow. You see Pichu in this game choosing to max out Frostbite, which we've seen sometimes. It varies whether people prioritize Frostbite or Crystal Nova, but against the Brood, the route is just so good to allow Sniper to get in all of that damage. Let's see if Monet skills Assassinate or not, because we've seen different Sniper builds here on level 6, whether you take that route at all or if you focus on maxing out Headshot. All right, Boxy with the job.
Initiation, and that is enough burst damage. Baboka charge, not in time.
It's the humiliation.
Mickey gets credit for that kill. That is his first of the game. He has a haste rune still, and with the Falcon Blade going for the BKB as a pretty fast item. Matu is getting chased, but just on the other side of the fog here. So
very good ward there. Pichu will realize this. Like he read that all too well. So gonna get the D ward, and they force out the glyph. Lesh will immediately rotate into mid. They don't want to lose their mid tower. Ori is gonna show here.
Yeah, well, Mickey is getting charged, so now there's TPs coming into the mid lane. See if we can get the LSA off. Oh, uses the Horsey and gives himself enough distance to get away. But in the meantime, they're going to find Boxy instead, who was trying to help out Mickey, but wasn't really needed in the end.
Yeah, it looked like Boxy was trying to find an angle where he could maybe get a dispose onto the Lesh rack, but what Aster did really well there was that they rotated not only the Lesh, but also the Crystal Maiden in the tree line. So when Boxy did try to go for that, it just gets frostbitten from the side and does not find any move. At the very least, the good news for Liquid here, bottom tower will be claimed. Brood is starting to build a new home here, as Brood does. I wonder what build Zai goes here. We've seen a lot of Broods go this Arcane Boots into either Pipe or Wraith Pact, these kind of auras. I assume this game will be no different, but I wonder what the priority will be.
Pipe is pretty freaking good this game.
Yeah, there is a lot of random magic damage, and it's a great way of keeping your spiders alive during fights.
As he is taking control of the bottom lane. I mean, that's the one thing about transitioning out of this lane against the Brood. He'll just take over, which he has done already.
Has to be so careful with showing on the lane, though. He's actually showing his hero, and that means he's opening himself up to being charged at any point.
Yep, all they need is a little bit of vision here as a couple members of Aster in the cover of smoke, Zai in the trees, but his spidey senses are tingling for once that actually
quite
makes
literally.
sense. Yep. Looks like he'll be okay, so a little bit of wasted time, although I have an idea that he's in the area
wasted,
here.
though.
Ops. Oh, Crystal Nova just off. Actually did connect, and now they have the vision. There's the charge from Baboka. In comes XSS as well. And that is a big kill onto Zai. It took some time, but it worked out, and now XXX can just go back to where he came from.
This is a pretty cool duo of heroes that we like never see played. The Spirit Breaker plus Underlord combo. You charge someone, you Fiend's Gate in, and Spirit Breaker has that natural follow-up that he needs. This hero's one of its weaknesses, even though it's one of the best roamers in the game, is that it doesn't really solo kill very well. But, you know, if you have something like Underlord connecting or Sunstrike, like whatever it is at your disposal, then situations can suddenly look quite promising. Baboka with a charge, no rune here.
Boxy is here. Nice pit of Malice, though, but the dispose keeps XXS at bay. Already at half HP, and in comes the Lich as well. But look, 4 members of Aster are continuing on here as Insania gets off his Chain Frost. Looks like he will drop in the end as Matu has finally come to play, but the Laguna Blade on top of the Rupture is enough to find himself a kill. Now the focus is onto Baboka, but the Sniper's going to get the brunt of the damage as Boxy gets the stun off, and Baboka will be next. Big turnaround here for Liquid. Great transition from Matu.
And they make sure to bring the numbers there. Matu coming in, Lina with the double damage. It's just too overwhelming. And Monet would have probably been wise to not get involved there. You can understand why he's trying to help out his teammates, but Boxy isolates him with the rebound dispose combo, and once Sniper is repositioned, he's not getting out of there. Does not have any way of repositioning himself for now. Wonder if he's going to buy a shard later to try to help with that, but for now, obviously going a pretty standard route, Mask of Madness to Wraith Bands and Treads, eyeing up the Dragonlance, Pike, another way to reposition, of course. And he should need it this game. You got to be feeling really good if you're Liquid with that exchange, though.
Yep, absolutely. the lead has slipped into their side, just barely though. As we get in, I'm going to rehash this conversation again, Cinder. You know where I'm going with this, I'm sure, but
Tier 5 neutral.
The old Roshan. As we're going to see, another strike onto Insania. Ori's in the air, he gets off the Lightning Storm. But the Frost Shield ends up mitigating a bit of damage here and forces the rest of Aster away, as this is taking just too long. They get a high five for their efforts. But which team would you say has the advantage in the Roche pit for both killing and fighting in the area?
I guess for killing, I would imagine Liquid does it maybe a little bit faster. It's kind of close.
Yeah. I have a jump in two here. I think we can fight. I'm really sure. Sniper. Okay. Fuck yeah, let's go.
All right, that was an Eternal Envy type showdown. That was nice.
They got done with their Naruto episode and now they're playing. So good to see.
Indeed. Anyway, you were saying about Roshan, Cinder.
Yeah, so I think overall, I guess the Dire, depending on, I guess it's level 1 side pick. It's kind of hard to say who's faster at it. I do like Aster's chances of fighting in the area in general, though. Underlord, Lesh, and Spiritbreaker, as well as Shrapnel level 4. He's very, very good in that area. But I think neither team has any interest in even thinking about Roche for quite a while. Neither lineup's particularly good at it. There's a lot of risk involved. Foxy will get charged.
Charge in the top lane next to the tier 2, but the Frost Shield comes out again. Chain Frost not really bouncing, but finally does off of the creeps, and that is going to cause Ori to drop. But Boca gets disposed. TP canceled. Second kill for Liquid. A big punish in this top lane. That Frost Shield has been kind of pretty annoying for Aster to get through.
Yeah, they chose to go for that with 5-second cooldown another strike. They didn't have Spiritbreaker ult, so missing that component, but also Liquid seemed like they just read that play like a book. You know, Mickey was in position immediately, getting that counterplay. Nicely done from them. They get those two. Mickey now rocking a BKB. Is very ready to fight. Liquid actually hitting a strong time here. And
the Horsey is there. He gets stunned and brought down. Huge kill for Liquid, but XXS has come to play with his ult. Gets off the nice Pit of Malice and Firestorm. Insania looks to be the sacrifice at the very least, but Mickey and Matu want to continue to fight potentially. They're going to try to focus onto the Crystal Maiden, and a nice stun from Boxy onto 2 heroes with Mickey's LSA to follow. 4 dead for Aster, and Liquid, I mean, they got the big kill to start, and Aster still wanted to fight, and they get punished.
Yeah, just Lesh didn't get to play his hero there. Got chain stun completely, rebound into the LSA, took the full burst there from Mickey, and they get that job done easily. You're going to see on the replay here, so really nice way to open this with Boxy getting the rebound. They kill the sniper before any assistance arrives. As XXS comes in and does kill off the Lich, it's a pretty small consolation prize. Nice fear here, by the way, from Insania.
And Boxy's stun coming up soon.
Yep.
Which absolutely destroyed.
Perfect.
My
Triple
God.
Stun into double stun.
And that was the Bloodstone reveal as well on the Lesh, and it just gets destroyed. Not literally, not a Kyle. But Baboka now in the bot lane. He's going for the Shadow Blade. As Zai, again, he's just been chilling in the bot lane. He's close to finishing his pipe, and we talked about the amount of magic damage that Aster has. That is going to be a huge pickup for them.
It seems like the play call here from Liquid is just leave Zai alone. Let him do whatever he wants. He needs to get that item before he really offers teamfight impact. Curious to see what the idea is now. It's coming out. Are you going to see a bigger rotation? Are we looking at a bottom tier 2 tower? Are we looking at a potential rotation into killing a hero mid and then getting Roche? There's plenty of options for Liquid here with the game state they have set themselves up for. And I mean, essentially, if Zai doesn't have to join, why would he, right? He can also just keep farming down here and keeping a Pestilence, forcing heroes to rotate down here and defend, putting pressure on the tower and just farming up, get toward his next item. Maybe an Axe could be on the menu. Extremely annoying item to play Spirit Breaker against the Brood Axe. So it definitely could be something he's considering.
And Liquid want to keep up the aggression. Mickey now, or the BKB from Matu. So 2 BKBs on the side of Liquid. And they are definitely ready to fight as the tier 2 tower. We take a little bit of damage, but XXS is going to show himself with the Firestorm, but Liquid want to kind of reset here. One thing we didn't really talk about is the fact that these two obviously face in the upper bracket, and we've seen it so many times. The upper bracket team that wins, that faces the team again in the lower bracket. The lower bracket team ends up learning more about that matchup overall. And they got to see Tundra beat Aster as well. But potentially that's what we're seeing here right now. But standing onto the high ground, he is so tanky at half HP, but he will be the sacrifice. As it looks like it's going to be a trade for the position 5s. Nice freezing kill coming out, but it only delays the inevitable.
Oh, they ruptured Lesh.
Yep, he gets his Bloodstone off just in time as Matu pops the BKB, but the Lesh is dead. Laguna Blade into the grave, and Baboka getting chased, but a nice Pit of Malice keeping Boxy and company in this area. But the Dispose comes down on Baboka, but he does have the status resistance and gets the charge off. That right click is coming for him. Is that enough? It doesn't look like it. He shall live.
What an amazing escape from Baboka there, turning around to dodge the stun and then finding the charge through everyone to survive. I definitely had him expected dead there, but it gets out of there. Still, the big kill for Liquid is the Lesh. They keep finding him every fight. Zai, okay.
Yep, he's here all alone. Insania on the outskirts, but the Assassinate is coming, and that's not going to help you there. So Monet getting a nice pickup for himself as he's kind of struggling. He's middle of the pack in terms of net worth, and this is a hero that you do not want in that area. I mean, how much of a comeback mechanic do you have on this hero, would you feel, based on the items that he's going for? Because he has Mask of Madness, Dragonlance, he's going for Hurricane Pike, so it feels like more mobility / utility than damage.
Yeah, I guess with this build, you definitely do farm slower than if you had, say, Mom Maelstrom, but you probably just have to get the Pike at this time. If you go Mask Maelstrom, it's going to take too long before you have the essential items to be any sort of presence in a team fight. In skirmishes, this is also a pretty good single target damage build, right? You have a long range, obviously you can activate the take aim for the guaranteed headshots, which by the way are only level 2 on Monet currently, so his damage will ramp up significantly when he levels up to 13, 14.
Oh, Matu getting charged, and there's a Fiend's Gate here as well. He pops the BKB, but still gets stunned. That is 4 members of Aster, and that is a nice pickup for them. Very nice team play, and now, I mean, the Fiend's Gate is so cool, but Mickey, he's in the area. He's in Viz right now. Oh, the Alisei does not connect, but they still get the stun. Laguna Blade to follow, but the Bloodstone healing up a decent amount. The BKB popped by Mickey, and that is enough to take out Ori again. He's left by his team via the Fiend's Gate, and Liquid taking full advantage.
Yeah, that missed stun from Mickey ends up costing him a BKB charge, but still well worth it. You're happy to get that kill. And probably the bottom tier 2 tower, I don't think you have a chance of defending this as Aster. Well, maybe they are going to try it.
Finally comes out. It's only going to connect a couple times, but Mickey looks to be mega dead, and Zai and company have to get the hell out of here. Insania is successful, but Zai inside the Pit of Malice charged up, and it looks like he's going to be brought down as well. So Aster successfully defend the tier 2 tower.
It seems like Liquid had the same expectation that I did, that tower was just going to be given to them with a dead Lesh, but the crucial part in all of this is that Mickey with the missed stun ends up using the BKB on the first kill, and Aster are like, wait a minute, can't we just go on this guy and kill him with Spirit Breaker and Underlord? And they could. There wasn't enough protection there. I don't think there was a defensive dispose from Boxy to try to reposition and keep him alive. And that's huge for Aster.
Yeah, we have a rupture onto XXS, but the rest of his team is coming. A nice charge onto 2, but the Blood Right does connect. Silence that Space Cow. But Boxy just getting right click from afar. And Matu, despite having the BKB, does have the move speed to get away. And no range for the Assassinate, or no vision for the Assassinate.
If they had any way of getting vision, that could have been so much bigger for Aster, but they're very, very happy with this for sure. The game was starting to look a little bit scary for a while with the control Liquid were getting, but...
And the first Roche attempt is here. As Aster know that they're in a 5v4 situation.
No BKB on Matumba either.
Yeah.
Bloodseeker is just not a very good hero in this time in the game when you don't have that BKB. It's so hard to run in and do anything. You can just get turned on and blasted. So as it looks, Liquid, I think they really want to try to poke at this, but it's just really difficult. They don't know the exact timing either. Every spider's getting killed outside the pit.
Yeah. Looks like Monet will get the Aegis. Not putting on the Lesh. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, it's good on both. A lot of the time we do see it on Lesh because you get so much value from getting the full mana refill when you die as well, but maybe the logic is Lesh is less susceptible to dying straight away. He has more health, he has the Bloodstone, whereas if Monet gets jumped, he can just die instantly. And this way you
Also maybe open up a little bit more for the potential of poking top tier 2 tower with just the sniper. Lesh needs to go closer and expose himself to do that. Sniper can just safely take it from range, and if you do try to jump on him with your Marcy combination with Lina, you know he has that second life you have to worry about.
Both those cores have 4 deaths each for Monet and Ori. But they've kind of brought this game back, Cinder, and this is net worth-wise very even. And obviously with the Aegis, it's going to help them potentially extend that just a bit, as the tier 2 tower is not being defended yet.
And I think it is worth keeping in mind for a game like this that a lot of the expectation of how the game goes kind of rides or dies with Brood, right? And Zai's impact, aside from, you know, pushing out this bottom lane being there, has not felt like Brood has been a first phase hero, right? Or arguably it has, because Aster solved it so well. A lot of Liquid's Brood game wins, they would be in a much, much better position than this now. And I think even just in an even game state like this in terms of gold, the Radiant lineup is having a pretty solid time scaling late game. I think a lot of what Brood offers becomes less and less important against this lineup. Whereas Aster's lineup is just going to scale to the moon, right? Sniper, Underlord, Lesh, Tricore.
That is true. Raid Pack has been there for a little bit on the Underlord, as we see a full smoke here from Aster. And we can see that they are trying to go into the enemy triangle is the question. As a 4-staff picked up from Mickey, actually, so he's going the full Hurricane Pike as well.
He sold it again.
The way. Did he?
Yep. Oh, changed his mind for now. He's still... Oh, he's changing over to Silver Edge. Okay, so I guess he wants the break for Atrophy Aura. And they need some more damage.
He's going to get spotted, charge, right clicks, dead. Easy kill for Aster. See if they go for this tier 2 tower bottom now that they have the top. Or if they're just happy to farm away. I mean, how important is it for Aster to use this Aegis in an effective way? Or are they fine just farming? Like you said, they do technically scale better.
Yeah, I think they're fine farming, but I wouldn't mind seeing them trying to use this Aegis for another tier 2 tower. Probably mid is the most accessible one for them right now, because I think Brood really thrives in the bottom tower area. There's so many trees, so many angles you can find there to be annoying for the support. But
he changed his mind again. He went Hurricane.
Oh, he changed again. All right. Well, maybe the gold lined up nice.
Dire's bottom tower
Liquid are not too phased by the Aegis, though. They're still going to look to cross the river and maybe make an aggressive move. They do have a double damage on Mickey, which would be really nice for them to put to use. Boboka will push out that wave and reposition himself. It looks like Aster are aware that Liquid have some big plan here. Ori also farming very defensively over on the Ancient side, making sure to stay all the way left to not get caught. And this move from Liquid will bear fruit in the sense they get some good aggressive wards out. You see they get the good ward over at the Radiant Triangle, and they get a good ward down in mid, so definitely looking for some sort of catch against the Aegis team at some point in the near future. But it looks like they'll have to settle for Mickey just, you know, 10-shotting the top tier 1 tower casually with sidekick and double damage. Packing 400 damage with that per hit. Not bad, but now it's run out. And Aster will opt for the bottom tower rather than the mid one. This was the one they had the option to access. I think they would have been happy to take mid, but that's where Liquid were grouped up and covering the lane. So they will settle for a trade in the off lanes.
And they will get it successfully. So 2K lead for Aster is the Aegis.
Okay.
It's expiring in 40 seconds.
Yeah. They will knock on the high ground though. Sniper very good at this. Obviously, massive range. The only repositioning tool Liquid have is, aside from an offensive pike from Mickey, which is probably a bit naive to think is going to happen, you have level 2 disposed. So he's feeling pretty damn safe standing down here hitting this tower. You just keep throwing out one shrapnel if he wants to hit it some more. There we go. He's going to keep poking at it.
Pop the mathematics. The defense is coming for Liquid. Ori up in front. He's going to get ruptured. Pops the BKB. That's not going to do too much for him. But he's kept himself away far enough as the Aegis is expiring in 3 seconds. Trying to get through the Fiend's Gate. He does so successfully. And Aster retreat. In part. Still a couple members here.
Yep.
And Ori can just refill and, okay, does not want to take the Fiend's Gate. Wants to farm up mid.
I'm surprised Ori went in an edict at that tower. I think letting Sniper just keep doing his thing was pretty good. It only cost him a BKB charge, which isn't the end of the world. And I guess he did force the glyph, so maybe it's okay. But if Liquid find a move off it, the story will be very, very different. Ori is going to walk straight into Matu.
Laguna Blade, but no LSA connection, but they still find the Crystal Maiden nonetheless. The right clicks are way too much. BKB already popped by Matu as they find the kill onto Ori. So 3 dead overall, the complete segregation of that fight, but Liquid coming out way on top.
Yeah, so what ends up happening there is Lesh has BKB cooldown from bottom, and he's walking in the mid lane together with Spirit Breaker. I think a pretty crucial mistake there from Aster, actually. The 2 heroes were even stacking up, so they got chain stunned and didn't get a charge up to try to protect Ori. He just walked straight into Matu, got ruptured and killed, or actually didn't even rupture, I think. They just hit him. He couldn't get away anyway without the BKB.
Zai able to clean up to tier 2 mid.
That is a huge swing for Liquid.
And we won't know for the next Roche for another minute 40, but that is going to be an extremely important factor in this game, as it usually is. But looking at Ori's item progression, obviously they've had the Bloodstone for a long time. BKB is on 8 seconds. He's only used it once, surprisingly.
Yep.
Has the casual plate mail, and I would assume an eventual Shiva's, but still going for his boots of travel. I mean, his farm for a Lesh is not very good this game.
No, I think he's had a couple of times maybe pushing one wave too many, and Liquid have done a really good job punishing him. Overall, the 5 deaths on the Lesh is a major setback. If you compare that to Mickey on the Lina with only 2, has a 50 CS advantage because of this. The thing I wonder here for Ori is if Travels is actually the right choice, because you're obviously playing against Rupture, right? So having extra mobility in the fight isn't necessarily going to translate to more safety or more damage. Whereas having items where you can just stand your ground and survive longer, like you said, the Shiva or something to that effect could be an interesting choice. But maybe even Ags could be a thing this game. You're against Brood, Bloodseeker, and an attack damage Lina build.
Nihilism.
I think Nihilism could be interesting, but well, for now it is going to be the Travels. And obviously it depends whether the flow of the game will turn into a little bit more of a stalemate where the teams are just pushing out waves and farming, because then Travels are obviously great. But if we have a key fight coming up sometime soon, this might not be the best allocation of net worth that Ori can have at this point in time. Getting those Travels up. Roche will be known to us now. It's a long respawn.
Yes.
233. Will be quite a while before Aster potentially get their hands on that. And I do say Aster because they are controlling the area for now, and they did get the first one. There's no saying that Liquid can't make a team move in there and contest it.
And Matu has his Mjolnir now. Zai has had the Wraith Pact pipe and is going for Aghanim Scepter. Spinner Snare, really.
Yeah, it is very good, this Ags. When you're playing a Brood role where you don't have to deal very much damage, this Ags is just incredible for map control.
Smoke up, but they see Boxy. They're going to start charging him next to Liquid's outpost, technically in control of Aster right now. The charge is there, but the Frost is going to keep him healthy for the time being. Ori, though, and Baboka end up taking him out with the help of Monet. Just like that, it's a 5v4, but BKB already popped by XXS as they find Zai in the trees, but the charge onto Matu. See who they try to focus here. Firestorm doing a lot of percentage-based damage. Lich ult coming out, but it's only going to bounce once as Zai just gets cleaned up. Double kill for Monet as the Fiend Gate's back to the fountain. They can just refresh and rejoin this fight as Insania looks to be next. 3 dead for Liquid. And Aster looking very good now, but like you said, Roche is not going to be up for another minute, so they can't take advantage of that.
Definitely consider themselves lucky that this isn't up, because this would have been an easy collateral for Aster. Ward would have forced 2 buybacks out of Liquid, but yeah, just a very different fight in terms of positioning here, right? So you get the charge onto the Marcy, so she doesn't get to play the fight at all. Ori gets ruptured, they get this Marcy kill, they run back, and then they zone control. Underlord is creating tons of space by just running in with a Pit of Malice and just frontlining. Sniper is keeping them at bay with shrapnels. There's the Crystal Maiden ult coming up. It's just too difficult for Liquid to re-engage here. And a nicely played fight here from Aster will secure themselves a good position in the game once again. And the control of the pit, 30-second respawn on that. Both teams will want to get access to this. This is the second Roche, so will come with a little bit of a bonus.
And Mickey has the data list, so he will start to hurt. Is opting to go for a Lincoln Sphere as the next item.
Okay, that's I like that approach too. You know, you're feeling a lot safer against the against the Rupture. You get yourself that freedom of movement.
Well, the Rupture's on his team.
Oh, I was looking at the Lesh. He's also going Link.
Oh, yeah, that one makes sense. I'm trying to figure out this.
Everybody gets a Link.
The charge is very annoying.
Yeah, that's true.
And I mean, the only way to take full advantage of that, if you're the Spirit Breaker, is to get an Ags, which he is going for. So the Lincolns won't be that big of a deal at that point.
Aster,
we have a smoke now from Liquid.
Aster poked the Rosh and went out. They feel like Liquid are going to come contest this, and they are very right. The top lane is all the way in the tier 3 tower, and no one from Liquid's defending this. Is a dead giveaway that Liquid are up to something here.
And Rosh has a
will
low
do the same.
Are scanning.
Boboka is terrifying with that Shadow Blade that he's had for a while. If they get vision on anyone, they could just get stunned out of nowhere on Liquid's side with very minimal defense, except like we talked about the Frost Shield, but doesn't really save you from this Radiant lineup very well.
Yep, Ori used his Bloodstone thinking that he was going to get jumped, so another 15-second cooldown on that.
Success. Will find the ward.
And very tense as both teams know that Rosh is up.
With the gem, knows that Liquid have vision here. Obviously not going to go for the D ward. Way too risky. He could get jumped by Marcy and just blast it there. So gets the information, gets back. They have Boboka clean up mid with a charge. Next wave will now be cut by Boboka as well. Going to clean this up out of the Shadow Blade, just killing all of those spiders in one charge.
Yeah, ever since they changed
really good.
His bash to do that much damage to creeps. Do you feel that? I'm watching this right now as the Rupture onto Ori, gets disposed. Ori at half HP, he's going to get bashed out as a Matu, trying to recognize his way. Bloodstone's not going to be enough. A 1-for-1, but it's a support for a mid. And Liquid trying to reset. Now that Boxy is on relatively low HP, disposed onto Matu with the rebound movement speed buff as well. They're able to reset completely.
And the buyback from Insania, a 5v4 situation effectively here. Lesh has buyback too, but no BKB ready, so if he connects, he has to be careful. The trade-off here, of course, Liquid using 2 of theirs, Marcy and Bloodseeker with a minute cooldown, and Aster are actually confident that this is enough for them to contest the pit. They know they can buy back their Lesh. What can you travel on? They have the outpost too, so the connection point is there.
Monet, double damage as well. McKay inside the pit of Malice gets Force Staff to safety, but they're going to find a Space Cow first. Laguna Blade onto XXS. A nice Chain Frost bouncing as XXS still has the BKB activated. Siamese Cat looks to be next on the list, but double buybacks now from Aster, and they can reconnect relatively quickly, especially wants to put a Fiend's Gate there. Still 5v5, but that is several buybacks from Aster. But like you said, the BKB is very important for Liquid. A charge onto Mickey, but the Frost Shield is going to be able to get a lot of his physical damage. Boxy's going to be dead. Trying to help his teammate, and Mickey pops the BKB. Trying to get the dieback onto Ori. He's at half HP, but the Bloodstone healing him up to a high degree, but it's not going to be enough. Ori diebacks, and Monet stuck in. So what is it? He's just stuck there, trying to right-click his way out of this. Getting some lifesteal now, but Zai, is he going to be able to take him out in the end? It's going to be close. Monet is still lifestealing, despite just standing still for the last 30 seconds. Matu has already died, and now Boboka trying to chase the Lich, but there's the rebound. Mickey gets instantly stunned, disposed back, they kill Monet. Finally, he buys back into the game, though, and now the Unleashed going to town on XXS has bought back himself as well. Looks like Broodmother is next here, though, and now this has turned into a 3 versus 2, technically in favor of Aster, but Boboka dies. That's another dieback for him. Boxy keeping away. He is successful. 6K lead for Liquid. What the hell was that fight?
It's actually completely insane. If Aster do end up claiming this, I guess they're somewhat okay with what they had to throw for that. They spent, how many buybacks was that? I kind of lost the overview.
A lot. I mean, this isn't even accurate.
4 buybacks, I believe, from Aster used in this situation. Obviously, they had to buy back Ori in the beginning, so again, Ori really not progressing too much.
They want to go. They have the rebound available. Roche is relatively low. The frost shield is there, but a nice pit of Malice. Gonna root that. But Foxy gets into the pit. He gets to dispose off. Who gets the Roche is the question. Nobody wants to kill it. And finally, Monet, he snatches the Aegis. So technically, Liquid get the kill. Not sure who got the shard on top of that, but either way, Aster is happy with this exchange. Looks like Boxy, did he actually take the shard?
Boxy grabbed it, and in a fit of panic, he used it instantly. I don't think.
Oh no!
I don't think that's the best shard they could have used there. Maybe. What are the other options? Brood or Lina? Yeah, maybe it's actually.
Yeah,
the best
it might be fine. Actually.
Now they have a save that they haven't had before. They can obviously rebound the target away.
All right. Not able to hit the LSA there, but. Wow.
I mean, honestly, the craziest thing about the team fight that we just saw was how long Monet stayed alive, right? It's because he's getting Crimson guarded by the Underlord, so the spiders do 0 damage. Zai has a 0 damage item build, so he's basically tickling him. And Monet was just using Mask of Madness, standing still and pressing A-click on the ground.
I've never seen a sniper stand still for that amount of time. As we have some more action, it looks like potentially Rupture. But Zai is kind of stuck. He's going to get charged at it. XXX is taking the brunt of the damage from Matu. He's going to get bashed up, but we'll be able to get the Fiend's Gate out in time. As Liquid just don't have the damage right now, but Zai, he gets charged in on, into the Nether Strike and into the right clicks of Monet. And now with the assault onto XXS, he's going to add insult to injury, and his push will be even faster for Aster. No pun, I mean, that was a rhyme. Intended. Tier 2 tower looks to be done. How much more can they get? Still 3.5 minutes on the Aegis.
50 seconds on Brood as well.
Yep.
And Zaya does not have buyback gold. They do not know this for a fact, but they might have a feeling based on the Aghanim Scepter being purchased that he cannot reconnect to this fight. Still, you have to be a little bit careful about this high ground push. Marcy is very terrifying on defense, and as we've already established, Boxy with the dagger doesn't even need to rebound in. He can blink in and dispose and rebound out to maybe force a BKB. Can obviously also rebound in and dispose and then blink out if he's fast enough. If he takes any damage, that is not happening.
He can rebound his teammates.
He can also do that. He could rebound Mickey in and lose the game. That is another option he has.
We have seen it during the DPC. We have seen the Marcy Shard win games and lose games. Come on, Boxy. Habibi!
I'm keeping over. I can't get it. I mean, whatever happens, this fight will do a good for us, I think.
Yeah, buyback sniper.
And Sania counting the buybacks there.
Yeah.
Wonder if he counted all of them and wrote down all the times. That would be very impressive. That would be inhuman, as a matter of fact.
Indeed. It's nice to have a human calculator on your team, as I'm sure you can attest to.
Yep, I have that every game.
Well, 2 minutes still on the Aegis for Aster. But Liquid, in terms of net worth, have the very slight lead right now. An incredibly close game. DD is bottled from Monet, and I'm sure that they're going to want to use it here to at least get a tier 3, if not, try to get a barracks.
That bottom lane is very, very open. Minute 50. I don't know how much is left on the bottle. When did he pick that up? So if he picked it up around 40, it might have been sitting there for a little bit, but should have enough time to maybe connect on a wave. Spinner snares are starting to make life difficult for Aster. Very annoying.
Techies was deleted, but
I actually think
lives on in Brood.
I was saying this is kind of the new old Techies, Spinner snare. It is incredibly annoying to play against. Don't underestimate how much the mental means, but well, no snares bottom just yet. Monet pumps the DD. Will force out the glyph. They will get another glyph after this tower falls, mind you, with the changes. So Liquid do have another round of defense with the barracks.
Here, Ori finally down.
Yeah, Monet's attack speed is nothing to scoff at. He's got a lot of attack speed items. They have the AC on the Underlord, Mask of Madness activation. It's looking pretty good for Aster. This is a big moment now. Liquid will try to find perhaps an angle. Just pushing out mid for now. Do they even have any smokes left? They do not. Yeah, they do. They have one on boxing. So if Liquid do want to challenge something here, they can, but it's a very, very difficult position to access yourself into. You keep scouting them with Spinner Snare, though. Oh, Monet, well, we can't flip another one. No, XXS, however. They'll find another Spinner Snare. I'm sure he's having a great time there.
They're smoked up, but he knows, right? It notifies them.
Yep. This is not happening.
That is actually hilarious, man. I think it's my first game casting Brewdags.
It's one of those things that's hilarious to watch, and then you're imagining being a player on Aster.
Oh, of course. Of course.
That's
but that's Dota, right?
It is very annoying, let me tell you. All right, Liquid, it's time. This age is expiring just now. Aster will place XXS to cover the high ground.
They jump him. They know they get the bash up, and Monet is right-clicking from afar. Mickey pops the BKB, gets a Laguna Blade, and now they jump on top of Monet and kill him immediately. No buyback for him. And Baboka now stuck between a rock and a hard place. That's a second. Make it 3 for Mickey. What a fight. What an initiation with no vision, I'm pretty sure. Not able to get the rebound. Boxy has been playing out of his mind. And now down the mid lane, Liquid goes with a 7K lead, knowing that a lot of these buybacks will not be available. Only the Underlord at the moment.
And you just love the confidence from Boxy, right? The smoke breaks, he instantly just blinks up blindly and pops his ult. And BKB finds a target, the fight breaks out. And Monet tries to come in and help, but they just destroyed him with Marcelina. He didn't even get to play the fight. Probably felt relatively confident with his Butterfly that he had something to stand his ground with, but just not the case. Liquid, are they actually just going to go for it?
They're going to try to go for the throne. They know that Sniper's not back for 60 seconds. Tier 4 is already at half HP. They're going to be able to take it out pretty swiftly. Can Aster actually defend this in a 3v5 situation? Finally, the fortification is popped. They won't have one for the rest of the game in all likelihood if they continue down this mid lane. Unleashes pop for Boxy, just priming and ready to go. One tier 4 down. Will Liquid continue on here? 33 seconds on Monet. Crimson Guard trying to mitigate a little bit of damage here, but there's the initiation on X. They get the Rupture on him. They force tap him as well, but he's going to live inside the fountain. But the tier 4 goes down as well. And now onto the Ancient. Ori pops the BKB and Bloodstone, but the focus is now onto the Ancient for Liquid. All they have to do is right-click, then they'll get game 1. Charge in from Baboka. Pretty big, but make it continue to right-click with the Danos. That's going to be enough. Liquid take game 1. Unbelievable. I don't know how this team continues to give everybody heart attacks around the world, but I'm close to that right now, Cinderin. Good Lord.
What an amazing way for them to do that. So the moment Aegis expires, they're like, it's go time. We smoke. They run in. They find an amazing fight. There's no buyback on Aster on the Sniper. Their best line of defense is out of play, and Liquid just take the risk. They're assuming he doesn't have the buyback with the fresh Butterfly, and they just commit. They run down the mid lane, they push through it, and they get the job done. What an amazing way to end that game. And not the way I thought it was going to end, or the speed.
Yeah.
This happened very suddenly. They found the perfect moment, and they get themselves up 1-0.
Absolutely unreal game. And if you're Aster, obviously we talked about they 2-0'd Liquid in the upper bracket. They face them now, and this is a team, this is a different Liquid team than we saw in the upper bracket. I mean, they were upper bracket, sure, but their momentum, despite this break, is just ridiculous. This is like Team Spirit, not to pat myself on the back, Team DC from TI6. Like, a lot of these memories are coming back to me, Sinner, and this team is pretty fearsome, to be sure. Let's go to the studio and see what they have to say. Don't listen to Sinner anymore.
Thank you for that. Indeed, I know that a lot of people were wondering, like, 5-day break, that momentum, it might be gone. No, it's not. No, it's not. Team Liquid take game 1 here against Aster, so they are one step away from getting to that final day of the International 11. I'm joined by Jenkins, Lacoste, and Effie. Effie, this game, where do you want to start breaking it down? Because it was such a close game till the very end when we saw Monet die without buyback.
I mean, that was a great game, just as we expect from Liquid, but I guess I just want to start from the draft, because I think that they did something really cool conceptually that game, which was they countered the Leshrac that they gave to Ori, which is one of his best heroes, with the same timing, the 15-minute pipe timing on the Broodmother versus the 15-minute timing of the Bloodstone on the Leshrac. And it felt like every time Ori was taking these fights, he just was not healing. And the BKB from Lina came in so early as well. So I think if you just break it down to basics like that, they had a lot of really cool ideas that they obviously prepared for.
how does this keep happening? Every single time Team Liquid plays, it's just pure chaos, pretty much. You know, ever since like their days in Alliance, some of these players, like that they're not going to be able to close out the game. Something weird's going to happen.
Like
this against Thunder Awaken. Yeah.
Brute coming through the portal of the Underlord.
Yeah, Zai's like, yeah, I got to check it out to see what's in this door. And yeah, he joins, but most of the time he was at the bottom, just chilling, farming his items. Something that Effie did mention. This was brutal. Like this fight right here, people life stealing from both of the raid packs, having the life steal from the sidekick, Paladin and Sword as well. I think Boxy is having the time of his life. Like this is extremely good performance. This might even be, Boxy Tosca really up there, but Boxy on Marcy completely
that
different.
TP was insane.
Yeah, so many times clutch plays coming out from him.
It's like a redemption arc for him, I feel like, because when Liquid lost Taiga, I think a lot of people were thinking, Taiga, for this guy, he's an offlaner. He's coming in and taking Taiga's role, fan favorite going over to OG, but it's like he has absolutely proven himself over the year. I think we were pleasantly surprised casting him in throughout the EU DPC, but this isn't just like a pleasant surprise from him. This is fucking insane. He's legitimately carrying his team. That last game was entirely on his shoulders. The blink up onto the high ground, the BKB TP out that we saw, he was not only initiating every single fight, his 2 cores were dead, and he was carrying it. He was doing the damage. This guy's a 4 position, not the carry.
No, he's definitely insane on that role, as you say. And someone who's also insane, a little bit, is Direction Slackers in the crowd.
Stadium is packed. I thought that we would go and talk to some people about that last game. Pretty exciting stuff here. Hello. Who are you rooting for in that last game?
Liquid, obviously.
Obviously. Oh, wow. Well, what'd you think?
I thought it was phenomenal.
And what do you think about this stadium here right now? You feeling it? You feeling the TI hype?
Oh, it's beautiful. Look at it. We got flags and banners going on. It's great.
All right. Where are you from?
I'm from Canada.
Canada? I saw the hat. I thought you were one of my people. Can we get one yeehaw, please? Canadian yeehaw?
Yeehaw!
Yeah! All right, any Aster fans? Anybody like Aster? Okay, we got an Aster fan. What do you think about that last game, my friend? They need some words of encouragement. Anything to say?
They're both pretty good, but I just support whoever wins the team fight, actually.
Okay, well, that's depressing. I think they needed something more. Don't worry, you can do it, Aster, right, boy? Everybody, we got it? Aster! All right, fantastic. Well, we're going to pass it back to the panel, my friends. But before we do, I just wanted everyone in the arena to let those people that are watching know what they missed. Can we please tell them from home how hyped we are? Let's go, Singapore! I'll do it. All right, back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Slacks. Indeed, Slacks and banners. What more do we really need? I know that Aster needs a little bit more, though, because they got a lot of pressure on them now, Lacoste.
Yeah, most definitely, because, they showed how good Dota they can play on LAN, but if they don't win this series, this is going to be the second time in TI history that there's not going to be a Chinese team in top 3. There was one time that it happened, it was TI3, but other than that, they are carrying the torch for their region.
Yep, definitely, because they eliminated the other Chinese team that was in the TIs, that was still in TI, and PSG LGD. Let's hear them talk about it.
打那个 Tundra 的时候，我能感觉到我们队有一趟压力，就是自己给自己压力，就没有什么别的原因，就是可能感觉就是放不开吧，就我们。我觉得兰姆他就是，然后输给汤角之后，他还跟我们说了，是我们打的太没有那个进攻性了，就是打得太怂了，然后我们总结过了就改天就打败老干爹吧，
就感觉老干爹一直是我们就是在中国赛区最大的竞争对手，然后之前也很多比赛被他们什么3比0、2比0，然后就各种被他们就是被他们干嘛，然后
22, Gabe and Gabe Radiant, 88% chance of winning.
Damage is going to be enough to actually get beautiful rolls coming out from XXS. They take him out 2 for nothing to start this fight. He's A-OK as Ori. He's going to get the instant kill onto Nothing to Say, who does not have buyback. And now they're going to turn this around onto the Primal Beast. This looks like the beginning of the end of game number 1 as Aster has come back with a vengeance. He's going to get the double spear with the shard. Triple kill on Ori. Nothing to Say is dead. Will he get the Sunder? No. 4 dead for PSG LGD as GG's come out. Aster eliminate LGD from TI11.
How did it feel knocking out LGD? What was it like?
打完之后感觉又是挺可惜的，感觉就有被死边什么的，看蛮可惜的感觉。
这次到了 TI， 肯定还是想往更高的名次冲刺，想把以前的那些输掉的比赛都赢回来。
我觉得我们今年这5个人在一起的那一刻，我就觉得我们是奔着今年的冠军来的。
挺难忘的吧，这7年来，这是我第一次冲进 TI 4强，并且有拿冠军的机会吧，所以我非常珍惜这一把翻盘，然后也很珍惜和我的队友走到现在。
我觉得不管是老干爹还好，还是我们，还是RNG好，为了中国粉丝尽力去拿下这一个冠军吧。然后之前中国赛区的成绩都比较不错，然后都是老干爹，差不多都是老干爹拿的。然后今年到我们了，所以我觉得我们也要接下这个重任，然后不负众望。
Now, that for sure is a lot of responsibility to carry on your shoulders. But if there's one coach that can propel you to do that, it is Alanam, because he's been at every international, apart from one. He only missed TI7. This is his 10th international, his first as a coach. And he knows what you need as a player, I think, Jenkins, in order to make sure that you can focus on your game most of all.
Oh yeah, for sure. He's been one of the most experienced people at this TI at the start and at the end. Which it is funny that for this TI, a lot of the newcomers, the new blood, we're actually losing them. We're down 20% in terms of new blood versus old blood. It turns out experience is reigning supreme here, at least in the main stage of TI.
Yeah, Aster still has also a first-timer, Effie.
Yeah, in Siamese Cat. Interestingly enough, we found out today that he's the oldest player on Aster, but he is the newest to competitive play, which I thought was really cool because he's kind of like Aster's troublemaker in that he's always starting fights in pubs in China and coming up with memes. But I really like that you guys brought up the experience factor because that really feels like it was what Aster was lacking. Last year, they had really great results within China, but not internationally. But this year, they brought in Ori, who has so much competitive experience, and it really felt like that was the piece of the puzzle they needed. Just some in-game shot caller, someone to play around, someone who knows their stuff. And if you combine that with Lanham, who we've already talked about has so much TI experience, you can really see the effect of it on this team.
You can indeed. Fun fact about Pichu, or Siamese Cat, is that he went to open a pet shop. He wasn't playing professional Dota 2, but he is playing professional Dota 2. A cat shop specifically, by the way, what's in the name? And he is playing Dota 2. He's walking to the stage right now. We got Team Liquid and Aster for the second game of this best of 3. They'll be taking their places. The pressure is on. The crowd is there to give them more energy, though, to propel through for sure as they are taking their seats. Now, one thing we've been talking about Aster, and we can continue talking about Aster, but isn't it also a lot of fun to hear players talk about players or teams talk about teams? For example, to hear Team Liquid talking about Team Aster.
I think Aster, they're individually, they're very, very strong.
A lot of the Chinese teams tend to have like a very good idea of like cohesion, and they play together very well, and they understand like how to ebb and flow around the map. Like when someone's being aggressive on one side, the other side is offensive, and they play this kind of map very, very well.
I think their individual strengths, along with like I'm sure Lana brings a lot to the table because the cohesion and their overall strategies is also very solid.
In a lot of games, you can see they get severely outfarmed, but it doesn't matter because they just construct this five-man ball that eventually will win the game. You know, no matter how much you outfarm them, they will win the game. It's their style, and it works well for them, and we're gonna try to counter that.
Well, and they did already in that first game, of course. I want to talk a little bit more about the game plan that we saw coming out from Aster. This is one of the faster drafts we've had, right? Because you do have 5 days to prepare. We saw the Underlord Spearbreaker, XXS Baboka have been playing together in the same team since 2015. That's over 7 years, Lacoste.
Yeah, I mean, 7 years. Some people have not been playing Dota for that long that are in this tournament, which is, you know, pretty impressive. Sticking together, the chemistry is out there. And they're on to something. I mean, Monet did talk about, you know, I'm going to quote him, with the 5-day break, it feels like everyone's caught on a cliffhanger. Like, it's a lot of time to think about what you're going to do. And I kind of liked what they had in this game, number one, with the Spirit Breaker and the Underlord, because you can have like a bit more of a global presence. And also Underlord against the Bloodseeker, where you can use the portal reset, going back to Fountain while you're ruptured and then come back in. So you know that they're theory crafted quite a lot. We could see this in game one, but they might need to bang out something even stronger.
But to talk about the other side of the coin, I think Liquid prepared for this match so well. I was genuinely so impressed. I did manage to talk about it a little bit, but they gave away Aster's comfort heroes. They gave away the two heroes that they lost to in the upper bracket, right? They lost to Aster's Lesh and their sniper in that game one, and they just comfortably gave it away with ideas of their own. And I thought that Broodmother into the Lesh was very innovative, because typically you don't really think about them as a timing versus timing hero, but that's actually what it turned out to be. And of course, Boxy, who lost on the Marcy twice to Aster, just came out swinging, right? He had a great upper bracket performance, but this one topped even that. So I feel like Liquid, their momentum didn't stop. The 5-day break did not hurt them like a lot of fans were worried that it would do. It actually seems to have benefited them. And you can really see the impact of the 3 coaches in Liquid now in this 5-day break. They really upped their analysis.
And going back to Aster, I don't feel like what they prepared is something that they want to go back on. I think they can feel pretty good about that game, especially Baboka on the Spirit Breaker. He was, I think,
some clutch stuff.
Yeah, the same way that we're talking about Boxy playing Marcy, if Aster had won, we'd be saying almost the exact same stuff about Baboka. Like, the 4 positions both carried so hard in both of these games. So I feel like the game just came down. It was very close for the entire thing. It was back and forth either way, and it came down to like 1 or 2 like clutch fights right at the end. I think Aster can repeat the same thing, maybe with a little bit of a tweak, and they can feel good about their preparation.
I mean, after the game, it's easy to say, oh, they should have done this, done that, but I don't mind. Like, I think Aster played well. The shot calling, went to use the buybacks. This is where the game kind of went towards Liquid's way, because they used 4 buybacks, and they didn't get too much out of it. They got Aegis, Boxy did still shard, and it's a meme shot. You know, he also consumed it.
Okay, guys, it is time. We're going to head into that second game of Liquid versus Aster. Let's head over to some experts for the draft.
Team Liquid.
Team Liquid versus Team Aster. Game 2.
Thank you, voice of God. Suns fan here with Cinderin. And again, joining us is Stormstormer and Toby from Entity. Game 1. What did you guys think?
Exciting match. Great to kick off, I think. A lot of action in early and mid-game. A lot of fighting. I think you could see the nerfs a bit as well. Like, people tend to go for a bit more risky plays and stuff, but I mean, that's what the stage makes you do. So pretty enjoyable. Pretty back and forth game, enjoyable to watch.
Feels like having a player like Boxy who's not afraid to take risks is so powerful when you're in this game state, and he was on the Marcy, which he will not be this time, because it will be on Aster. I think we unanimously agreed that it felt like Boxy probably the MVP of that last game. Yeah. Just tons of playmaking, a lot of confidence, just really landing stun after stun. When his smoke breaks, he's just blinking in, setting things up for his team, giving vision. This time around, though, has to find another solution.
Yep. Draft's looking pretty similar again. I guess the only new hero is the Tusk.
Oh, there's a Primal Beast.
Oh, you're right. Yeah.
Primal's in the pool. You're right.
So you talk about how Marcy owned, and these are fast picks, by the way. These things know exactly what's going on. But Boxy's Tusk has been pretty disgusting as well. Like, he's played like 3 or 4 heroes like S tier.
Yep.
For sure.
Do you like it as a counter 4 matchup against Marcy? Is Tusk one of the better ones, or do you not really mind?
I think Boxy just went down his list and
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Team Liquid's turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining.
Team Liquid's turn to pick. Team Aster's turn to pick.
Crystal Maiden.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Ten seconds remaining.
Team Aster's turn to ban.
Storm Spirit!
Team Liquid's turn to ban. Team Aster's turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Team Liquid's turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Team Aster's turn to pick.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Team Liquid's turn to pick.
Omni Knight.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
每一把都当最后一把，然后就也不要怕输。每一把都当最后一把，然后就也不要怕输。
我正补，我反补，我正补，我又反补啦！
You may now select your heroes.
我正补，我反补，我正补，我又反补啦！
De vuelta, amigos y amigas, ¿cómo están? Espero que emocionados para este juego número 2. Y es que Liquid está a punto de cerrarlo. Flapjack, ¿estás listo o no estás listo?
Demasiado listo después de esa primera partida en la que Liquid consigue aplicar ese draft, esa idea que tenían con todo el push. Al final, pues el juego de 5 le suma y ese final push, por lo que viene a ser Aster, no consigue sacar el juego del sniper adelante. Sin embargo, hemos vuelto a ver un sniper en esta partida y la pregunta es, ¿podrán repetir lo mismo que hicieron en la primera partida, pero esta vez conseguir la victoria?
Con muchísima fe, mi querido Flapjack. Vamos a ver si lo terminan consiguiendo. Los chicos de Liquid definitivamente están muy, pero muy preparados. Y Aster no puede tener espacio para el fallo.
Todo el público contento con lo que ha mencionado aquí el coach de Aster. Demuestran bastante seguridad en el tema del draft. Se sienten bastante confiados. Esto del Omni-Night es algo que no hemos visto bastante. Solamente en juegos específicos, pero sin embargo no ha sido como que lo mejor del mundo. Pero oye, vamos a ver qué tanto nos puede dar esta idea de PUBG más Omni-Night, que la verdad es que pinta bastante fuerte. Y la gente aquí chireando por completo al equipo de Aster. Todos contentos con lo que viene a ser el único representante asiático.
Sí, y con paciencia nada más. Definitivamente hay mucha gente de China aquí, ¿eh? Es un país que está bastante cerca, entonces obviamente puede terminar siendo home crowd, incluso si es que la gente se pone las pilas, pero para serte sincero, Flapjack, es poco más el apoyo para Liquid, ¿eh?
No, la verdad es que hay bastante amor por los jugadores de Liquid, ¿no? Tenemos en sí a Matumama, es un jugador que lleva bastante tiempo lo que viene a ser el tema de la escena, jugadores como Insania bastante queridos, ¿no? Y es que Liquid sí se siente como un equipo de amistad, llevan bastante tiempo jugando juntos, que ya se les puede dar ese pequeño cariño hacia ellos, ¿no? Recordemos que igual este equipo ya ganó un mundial con Matumama, entonces se podría repetir la historia este año. Por ahora, lo que vemos en la parte de medio, pues un PUBG contra un Stone Spirit, no algo común que hemos visto en este TI, porque normalmente el PUBG siempre lo vemos en... Sí, es más carry, no tanto medio, pero hay equipos que sí les gusta jugarlo de medio, ¿no? Porque aún así te da la misma fortaleza, ¿no? De poder dar front life, flash hip, un stun a través del KB, el tema de los hooks. Vamos a ver qué tanto puede funcionar este tradeo, que por ahora Mike lo está sufriendo bastante, ¿no? Por ese hook que acabamos de ver hace unos segundos.
Ori definitivamente tiene un héroe muy resistente para la zona central, entonces Mike va a tener que jugárselo con muchísimo cuidado. Mientras tanto, no, lo clásico, ¿no? Morphling creo que tiene un early siempre un poco complicado. Ojo, Mike podría terminar cayendo. Ori que no avanza, es demasiado daño, podría ser la primera, lo aguanta, tranquilo. Muchísimo más que Ori puede hacer por el momento. Un poco de intercambio de agresividad nada más.
Sí, la verdad es que el PUBG sufre bastante poder jugar esto de manera agresiva, porque el hecho de que esté jalando agro de los creeps y no tenga un punto en el flash hip se come bastante daño. Bueno, sin no mencionar también el daño del root mismo, ¿no? Ahora el Stone Spirit ganando ese tema del tradeo, ¿no? Recordemos de que al Stone Spirit le gusta eso, le gusta que le den cara, que se acerquen hacia él para poder comerse ese daño del static reman. La parte de abajo, sí, menos Liquid bastante contento, ¿no? Que pueden conseguir en el tema del far. Recordemos de que Morphling es uno de los mejores carries hoy por hoy en este parche, ¿no? Por el tema de la Gunning. Pero vamos a ver qué tanto puede escalar, ¿no? Y es que también tiene un Yakiro de 4, la verdad es que tienes bastante seteo. Lockdown también para poder matar a Batuma de la línea. Por ahora Insania haciendo un muy buen trabajo de tradeo contra el Boboka.
Mike por ahora sacando una buena línea, diría, sacando una buena cantidad de creeps. Mientras tanto, bueno, creo que va a ser difícil igual para este Stone Spirit sacar algo más. El 6 Insomnio termina siendo la primera. La verdad es que Matumama poco puede hacer ahí por su compañero, ¿no?
Sí, la verdad es que ya nos demostró la partida pasada de lo que puede ser una Marcy molesto en la línea, y la verdad es que esta partida no va a ser para nada diferente, ¿no? XXX esperando el momento para poder saltar, buscar esa agresión con el tema del dispose. Consiguen también el first lock para Aster. Pequeña ventaja para la escuadra china. Ojo, en la parte de medio, otra vez se viene esta agresión. Mike podrá volver el tradeo, sin embargo.
Va a morir, La verdad es que el avance de Ori es demasiado sencillo. Trata de dejarle un poco más de daño, pero no lo van a matar. Mientras que los shorts bloquean el camino. Boxy podría sacar la respuesta. Le termina avanzando, pero en el high ground da mucho miedo Flapjack. Así que Aster empezando muy pesado en este juego número 2,
Ori consiguiendo buenos hooks en la parte de medio. Siempre pone el Stone Spirit en una posición incómoda, ¿no? Cerca a los creeps. De esa manera no puedes intentar buscar ese 1 versus 1, ¿no? del tema del tradeo. Así que por ahora va a estar haciéndolo bastante bien. Vemos cómo el Odin aplica este Heavenly Grace, buscar esa pequeña regeneración, ¿no? Y es que aparte de lo que viene a ser la fuerza que le da al PUBG, que por cierto esto escala con el daño de Dismember, por eso había mencionado este tema del combo, le das también una pequeña regeneración de vida. Así que por ahora Aster haciendo desde ya uso de esta combinación. Parte de abajo, Matumama manteniendo a raya XXX, ¿no? No quiere intentar que farmee tan gratis debajo de torre, aprovechando que Insania tiene que provocar un pull, ¿no? Para intentar buscar equilibrio. Y en la parte de arriba no hemos comentado mucho. Y es que el Omni Knight es verdad que se puede intentar darle un poquito más de regeneración al Pudgy, se fue a la jungla y demás. Pero es que Monet debería estar bastante cómodo. Pero ojo, cuidado con el tema del posicionamiento porque ojo, Box igual consiguió unos buenos shards por las suficientes, sin embargo.
El tag team es demasiado daño y vamos a ver si lo termina consiguiendo Monet. Sin embargo, aguanta bastante gracias al Omni Knight. Por ahora, victoria. A lograr sonear a Sai sin mucho más problema. Creo que Liquid tiene ganas de proponer desde hace un buen rato, pero es difícil. ¿Por qué crees que están dejando tanto sniper a pesar del tipo de héroe que es? ¿Crees que sea algo que pueden controlar?
La verdad es que se puede controlar y es que mira, lo están intentando incluso en esta línea, jugando de manera agresiva. Ojo, Sai puede sacar la pelea adelante y no llega el Heavy Legs a tiempo y claramente Monet cae ante esto, pero no sin llevarle a Sai también,
Boxy lamentablemente no va a morir, así que Aster lo va a dejar ahí. Mientras tanto, la agresividad se ponía muy notoria. Matumba Man intentando sacarse de encima XXS.
Por ahora, Matumba Man tratando sacar esta idea del FAR, ¿no? En cuanto a la línea. Como Insania igual está haciendo un muy buen trabajo de no poder quitarle tanta experiencia al Morphling, porque Morphling en realidad es un héroe que depende bastante de niveles, ¿no? Por el tema de ojo en la parte de arriba igual, Omni Knight jugando está bastante agresivo, pero en realidad creo que esta jalada de marco lo puede aprovechar Sai con el tema del daño. Reconoce que el que es un héroe que se beneficia bastante con el tema de niveles, ¿no? Y es que una vez pueda llegar al Pulse Nova, la verdad es que ya puede mantener a Monet a raya. Boxy también ha tenido muy buenos resultados con estos supports de midi, sobre todo con el Tuskar, en una línea contra Sniper. Es más, lo revimos en Liquid contra Entity. Y es que Pure no consiguió farmear para nada con este sniper contra Boxy. Vamos a ver si esta partida se repite el caso, porque recordemos que este Omni lo está protegiendo bastante bien. Parte de medio, queda un minuto para el tema de las power-ups. Y ambos supports de ambos equipos están intentando presionar, ¿no? Al medio enemigo. A ver quién es que comete el error y puede conseguir esa runa de...
Vamos a verlo claramente, 4-1 en el marcador. El equipo de Liquid trata de responder en la zona central. Boxy se acercaba, pero se encuentra con tremendo dual breath. Le bloquea con los shots, buena salida de parte del Tuskar. Aguanta un poco más, Boxy consigue la distancia. Por ahora parece que no van a poder sorprenderle.
Sí, la verdad es que, espérate, se juega ahí, intentando llevarse el tema de la catapulta para ver si pueden aplicar un poco de presión. Igual Ori lo que quiere conseguir con esto es intentar limpiar la wave lo antes posible para poder llegar al nivel 6. Buena jugada por parte de Ori, lamentablemente no consigue la catapulta, pero esto lo puede aprovechar Mike. Mike tampoco es nivel 6, así que este tradeo puede ser bastante interesante. 9 segundos para la runa de Power Up. Vamos a ver si es que alguna lo puede conseguir. Ojo con ella, no nivel 6, puede conseguir el kill sobre Mike.
Lo termina mordiendo, pero mira por ahora Mike parece que va a terminar aguantando. Trata de dejar los remnants, pero no hay camino de salida. Estaba a nivel 5. Le van a reventar. No hay mucho que puedan hacer por el momento, mientras que Sai sí consigue el TP fuera de la pelea.
Igual, Boca haciendo todo lo posible para aguantar esta runa y es que al final, sí, dejarás aquí sobre todo.
Sí, no van a poder matarle.
Por ahora creo que esto igual se ha transformado en algo bastante bueno para ambos equipos, ¿no? Vemos como ambos medios caen, nadie consigue esa runa de poder. Tienes una Stone Spirit, así que sí te importa tener esa ganancia de las runas de poder. Por ahora creo que igual esto, recordemos de que es algo que quiere Liquid en el juego, ¿no? Cuando tienes una Stone Spirit, tienes Leshra, quieres mantener esa presión, quieres mover el tema del mapa, quieres jugar lo más agresivo posible para poder darle ese farm a tu mapa, porque recordemos de que sigues teniendo un Morphling de Legend, recordemos de que sigues teniendo esa agresividad en el tema de el juego en general, ¿no? Lo que puedes buscar con esta gana. Haces lo que viene a hacer este waveform hacia el sniper, debería estar muerto. Pero por ahora Aster está haciendo todo lo posible para poder apagar este juego de Mike. Ojo de en la parte de abajo, bastante solo. Creo que por ahora se ha convertido en un juego bastante pasivo. En la parte de arriba también vemos este sniper. Todo lo posible para no ser diviado, y es que me gusta cómo Victoria está jugando siempre cerca de Monet, nunca le está dejando la chance de que puedan diviarlo, siempre se acerca para poder salvarlo.
Podría estar en problemas, quiere mandarse en contra de Bobo, que la verdad es que es complicado. XSS quiere encontrarlo con el Dispose, pero no termina dando el rango. La verdad se le complica por ahora, mientras que Marcy mantiene un poco más la distancia.
Sí, la verdad es que Marcy está teniendo al menos esta ganancia de niveles fuertes. Lo único que necesita es un pequeño seteo, porque en el momento en el cual encuentra el Morphling con un solo stun, la Marcy vuela. Recordemos de que aparte de los golpes, el splash, el daño del pulso es daño mágico. Así que eso es bastante bueno contra un Morphling, ¿no? Recordemos de que cuando está morfeado bastante agilidad, tiene demasiada armadura, así que lo puedes intentar volar con eso. Pero es un pequeño seteo, puede ser un Ice Pack, puede ser su mismo stun. Y ojo en la parte de medio, igual Puy intenta diviar con el tema de
Ball Lighting, así que esta vez es otra pelea. Ori está totalmente atrapado, pero mientras tanto se deja jukear. Salta rápidamente, buen cancel de parte del Boxy con ese Snowball. Así que Aster no va a intentar nada muy extraño por ahora, pero la runa de Haze le pertenece al Puch. Esto es muy doloroso, Flaviac, para un Storm Spirit, ¿no? Considerando lo importante que son las runas.
Sí, ahora mismo el Storm Spirit no está teniendo como que este juego como que es lo que buscas. Ojo, Ori igual está con la runa de Haze, no tiene miedo de poder jugar esto de manera agresiva. Sabe que si intentan buscar TPs en League, Haze para poder correr. Pero es verdad lo que dices, el Storm Spirit no está consiguiendo el juego de sus sueños, ¿no? Que quieres nuevamente con un espíritu, poder tener las runas, poder jugar de manera agresiva, poder meterte de cara. Y es algo que ahora mismo Liquid pues necesitas si es que quiere tirar este draft, lo que había comentado, ¿no? De tu condición de victoria por parte de Matuma. Aster, no sé, el rol que no puedes cagar. Ojos ahí en la parte de arriba, otra vez ahí termina ese pero ¡no!
Casi le termina saliendo la jugada a Aster. Venía push con la runa de Haze. Lamentablemente no tenían el ángulo para castigar. Continuaban con la agresividad. Ojo, que sí ha fallado muchos hooks, ¿eh?
La verdad es que
4 de 14.
En este punto del juego, que no lo creas, lo que transforma a Aster en la parte de arriba es un error. Porque me refiero, has hecho que Pudie te pega en la parte de arriba del mapa y no has conseguido kill. Cuando claramente podrías haber esperado. Podrías haberte esperado un segundo que Pudie te pegue y en ese caso te aseguras de que Sai no pueda tepear. Si matas a Sai con el TP en cooldown, de verdad, créeme, la ruina es de la línea al Ezra. Entonces, pequeñas cosas aquí que Aster está teniendo un error. Claramente igual no les importa, ¿no? Como vemos, el valor neto se está disparando de manera brutal. Y es que el Ezra no puede hacer nada contra este sniper. Puede ganar niveles, sí, pero no tiene nada de farm. Sai intentando todo lo posible para ver si puede tibiarlo. Pero el Omnia siempre está cerca para poder salvarlo.
Insania podría ser en aprietos. XXX que le termina avanzando. El slow es muy molesto, pero por ahora parece que aguanta. Denle espacio para el hook. Ori. Hook. No. Sí. Sigue el rango. Voy a intentarlo. Ahora que sí. Y ahora sí Aster se termina llevando entonces el pick-off.
Al menos ya consiguen al menos un kill para este Pudie, ¿no? Cada muerte que consigue en el mapa se transforma también en cargas con el flash hit. Sí que eso es bastante bueno. Ojo, igual Liquid ha ganado una ronda de poder, tiene el double damage, pueden matar a otra la parte de ahí. Los TPs también. Mickey no tiene mucho maná, mucho cuidado con esto,
Quiere buscar el ángulo para el hook, de hecho lo tiene fuera de cooldown. Poder intentarlo encima de Boxy. Este puede responder con el snowball y por eso no van a hacer nada muy extraño y lo dejan nada más ahí por ahora.
Al menos con este kill Mickey ya ha tenido un poquito de ventaja con este Stone Spirit, ¿no? Todo lo que no había conseguido en los anteriores minutos, ya con esta runa de poder, ya con este diveo en la parte de medio, consigue equilibrar esto a favor de Liquid. Ahora, ¿qué nos importa en el juego? ¿No solamente los kills? No, ahora es donde quieres tú presionar el tema de las torres de tier 1 para poder ganar más control. El objetivo más importante para Liquid sería esa torre de arriba, donde está el sniper, porque esto lo que va a hacer es que el sniper se vaya a otra parte del mapa, en la cual puedes intentar matarlo con un smoke y que no esté tan protegido con su torre de tier 1. Y recuerda que tienes un Lesra, te interesa pushar torres, te interesa ese tema de presión. Lamentablemente, hasta que Mickey no tenga esa fortaleza de poder tepear, matar al sniper, no vamos a ver mucho de eso. Pero me encanta cómo igual el Omni Knight no se va de la parte de arriba. Saben que en cualquier momento van a intentar el diveo con el Tuskar, con el Snow Spirit, pasa con que esté ahí el Omni Knight para poder protegerlo, todo correcto. ¿Qué hace Aster? Bueno, no caigamos en el juego de ellos, vamos a la parte de abajo y ya está. Ojo, igual, van a con el diveo aquí, vienen 3 seres, podrá haber TPs por parte de Aster para defenderlo, sin embargo.
Bueno, Shard, sin embargo, por ahora el Snowball va a comprar unos cuantos segundos de vida. Boxy tiene que tratar de correr, pero el Sniper tiene suficiente daño para llevárselo sin más problema. Matumba se acaba de cruzar con Ori. Quiere intentarlo, un poco peligrosa, la verdad, la decisión de Matumba. Pero no va a hacer nada mucho más extraño. Y el push, mira cómo la huele, Se está quedando cerca desde hace un buen rato. Quiere intentar algo por aquí, pero no termina encontrando el ángulo, mientras que Storm Spirit, con cuidado nada más, salto largo, se cruza con Ori. El daño todavía no es elevado, con la ayuda de Matumba podría intentarlo. Está TP transformado en el push, puede aguantarlo. Luego va a terminar avanzando Aster, pero vamos a ver si le pueden matar a tiempo. Ojo, bueno X-Pat, pero logra por fin un poco más de fuerza. Aún así no será suficiente. Va a terminar cayendo el push. Cuidado. Storm Spirit tiene que vaquear y por ahora parece que lo van a dejar ahí.
Una decisión bastante curiosa por parte de Liquid. Entre los dos cores intentaron matar a este Pudie, pero es que de verdad con el flash hit en este punto es bastante fuerte. Vemos cómo Matuma incluso se transforma de Pudie para él también poder castear el flash hit, pero Insania le ha rozado, ha hecho un movimiento de cadera de Shakira y ha podido sacar esto, pero ojo que igual XXX va a iniciarlo y sí, por último encuentra a la Maiden, encuentra esa carga del flash hit. Bien juego por parte de ellos, aprovechan lo que viene a ser este error por parte de Liquid, ¿no? Con la muerte de Matuma. Ya estamos viendo un Aster que está empezando a dominar estos espacios del mapa que necesita para poder farmear. Ojo, Monet.
Sai va a tratar de meter un poco más de daño. Monet está aguantando, pero lamentablemente un sniper es demasiado frágil. Mientras que Ori se va a mandar todavía tiene el ángulo. Matuma va a tratar de aguantar, mientras que Boxy lo manda a volar por los aires. El pobre de Ori no tiene mucho más camino de salida con los shotgun colocados y la pared es imposible de cruzar. Mientras que viene el resto de Aster, pero uno por uno podrían terminar desapareciendo. Lo mejor es dejarlo ahí, Flapjack.
Aprovechan al menos toda esta ventaja que está obteniendo Aster para poder buscar el punto débil, el hueco, ¿no? Saben que el Knight había TP a la parte de medio, ok, el sniper está solo en la parte de arriba. Aquí Monet juega de confiado, cree que los de Liquid no van a rotar la parte de arriba del mapa y consiguen ese por él. Muy bien jugado por parte parte de Matumaman transformó su error en la parte de medio en la parte de arriba, así que ya pues se parcha una con otra, ¿no? Por ahí vemos que el valor neto sigue igual, gracias a que, bueno, Aster había sacado esa pequeña ventaja en líneas, pero Liquid lo está equilibrando bastante bien con estos kills, ¿no? Ahora mismo ya el mapa se transforma en un espejo, ¿no? Vemos que las kills han caído en la parte de arriba, también inferior para ambos equipos, entonces se transforma una idea de par, ve quién comete el smoke primero, pero por ahora solamente te importa esperar timings, esperar BKBs, esperar blinks y a partir de ahí ya jugada la puede tomar.
Debería ser el equipo de Aster al menos quien trate de aprovechar la situación. Creo que es la misma historia que la partida pasada, ¿no? Desde el push no está teniendo los mejores hooks, es la verdad. Pero Marcy como héroe, la verdad que sí corrige muchísimo las peleas, ¿eh? Buen hook para quedarse con la runa de regeneración. Y bueno, por ahora, mientras el Stone Spirit no esté cerca, no lo va a tener que lamentar muchísimo, ¿no?
Igual creo que Aster no va a querer forzar esto, a menos que puedan encontrar a alguien entre dos personas. Uy, ay. Pero normalmente cuando juegas con Marcy esperas que alguien vaya primero porque tú puedas saltar sobre esa persona, ¿no? Ahí vemos que SXS es la persona que va primero, entonces no... No consiguen el kill sobre el Lesh, podría ser bastante bueno para Aster, pero bueno, son pequeñas cositas, ¿no? Sin embargo, igual lo único que se importa es que Ori tenga la Ganim y a partir de ahí tienes el timing fuerte. A partir de ahí ya puedes jugar de manera agresiva. En este caso, Lesra hay una fuerte en Liquid, ¿no? Recordemos que lo de Blostom lo puede hacer. Y es que Sai no ha tenido la mejor línea del mundo, ¿no? Así que este Blostom va a tardar todavía en aparecer. Por otro lado, Matumaman yendo por este kill. Es bastante interesante, esta compra de Matumaman.
Lo que te iba a decir, ¿no? La verdad es que Matumaman ha tenido un juego un poco complicado, ha tenido que rotar un poco fuera de su línea, pero aún así está manteniendo un top de network muy valioso, ¿no? Ya van 2 juegos Flapjack, que da la sensación que Sniper no está pudiendo farmear así al 100%, pero al menos en esta partida sí se encuentra un poco más de espacio de jungla, entonces se siente el camino de recuperación que tiene el Sniper y por eso está ahí dando vueltas, ¿no? Entre el primer y el tercer puesto de network. Dependiendo de cómo vaya, se manda de cara. Ori, perdón, Mike, intenta recibir como que el daño bastante elevado. No termina encontrando a ver si lo puede matar a tiempo. La sociedad de encima no va a poder saltar al tiempo, mientras que Popo acá aguanta lo suficiente. Y XX se plantaba para un intercambio 1-0 a favor del equipo de Aster y el resto de Liquid quiere dejarlo en tablas.
No te voy a mentir, Mike lo ha hecho bastante bien. Vemos cómo no deja el momento, ¿no? Para que este Yakiro pueda castear el Ice Pad. Ahí lo está yukeando con el tema del Vortex. Lamentablemente en el stun de Marcy pues ya para esa agresión. Mike entró pues confiado, ¿no? Los supports también tardaron en llegar, tanto Insania como Boxy. Los TP de Outpost demoraron bastante. Y que lo aprovecha Aster para poder buscar. Ahora esto es bastante bueno para Aster. Ya tienen lo que viene a hacer estos timings fuertes que hemos mencionado. Y es que el Puye ya tiene a Ganim. En este punto ya pueden jugar agresivo con este Puye. Vamos a ver igual esto cómo lo pueden aprovechar, porque el Ezra aún no tiene Blossom. Es el timing más fuerte de Aster que pueden aprovechar si es que quieren ganar este Rosan o jugar también en el triángulo de Liquid.
Creo que lo de Aster sigue siendo bastante valioso, considerando la idea inicial, ¿no? Que es tener un early game relativamente lento, en el cual puedes dedicarte un poco más al farmeo, puedes dedicarle un poco más al tiempo de jugada defensiva, sabes que Sai igual te va a pusher muchísimo, entonces lo mejor es simplemente por ahora no proponer nada muy extraño, ¿no? Y eso es lo que me parece que Liquid también está aceptando, simplemente tradear el mapa, ¿no? Simplemente dejarles un poco de tú a tú, y ahora sí quieren buscar a Ori, la entrada de Box es perfecta, sin embargo mira lo tanque que está este gordito, responde muerta, sin embargo falta un poco más de daño, se acercaba también Victoria, Boxy no lo puede aguantar, muy buen hook encima de Sai, suficiente para poder matarle y a pesar de todo está aguantando, nadie del equipo de Liquid cerca, así que déjate llevar, es otro kill más para el equipo chino.
El TP por parte de London ha sido clutch en esa pelea, porque por cada dispel que tú quites con el Heavenly Grace le estás dando fuerza extra, regeneración extra a este Putty, entonces ya se convierte en un problema poder lidiar con él. La razón por la cual esta Ganim en el Putty es tan importante es que apaga lo que viene a ser la regeneración del Morph y la regeneración del Blossom con el Lesrak. Entonces, de alguna manera, este héroe está ya aniquilando 2 héroes fuertes en Liquid. Es como que un counter, se podría decir en este caso. No el mejor del mundo porque igual puedes guardar la distancia, a la larga el Morph puede sacar Skadi. Pero es verdad que ahora mismo el Putty es bastante fuerte y eso Aster lo reconoce. Juegan alrededor de él. Incluso de puse esa torre de Tiruno sabiendo que hay 5 desde Liquid.
No, siento que miedo es una situación un poco curiosa. Ambos están teniendo bastante respeto. Cuidado que hay ángulo para que Ori pueda intentar algo, pero no se las vuelve entre las sombras. XXS quiere plantarse, intentar la entrada, pero por ahora es un poco peligroso. Sin embargo, ahí estaba. Lo encuentra Boxy. Los Shards tampoco terminan de frenar y la tier 1 de medio ha caído, mientras que Mike bailando entre la zona de peligro y la zona de confort. Parece que Aster se va a salir con la suya. y nada más, querido Flapjack.
Me sorprende esta compra de Linkens, la verdad, en el Morphling. No, tampoco un experto, ¿no?, en jugar Morphling, pero la verdad es que pueda molestar lo que viene a ser me pone como que una prioridad bastante fuerte Matuma, ¿no? Normalmente lo que he visto en muchos Morphlings optan simplemente sacar por tanto. Porque a la larga igual puedes sacar BKB y te puedes parar a estos seres de Aster, ¿no? O intentar sacar ese timing que tanto buscas del Aghanim. Pero bueno, Matuma igual con esto del Link, supongo que es casi más seguro, ¿no? Si es que en caso lo jukean y demás, ya no lo pueden cortar Dismember. Sin el Dismember no puedes hacer el seteo del Iceberg, porque ahora el Iceberg de Yakiro es muy lento de poder castear. Así que necesitas sí o sí un sub fijo, ¿no? Con ese Dismember. Por ahora Liquid formando un smoke, la partida adelante, no quieren dejar que Aster domine cada aspecto del juego. Ahora no hemos visto a Sai brillar con este Leshrac, no han podido usar el Blossom de manera eficiente porque la muerte de la parte de arriba fue bastante aislada.
Sí, siento que Aster ahora mismo también está tomándole bastante respeto a la posición de mapa que deberían guardar para no arriesgarse, pero Monet sí que está farmeando en una zona peligrosa. Boxy que se acerca, no tiene la visión lamentablemente, pero se las obliga, no sé cómo. Ahí es el instinto asesino, o no sé,
de la gente,
mamá rezando desde casa, pero algo le avisó ahí al sniper que tenía que escaparse. Y lo hace muy rápidamente,
Sí, la verdad es que en este punto todos los carries que estamos viendo ya en esta gran final tienen como que ese sexto sentido liberado, ¿no? Es porque te lo hueles. Bueno, no hay nadie mostrándose en el mapa, algo quieren hacer. Uy, el público está muy chiri. Va, voy a vaquear mejor y ya está. Salvo a tu casa. Por ahora igual esto a Aster lo está devolviendo, Tiene que tener esta idea de, ok, entonces un smoke, no has encontrado nada, no te preocupes que yo lo voy a hacer ahora. Y es que XXS ya tiene esta BKB. No va a tener miedo de poder saltar en la cara del Leshrac, en la cara del Morphling, en la cara del Storm Spirit. Bueno, si el Storm Spirit lo llevas a tunear, ya está muerto completamente. Vamos a ver cómo puede intentar voltear esta pelea. Por ahora, Monet se muestra en la parte de arriba del mapa, ¿veis? Cuidado detrás de él, a ver si
la posición. Parece que el equipo de Aster quiere intentar algo por aquí, Terminan revelando la posición de Mike. Es un poco peligroso aún así. Boxy se mandaba, perdón, XXS se mandaba. Ya es el recuerdo de la partida pasada. Mike jugando con la vida y la muerte todavía, tratando de evitar un poco más de posiciones. Pero no lo van a terminar de agarrar y XXS no tenía el ángulo para sorprender a Mike. Y aún así, una partida muy caliente, pero que tiene sus frenos, Ahora mismo, la probabilidad de victoria, Dios mío, a favor de Aster,
Sí, la verdad es que, como había mencionado, Ori está en todo su timing. Ahora mismo, sin estas BKBs, Liquid cae de manera fácil, ¿no? Y es que todo el draft de Aster se va a hacer todo este daño mágico que puedes conseguir con el Yakiro, tanto con el tema del Sniper, con el Shrapnel, el Puye con el tema del Aghanim. Por ahora Liquid tiene que jugar esto de manera cautelosa, así que pueden conseguir un pick-off, lo sería lo mejor para ellos, pero el 5 vs 5 es bastante frágil. Recordemos puede hacer este root con el Aghanim que te va a cancelar la regeneración del Bloodstock, y si cancela la regeneración del Bloodstock no tienes frontline. El Morphling no puede hacer frontline, el Storm Spirit no puede hacer frontline. Sí, entonces es algo que Aster está aprovechando bastante bien, jugando de manera agresiva. Eso ni siquiera tiene miedo de meterse al Rush y poder hacer el play.
Como bien lo mencionábamos, la partida pasada al menos se sentía muy importante. Este juego también creo que siempre que haya sniper va a ser muy valioso tener el primer X, porque es un héroe al que le puedes avanzar muy cómodamente en los primeros minutos. Y ahora mismo pues también es igual de valioso, ¿no?
Hay ciertas dudas acerca de si los jugadores se escuchan o no. La verdad es que no se escucha absolutamente nada. Eso es algo para... Si gritan, obviamente sí, pero créeme que no se escucha absolutamente nada los jugadores. Ahora van a encontrar, sí, a la Crystal Maiden, sola.
Y van a buscar un poco más en la parte inferior, Pueden splitter de parte de Sai. Le mandaba Monet, el daño bastante elevado. Lo termina ralentizando, puede ser que le avancen a Sai. Ahí estaba también el daño. Tiene que dejarle espacio para el hook, lo termina consiguiendo en el último segundo. Ori responde, sin embargo también hay un poco más de sangre y Mike la termina cobrando en la parte superior. Boboka no encontrará mucho más camino de salida, aunque no, Mike se quedó sin maná. Es el problema del nuevo Storm, ¿no?
Sí, igual no había un seteo para poder matar ahí a Mike. Recordemos que Aster había intentado jugar esto de manera distinta, ¿no? Vemos como el Puye consigue matar a Crystal Maiden, tepea la parte de abajo, matan a también a Sai. Así que esto es muy bueno para Aster porque están controlando las tres líneas al mismo tiempo. Sin embargo, ya ahora mismo esto se transforma como en algo que tiene que respetar de todas maneras Aster. ¿Por qué? Ya tenemos ese timing de la Aghanim en Matuma, man. Vamos a ver cómo lo pueden aplicar. Por ahora la muerte de 16 puede ser bastante buena, pero la entrada del 6 por parte de Victoria.
Uy, encuentran también al pobre Turk. El Hook, sin embargo, robado de parte de Matuma, man, va a salvar el día. Parece que por ahora igual XXS se termina encargando de Insania. El equipo de Aster está llevándose mucho kill encima de support, pero no encuentran todavía ese kill ultra valioso que les dé la sensación de victoria.
Está en la parte de abajo,
Podría ser Mike,
bastante seteado con el tema de este Rena, buscando visión sobre alguien. Jairo, si se puede encontrar el Oni, puede ser bastante buena, pero no va a darlo a tiempo.
Y con el hook de parte de Matuma Man lo termina consiguiendo. Ori, sin embargo, muerde a Chuskar para que no haya snowball de salida. Ahora mismo todo recae en manos de Mike. Sí, me parece que el Monet lo termina salvando más que otra cosa, El hook eludido. Y ahora Ori no tiene mucho más que hacer. Lo va a perseguir Matuma Man, sigue avanzando, pero da mucho miedo detrás de ese outpost. Que mejor Liquid lo va a dejar ahí nada más. Mientras que, es que no sé qué decirte, la verdad. Se siente que Aster estaba ganando la pelea, pero es Matuma Man transformado en Puch. Sí. El más grande problema de Aster ahora mismo.
Es que es el tema del timing también. Esta gana es muy importante en el Morphling. Es la razón por la cual Aster excede bastante lo que hemos visto en todo este tiempo del TI. El hecho de que puedas robar stats. Estás robando status resistance del Puch porque estás copiando un área de fuerza. El tema del hook. Tienes el flash hip del Morphling. ¿Cómo puedes matar a este? Entonces es algo que Matuma Man reconoce. Bueno, todo Liquid en general. Setean lo que viene a ser esa pelea en la tier 2 de abajo. Y dicen como que, ok, este es el punto en el que tenemos que sacar la partida adelante. Si bien no consigue matar a ni un core importante, me refiero tanto del sniper como del Pudge, a menos con la muerte de XT te vas contento, ¿no? Y es que al menos equilibras ese tema de valor neto, que estaba con demasiada ventaja para Aster, ahora cae a 2k de valor neto de... encontrando como que esos pequeños baches, ¿no? Esos pequeños puntos huecos que pueden aprovechar en el tema de kills. Si es que podemos encontrar este online otra vez, matarlo primero, mejor que mejor.
Entonces una vez más el equipo de Aster para pushear aprovechando esos últimos minutos de inmortalidad, mientras que la escuadra de Liquid hace exactamente lo mismo en la parte superior. Que el swag es un también diseñado justamente para esto, ¿no? Para incluso dentro de los escenarios poder tradear estructuras. El problema tal vez de Liquid es que ahora mismo no están pusheando a la misma velocidad y si Aster quisiese podría intentar una serie de TPs a top.
Sí, pero igual esto va a ser lo mismo que hizo Aster la partida pasada. No les gusta jugar lo que viene a ser cortar el mapa, ¿no? Por eso un smog y cortar la parte superior. No, lo que dicen como que, hey, vamos a simplemente hacer que baje. Cuidado con esto, porque si Liquid te pega de 5, pueden intentar matar a alguien. Pueden esperar este minuto de Aegis y matar al sniper 2 veces. Sí, cuidado con lo que puede aquí intentar conseguir Liquid. Igual la idea de Aster es intentar que baje. Ya te pego con 3 seres por parte de Liquid. Falta todavía que el Morphling pueda tepear. Si es que se puede transformar en Ori, sería bastante bueno. Tiene ahí el put de visión para poder jugar a alguien. Si es que puede conseguir un follow-up sobre mí, que sería un bastante.
Es un precioso guard, la verdad, lo que tiene aquí el equipo de Aster. Y por ahora, tranquilidad, Liquid quiere guardiarlo. Esquiva muy bien el hook. Sin embargo, se manda para cara. Ori no termina consiguiendo la mordida. La respuesta de parte de Liquid bastante buena con la entrada del snowball. Vamos a ver qué más pueden hacer. Mike se manda para cara con la BKB. Sin embargo, se termina equivocando porque mira cómo lo muerde Ori. Y Mike termina salvando con muy poco. Mientras que XX es posicionado. El hook esta vez es bueno. Y es encima del Shrug. No hay cómo salvarlo. Lamentablemente tendrán que dejarlo caer. Se mandaba XX. No encuentra el ángulo. Y Matuma Man, el último bastión de guerra. Tal vez aquí el equipo de Liquid pega de confiado.
Igual se están yendo por el otro lado. A ver si que pueden encontrar a alguien fuera de posición. Recordemos que Monet todavía tiene 20 segundos de Aegis. Esto lo puede aprovechar bastante bien Liquid. Están cerca. No se están yendo del todo. A ver si que pueden encontrar a alguien fuera de posición. Esa double damage también el tema de la ronda lo puede aprovechar Matuma Man si quieren buscar una pelea después de la aspiración de Aegis. Pero Liquid haciendo todo lo posible para retrasar ese push. Lamentablemente es demasiado daño por parte de Sniper. Y ojo que Ori encontrar aquí a Insania.
Ori paseando como si estuviera en su casa, amigos y amigas. Mike trata de cortar la wave de Chris en la parte central, pero lo único que pueden hacer es observar cómo Aster se encarga del primer set de barracas. Una ventaja dolorosa de 5.000 tirando para 6 de network a favor del equipo chino, El siguiente Roshan podría ser el siguiente objetivo de Aster también. Pero se siente que ahora mismo, mientras puedan conectar hooks, no hay mucha preocupación, ¿no?
Y este set de racks es muy importante porque lo que va a hacer es que constantemente la línea de Aster se pushee por la parte de abajo del mapa y tú no quieres ser Liquid y estar defendiendo la parte de abajo del mapa. ¿Por qué? Te interesa jugar arriba por el siguiente Roshan, que como vemos ya el timing queda unos aproximadamente 3-4 minutos. Así que por ahora Liquid tiene este pequeño problema de cómo equilibramos el libro de las líneas, ¿no? Los soleados de Crips. Podemos hacer que Mike pusiera la parte de arriba del mapa. Sí, pero mucho cuidado porque ya está Aster cerca. Bien que lo reconoce, ven que están capturando el outpost y juegan con más cautela. Como Aster hace este smoke en la parte superior, controlando lo que viene a ser el siguiente pit Roshan. Y todo Liquid, pues, viendo libre de lo que jungla, intentan sacar algo de valor neto y esperar otro timing, ¿no? Vemos como Matuma Man ya con este Skadi puede también darle cara a este sniper. Bueno, si lo agarra con el slow de Skadi, el sniper no puede ir a ningún lado. Con el Pudge también te ayuda bastante, ¿no? Para poder cancelar esa regeneración que tiene Ori gracias al talento de Lifesteal. Que esto puede ser bueno para Liquid, pero tienen que encontrar la oportunidad, ya que Aster tiene toda la ventaja ahora mismo. Bastante bien en no tirarse.
El equipo de Liquid entonces, como bien lo mencionas, está en contra de una pequeña desventaja. pero todavía tienen esa oportunidad de sacar una buena pelea, tal vez a punta de reposicionamiento, tal vez a punta de entradas del Storm Spirit. Está siendo bastante complicado, la verdad, confiar en Mike, no tanto porque esté jugando mal, sino porque en la pequeña distancia de Network, ¿no? 12K para el Storm, 15-15 para el Push. No es el juego en el cual puedas depender 100% de Mike,
El problema también de Mike es que si no tienes BKB, te comes el Icepad que está... El Yaquero lo único que va a hacer es tirar el Icepad al piso, ¿verdad? Para que el Storm Spirit no pueda matarlo. Míralo. Está rosado aquí, Insania está teniendo una suerte ahí con el tema de esquivar. Bueno, hace rato no lo consiguió porque Sniper linkeó directamente en su cara. Pero al menos Aster haciendo lo mismo, que repitieron en la parte de abajo. Vamos a hacer que Liquid venga a su base. Vamos a intentar forzar una pelea aquí. Pero mucho cuidado con esto porque ya tenemos el Skadi y Matuma, man. Esto es un timing importante. Igual tienen que ganar el tema del Hyron si quieren forzar una pelea aquí.
Precioso guarda de parte de Insania. Se termina matando justamente el equipo para aprovecharlo. Puede matar rápidamente el Omnilight. No, parece que no. Logra sacar el Guardian. Tiene de momento la pelea. Vuela por las series todavía este Push que es totalmente intratable. Matuma, man, que no lo aguanta. El siguiente va a ser por el Gris Alberini. Va a terminar encontrándose con Sai también. Corre, que no encuentran. No, perdón, que se paga, quiere hacer el milagro. Lo termina consiguiendo, por ahora es nada más un 15 para termina consiguiendo un precioso hook. Oh, Mike no tiene camino de salida. Boxy que trata de salvar el día, pero está totalmente radiado a Assassinate. Y es un rampe.
Nada, impresionante. Mike ha tenido esa idea de, bueno, vamos a intentar encontrar a este hombre, pero es que lo explotan, se quedó sin maná en el salto. Y es que el Sniper con el tema del daño lo voló por completo. Ya con el Storm Spirit muerto, el resto de héroes, ¿qué puede hacer? No tiene BKB, te había comentado de que los timings de BKB en Liquid son muy importantes, pero es que no tienen espacio para poder farmear. Si Matuma se mete de cara sin BKB, el root del Puche lo destruye. Ahí vemos como Victoria, pues con el force tap, ¿no? Consigue saltar el Guardian Angel. Saben que Mike no tiene maná y Moneto simplemente a golpes. Es lo que había comentado, no tiene forma de poder pelear esto. Así Mike haciendo todo lo posible de poder retrasar este push de Aster. Recordemos de que ya este Roshan va a salir en 1 minuto y medio y esa puede ser la única idea que puede tirar Liquid adelante si es que quieren remontar esta partida, ya que ahora mismo estas BKB es muy difícil pelear en contra de Aster.
La desventaja increíblemente grande de Network, de estructuras, de capacidad de pelea ahora mismo a favor del equipo de Aster. La verdad es que este TI, mi querido Flapjack, Liquid ha sido el equipo de los milagros. Y si van a ganar esta partida 2-0, definitivamente van a necesitar uno. Viene la maquinaria china con un smoke y pueden terminar respondiendo, sorprendiendo. Para ahora Insania, precioso posicionamiento para cortar los smokes, aunque saben que es al costo de su vida, ¿no? Le entran de pura cara a todos y revientan al pobre.
Sí, aquí Insania haciendo todo lo posible de poder ganar ese ácido del triángulo, ¿no? Si es que no muere, al menos puede poner visión. Si muere, oye, todos están aquí, ir a farmear otra parte del mapa, ¿no? Y vemos como Sai aprovecha limpiar la parte de medio, limpia el triángulo. El Morphling también puede ganar farm en la parte de abajo del mapa y esperar un timing, ¿no? En el que tú puedes intentar pelear un ítem. Necesitas estas BKBs. Si BKBs te estás muriendo constantemente, no puedes curarte a través de este Aganim del Putje. Entonces, se vuelven peleas muy complicadas. Mike también teniendo esa fortaleza del Storm Spirit de poder agarrar a este Omnight, pero no es suficiente. Se queda sin maná. Como lo dijiste hace un momento, no es el Storm Spirit de hace 5 parches, ¿no? Que podía hacer lo que le daba la gana con esos null talismán. No, ahora tienes que tener... Por ahora, se rozan, 5 segundos. Matuma haciendo todo lo posible para ver si se puede jalar marca en la parte de abajo del mapa. ¿Ya va a querer defender esto o simplemente hacer el raid?
Por ahora Matuma parece que tiene que encontrarse con una fortificación y eso lo pone, lamentablemente para él, más complicado, ¿no? Y ahora mismo los timings de pushing le pertenecen totalmente a la escuadra de Aster. No me gusta como Liquid al menos lo está intentando, ¿eh? Aparece el Roshan. El segundo viene con Sharp y viene para el equipo de Aster. No creo que les vaya el tiempo de jugar nada extraño. Y Storm Spirit es el héroe que recordamos por su capacidad de robar Rush, pero está demasiado lejos y además es demasiado game losing si es que se muere aquí.
Vamos a ver cómo Aster puede intentar subir ese Hyron. Tienen el double damage, la verdad es que lo tienen bastante fácil, ¿no? Ya que con la Frontline de Ori es bastante fuerte esto. A Aegis, entonces, ¿cómo puedes intentar volar a Monet 2 veces? Lo más probable es que se guarde esta BKB para su segunda vida y a partir de ahí poder voltear la pelea. Ha habido también esos buybacks en Mike, como vimos hace un momento, y eso es lo que le puede pesar bastante a Liquid si es que de nuevo vuelven a encontrar a Mike en la backline sin maná, ¿no? Y se muere como vimos en el anterior. Por ahora Aster prueba primero las líneas, ¿no? Porque saben que Matuma ha puseado toda esa parte de abajo del mapa, quieren equilibrar el mapa de alguna manera y esperar un ítem. Puedes esperar el Shivas, puedes esperar un Dédalo y a partir de ahí ya dices, ok, soy fuerte, vamos a subir a la base.
Sí, viene entonces una vez más el equipo de Liquid con la intención de pushear. Matuma Man no está abandonando, pero para nada, la posición de bottom lane. Esto es algo que Aster hace rato, que ha podido tratar de lidiar con, ¿no? Pero la realidad es que han tomado buenos objetivos alrededor del mapa, más allá del Roshan. Es el hecho de que dos líneas están pushadas de su lado. Entonces creo que por eso están permitiendo que Matumba se salga con las suyas por ahora, ¿no? Hay Boots of Travel de todas formas, creo que en algún punto pueden terminar aprovechándolo. Déjame verlo, push, no. Entonces, bueno, por eso también Matumba está aprovechando el bug, ¿no?
Sí, la verdad es que Boots of Travel en este punto del juego es bastante importante porque te permite controlar el mapa de manera eficiente. O que sabes que un héroe puede estar seteándote algo, ya sea por ejemplo Boxy, la Crystal Maiden o incluso esta Marcy, puedes intentar tepear, puedes intentar matar a alguien fuera de posición y a partir de ahí, te sube Hiram. O si eres Liquid puedes ganar otra vez el tema del mapa, ¿no? Por ahora igual Aster jugando esto con bastante cuidado, a ver si es que el Pudge puede encontrar a alguien con el tema del hook, casi consigue jalar aquí al Morphling, pero lo único que se importa es que Monet pueda golpear el sniper, ¿no? Con el sniper.
Vienen entonces los chicos de Aster para volver a pushear, amigos y amigas, y a ver si este podría ser entonces la pelea en la que el equipo de Liquid finalmente termine encontrando al menos una luz al final del túnel, ¿no?
Vaya, haciendo un buen trabajo a la hora de poder defender el Hiron, ¿no? Vemos ese Shard haciendo el uso efectivo, la verdad, con el Split Air, pudiendo cancelar todo tipo de... Bueno, más que nada matar la oleada de creep, ¿no? Para poder ayudarse con el tema del backdoor. La verdad es que igual, poco a poco, Monet está haciendo bastante estragos. Igual van a aprovechar el momento en el que Monet puede estar fuera de posición y poder conseguir el kill. Por ahí vemos que Matuma está transformado, pero casi, buen casi los supports de Liquid para poder mitigar esa idea del juego. Porque la verdad es que si la agarran fuera de posición, sí podrían forzar algo bueno Matuma Man. No tiene BKB aún.
Muy bien ahí, Matuma termina consiguiendo transformarse en el sniper. Con esto la defensa de High Ground es otra cosa, ¿no?
Puede conseguir Aster con esto. Por ahora, igual recordemos de que Liquid por retrasar ese timing, ¿ok? Una vez expire la IS, podemos buscar una pelea de vuelta. Lamentablemente 15k de valor neto es algo horrible. Y es que uno de los principales problemas ahora mismo, si es que te quieres enfrentar a este draft de Aster, es el Omni Knight. Pero es que el Omni Knight tiene Eon Disc. ¿Cómo puedes gastar todo el maná en Mike para poder matar a este Omni Knight si sabes que no se va a morir con... Pero es bastante complicado el juego a partir de eso. Vemos como incluso Ori tiene este Shivas. El Shivas también cancela de manera porcentual la regeneración de vida. Eso, junto al Root, Matuma Man sin BKB no puede pelear, no puede morferse a fuerza. Así que mucho cuidado con esto. Aquí pueden conseguir el kill. Ori. Recordemos de que tiene Linkens, así que no puede blinkear y tirar Dismember. Pero sí podemos conseguir aquí un salto de la Marcy o el Ice Path.
Pero si se coordinan bien pueden limpiar la Linkens con el Assassinate,
Sí, pero lo ves venir el Assassinate.
Salto. ¿No? ¿Quiere ward? Ori se mataba. El hook termina fallando por el momento.
Matuma Man se transforma en el Pudge, ¿Podemos ir aquí?
Sí, pero casi conectan el hook encima de Boxy, así que no se nos vayan a confiar los chicos de Liquid. Mantienen un poco más la posición del hook, bastante cerca. Conectando mientras que Sniper aprovecha que está, la verdad, libre para llevarse la tier 3,
Ojo, igual Matuma Man quiere conseguir el hook aquí. Ahora sí puede sacar por posición, pero Ori no consigue nada. Y al final Boxy entra de cara, puede conseguir aquí. Pero no tiene a Aegis.
Sí, ahora sí lo van a intentar poner a punto de caer. Deberían matar lo más pronto posible para ayudarle a Aegis. Estaba ahí para salvar el día. Mike, cuidado con la propia BKB. Mientras tanto el hook termina conectando bastante bien. Ori haciendo maravillas. Y ahí estaba la respuesta. Matuma trata de salvar el día, pero no puede pelear. Y no puede pelear, como bien le decía Flashjack. Se compra la esperanza de defender este juego, mis queridos amigos. Pero Aster está totalmente en control de la partida. 36 segundos de inmortalidad. A ver el milagro. A ver el milagro. A ver el milagro. No va a poder por el momento, pero va a parecer que muere al menos el push. Se mandaba ahí, estaba Kenken, el control encima de Matuma. Tiene que ser perfecto, tiene que tratar de sacarlo de pelea. Se compra todo lo que puede, esos 10 segundos. Y el Storm Spirit Matuma trata de escapar, lo termina consiguiendo. Uy, Monet, fuera por los aires. Consigue que intentarlo, lo terminan encontrando. Matuma trata de aguantar, sobrevive unos cuantos segundos más. Matuma tiene que mantener la distancia.
Puede conseguir un juego aquí, todavía le estamos pegando en el Pudge. Vamos a ver si es que Matuma puede sacar esta partida adelante porque nadie tiene buyback. Es Matuma Man Insania contra todo el equipo de Aster.
Lo intentaron los chicos de Liquid, pero la realidad, Sai va a reír. No hay fortificación.
Sai tiene la BKB que no usó en la pelea pasada, por eso es que lo mataron instantáneamente. Vamos a ver si con eso puede ser suficiente. Están desbloqueados, quieren encontrar el pick up sobre el Monet, pero no lo van a alcanzar.
Matuma Man trata de hacer el milagro, lo terminan mordiendo. No podrá volverse a comprar. Y creo que esto es todo, lo sabe el equipo de Liquid, lo sabe todo el estadio, lo sabe la arena. Amigos y amigas, la defensa no ha sido lo que esperaba Liquid. Y el estadio explota a favor de Aster.
this from Liquid, but for the most part, Aster just crushed them. I love their draft. I think the Omni Knight last pick was brilliant. They get their pudge on Ori mid against the Storm of Mickey. He gets a solo kill. That's about as good as it could have gone for Aster, so we'll see. Liquid have had their backs against the wall many times already.
Yep.
They're definitely not scared of a game 3.
That is very, very true. This is going to be a hype game 3 for sure. Let's go to the panel and see what they have to say about this pudge performance from Ori.
Thank you very much, Suns fan and Sinner. And indeed, a game 3. We wanted a game 3. We're getting a game 3. Very excited for it. But first, let's talk about how we got there, because this game definitely was a little bit of a change up from Aster in terms of game 1 versus game 2, because it was incredibly dominating here, Lacoste, for them. They were so difficult to kill.
It was. I really didn't feel the influence of this Storm Spirit pick. I think Aster put them into a trap where both supports, we're talking about Omni Knight, if he gets the Heavenly Grace off and Jakiro, a hero that has a lot of strength gain, they're very difficult to pick off, and they always had a really good read where Team Liquid is going to strike. So Storm did try a couple of times at the early stages of the game to try to go in and get some pick-offs going, but it was not successful. And I want to talk about timings as well. Being able to get Aghanim Scepter on Pudge at the same timing as Leshra gets the Bloodstone, and then taking a fight, reducing Morphling's healing and also healing from the Bloodstone. All I'm going to say, if Pudge is played by Ori, you got nothing to worry.
Now, honestly, what...
Or you don't need it.
Okay. Sorry. Don't be sorry. No, I honestly think that was just an incredible performance by Ori. I mean, if your Pudge is solo killing the enemy Storm Spirit in the mid lane, that's more than you could ever ask for, right? His items came at right the amount of time. Siamese Cat on the Omni Knight knew just when to play with the Pudge and when to stop playing with his sniper, and it just felt like all of the pieces of Aster's draft aligned with each other so nicely. And I just love the fact that they took the Marcy away from Boxy, right? They had previously beaten the Marcy twice in their upper bracket series versus Liquid, but they just lost to it. Instead of being shaken or maybe questioning their openers, they take the Marcy for themselves, which they then pivot into an offline Marcy with the last pick Omni Knight, which I think nobody was prepared for here. So I'm just really impressed by how Aster handled that game 2. And these game 2s at TI always turn into Pudge territory, sniper territory,
Sniper Pudge,
SF territory. Yeah, you don't want to get eliminated without potentially just trying your best and going for your cheese picks. So honestly, 10 out of 10 draft there.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I love the Omni. Like we've talked about, and Liquid even said it in the interview that Aster, they play together. You've said a bunch of times they play for team fights. What's a better hero to play this positioning death ball meta than Pudge, Sniper, Omni? So you have the repositioning on your side. You want 4 heroes that are all protecting the Sniper. You have the Omni who can save people if the enemy team tries to jump in, isolate one hero. It's if you are good at the team play element of Dota, this is one of the best drafts that I've ever seen for that. And I would expect a potential Omni ban in the later phases of the draft in Game 3.
I wouldn't be surprised with that dominating performance, indeed. We actually have an Omni Knight specialist as part of our talent crew. We're heading over to him right now. It is Sir Actionslack. Omni Knight specialist as part of our talent crew. We're heading over to him right now. It is Sir Actionslack. You bet your booty I'm an Omni Knight specialist. We have 90 seconds to give away 2 Storm Spirit pillows after that Storm Spirit. I want to hear the best Storm Spirit impressions. If you can do a Storm Spirit impression, raise your hand. Can you do one?
Zip.
All right. Can anyone do a Storm Spirit? Right.
Haha, I'm here.
Audience? Oh. Storm Spirit impression, sir. Zip. Jeez, what is wrong with you guys? All right, come on, somebody. Okay, hurry.
Storm Spirit.
That was pretty good. Take your pillow. Thank you very much. Anyone else? We got a few more seconds here, my boy. Excuse me, sir. This will be a tight fit. Excuse me. There we go. Perfect. Sir, please be good.
Storm Spirit.
All right, that's good enough for me. Can you beat him? Oh, no.
I don't know.
Okay, great. There you go. Thank you very much. All right, back to the panel. Woo!
I'm not going to remember.
Well, okay. Thank you, Slacks, for that. Yeah, I didn't have high standards set for the Storm Spirit sounds, but it worked out, and people got free stuff, so we're all happy for them. Who we're also happy for is Matumaman, because he made it very deep in a tournament that he, from the get-go, had already said, Effie, it's his last ever.
It's very sad, but I mean, for a last run, he's performing spectacularly. We saw it in that earlier video where he talked about how he felt like he messed up that first game versus Thunder. He went into the bathroom, he washed his face, and he said, you've done this before, you've done this so many times, and he delivered for his team. And we've talked time and time again about how Boxy showed up, how Mike has showed up, but Matu has shown up in spades. I think he's playing some of the best Dota in his life right now, and his teammates are just so inspired to get this win for him before his last run.
And with that in mind, we actually do also have his teammates talking about Matu's retirement.
To put it frankly, it sucks. Because I think, like, right now I feel like I just want to keep playing with him.
He's a really good dude. He's very stoic, he's very Finnish, but he's also very good at Dota.
I mean, the reason why I'm retiring is I was already contemplating after last year's TI. Like, after losing this, I felt like sometimes it hits harder, sometimes it hits a little bit less. I mean, in the moment, you always go with emotions that why you could have done better. Your mind just keeps like barraging you with these feelings and like what you should have done. Did you throw the game for your team? And it's truly miserable feeling. Feel like this was your worth, kinda like what you put into this year. This moment was the worth, and you weren't good enough. This year, obviously, I mean, I was crying after that lower bracket final against Team Spirit. I mean, it's heartbreaking to lose that way.
Will he get another rampage at TI-10? Absolutely, Yatoro! And they're going to call GG. The underdog story is still alive. Team Spirit move on to the grand final.
This just doesn't satisfy me equally anymore. Like, I just feel tired. I'm doing it out of sense of it's my job and duty to become better, or like stay at least like as good as I was before, or like maintaining the form. I feel like whatever you choose to devote all your life for, you better do it like fully hearted. Like, there's no way I'm gonna half-ass this thing. Like, it's gonna eat me alive. That's how I feel.
I think this year, especially on the team that we're on now, he's kind of embraced more of a leadership type of thing. So he's kind of got that. Yeah, he's our stoic, bearded Finnish leader.
For me, I think this TI maybe not that sad, because I get to relax after the race and enjoy my retirement days. So for me, it's really a win-win, you know.
It sucks. There's no real other way to put it.
The Dota scene, I think, is gonna miss him once he's gone.
I don't think it's like a very reluctant leave, but hopefully he'll do what Trax did and come back in a few years, and we'll be waiting with open arms.
They're with you. Wow.
He's not dead.
Sure about that, guys.
I just saw him.
Don't worry, he's very much alive. And he has had a fantastic career. Still having it, by the way. He's not out just yet. There's, of course, one more game, and he could potentially go all the way with that as well. But we wanted to make sure that we highlighted, because this is a TI winner, one of the two still remaining in the tournament. And Lacoste, it is definitely a guy to be celebrated.
Oh, most definitely. I like how the rest of the team also does celebrate Matu in a way, you know, even after a couple of years, if he wants to come
Open
back,
arms,
they're going to
baby.
be waiting
Yes.
for him. Definitely a good dude, you know, gives you that energy. And I like the way he talked about, you know, giving his 100%. You can feel it in the way that he plays, also taking the leadership role a little bit. But he gave everything. This is what you need to do when you're playing professional Dota, like at this level. And I think we can, you know, see Matu in the next 3 months sitting at the boat, just enjoying himself.
Oh, you know he will.
That makes sense, considering he was part of the 4 anchors plus the C captain.
I believe he was the C captain.
And if he wasn't if he was an anchor, he has definitely qualified as officially a C captain.
He's definitely not an anchor of this.
Not an anchor. C captain in the eyes of millions of people out there in the world.
For sure. We all know retirement in Dota 2
doesn't mean
is hard. Apparently people can't.
It's too good.
The game just keeps pulling you back in.
I think that if you're competing at this level, you have this strong drive to just always be good. to be the best to play for that glory and not necessarily for financial reasons. And this sense of competition inside of these players is so strong that it's hard for them to stay away. But he did mention in the video that at this point he's just tired. It feels like a chore to him right now, and when you reach that level of burnout, you do owe it to yourself to just see what your next step in life is. So I fully support him in all of his endeavors, and I mean, he's just one of the greatest players to touch Dota. His results have been excellent. He's been on some of the most emotional stories, from winning TI with a team to getting kicked, to then getting third place, to now going through the last chance qualifiers when people counted them out. I mean, this guy is just really part of so many awesome stories.
Yeah, he also was in the live studio that got the 1 HP Pango. I think that moment will be immortalized in Dota 2 history for sure. Just like I think all TI winners are immortalized, and all these guys want to be TI winners. Yes, Matu and Poppy already still in and are already immortalized, but they want to do it again. And all these guys going back to their booths, they just want to make sure to win just one game of Dota 2 to make it to the final day, because that is all that is standing between them and a lower bracket finals. One game, Jenkins.
That's absolutely right, Shiver. He is from Finland, but of course Matamamet does not want to be finished after this game. He wants to continue playing.
Yes.
High five, Lakoska.
Yeah, very good.
That's a good one, Jackie.
How long were you sitting on that?
At least 5 minutes.
Well, thank you for getting that out just in time. Now, we've talked a lot about the teams, and earlier on we heard Team Liquid talk about Aster, and now we're going to hear Aster talk about Team Liquid.
Team Liquid 其实在这么些年一直很强的队伍。
我觉得他们因为一直在进步吧，因为他们首先从突围上打上来的，然后一直在就跟进自己的打法，然后再努力的改进自己的错误。
我觉得他们的那个教练挺能领神的，因为我昨天在网上看见了他们的那个语音聊天，他们在赛前，然后他们会一起团结鼓励一下，就是说一些大家能团结的话，这样。
我觉得他们主要是马图巴曼为这个队一直在改，就是他能适应各种的打法，就是马图巴曼就是为这个队付出很多。
虽然之前我们2-0了他们，但是他们能重新杀回来，但是然后也是不容小觑的吧，所以我们依然还是会很重视他们。
And they have been taking them very seriously, which is why we're here in this third and final game of this elimination series. Who will take that spot tomorrow? We'll have to wait to find out. But I want to hear from my panel what's going to be the key element in this third game according to them, Lacoste.
According to them, I mean, Team Liquid, they did go like full 5 heroes, blue heroes, last pick, water, literally, and it didn't work out for them. And also one thing to know is if we want to like check the pattern that has been happening during the main event is all Western European teams are eliminated by other Western European teams. So, you know, Team Liquid does have an upper hand here. And then we have 3 European teams left in top 3 that can eliminate each other.
But to that, I would counter being the sole Chinese team left in the top 4, and after having eliminated PSG LGD, who are the fan favorites in China, Aster are really feeling that pressure of needing to perform here, because not only do you want to win for yourselves, now you feel like you're going to win for an entire region. You're carrying the hopes. So they definitely are equally as motivated in Liquid. But I just love seeing how much these two teams respect each other. I mean, the way that they talk about each other, the way that they just value each player individually and have obviously put in a lot of time preparing for each other is going to make for a great series of Dota. I mean, I think this last game is going to be a banger.
It's good for Aster that they didn't... feeling the weight of an entire region, especially such a proud region, could be crushing, especially after game 1. So this is a scary team considering they feel that weight, and instead of it crushing them, it empowers them. And maybe that's our boy Lanham that's partly to blame for that success.
For Aster, I feel like personally they perform the best when XXS is on an initiator type of hero. We saw in that game 1 he was playing the Underlord, who obviously provided a lot for the draft and the team in terms of map movements. But when it comes to the way that they've traditionally taken these team fights on the back of his Mars, on the back of his other awesome initiations, if they lack that, it does feel like overall they are playing a little bit worse. So what I want to see for this game 3 coming out of Aster is just putting XXS on that initiation hero and just depending on him too in these team fights.
Yeah, I think we need to talk about Marcy in that case, because we have seen Marcy win both games and in very successful fashion. Obviously, Boxy was the star of the show for game 1. XXS on the offlane Marcy Lacoste are doing the same thing.
Yeah, the hero, I mean, this is the reason why this hero is the most popular hero of this international, just being able to close the gap. Strong laner, scales really well into the mid-late game. We saw Boxy in game 1 that he can also scale from position 4. Like, people did figure out Marcy going for BKB instead of the previous builds that we had, like Blink, Etherlands, type of a build. And you did say Marcy win both games, but also Lashrak lost both games. And that's a big question mark for me for the game 3. Whether teams are going to prioritize this hero in the first phase, I feel like it's gonna be a no.
I think there's still merit to this hero. They just have to kind of set up for it a little better, right? Because, for example, if that Pudge from game 2 had been a Lashrak potentially playing with an Omni Knight, it could have looked better for him. But I do agree with Lacoste that it does seem solved at this point. But for Liquid, what I do want to see is Boxy on another roaming 4 just demolishing the game. Like, he has been the bread and butter early game winner for Liquid. He's the one who goes from lane to lane. He just has so much impact early on. So absolutely do not put this man on some backline support. Do not do it. Just give him what he's best at.
Yeah, it's something that I was a little bit worried about seeing Baboka on a Jakiro, Jenkins, but he crushed that one too.
Yeah, he did very well in that game. I mean, especially after the game 1 performance. It's like, no, like, give him a playmaker. Like, this guy's clearly on fire right now. But in game 2, I guess he was actually literally on fire, given the Jakiro.
Only one half.
Yeah, only one. Yeah, 50-50. But no, he played really well. I mean, the thing is with Jakiro is, like, for good Jakiros, it kind of is an initiation to a degree, because, like, if you're coming out of a smoke, for example, you can hit with, like, a clutch ice path. Like, at least there still is, like, clutch potential with Jakiro because of the ice path ability.
Other abilities are not as flashy. Like, you can't really do much, but he did some work. Yeah. He really put in some really good work.
It's time to find out what's going to happen. Game 3, Aster Liquid. Let's go.
Team Liquid versus Team Aster. Game 3.
Game number 3. Loser goes home, winner stays alive. A lot of storylines, of course. Last Chinese team, Matu. Talked a lot about him. Everybody's rooting him on, of course. But last game, what kind of adjustments do you guys expect to see?
Marcy, bro. Marcy's bad.
Neither team will get Marcy.
Yeah, get that hero out. Won both games when it got picked, and also once again, Liquid second pick, Aster first pick. I think it makes total sense.
I think these teams almost always first faced Primal Beast when it was in the pool.
That's
and
also
it was ignored last game.
Yeah, it's interesting that the Primal Beast got ignored last time, and Aster goes for maybe snatching from Liquid. Yeah, so if you're new to Dota and you haven't watched so much, generally in best of threes, a hero that loses the first 2 games is then first pick in the 3rd game. That's very normal. Happens all the time, because there's nothing better than seeing a hero that got crushed twice, winning the 3rd game to show that you're the best.
It's not her fault.
Give me Nick Slash right now.
Nick Slash?
Let's go.
I wonder also, I mean, what's in the heads of Liquid right now probably is a Sniper 8. Aster seems so confident with that hero, they just literally picked him at 8 last time. And Liquid right now is probably, like, not in the easiest spot about this. You're probably already making up your minds for it. But Nyx Slash might be decent no matter what. Nyx is pretty good against a Sniper. You can carapace a Shrapnel if it would come out.
So just to clarify, when you say Sniper 8, you mean the 8th overall choice of the draft. That means both teams have done 2 bans.
Yeah.
That means it's the 4th pick.
Yeah, sorry. This is like
pro player lingo.
Yeah, it's pro player lingo. So
sorry, yeah.
it's a good way of referring to, like, once you're in the lingo, of referring to the order in which heroes are picked. But if you're not familiar with the lingo, you're like, Sniper 8? I thought the highest roll was 5. But
okay, so they do the Tusk Lina over the Lashrak.
So they're preparing for Lash.
Preparing for Lash, yeah. It's good against the Lash if they would pick it. I think Aster could go for the Sniper once again, though, if they wanted it. I mean, they picked the Sniper against the Lina in the first series, the first game, sorry.
Yep.
so they could just opt for it again.
5 seconds.
It's also Nixon pool, Lesher pool.
Is Lina good against Primal Beast net? That's the question.
I think it's definitely like decent for sure. Like you should do pretty good.
Has Ori played Primal much this tournament?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
He has?
Yes.
Okay. Because I don't recall, none of the games we had with Aster he has been playing Primal, but...
Okay. And the sniper is a ban out. They're like, okay, take the beast, ban the sniper.
So how likely is this Primal mid?
No, they play it offlane, but...
I think pretty likely. It's still a flex in the end, but like Linas usually do fine, but it's a bit like two-sided because like the probabilities can also get on top of the Lina. So with like one rotation, for example, the Lina always has to be scared of like potentially dying. So Ori is probably fine with playing it, and it's in the end like they picked it into the Lina. Also, Oracle Lifestealer ban. I don't quite get the Oracle ban, what that is for. Did they ban it last game? I don't recall. It's a bit of a special ban. Lifestealer makes sense. Matu loves the hero, good against Primal Beast. Liquid sticking to the Mars ban as always. They didn't let Aster get that pick the last 2 times. Probably leading into Pango ban as well.
I guess something to say about the Oracle ban is, first of all, it's one of Insania's absolute best heroes. Even when the hero isn't popular in the meta, he will still pick it. It blocks a ton of Primal Beast's damage, right?
True, I guess.
It blocks the entire trample, it blocks the pulverize, it gives you a hard save against the Primal. I guess it's one of the few things in the game that can even stop a pulverize, right?
That's true. Yeah, I guess the Fate's Edict is really good.
And you also protect yourself from a potential like Huskar Oracle second phase where they pick the Oracle first and now you kind of have to, you know, cover that base and then they don't even need to go there. So I do think there's value in it, but it is definitely not a common choice here that Aster are going with. Did they? I feel like they banned it last game.
Yeah, I'm not sure as well. They might have banned it. In the end, it's one of Insania's best heroes, or maybe his best hero after all. Also, we see the Pudge being banned out. This time Aster bans it, even though they did really well with that hero last game. But already they got the Primal Beast, which they might put on mid, so it's a bit weird to pick the Pudge with that.
Is this telling you that they want Lesh? That they banned the Pudge? Is that setting up for that?
Maybe they just think that Liquid also loves it. Like, they run a lot of this Lina Pudge combo, where like the Pudge is like a semi-core and the Lina out of mid carries the game eventually, and playing the Mountain Pudge. Interesting to note here that this is the first game where Pango is available in the second stage.
Yep.
As in, like, Liquid did not ban it, they banned the Omni instead, which looked pretty damn good too. So the Pango is definitely in both teams' minds right now. Liquid might pick it up right now as both Mickey and Zai play it.
Team Aster's turn to pick.
4.9.
Okay.
A hero that was first picked many games early on in the tournament.
And disappeared completely almost in the last few days.
Well, now Pango is pretty good.
Yeah, so how much importance would you put on Aster having a way of breaking Tombstone? Is that something they specifically need to pick for in this game, or can you kind of play around it? Primal Beast is obviously very mobile.
First of all, they need a hero that can even lane against Undying.
Yeah.
That's highest priority, I would say.
Yeah, Undying like has like these 2 annoying aspects, right? It's very dominant laning stage, but also later the Tombstone. So you can kind of think about the hero in 2 ways. I mean, in terms of hitting Tombstone, the Lina is already on Liquid, which is a normal answer to hitting Tombstone. The Sniper is also banned, so they could also just go for the approach that if the Tombstone is put on, they just run away from it, basically.
Something that Liquid have banned in the series as well was the Naga Siren, which teams have used in the past. You just Song of the Siren, you break the tomb. Is that... I guess Naga doesn't look appealing enough here that you can pick it with these 2 picks before Liquid get a counter pick into the second ban phase.
It's interesting. It also depends who on Aster will play the Naga in the end. Some people play it on +3 and 1 as well. Oh, they go. All right. Nice call. Does XXS play the Naga?
Is it +4 Naga maybe?
I guess it's flex for now, right?
Yeah, +4 Naga is very possible.
Attack speed aura for the tomb as well. Probably not the primary reason they're getting it, but what's the Beastmaster logic in this spot?
10 seconds remaining. Team Liquid's turn to ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Team Aster's turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Team Liquid's turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Team Aster's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Team Liquid's turn to pick. Drow Ranger. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Choose your hero.
每一把都当最后一把，然后就也不要怕输。
我正补，我反补，我正补，我又反补啦！
Muchísimas gracias, querido panel, por el pase. Y aquí estamos listos, preparados y emocionados
Y todo el público lo sabe, como dices, partida de eliminación, esto es bastante grande para ambos equipos. Y es que tenemos un Liquid, como habíamos mencionado en la primera partida, tiene la chance de poder coronarse como...
Three underway, and I believe the first 10-minute discussion here by both of us will be about Matu Night.
Aster had no clue this was coming either. So, you know, that's sometimes surprise picks like this show up amazingly and sometimes they fall flat. Either way, it's a really creative response here for Liquid, and it's a pretty polarizing carry, I'll say that much. Night Stalker has his games, but he also has games where he falls completely flat.
You are the expert on this hero, too.
I used to play it mid. It was a different time. You don't go that build anymore. Well, to be fair, nobody went that build.
What was the build?
I went Earn Ewells.
Oh my god.
It was different. Yeah, it sounds horrible now, doesn't it?
Just awful.
It worked back then.
Your career makes so much sense now.
Yeah.
We are into
Everyone
the game,
was awful.
Siamese Cat getting pushed out here by Zai, playing the Pangolier. Yeah, talk to me about the Drow Ranger, because you guys all predicted it. Why is it so good this game?
So first of all, you have the Beastmaster Aura, which is nice for ranged right-click carries. Secondly, Liquid don't have the best backline jump, right? And it's also just a favorite of Aster's in this tournament. You saw them play Sniper 2 games in a row. They like playing Monet on this heavy long-range artillery, so it just fits the bill. The only catch that Liquid had until they picked the Night Stalker that could maybe get on top of her is a Tusk or a Pango, which both kind of get countered by Force Staff. So you naturally want to buy Pike on this hero anyway, so it feels good. And that's why we have so much focus on this NS, because I think he has a very clear job in this game that he needs to perform. And if he does get to do that, it could look amazing. So mid lane, something we talked about as well, how well does Lina do against Primal? So far, so good for Mickey. He's been playing a great Lina this tournament in general. He won with it in game 1.
Well, what's the reason that Primal, I wouldn't say he's fallen off necessarily, but he was completely ignored in the first 2 games, I believe. This is a hero that was picked or banned in basically every game in the group stage and a lot of the main stage.
Yeah, I don't know why they didn't consider it good enough. It's hard to remember all the drafts by heart because there might have been some counters in play or other heroes picked that, you know, just bumped his priority down a little bit, but it was pretty.
decent armor. She's playing with 7 armor in the lane with the Wraith Band. And Crystal Maiden is really good against this lane, I have to say. Like, the slow against Tusk is amazing for countering out tag team. You have Frostbite as a disarm as well. Like, there's not enough in the tank there for Liquid. And it's kind of understandable that I wouldn't say they're desperate, but they're really eager to try to find a kill in this lane because that's what's going to give them comfort. But that was just not the time. Maybe a level 3 timing would have been a lot stronger for them, with 2 in tag team perhaps, or 2 in the either Crash or Swashbuckle. See, Zai will choose the Crash here. Instant Frostbite. He's going to take quite a beating, actually, for getting that creep.
Gets the Swash off, but he's going to lose a lot of creeps to denies, it looks like. Can't really get too close. You can hear Primal Beast just belching in the background. I don't know what the hell that was.
Yeah, you love that.
Up top lane, got the multi-shot coming out. Siamese Cat's in a lot of trouble, though. He's going to get taken out finally here from the Liquid side. As Zai will barely get away. Monet just continuing to get these, he's 16-5 right now versus the Night Stalker, which is Matu, of course, 23-3 in the opposite lane. So in terms of the position 1 CS, it's Liquid favored right now. But obviously kill-wise, not so much.
Yeah, Matu's finding some great farm for sure. He has 3 mangoes that he can use during nighttime, which is coming up. That could lead to a chase. Oh, speaking of chase,
from Boxy, Monet, he's going to get the multi-shot off, and they're just going to turn this around onto Zai. Nice kill for Aster. An attempted TP out from Boxy should be fine.
Yeah, that's still, even if you survive there on Tusk, this still feels bad, right? Because you're abandoning a lane with creeps in, that all this experience just effectively going to waste now. Monet has been going to be close to level 5 when Zai returns on level 3. This top lane is just, it's toast for Liquid. This lane is not good, but the other 2 are going great. So both the Lina as well as the Night Stalker are having a good time. And as we talked about, nighttime now for Matu could lead to some aggression in the bottom lane.
Yep.
Unfortunately for him, Undying, not the best kill partner during nighttime. He kind of has to do most of the work himself. Doesn't have like a slow or a stun to bring to the table. But at the very least, Matu will be finding excellent farm down here. XXS isn't doing too bad though.
Yeah, but mid lane you mentioned, Mickey is owning. 38-12 versus Ori's 23-1. So Mickey with the huge advantage at bottom lane. Insania getting gone on for the time being, but basically out of mana at this point. But 3 mangoes there for Moss if he wants to feed his support a bit.
Yeah, it is actually kind of tricky for the NS when you look at it. There's both the Orb of Venom on the Naga and the Boars. When the Boars hit level 3 here in a second, this slow is going to be pretty substantial. Struggle to play as aggressively as you would like. Loving this from Mickey though, in the mid lane, getting half the tower, playing very aggressively with his siege creep wave. Could even choose to glyph it here and just squeeze as much out of this as possible, but we'll choose not to.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
We do have the Crystal Maiden setting up. So Ori hitting level 6 from this wave. Pichu is in the neighborhood in case an opportunity opens up, but looks like not the case, so we'll just back off, cover at that angle.
This'll come in handy.
And in the meantime, Money is just having the time of his life top, just running at Zai. Look at that damage with the multi-shot. Zai now down to 200 health. This, I think, I dare say, might be Zai's lowest net worth this tournament, minute 7.
Yeah, Pango versus these long-range heroes. Any hero that can orb walk is a pain for this hero.
1,600 net worth on Pango to the 2,800 of Beast, so 1,000 net worth difference between the offlaners. And Zai is just not being given any space. He buys a Ring of Health to try to sustain, but he's almost going to get killed off by the Crystal Maiden here.
Yeah.
Has to back off once again, and it's tricky now for Boxy as well, right? Because where do you go as Tusk? It's hard to gank mid against the Primal. If he has any vision, he can get away with this onslaught.
Bottom lane, we're going to see the Tombstone come out with the Void, but XXS can just TP away, knowing that the Void is on cooldown.
The Tombstone used as well, pretty long cooldown.
Yeah, but still, Matu farming extremely well, and kind of items that we're expecting here from early on. He has the phase boots, going for the armlet. He had the Helm of the Iron Will very early, so he can turn that into the armlet soon. Pulverize onto Insania, trample to follow. Soul Rip's not going to be nearly enough to heal him out of that. And top lane, again, the aggression coming out from Monet. The multi-shot has been owning. Boxy gets off the health salve. It's going to get canceled, but can he get out of this? He pops another one, it looks like. He's still going to live. And Zai is there.
Yeah.
Exists.
That's Pango this game so far.
I mean, is there any consideration? I mean, I know it's elimination game, but to give Boxy some pharma, have like kind of a transition into core.
I think that ship has almost sailed. It's 8 minutes in and he has no net worth. So his recovery curve is way too hard, right? He has the lowest net worth in the game.
Oh, nice LSA. Pulverize came in, or Ori still has the Pulverize available. Looks like this is going to be a kill, but the Laguna Blade comes out onto Ori. That is enough to turn this around as Liquid TP in spades. Double kill from Matu. LSA connects onto the high ground. Ice shards are there as well, and 3 kills in the name of Liquid.
Great punish. Also,
the entire game, it feels like.
Yep.
But Liquid, like you said, in the other 2 lanes, pretty damn good. They get the tier 1 mid as well, and still with another minute to go on the nighttime for Matsu.
Matsu did get involved with the ult, so once nighttime ends, he will not have that to work with. But with this natural night still happening, he might go for the dive here onto
they're
Monet.
going for it. Monet was slowed initially by 1 zombie, gets a nice multi-shot off. He's going to be stuck by the ice shards now. Swashbuckle from Zai to try to get some form of revenge. And Monet falls as Liquid finding tons of kills on the map now.
It's going to loosen their bot tower. XXS with the Helm of the Dominator will push this tower minute 9, but if Liquid can get this trade top, I think they're pretty happy with this. Like, given how terrible Zai's lane is, he's found his level 6. They bring this down as well, starting to stabilize a little bit more. And as for Matsu's build, I think you go Armlet. He's getting the shard, which is just a given here against Beastmaster. Probably just BKB after, right? I don't think there's any reason to buy Ags when the Naga is support.
That's true.
You'd rather get some targeting, single target
initiation on a Mickey. Snowball comes in from Boxy, but Mickey taking the brunt of the damage from these illusions. Gets off the Laguna Blade though. Man fight versus Ori, but looks like he's resigned to his death here. LSA not able to connect as Mickey drops to XXS in the end. Zai's rolling Thunder. Not doing a ton here. He's going to be able to snag the Invis rune at the very least. But we got the onslaught coming in, but no vision. Although Zai will get clipped a bit by the trample.
Yeah.
Now they know there's no
showing up
there
with the Hurricane. Pushed back into Lina for the kill. And they're going to turn this into a tower push. So this is kind of scary times for Liquid. You don't have Dark Ascension for 10 seconds, but at least you have the Glyph. Maybe it's enough to hold this tower. Zai obviously has the Invis rune, which is something they also have to be wary of. They know he has it. He could be anywhere right now. That's how Invis works.
Thank you.
And he's actually going to... Oh, that's an Observer Ward. Never mind. He's not going to spot. He gets some important information that Liquid could act on here. Still no Rolling Thunder, and now he's showing. Roar was faked out.
Yeah, gets the swash and shield crash off. He's playing very cocky right now, but a lot of that has to do with the fact that a lot of his team is in the area. But XXS is quite tanky, going for the Wraith Pact, of course, after the Helm.
Yeah, maybe you just don't go Helm of the Overlord at all.
Because he can eat it?
Because of NS. Like, maybe it's not worth it.
It's only half the time.
It's a lot of the time. And when you enter a team fight, you don't have Ancients nearby, right? So you bring your Ancient, he eats it, and then... And even if you're using it to split push, you're essentially just funneling in a lot of gold into NS. So I feel like we've seen this before when Night Stalker offlane started becoming a pseudo counter to Beast, that Beastmasters would just bypass Overlord because you're kind of just giving too much over.
Yeah.
So I kind of like this approach. You still want the Dom because it just does that much this early in the game, but don't spend too much net worth on just getting creeps even.
Ori on the other side of the Ice Shards. Nicely done from him. But we can see the CM here as Matu able to get the 4-shot off. It's a lot of damage coming out from Dark Ascension.
But that's Dark Ascension. I think he was hoping to get a bigger kill on the Primal Beast there, but Boxy's charge just barely too short, not clipping. What a weird net worth distribution this is. Liquid easily have the top 2, and then they easily have 6th. It's which isn't too unhealthy for their lineup, to be honest. If there's a hero in this game that can have low net worth and still find major impact, it kind of is the Pangolier, right? So it's not a requirement for Zai to be farmed. Maybe he's going to go something like a Dagger and just try to find a good ult here or there, or at least eat the Roar for his Night Stalker, which is also really important. Yeah, very close for now.
We've seen games, I think it was at the Arlington Major, Night Stalker. It might have been, was it carrying Night Stalker? Yeah, I think it was Saberlight playing, where you get the shard, you get Midas every game, but it seems that has fallen off. Maybe a little too risky being kind of pushed down by the likes of Beastmaster and Drought. But will be actually not going shard first. Has the Ogre Club right now.
So he will go BKB.
The shard definitely adds a lot of farm.
Yeah, and he can't be adjusting to XXS not going Overlord because he wouldn't know that yet. So
true.
He just thinks the BKB is the better timing, wants to be able to fight sooner rather than later. And it is a mandatory item in NS carry this game. You can't play without it. He has to have it. Or he's going to get kited too hard.
I'm showing in the bot lane now is you can hear Ori going to town, but not going to connect onto Matu. But the TP is coming in, so Liquid want to defend. You can see the Troll Summoner out and about, got the rally skeletons ready to go. Actually, it's only one. It's a singular rally, not very powerful at all. But Matu defends successfully. And in terms of itemization for Mickey, looks like, I think they're trying to line up these BKBs on both him and Matu right now. Looks like he's already picked it up, actually. So we'll see if they fight a little early on, but Tier 1 tower might get denied. No, not even a chance here. So a freebie for Aster.
Beastmaster with a troll creep and 2 boars. They don't need to risk anything by putting a hero in range of that tower. Just let the summons do it, stand back. And Boxy also doesn't really dare to commit onto killing the summons. First of all, he's terrible at it, but even if he were to try, he could die in a roar. So yeah, you just have to give that one up, but you can look for your own move. Liquid will try to find some sort of opening, and there might be a little bit of a false feeling of safety here with that Hawk finding nobody. Liquid know it's there though, because they have a sentry. But this could open up a potential play for them if they can somehow get the right vision. They see XXS on this board at the bottom Tier 1.
Zai.
But no way to invade.
Yeah, so it's just going to continue to be farm session here. As I should mention, Baboka, you did bring up the potential Aghanim Scepter. It is not a carry Naga, of course, but be able to get the ensnare on the Rolling Thunder. But I mean, it feels like Pango does go shard every game anyway.
Yeah, then you ensnare the Night Stalker instead, which is
true,
mega high impact. So if he gets there on the Naga, it could be a game-deciding item. Usually support Nagas will not get this until pretty late, but given the map control that Aster have and the way they're playing, if they just keep pushing out these lanes with the Beastmaster, with the Primal Beast, and Naga gets to jungle like this, I mean, you get there eventually. He's been giving a lot of space. You can see Baboka is fully committed to the idea. He buys the Blade of Alacrity first.
Thought they were going to go for Monet, but instead they find Ori, who easily gets out thanks to his onslaught. So gank attempt from Liquid is thwarted.
That's a Dark Ascension. So
yeah, and it's a full 4 minutes until night. So Matu's going to be at a big disadvantage. And
right, Liquid are going to try to put it to use here.
Okay.
So
they're going to lose their Tier 2 in all likelihood, but they can get this first Roche.
It's just pretty much the biggest value they could get out of this insult when it fails to connect.
Might be a contest. There's a smoke here from Aster. Zai's going to get off the Rolling Thunder. It's only been an illusion to start. Baboka looking for the song, but he's getting controlled. Will they be able to keep it at bay? They do. And Mickey gets the Aegis. The roar applied to Zai, but it's really just a delay tactic, it feels like. Gets ensnared on top of this, but Monet and company still want to fight, but he's going to get Laguna bladed. Mickey pops the BKB, focusing on the CM, but now on the other side of the tree line, taking the right clicks. Looks like he's going to be the first to fall in this engagement. But Pango died on the other side, and now they're going to get the Night Stalker. Matu in a lot of trouble with the LSA. He's connecting. He's going to get saved as a result. Ori's dead. Beautiful stun from Mickey. Centaur gets to stun on top of him now. And he's left to his own devices, completely surrounded. The Gust is there, multi-shot, and the axes. So Aster, they get some kills in retribution. Liquid taking the Aegis away in some respect from Aster.
Yeah, what a great fight from Matu that was. Just perfect armlet toggles, keeping him alive 2 times in a row. So at the very least, Liquid get out with him alive, but they do lose their Aegis and the second life on Lina, so can't really consider it a true win. At the very least, they don't need to worry about the Roche going Aster's way in the next minutes, but Aster, I think, still should be feeling pretty good about this overall exchange, considering the song didn't get them the Aegis contesting, and they roared the Pango, I should say, just to save the Naga, so they didn't have this for the Lina or for the NS, which also prompted Liquid to feel strong in this fight, right? But keep a look at Matu here. So first the Pulverize here comes out, no follow-up damage is available, he's frostbitten. Is going to toggle out of this one with Monet's shot midair and the charge.
Yeah,
we're back to
another
live.
fight. Hold the horses here, Cinderin. Looks like Siamese Cat's gonna be the first to fall, and now XXS is the one that's completely surrounded, so wrong territory for him. Matu gets credit for that one, and he is very close to a BKB.
Well, that was a killing spree, so some extra gold on that one for NS. 100 gold to go.
Still another 2 minutes in the nighttime. So he should have his BKB in his inventory with nighttime still here.
Yeah.
If Liquid want to try to take advantage. Of course, still has Dark Ascension. And does have the shard, by the way, so has been eating creeps. So I guess he went for the casual Ogre Axe into shard, and now is finishing BKB.
Yeah. I guess he changed his idea, changed his mind halfway. Seems like a little bit of a weird way to do it, but...
Well, that Ogre Club, it seemed to save him in that last fight.
I guess so.
Extra HP is pretty nice.
Oh, XXS close to connecting the roar there, but not quite.
Blocked that, but yeah, Liquid not wanting to engage, it looks like. Very even game. And Aster showing some balls. I mean, they fought despite not getting the Aegis.
Yeah,
not
and throwing the roar and the Pango, yeah.
Yeah, no roar as well.
But sometimes, even with key cooldowns in Dota, if you have the right angle and you get to take the initiative, it can work. And I don't know if you would consider that fight successful for either team. It was kind of a draw, but you could see where Aster were coming from. The fact that Pango roll is down is very important for especially the Primal Beast, who now has BKB. So the next fight will be of a totally different nature coming out from Ori. Liquid might choose to smoke here. They are grouping up 4, they will. Aster in a strong offensive position down here, pushing the tower with Ori in front. They have the ward covering the back angle. And they're going to expect Liquid to do this because of the no heroes on the map. They have the prediction that this play is coming. Liquid do have Dark Ascension, though.
His smoke gets popped. He's going to pop Dark Ascension, but he's the focus. He can get roared inside his BKB, so he mitigates a ton of this damage. Now XXS is the one stuck basically on this cliff area. He's going to get right-clicked down quite easily. So nice kill to start things out for Liquid. Zai on the other side here is Laguna Blade's going to find Siamese Cat, so just like that, it's 5v3. Now Mickey pops his BKB, Ori kind of a no man's land. His team still has Song available if they need to pop it, they will. Mickey, his BKB runs out, and the rest of Aster are going to be able to walk away, it looks like.
Outstanding fight from Liquid there. The BKB usage was just perfect, right? Matsu gets it off before he gets roared, and Ori thought he was going to connect on the roar outside of BKB, so he committed all his stuff to go in on the Beastmaster, or sorry, on the Night Stalker, together with Beastmaster. That play fails. Then Beastmaster's isolated and gets killed. Pango, in the meantime, is completely cutting off Drow from the entire fight.
Dragon Scepter for Baboka, almost there, 80 gold away, and he'll be able to ensnare the Rolling Thunder, as we've said, and of course, more importantly, he'll be able to reel in enemies, Cinderin.
Yeah, we haven't seen that used very much.
And if we have, we've forgotten about it. I like the concept, but it definitely needs...
It has not been very favored to do in the song.
Yes. I mean, other than that, the axe is great. Like, we're going to see here very shortly why that is.
Yeah, so Zai is not buying the shard that Toby talked about as kind of a pseudo counter to ensnare Axe, but he's going Lotus, which is another way of solving it. Doesn't have it yet though, so this coming fight could be a big surprise factor for Zai, where he's relying on going in on the Drow. If he gets ensnared and Drow gets to focus him for a few seconds, he dies. The fight's going to be of a totally different nature than the last one.
Yeah, I mean, that's the downside of Lotus, is it's way more expensive than Shard, obviously, and he is pretty far away.
The upside is he can use it on NS if he gets ensnared.
True.
So that is a pretty big help.
He'll get both, I'm sure.
Probably, yeah.
As he's actually had to use a tome for himself. That just shows how rough of a game it has been for Zai. As the tier 2 tower is going to go down one way or another as the tombstone is placed. Pulverize coming in from Ori, pretty much full duration here on Insania, but he's more than healthy enough to continue to fight as now Ori is stuck in no man's land. Laguna's Blade, down he goes as Zai going in with the Rolling Thunder, now applying all the pressure to XXS. He's going to get disarmed for the time being. This is looking like 3 kills very easily for Liquid. Song was available, but still BKBs were up.
I think
Boca, he might still have to use it here.
It only just came up toward the end of that. He didn't have it to save Ori. I think he could have maybe BKB TP'd out, but I guess maybe Tusk was in range for a punch. But yeah, these engages from Ori have just not worked out the way he wanted it to. He's charging up the onslaught, and the moment he does that, Insania drops the tombstone before he gets jumped, and the follow-up damage just wasn't there anyways. They didn't even kill the Undying to start off the fight, and Liquid make a very easy fight out of that one.
Liquid with a lot of fans here, obviously, now gaining some momentum in this crucial game number 3. Getting this tier 1 tower, but it looks like Aster wants to try to defend.
They're too late.
They are. Tower falls. Now we have a Silver Edge on Mickey.
At the same time, Drow gets BKB, so Aster now have another tool against the Pango roll that's been ruining Mone's game so far. Now he can reliably get some damage off.
Got everything off.
Yeah. Clicking ulti. They need to get the fuck out. He's gonna TP out on Primal too. Oh, he has no.
I'm running it. Primal. I'm killing Primal.
Yeah.
Looking at fly. Kill 2, please.
Look at the beast.
Running. I'm killing CM. CM dead to me.
Still running in.
They almost seemed surprised that he was there. It's like, oh, there's a Primal Beast here all alone. Okay, we'll take it. Interesting build from Matu. After the BKB armlet, now has a Basher, but not opting for a Blink Dagger or anything like that. Instead, going for a Nullifier. Very cool item.
Yeah, is a good way for him to counter off the Pike from Zara. She doesn't have the BKB. Not much else to nullify for now, right?
I mean, if you get it off before the BKB doesn't do anything anyway.
Yeah.
It remains.
I wonder if...
But I feel like Blink Dagger at some point is going to be pretty important for him. But into the Roche Pit, Liquid go. And yeah, Aster have an idea this is happening. They're going to smoke up. Is it going to be too late? No, it's at half HP right now. The Rolling Thunder coming in, mostly on illusions. He's going to get roared right off the bat. They're focusing on the pit now. No Song to come as Mickey gets the Aegis. Song a little bit late. Is there a shard on the ground? There is. But Boca steals the shard. As here comes the onslaught. Looks like the focus is on the Tusk to start this out. The Naga is going to be the trade, so it's a 1-for-1. Matu wants to fight, but a big multi-shot coming from Monet, but a bigger BKB from Matu. And now they're going to get triple kill for Mickey. Aster are dropping like flies. Ori has to BKB. Onslaught to safety. Looks like he's fine, but Liquid coming out on top again in this fight.
Yeah, these Roche calls they've made so far in this game have been absolutely perfect. Again, Zai with the coverage against the Naga rotating in and getting the Song off. And it took them quite a while to kill Zai during the Roar as well, because he has the armor of Lotus Orb instead of the Shard. Makes him a lot tankier against the Drow. So you're going to see the replay here. Pretty much same situation as earlier in the game. The exact same spot, same logic. Oh, Song too late. He's like, wait, there's a Shard. So we'll go and grab that.
And he consumed it, by the way. We're going to need to see what the other shards are in this game. I mean, there's a Beastmaster shard that he has not purchased in there. I don't know about that auto-consumption. Song healing is...
It is good.
Definitely, it's not bad, but it's one of the weaker ones on their teams for sure. Yeah, that's very surprising. That
I wonder which the best one is. Like, maybe Drow? I don't know. It's maybe Drow or Primal Beast would have been good.
I think Beastmasters is the best by far, surely. The diving bombs or whatever.
Yeah, the thing about dive bomb being a root, right? They already have the Lotus, which I believe counters it. They have BKBs, so I'm not sure if that does enough compared to the other ones. But either way, they now have a Song that heals.
They could have had Rock Throw, for God's sake.
Yeah, I think the Rock Throw could have also been good this game.
I mean, in the pit, that's amazing.
Yeah, and it's also amazing for Ori because it gives him a reliable Q that he can go in. Like if he hits a Rock Throw on, let's say, the Night Stalker, perhaps he has the confidence to get a charge that is going to connect, right?
Yeah.
Which has been a problem for him so far in this game, is going in and actually accomplishing something with his Onslaught, which Liquid have covered really well. They're now going to take the top tier 2. Building their lead to now 7,000. With Aegis in the hands of Lina for another 2.5 minutes. You would imagine they want to go and get the mid tower as well.
Yeah, most likely. Wraith Pact almost online for Boxy. And Matu switched it up. Unfortunately, won't be seeing Nullify. He's going for the AC, which not only makes him tankier and a little bit more right-clicky, but pushing towers is going to be even easier.
Yep.
And for the side of Aster, what are the items that they're waiting for? It looks like for XXS, the BKB is still not there. About 1,000 away from finishing that, but it looks like they're going to smoke into this Aegis. Maybe this will catch Liquid off of guard here. Hawk giving a little bit of vision. Boxy in the area. Not going to pop smokes initially, though.
Liquid kind of know this is happening. They break the illusions here.
Yep. And smoke just pops there. Laboka with the instant ensnare. Wants to get off the song, but won't need to. They'll just walk away casually, dewarding. Still a little less than 2 minutes on this Aegis.
Yeah. Do they want to use it, though? There's no repositioning from Aster, so you can go and hit this tower with Lina, knowing that the Aegis will be sufficient coverage. Like, you're not going to get swapped into base and killed there and die again, for example. So
wait, there's no Vengeful Spirit in the game? Is that what you're saying?
Nope. Yeah, well, that's one of the displacement spells, Shannon. There's more than that.
That's true.
There's no Marcy.
There's no Pudge anymore.
No Pudge.
Sadly.
Yeah. It's starting to look better and better for Liquid. Mickey is now solo pushing bottom tier 2. Super confident here.
Yeah.
Knowing where Aster are. We'll grab this tower.
They're reading this situation very, very right. So tier 2 dead, and Mickey can now, you know, poke at the tier 3 a little bit if he wants.
He does.
Now that his teammates are arriving. We see the win probability right now, 77% for Team Liquid in this game number 3.
Guess what? It was 81 for Aster earlier.
Wow, really?
Minute 15. Yeah, I couldn't believe it when I looked at it. Like,
81?
I don't know if
I mean, they were winning, but it wasn't. Yeah. 80-20. That's wow. Surprising. So yeah, the Aegis looks like it's just going to be expiring the old-fashioned way. And is that because they just didn't have enough time? Is it literally nighttime related? Perhaps?
I don't know. I do feel like they could have put this a bit more to use, to be honest. I think there was a way for Mickey to push out a little bit more, but like you said, nighttime might be a concern. And also, if you're feeling in a pretty good control of the game, this is maybe the one way you give Aster a big comeback, is setting them up for a successful kill in their base into song and more kills so when you try to escape. This way you can just keep controlling the map. You're closing in on the AC on Night Stalker as well, so that's going to be a part of the next fight. He's coming out now, as a matter of fact. So yeah, they're just keeping it cool. It's obviously a huge moment for them. This is for top 3 at TI.
Yep.
Don't want to mess it up.
Well, the time has been given out for XXS to at least finish his BKB. He's about to get that as Matu's AC gets delivered as well. So some potential power spikes coming out. I mean, a fresh BKB, pretty important, but it is a Beastmaster.
Yeah, not sure how impactful this is really going to be. It feels like he's been able to get his roar off the last fights anyway. So I don't really know if this is going to be very noticeable compared to the Night Stalker AC, which is definitely a big bump up in strength for Team Liquid.
Scan coming out, it's gonna miss, but onto the high ground they go. Siamese Cat is completely isolated now. He gets destroyed. And Zai with a huge rolling thunder onto 2, forcing the BKB from Monet, as it looks like Baboka will be the sacrifice. So 2 quick kills for Liquid. Tombstone has been expended along with the Dark Ascension. And now the high ground they go. Both supports for Aster have buyback. Here comes the pulverized BKB from Ori. Instant roar, but there's the Lotus Orb reapplying it. And now the BKB from Matu, able to walk away from the song relatively easily, but actually stuck inside here. He gets reeled in to the high ground. I never thought I'd see it. It proved nothing. It didn't even matter, Cinder. Mickey. He's going to right-click a bit onto the tower, but now that the reeling is down, there's nothing to fear for Liquid. In a 5v4 situation, Zai with the basher, so the swashbuckle becoming much more fearsome.
I wonder if he's going to go for Axe next just to ramp up on that, or if he will get another defensive item like Lincoln's. But yeah, another huge moment for Liquid. Dive back on Naga. They lost absolutely nothing there, Liquid did, right? Nope, nothing at all. And now they're, again, with the map position they have and the amazing warding they have, they're in a really good spot to maybe get the next Roche. You see this roll from Zai, just forcing the whole situation. Has to BKB on Mane, and that means he won't have that in the follow-up fight here as Naga returns to the fight.
I was hoping we get a replay of the reel-in, if I'm being honest. Really hype. Good initiation from Ori, though.
And they just don't have enough damage. He's too tanky.
Indeed.
Drow is not quite there yet.
Wait, we're gonna wait. Reel in. Wait. There it is. Unbelievable. And then he dies. Very dangerous fish to reel in, no doubt about it. As like you said, Roche is probably next on the list here for Liquid if they can continue to have this map control. We won't know for another 10 seconds when it spawns. As now Matu is eyeing the nullifier. Is it just for the Hurricane Pipe? Oh, there's also a Ghost Scepter on Siamese Cat. Yep. I don't think there's any Yules though. But still, pretty big counters to both those items. And it's going to be a relatively late Roche.
Nikke is so insanely farmed. I just realized he's 150 CS ahead of the next hero in the game.
And he seems to have a double damage quite often this game.
Ori will clean up the wave, still be forced to glyph though. Yeah. This should not be underestimated how much this could end up meaning later. Because the Roche will be falling likely before this glyph comes back up, whichever team gets it. And if that is Liquid, that basically opens up for a free tier 3. They'll obviously get another glyph after that, but this Radiant lineup kills towers really fast if Lino gets to just stand and deliver.
Indeed. But Aster,
push up mid.
They want to aggress. They're going to find Insania, the instant pulverized gust to follow, but the Rolling Thunder is coming in. Insania is going to live. Now the Roar on top of Zai. They're right-clicking him very easily, but XXS is taking damage as well. So it's a 1-for-1 in terms of the position 3s, but they lose the Primal Beast as well. And no buyback here for Aster as they're left with 3 members. And still 50 seconds on Roche, so Aster will technically, in fact, everyone will be up.
Such an awkward situation to play as Naga Siren there as well, right? What do? Do you use Song to try to save your Beastmaster with the heal? Then you're also saving the enemy Pango. So
Fortifications popped. And they're going to reset. They're not even, they're not going to go for the melee. Don't want to overextend. And Roche will be up in 10.
And they do have Natural Night for 4 minutes, so Night Stalker is still very powerful despite not having Ascension. Matu can still do.
Oh, nice Ice Shards. Here comes the initiation. Oh, instant snowball actually ruins it for Ori, but he gets the pulverize off after the BKB, getting kind of to a high degree here, but LSA not going to connect as Matu. Continue the pressure as Zai gets off the Rolling Thunder, and Ori left to his own devices. 1 minute of no Primal Beast. XSS takes the Laguna Blade and takes another death to his name. 5 versus 3. They're going to get the melee racks and likely go for Roche after, although there are no creeps here, so the backdoor protection is enabled.
The wave is coming now, though, so easily going to get the first lane. The question is, are they going to stop there? Mikke is insanely farmed. He's so far ahead. 10K over the Drow.
And now they're going for the second set.
Yes.
Yep, they know that these buybacks are long cooldowns. That's 2 sets, and they probably still have time to go get Roche. Of course, they do have to be careful. We've seen the Song come into play, and it's going to be up in 6 seconds.
Yeah. Matu does not want to go home today. Could have been his last game, but he's 10-0 and 11 on the Night Stalker that his coach said he can't play. So kind of making a point that he can play whatever you damn want.
That's right, and they're in the Roche pit, and Roche has the Aghanim Scepter, which I hope it's on Matu. For the love of God, please.
It will probably be on Mikke.
Damn it. Wait.
It was on... It's currently Zai? Okay, yeah, they want the extra fast chance.
Okay, fair enough.
Also good.
Very good Ags.
We're discussing him buying it himself. Now he just gets it for free.
And look at that. He's top 3 net worth now. Would you look at that, Cinder? And after that rough start, all it takes is some Roches.
He had a great start. No surprise to see him on 3rd here.
And Aster left to be kind of in defense mode, but the longer they're in defense mode, the bigger the deficit becomes. 32K lead for Liquid as they're on the doorstep of securing themselves top 3 here. And that's going to lead to, potentially, if this happens, 3 EU teams left at TI11. And we have Mikke. Oh, the Lincolns is already procced, but there's the instant instant Walrus punch. Nicely done from Boxy. Huge rolling thunder. Down goes Primal Beast again. Boboka's song gives them a little bit of space, but he's getting controlled now. The rolling thunder continuing to proc, and he's dead as well. And now the focus is onto the Drow Ranger. No bash this time around, but Matu finds what he needs. Buyback now into the Drow. Snowball coming in. Walrus punch to follow. How much do they want to dive here? Freezing Field gets canceled. CM has to buy back into the game. Ice Shards, not enough to keep them outside the fountain, so Liquid forcing themselves to go for the Mega Creeps. And Liquid looking extremely, extremely good. And we talked about the momentum from the last 5 days. It has definitely continued here today. And on to the throw, and GG is called. Team Liquid move on. Aster eliminated from TI-11.
Yeah, we had no idea what to expect out of this game. Some very different drafts. Boboka on Naga, we have Matu on Night Stalker. But the constant that has been working for Liquid so well in the playoffs, Mickey on the Lina again with an outstanding performance. Insane farm, insane damage, output, lane push, the whole shenanigans. He did an amazing job this game. Liquid can be so proud. Top 3 secured. They will know who they're playing against after the next series coming up later today, but I feel like no.
Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life. I never miss, that's fact. Taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat. Put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag. Cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel. I take the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real. But how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on this shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life. I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna sing my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't playing no games, I just do that's fact, and I don't feel no shame. It's China, because you mentioned it earlier, it's not been done. I ain't lazy. Track over track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, all this fuel got me hazy. About to unpack all this shit I've been chasing. I got visions in my head, like memories after death.
This whole year, you know, they were not able to go to LANs at the start, but once they show up at LAN, their performance is really good. Like, and they also show that you know, PSG LGD, they can beat them, they can eliminate them from TI, and you know, competition is their proud region, no doubt about it. And I think we got to give credit to all of these players. We have like Pichu, Sammy's Cat, up and coming player that showed up at TI and
first TI.
Carried really hard for position 5 as well.
Yeah. And XXS, I cannot emphasize enough how much this player does for his team. He is such a clutch player. He's not just the playmaker, but he's the one who folds least under pressure. I can recount so many times where things look bad for Aster, but then he just comes out with these big black holes or these big arenas. So just having someone like that on your team who can bring things together for you is so important. And of course, Ori, who we mentioned, he really just pieced together the team. I think Aster should be really proud of their performance. I remember in an interview, Monet said that once they were at Arlington and they heard the crowd cheer for the first time in a very long time, it just re-energized them and it gave them the excitement and the motivation to just play well. So I really hope that they can hold their heads up high and be satisfied with the results they got today.
Yep, XXS and Baboka. I just hope we get to see them together again next year. The greatest bubbies in Dota 2 history. I think they're number one for played of all time. Or is that for teams that still exist? Because I know there's, you know, Dendy and Puppy, and I think maybe they're like third of all time or something like that.
I know that they surpassed Fly and No Tail at some point, because I know that
I think they are number one. I think they're
doing really well together.
At the very least, for the teams that still exist, people that are not retired, like these guys are the greatest of friends, and I'm happy to see that they still have the synergy after all of these years. They've got some, you know, young up-and-comer in their team that's, you know, giving them the energy. They've got the coach who's played 9 TIs. This is the 10th TI. And yeah, I have high hopes for them next year because they finally broke the curse. And this is the first year that we're seeing them break the curse. Usually it's some LGD at this point, and Aster is the team that loses, you know, maybe 7th or 8th. We'd be impressed by them. But next year, I think there's good things for this team coming.
Yeah, this is already a better result than they've had so far. Monet, of course, he did come third earlier, but the rest is top 6 max, or as you heard from my panel, Pichu, this is the first TI he's played at.
4th place? That's amazing.
4th place is insane. Lanham, his highest position as a coach. He did come second at TI1, but you know, it's a pretty formidable team, and I'm looking forward to seeing what they can do next year. But first, I'm looking forward to hearing some final words from them as Avo is standing by with Baboka.
Thank you. Here with Baboka, and you guys, for Team Aster, there's been a big redemption year, especially in comparison to last year. We've seen an incredible improvement for you guys, both in majors and TI. How has this journey been for you guys? How do you feel about all the effort you managed to put in and seeing the fruits of your labor finally flourish?
Aster 在这一年当中有很大的进步，无论是打 Major 还是本次 TI。然后在这一年的努力当中，看到现在这种成果，你觉得自己的付出有成果了吗？
我觉得我们整个这个队 Aster 都尽力了吧，但是我们 就还是差点吧，就是我们就没怎么经历过这种比较激烈的时候吧，就是还是有点太急躁了。
I think as a team, Aster tried our best, but as a team, we lacked experience and we didn't play to our fullest.
Is there anything you'd like to say to all the fans that have supported you throughout the year and will continue to support you after this TI performance?
有没有任何话想跟一直以来支持你们的粉丝说，然后本次 TI 支持你们的粉丝？
这只能抱歉了呀，感觉是有希望的，就因为自己的没打好，还有我们对整个的运营就没打好嘛，就。
Apologize for, as we have highlighted, this is still top 4 TI, a very, very good result, something to be proud of for sure. We are, of course, moving forward without Aster. We've got 3 teams left remaining, and those 3 will stay until the end of the day. No more eliminations. This was our only one that we eliminated today, so you know it's always a painful moment, but it has to happen. But it's a good thing that we are one step closer to crowning a champion, and we are going to be having a little bit of a relief, of a breather, with our Dota 2 historian, Pyrian Flex.
I read more twists. How did they get the recipe? I don't even have that one in the archives. Ah, a welcome appearance and impeccable timing. A fresh import from our old friends Sithel and Quirt. Now they're engaged in a triumphant revival with something called the Candy Works. By all means, sample the fare. Oh my, could it be? But it is. Here in my archives. Grieval Taffy. Exceedingly, no, astonishingly, cosmically rare. It would have to be. Can you imagine the nightmare of maintaining a healthy supply of Grievals? Records suggest only Roshan even likes the stuff. But I've also heard a different tale. That Roshan's not the only Dota beast beset by a craving for... So, how about it, pro players? Remember when you first played Diatide?
All I can say, like, the first Diatide was kind of epic. I feel like that was, like, the best mode ever released.
It was, like, 2013, 2014, these events. I used to have, like, play with a lot of friends, and I used to look forward to the holidays because there would be some cool event that comes.
It's also might be good at team building. Good.
What's that? No, the very idea is absurd. Technical difficulties strike even the best of us. A coincidence of little concern. Bring on the next dapper guest. One who surely remembers when.
可以跟自己的一些好朋友去参加，或者也可以跟一些。
Oh, bollocks, that's right. Where there's Grieval Taffy, there's Grievals. They'll ruin everything. Diatide. My archives. My Ascot. Wait a minute. The Grievals aren't a problem. They're an opportunity. The Candyworks opening soon. There's money to be made. Riches beyond the meager touch of Midas. Think what I could do with all that coin. I could expand the archives. Even consider paying the help. They've angered Roshan. We'd best get out of here before he pulps our gravy train into useless bits. You there, intern. Saddle my fiercest penguin. Tonight, we ride for gold. We ride for Taffy. Punch Grievals. Destroy your enemies. Ride a penguin. Diatide is back.
Oh, you love to see it and you love to play it. Looking forward to that for sure. Looking forward also to the Dota 2 that is going to be played very soon. We're going to just close the book on the series we just watched and look a little bit ahead. We've got 3 teams remaining, Effie.
Yeah, and all 3 of these teams are from Western Europe. The top 3 teams at TI are the teams who, at this point, know each other the best. They've spent the entire year playing against each other in pubs, in scrims, and in LANs. And I think it's no surprise for me personally that the top 3 of this tournament are the ones who attended the most tournaments this year, as other regions weren't really able to get to some of the majors because of certain reasons.
They did also play like 2 teams at the top 3 at the international are last chance qualifiers teams. So they did play some extra games. They did manage to get here, get the meta, and kind of form the meta for themselves and also for the rest of the teams, which is kind of impressive.
It is impressive indeed. We've already seen Liquid play. We still have 2 teams to play. But before that, we're first heading to the arena to see what Slacks is up to.
Hello, everybody. It is time to show you the end of a very long journey. It's one of the best times of the year for me. It's time to tell you who won the Dota 2 short film contest. Now, before we get too into it here, I just want to say a word to everybody that submitted one. I mean, again, the Dota 2 community is so creative. Everything that you guys make has so much passion, and this is the moment for us to celebrate some of the hardest working guys in our community to show their love of Dota. So before we get to 3rd place, ladies and gentlemen, can you please put your hands together for everyone that submitted to the short film contest this year? Thank you so much. I'm sure they appreciate it. All right, well, time to get into it then. In our 3rd spot, it is a very exciting video. It was done live action, which is extremely rare, and it's very hard to pull off without being cringe. As you can see, me up here, completely cringe. So let's go ahead and take a look at our 3rd place winner.
I think he's gone.
There you have it. Congratulations to Fierce Lego Link. I mean, the costumes, the set design, everything about that, and the live steer itself, absolutely incredible. But coming in 2nd place is another very unique submission, this time animated, hand-drawn, I believe, of an incredible moment that you might recognize. Let's check out our 2nd place winner. And there you have it. Congratulations to 2D. And in case you didn't know what that was the iconic RTZ 1v5 rampage that happened over at TI9. So such a cool little feature there. And the time has finally come for us to reveal the first place winner. Guys, please put your hands together for one of the best SFMs I have ever seen. Let's take a look at our winner. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for For Fun, who is now a multi-year winner of the short film contest. An absolute fantastic job there. And again, guys, it is so great to see these short films come out. Such creativity, such incredible, artistry coming out in so many different ways. So thank you again to the community for releasing those. Congratulations, For Fun, on your $25,000 first prize. But short films are not the only creative things that the community does. No, in fact, just as creative is the world of cosplay. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the cosplay competition at TI11. Fantastic. And I'm not alone here, my friends. I do have several friends here, co-hosts, judges, cosplay aficionados themselves. Alodia, hello.
Hi, Slacks. Love the energy. But before anything else, for you to participate here with us, you gotta wear a costume. Are you game with that?
Yes, absolutely. Please give me my sweet, stinky hoodwink. Hell yeah. Thank you.
All right, so hi guys, I'm Alodia from the Philippines. Today I am cosplaying as Puck, and I'm such a huge gamer. I love Dota. I've been cosplaying for the past 20 years, and I am truly honored to be here today with all of you amazing guys. So thank you so much, Valve and Dota, for this prestigious event. I'm so lucky to be here.
Thank you for coming, and your Puck looks amazing. Give it up for the Puck. All right, fantastic. We also have some judges here as well. We have Tasha, of course, a fellow cosplayer. Fantastic, thank you. And you will be judging. And then who do we have over here?
Vera Chimera.
There you go, Vera Chimera. Give it up for our judges, please. There we go. All right, guys, we have got some fantastic cosplay. We are ready to go. Are you ready?
Are you ready?
I am ready. I've been ready. I'm in the hoodwink. I'm set. All right.
All right, game.
Yep. Okay, well, we're going to start things off. Ladies and gentlemen, please do not avert your eyes from the disgusting but delicious Hattie Acker as the Weaver.
Look at that. This cosplayer was able to successfully mimic Weaver's silhouette by crouching. He's able to hold this position and move around with the help of a trolley. All powered up with the help of lights. Be careful when he casts Swarm.
Fantastic. Coming up next in the other competition, watch out the trees. Comes Zainal Hazikas, the Timber Sauce.
So cool. This Timber Sauce armored weapons are made out of rubber sheets to make him look structured. He incorporated LED lights to make his weapon glow. Make sure not to be in his line of sight when he casts Swirling Death.
Fantastic. And coming up next, it is Fish Ice as the Hoodwink. Okay, I thought what? You're stealing my Hoodwink. Wow, that is beautiful. Now you win.
It's your twin. So adorable. So you think Hoodwink's weapon is made out of wood, but it's actually made out of rubber sheets painted to look like wood. So make sure to dodge his acorn shot.
Oh my goodness. Coming up next, it is some hot, hot stuff. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Ryuki as Lena. I remember her from the anime.
It's amazing. So if you look closely, look at her heels. They are transparent to make her look like she's floating, which is similar to the game. So also held up by her wires, her skirt is actually there to keep it rigid. So watch out for her Laguna blade.
Oh my. Coming up next, Artificer and Avion Tees present the Rubik. Oh! Lifting them up and putting them down.
Insane. This Rubik, if you look closely, his staff is powered up by fairy lights cleverly embedded within the crystals. It is also used rubber and wood to craft the leaves. So, yep, no magic is definitely safe with this Grand Magus spell steal.
Fantastic. And up next, we have P-Teak as that disgusting lifesteal. Oh, it's hideous. It's so real.
Gosh. Look at his stance. It's pretty intense. His suit is actually made of silicone, so it's more flexible for more movement. So don't let your guards down when he casts Infest.
Oh, infest me any day, my friend. Coming up next, we got Shabazz as the Ember Spirit. Oh.
This Ember Spirit's costume details are insane. The structure and shape are made out of rubber sheets, also using reflective and neon paint to make his weapons glow. Watch out when he does Fire Remnant.
Okay, and next up is King KJ. Is that really Lich? That's really Lich!
Yeah.
Nobody could be that tall!
Oh my gosh, he's huge. If you guys are here in the stadium, he is 2 meters tall. And if you look closely, he's using 2 poles to control his arms and hands. So be sure to disperse when he casts Chain Frost.
Fantastic. Coming up next is Mizuki Ottawa, as you know it from your band list, the Huskar.
Wild. Huskar used a combination of silicone molded to look like muscles for more movement and rubber sheets for his weapon. His eyes are also glowing with the help of LED lights. Always be on guard when he leaps on you with Life Break.
And last but not least, the librarian with the most. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Rukia as the Warlock.
Amazing. When you look at the Warlock's lamp, if you look closely, the mask and the lamp are all 3D printed to get that precise angles.
All right. Before we give it up to our winners, please can everyone give a round of applause to all the cosplayers here today. Absolutely fantastic work here. And we will begin. Now, our first category here is called Best Technique. What exactly does that mean?
The Best Technique Award is for the cosplayer with the most clean and precise work. It should be designed to be easy moving and durable.
That's right. It's all about the movement, the preciseness of the animations. Yeah, just like Hoodwink. That was perfect. Ladies and gentlemen, your winner for Best Technique, it's Artificer and Avion Tees as the Rubik! Give it up! Ah, yes, fantastic.
So next up, we have Biggest Transformation. So this is the cosplayer with a demonstrably impressive costume that shows a marked transformation in the cosplayer's appearance and physique. All right, so Biggest Transformation Award goes to...
The Biggest Transformation Award goes to Mizuki Ottawa as a Huskar! Transformative. All right, judge's choice. Now, can we talk a little bit about what a judge's choice is?
Absolutely. Well, judge's choice, it's a mixture of both portrayal and precision of the character. So we want to find a nice, healthy balance of all the little talents that we can find so this person can really up their cosplay career.
All right, fantastic. Judge's choice. The winner is your boy, Hadiaker at the Weaver! Skitteronin! Oh, look how happy he is. of reminds me of when the support Weaver was happy. Carrie Weaver, very depressing. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, it is time now for Best in Show, the most coveted of them, the best overall, right? Are you ready?
Ready?
Are you ready?
Oh, very.
Yeah?
All right, I'm ready.
Okay.
All right, Best in Show goes to the cosplayer who scored consistently in all areas and criteria, which is accuracy, craftsmanship, portrayal, presence, and creativity.
Fantastic. And your winner for Best in Show of Cosplay, TI11, go! Alodia, what did you think of all the cosplayers here today?
They were amazing. Like, we saw them also the other day. It's like...
Fantastic. Alodia, what did you think of all the cosplayers here today?
They were amazing. Like, we saw them also the other day. It's like we were so excited to be here for you guys to see them in person.
Absolutely. Well, guys, thank you so much for hanging out with us, seeing all the creativity of the Dota 2 community. We got short films, we got cosplay, and we've got such more great Dota to see here today. But you don't want to go anywhere, because we got something I know you're going to want to see coming your way right now.
We've been waiting here for like 2 hours. What is going on?
I don't know.
Is anyone in there? Hello?
Hello.
Hi, what can we do for you?
Hey, which one of you goons wants to have a meeting at 6:30 in the morning? Of course. They're firing us.
Okay.
They're firing us.
Calm down. They're not going to fire us. I'm sure it's fine. No, it's fine. I'm sure it's fine.
Mr. Newell called you in today concerning last year's Gabe Newell Mega Kills pack.
Okay, yeah, they're going to fire us.
Okay.
Mostly you, but...
Listen, I have zero money, okay? I spent every penny I have on the battle pass. My wife has no idea. I sold the car, I sold the house. I needed the naked axe. All right.
Okay, we'll talk about the naked axe another time. You listen to me.
All right.
I don't give a shit whether you're naked or not. I'm going to get us out of this, okay?
Okay. I got you, girl. All right.
Am I back? All right. All right, listen here, Gabe N. If you so much as think about firing us, I'm going to pluck every last hair out of that giant beard of yours and burn this building down with you in it. Do you understand what I'm telling you, friend?
No. This is not a package deal. You want to fire her? I'm cool.
Mr. Newell is amused.
Yep.
That's why this year he would like to record a follow-up to his greatest success, his Mega Kill Pack. But this time, it's going to be recorded by you two.
Oh, that's great. All right, that's good. Yeah.
You'll find scripts personally written by Mr. Newell himself on your respective stools.
All right.
One for Casey and one for Jack.
Okay. Jack, it's actually Jake. Gabe knows that, though. We've worked together a lot of times.
Your name's Jack.
What?
It's Jack, okay? You're changing your name to Jack. Listen, this guy's fucking crazy, all right? Last year, I was the taste tester for pet food. For pet food. But now, I'm the VP and my name is fucking Gary. Gary, all right? So listen, just be happy that your new name starts with the same letter. Okay?
Could I please be Karen?
I don't know. Does the script say your name's Karen?
No, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't. Okay, you guys are doing great. Keep up the good work. Help me.
Asshole.
Let's start recording now.
First blood, vast implications into the lore.
Nice.
Double kill, dab on those haters. Hey-oh.
Oh, yeah! No, none of that. Stop that.
Monster kill. Is this what you guys want? Because I'll give you what you want. Gabe, is this what you want? Because I can do more. A lot more.
He hates it.
First blood. Huh?
Do that one, but with no teeth.
Okay.
Unstoppable. Oh, my God. This is awful. Are you guys liking any of this? Because we both know it's not working. I think everybody knows it's not working.
Be cool, man.
Unstoppable.
Rampage!
Yes.
Dominate!
Yes. Yes.
Good.
You did a good job for once.
Good
huh?
job, I know.
Nice. All right.
Thanks, Gabe.
Bye. Thank you. Perfect.
Thanks,
We had a
Gabe.
great time. Nice again. When do you think it's coming out?
Well, let's see. They've got to edit.
Why is this door locked? How long is this gonna take?
I don't know. This is long, even for them. I'll take a look. Hey, how much longer are you guys going to be? Gabe? Gary? Oh, my God.
Oh my God. He's dead.
Duh. Oh, no. Hey, did you look inside his pockets yet?
Oh, okay. Going straight to the looting.
Yeah, why not?
Pretty standard.
This tracks. Of course.
G-Money.
Oh, Gabe? Gabe, it's Casey and Slacks. We were just calling to check in on the status of the Casey and Slacks announcer pack, remember?
What?
The Casey and Slacks announcer pack. You know that thing you locked us in here 4 years ago to do?
Right. That was Garbo. Gary's fixing that, right?
Oh, Gabe, I don't know how to tell you this, but
Not again. Gary, bring me the potato phone.
Gabe? Gabe?
Gabe Johnson here, founder and CEO of Aperture Science. Welcome to this phone call.
Okay, man, it's G-Fat.
Who?
Gabe. Gabe Newell. I saved your life in Nam.
Right. Yeah, choking on a hot dog. That was a dark day. What can I do for you?
I'm calling in a favor.
Sounds ominous. I'm in. What's going on? Nobody's talking. Are we still talking? Because I got a hot dog cooking. Okay, I'm hanging up now. In 3, 2, bye-bye.
Let's go! Let's go! A cosplay celebration! A Cave Johnson announcer pack! My boy J.K. Simmons coming in the clutch! Can you believe it, my friends? It's celebration time as we're getting ready for our next series. I'm here with a Sheepstick, a Lizard, and T. Sheepo, can you believe it? A Portal announcer in my Dota 2?
Dude, I'm so excited. I was just talking the whole time. First because I thought it was Slacks and Casey, but then I thought it was Cave Johnson. Whew.
I'm here, don't worry. We gotta get on to some more of the Dota, so let's close this party down. I know we're having a lovely time, but we have Dota to get to. It's intense times here. This is upper bracket finals. It's secret and it's Tundra, and it's going to be me guiding you through it. I've been given a little bit of a press release. James, we've had issues with James in the past. And that's not the case this time. No, he's actually feeling a little bit under the weather, so you're stuck with me for the rest of the day. Hopefully he will be back tomorrow. I'm sorry, people in Singapore, and I'm sorry here in Norway. Apologies, friends. You've been doing a great job building up all the chemistry over all of playoffs, but now I'm here to mess it all up. So, T-Gov, tell me about...
no, not me first, not me,
No,
please.
don't worry, it's brackets. Let's talk about brackets. Is this my camera? Is that my camera?
Brackets.
Let's talk about brackets. I think that's how it works. Or we can talk about the state of the Dota. Yes, we just saw
Pick your
Liquid.
mind.
Okay.
Choose one thing.
We just saw Liquid take down Aster. And we can see
So
how it all
aesthetic.
happened.
Oh, this is the second worst host I've ever had.
Good. We're setting the bar high. Lizard, you haven't gotten a chance to talk, and I know Too Good regularly stopped you. So here, the floor is yours. Where were we at in the bracket?
Should I even try talking?
I'm not going to cut you off.
I can actually speak.
Listen, please.
Amazing.
T clearly wants to say something.
Yeah, we've come a long way to get where we are into the penultimate day with 3 EU teams already. Secret, Tundra, and Liquid waiting in that lower bracket. Secret and Tundra, the upcoming match. You guys have been like both. Wait, actually, it's Tiga. You've been covering the EU scene, right? So you've seen this matchup many times before.
Yeah, too many times. No, but I think the surprising thing here, at least in regards to the history of Western Europe, Secret has always been 5th place in the region. So they come now to TI, and it's like the top 3. They're playing against the teams that always beat them inside the regions. So there's a lot of kind of redemption required for Secret, at least for how kind of difficult their whole DPC season has been.
Especially since they came all the way from last chance qualifiers. It has been a hell of a journey for 2 out of these 3 teams, but it's not that much of an anomaly for these teams who have taken the longest journey to TI to do well in it. This is all the teams that have come through wildcards, regional qualifiers, and now last chance qualifiers in TI 11. It's not that weird for them to do well. Sheepstick, we basically started the wildcard process come TI4, but it seems like a direct invite does not guarantee you a high placement.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I think a couple of players talked about, going through the open qualifiers. I mean, that's just part of the call. Like OG, didn't they win one of their TIs off the back of that? It's right there, yeah. Like that was probably one of the biggest hype stories ever, and I'm happy to see other teams taking this momentum and just running with it.
It's the momentum, right? It's also the sheer amount of games that you're playing through the LCQ, through the group stages. Like, you get the feel of the meta, and if you have the right players that are very skilled, but perhaps need a little bit of refinement, like Crystalis is. Right. Actually, wasn't it Thompson as well with Monkey King? Right, like the first year, the TI8, it was Thompson with Monkey King as well that came into the scene.
Thompson was a pub star. He was doing Meteor Hammer Invoker and then starts winning a TI afterwards. But it's all these teams put together that had a little bit of unique secret sauce that got them to this point too.
Yeah, I think it's the fact that you have... I completely blanked, won't I, mate? Yeah.
It's my fault.
You just asked me the hard questions. I want James back.
Yeah.
Nah, it's good. No, I think the main thing for at least, like, let's say Liquid, it's they're playing with their hearts. You know, I think Tundra, they're the team that's calculated. They break everything down. And Secret, they are kind of forged through the fire of having to go through one of the more difficult seasons. So now that we have our top three, we've got passion in one team, technical ability in the next team, and then kind of just Secret's just resilience in the other one. So it's just, it's an incredible top 3.
Wait. What is Tundra out of those 3? They're the technical
team? Yeah, they're nerds. They're the cool nerds of the group.
They're definitely the nerds.
Yeah, they're the ones that break it down.
I would argue that before them, Liquid were the nerds, right? Like, when you imagine Insane,
I agree. I think Tundra are the passion. Like, Tundra is the team that works harder. They're more passionate. They care so much. You listen to them talk about Dota. It's like, yes, we spent all hours of the day scrimming, pubbing, talking to each other. Like, they live and breathe Dota. Obviously, everyone that gets to this point in the tournament has. But they're very open and vocal about how much they love the game.
Every single one of us that has worked with AUI, with AUI, as an analyst, as a coach, that man lives and breathes Dota.
He's a degenerate, for sure. And
he eats with his bare hands.
Yes, I've witnessed it on multiple occasions. And obviously, Aster no longer in the tournament, but each of these pairings that brought them to success, Tigov. I think that it's a little bit unique how it's not always just the offlane and the carry that's winning these games. It's not always the mid and the support. Each team kind of has their own dynamic.
Yeah, coming into the top 4, shout out to my mate Benji, we went through this. We wanted to look through the average kills by 10 minutes from all the top 4 teams. These stats were based on from yesterday. They haven't taken into account the series we just witnessed. But if you already look here, for example, Liquid averaging 5.71 kills every 10 minutes. Compare that to Aster all the way down at 4.1. The key thing here is look at Secret and Tundra. They're biggest contributors to this kill average. For Secret, support Joe, Zayats and Puppy, the 4 and the 5. They unlock their lanes, they rotate around, they make the map quite big. On the other hand, Tundra, it's the offlane Joe. It is like the world star offlane Saxa and 33. These guys, they are dominating lanes. They are crushing their opponents. And that gives Tundra the ability to enter the game. So we have these top 4 teams, now top 3. But the key on kind of enablers in the early game, it isn't always just the 4 and the 5 or just the mid lane. It is different from team to team. So that's going to be the big disparity in this matchup, at least Secret and Tundra. Can they shut down this offlane?
And I'm surprised that it's specifically not Resolution and Zayats that are doing the magic, because they were the pairing, I thought.
They were the pairing, right? Like, they played in the same team, they come from the same region. But when you think about it, this is probably the team where Puppy feels the most comfortable with since Navi. They're pretty much all Eastern Europeans, right? Like, you have Nisha as well, you have Zayats, you have Rezo. But Zayats and Rezo, you can feel the full Davai momentum from them, right? Like, they're diving all the time.
I mean, yeah, Rezo and Zayats, it's more about their synergy, their ability to talk to each other and have a good lane. But Rezo's not really the playmaker of the team. He's very much like they're playing him as the core. You'll see Chrysalis moving much more than Rezo in the team, for example, and like you just see people going gravitating towards Rezo's lane. We're going to gank for Rezo's lane. We're going to make Rezo have a good game. He will stay in his lane and farm, and then only move out of his lane via a TP when there's like a mid tower to push, or there's a Roche down that can be taken. Because this team also plays really nicely around having heroes that can take Roche early with the Slardar carries, the Marcy's, the Tusk, all this stuff.
And we talk about Tundra being a bunch of nerds, but it's a nice argument. But why don't we back it up with a source? What better source to talk on Tundra than Secret's puppy?
I think Tundra overall have 5 skilled players, and they are a bunch of, I call them cheaters, they're just a bunch of cheaters. They got some cheaty strats, 33 is just going to come up with some stuff, and you're going to look at it and you're going to be like, yep, that's cheating. That's just cheating.
They have 2 guys, basically like 9 and 33. They're like kind of unique in a way that what heroes they're playing. Like 9 is playing some Spirit Breaker mid lane.
Tundra using a lot of Zoo heroes for Search 3 because that heroes kinda cheesy because if he plays it and you not counter well, you're gonna lose like in 20 minutes.
In my opinion, in my head, Tundra is still the best team to beat. On top of the fact that they're 5 skilled players, they just kind of like manipulate the game a lot. And that's what Dota really is about. It's about breaking the game. And they do it pretty well.
And they were able to break the game all the way here to the upper bracket final. But they've been here before, T. Stockholm Major. I remember everyone's like, oh, Tundra, Tundra, Tundra. They completely massacred the group stage, come in, and then at the finish line, they kind of stumbled.
Yeah, I think the thing for Tundra is they always have like the smallest hero pools of any team, but they have like the strongest understanding of how they want to play it. Like in the interview, they're mentioning 33's offlane. He's played 6 heroes so far at TI, and they're all kind of the Zooey annoying heroes, the Enigmas, the Visage, the Beastmasters. So if you're against this type of team, if you can do the prep, there's been a 5-day break. You've been able to study everything. This is where Tundra could potentially falter, but they're also so damn good.
I also hope they don't overthink it, because that can sometimes hurt you even more, right? Like, you're overthinking it, you're thinking, like, which one of those Zoo heroes should we ban from 33 so that we don't lose 2 games under 30 minutes, once again, like in the groups.
Is it for the Konami for this one, Sheep? Do you think that they took their time off, like Liquid did, and won?
Oh, I mean, Tundra, they had the smallest hero pool coming into this final, so maybe they have new heroes. A lot of the players like to talk about bringing new stuff in. It's hard to know, though. I mean, it's not all about the cheese. We got the Doom as well for 33 that he loves and has a lot of success with.
Oh, new hero. Let's go.
All right. You want to see new heroes? Let's see some new players. Let's bring out Tundra Esports. TI11. I say Western European though, but I broke up the British panel so I can root on my boy Snake King, doing it for the USA, repping NA, but he's gonna have a hell of a journey to go through as they make their way up the journey, because they are going to face off against Team Secret. How superstitious are you? Because if you believe Puppy's trends throughout the past few TIs, it seems already fated that he should be second place in this one. Win or lose in this game, he may end up in that grand final. But is it his turn to take an Aegis one more time? Will he be able to do it with his teammates that he has brought from the brink of near irrelevancy this year? Secret made 78 DPC points for the entire season. Now they show up here October in Singapore, and they're ready to take it away. Now let's see how they faced off against their opponents. I want to see what Tundra thought about Team Secret.
And
Here to assist with the damage. Her BKB's already been used, but it doesn't matter. The cleanup from Aster is here. The 5 for nothing. They will take that.
Our first day, I would say, was not too successful. We had a series that we really thought we should have won, and we ended up losing them. Nobody really kind of played to their best.
I'm used to sitting alone in my room with the PC, right? No distractions and just focusing on the game, and suddenly there's people screaming, crowd cheering maybe for the opponent, reacting to the plays, and it's just a lot of new stuff being introduced. So I think it's just, getting used to it is the most important thing.
The stress still kind of gets to you sometimes.
First upper bracket game against OG, where I played Slark. During the lane, I fed the first blood.
Oh my! Wow, that was a crucial mistake for Skitter, staying up a little bit too long.
When you're kind of dying on stage, and then the audience is cheering for the opposing team, you kind of have to mentally block that out, because if you let that get to you and affect you, you're just going to be on a downward spiral.
He's got a BKB. Charge from behind. Jump out there. Ooh.
This is interesting. Vanish gets 2. The most important hero, Oracle, dies first, and Nisha's going to fall too. BZM has already lost his Aegis. Tundra. This charge in from 9 may have just set them up for a fantastic team.
We really gave it everything this year.
And Skeeter is completely uncontested. One by one, he will just knock down these heroes, take away their agility.
And also, I can say, just from individual point, I think every one of our players is now at the best form they've been in their life. I can say for myself, this is the best I've played. I feel very confident, and I think it's the same for my teammates. And when these things happen, it's just anything can happen.
This is my first TI, first time on a really big stage. For me, it's all about managing stress. I like playing against EU teams because it makes me feel way more comfortable, because we know them, as you said, so not much of a surprise if you play them. We kind of know what's going to happen. We all accumulated so much knowledge over the years, try to learn from all the mistakes, and I think we managed to create a really good structure. And I feel like we understand how to get to the top, and we are trying to prove it to ourselves and to the world.
Diamonds are formed under pressure, and what higher pressure is there than being in this situation, being in this arena, being in front of this crowd right now? Some of the players on Tundra are no stranger to it, but some of them may not have made it to this point. At least the man standing behind them, AUI 2000, has climbed the mountaintop, and he knows what it takes to get here. And now, Sheepstick, we have to see how these two teams face off. They've done it a million times. This is a classic Western European DPC face-off.
Yeah, and I'm mostly going to be looking towards this mid lane and how these players are able to make moves on the map, because it feels to me like both of them are quite space-creating players. Even Nisha, when he plays something a little bit more greedy, like a Lina or a Lesh, he either makes space just by, or makes farm for himself just by killing everyone and having a huge game, or he'll itemize, he'll get boosted travel on a Lina, he'll make sure he's always able to connect to his team and make moves. He'll go for that ether lens, the less greedy build. He is always there to just destroy everyone and build his team up.
Yeah, coming from the European region, I remember Nisha back in alternate attacks. I felt him on my skin. I felt just how difficult it is to play against that guy, because no matter what you do to his lane, no matter what you do to him, eventually he finds farm, and he's just so stable. You can't break him. He's silent, he doesn't give any interviews, but he brings all that energy into his gameplay.
He's always having an outstanding game, but how does that contrast to 9, who's going to be facing on the other side of that river too?
Again, I think for 9, at least within the draft, Tundra always does an exceptional job at just having a really strong foundation in regards to, you already know roughly what 33 is going to play. You kind of know what Skid is going to be going, and it gives 9 a little bit more creativity to kind of lean into his deeper part of the hero pool, and maybe we get to see that today. There has been a 5-day break. I've looked at his pubs. He is playing a couple of the spicier heroes, only a couple games, but I'm not going to spoil it.
Please, don't.
Yeah,
I want to keep these secrets, but I know we watched the previous series, Sheep, and you were very oh, nothing's changed. It's the exact same. So did these 5 days, were they just there for people to take some time off?
Well, I think Aster had a little bit of creativity there, and also we had that Night Stalker. But for the most part, it's they're picking Lishrak and Marcy and stuff. But I like what you're saying. Nine does play creative stuff. I think that's cool. He probably might bring something else out, and he makes them work. Like his Tusk, he maxes Ice Shards and Snowball, and then he'll just go and gank somewhere, and then farm through the jungle with those two spells back to mid, and like he's always keeping up farm that way.
To hijack Tsunami's question though, like they had 5 days, and Tundra, they're a known team for, you know, maybe...
Say it, Lizard, don't sugarcoat it.
Yeah,
They're
they flake at lands, right? Like it gets a little bit difficult. Do you guys think that these 5 days break might have been rough on them?
I actually will go...
Overthinking and stuff.
I'm going to say the opposite.
Okay.
I think that the 5-day break will give them the confidence and kind of the learning requirement to bounce back.
But they were good already.
Yeah, no, but I mean more like, so they were dominating in Stockholm and stuff, right? And then the intensity and the speed, then they falter, right?
Okay.
But now it's like, you win, you get top 3, you take a 5-day break, you get to kind of re-enjoy yourself. This is why we're doing well. Let's maybe think about this at Spice.
Are you telling me they don't go to sleep dreaming about Puppy staring at them from across the stadium every single
player does. So like,
that's true.
I don't know. I feel like I saw people going around saying, "Oh, Liquid, their momentum stopped. How could they possibly win?" And they won. So, does Secret's momentum here count? Like, maybe Tundra don't win here, or maybe they do because they're just very smart players.
Who do you have higher expectations of? Who do you think that you come to this point and they're like, "Oh my God, we're at upper bracket finals TI"? Is this Secret getting rattled?
Coming to this point, at this stage, like in basically the pinnacle of esports in Dota 2, right?
Exactly.
I believe you're looking at Puppy, you're looking at Team.
Okay.
Like they must have prepared something really nice for Tundra, because Puppy is that stoic Estonian. He doesn't mess around. He's like, if I'm correct, we win. If I'm not, we lose. And I'm sure that he figured out the correct way to play this series.
Puppy loves ideas. He talks about it. He's like, we don't think this team is better or worse. We think that they have different ideas to us. And these matches at TI, it comes down to who has the better ideas. And they're going to be confident, right? They've figured out Entity. That was one of the roadblocks in their way that forged them into being a better team, through that last chance qualifier. And Tundra, they also talked in an interview in the break about how they think their ideas are the best coming into this final. So I'm super excited to see them put that to the test.
Yeah, and if you compare the captains, right? Snaking versus Puppy. So far in their careers, I think Puppy's won 26 games, Snaking's won 25. So in regards to the captaining side...
head-to-head?
Head-to-head.
Okay.
Just player to player. Not talking about teams, just purely head-to-head of the captains. And, maybe Snaking, he understands Secret and the Puppy kind of style of play because, statistically, they're pretty even on the captaining side.
Yeah, and I want to see if that experience does play a favor. I do think that the devil-may-care attitude has been very successful. We saw the previous True Sight. Silent, obviously, is a little bit more storied on Team Spirit, giving those speeches and giving that foundation. But the players, they were just happy to be there, and I can see some of that on both sides, on Tundra and Secret. If they have the strong base, you brought up Crystallis Lizard. This has been a glow-up story for him.
Oh, for sure, it has been. Like when he came into the scene, when I was watching his games, like every single time I open Western European DPC, I see a Monkey King played by Secret, and most of the time they are losing, right? But not only did he grow throughout the LCQ, but in the group stages as well. His hero pool has widened, and the way he plays his heroes, he adjusts to the game. Like Rezo, in so many games, he's the actual carry. Like he's playing this Marcy on the offlane, he's getting BKB, Blink, Dezo, whatever, like he's just bashing you. Meanwhile, Crystallis is just there, some Ursa, making space, going in, creating stuff, making things happen for Nisha and Rezo.
Yeah, I am looking forward to seeing how these two styles contrast against one another. Let's see it with the draft. It's game number 1.
Tundra Esports versus Team Secret. Game 1.
Tundra Esports turn to ban. Team Secret's turn to ban.
That's right. Welcome, everybody, to the Singapore Upper Bracket Finals here at TI-11. And it's going to be a very intense series. We've got two Western European juggernauts matching up against each other. Both of them have won 11 games in a row. That's finally going to break open here in this game. I've got SVG, Quinn, as well as Fly, who are going to be joining me for the draft here of this opening game 1. Gentlemen, I want to take with you, Fly. What's your first opening thoughts about this upper bracket final?
So I think this is definitely one of the more exciting matches that we have, because I think these are two very different teams in how they approach the game, how they want to draft, how they want to play the game. So it's going to be a battle of two different concepts. So I think that's something I really want to see how they play out. How did they come here with all the preparation time they've had?
10 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, she talked about the differentiating ideas and like the play styles, like Fly just said, and like the hero pools are just completely different. Neither team even dips into the other team's hero pool at all, as opposed to the OG series against Tundra, where they're trying to steal each other's heroes. It's like this mishmash of stuff. Like they just pick completely different stuff.
I mean, we already see with the bans, right? Blishrak, Team Spirit have won their last 4 games with this hero. Tundra, I don't think they touched it in forever in the tournament. Same with Doom and CM on the flip side. But I tend to agree. These guys have very different hero pools. They use them in very different ways. I'm kind of curious what Secret chooses to leave in. Obviously, they're chosen to ban this Doom strategy, which I think was one of the underrated strategies Tundra's actually used in this tournament. But again, you're leaving all of those Zoo heroes for 33, and you're also leaving some of Sox's best heroes in the Tiny, the Hoodwink, some of these low CD stun skirmishes. You have to be able to deal with these, and I think in some ways, Secret have to understand where these strategies are going to come and already have the preparation done.
Yeah, it makes me wonder what the pretense behind this Tusk pick is, right? You have, like we said, you have a long break to think about, okay, Tundra likes the Zoo, they like the, the 5-man, this ball, and you open with a Tusk, and you wonder, like, what the idea behind that is.
So we see the Mirana. That's a hero they've been picking, I think, in every last game, pretty much, with a Broodmother first, too. So this is something they definitely prepared. And we see that they keep picking this Mirana. Initially, it was versus heroes like Marcy, so it's a hero that can get away in lane. It's hard for you to kill him. I think it's a similar concept, versus the Tusk. You can get out of shards. And then this Broodmother first, too. We saw it earlier today. It did kind of struggle earlier today, so I'm kind of curious to see what Secret's answer is to this Broodmother.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing about Tundra. They are always going to jam this Netta offlane duo, and they're just going to say, hey, here's our heroes, deal with it. Netta's played this Brood versus Monkey matchup a million times, I'm sure Chrysalis has as well. So it comes down to, hey, we're both okay with this matchup. Let's see which one of us is actually right about how this lane goes.
I do think Secret's one of the teams that's happier than a lot of others taking their carry early this tournament. Yeah. Especially for Crystallis. I feel like they're pretty contentious. Okay, what do you want versus the Brood? They already thought about it. Pick the Monkey. They're happy to go into these second phases getting what they want. This is kind of an awkward opener to me, though. I feel like a lot of times Tundra either goes this Brood Zoo route or they go the Mirana skirmish route, not necessarily together. Like, this opener to me needs some stuns and some lockdown. Otherwise, you're getting kited around in the fights. I feel like especially when you play with Mirana, you generally get that stun setup from your off lane. They're not going to have that option now because I'm pretty sure we're not going to see Brood on any of these other lanes. It's kind of like you need both things to get enabled in the second phase. So Tundra really have to think about what they want to ban here, so when they get to that second phase, something comes out to enable both these together.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, you have 9, so you have this counterbalance in that your mid-hero will probably have a stun. 9 almost always plays these random skirmishy heroes, but the bans being on point is very important because if you're picking this melee this melee mid-hero, weak laner against Nisha, one of like the best players in the world, insanely high skill, you have to worry about, hey, is this lane going to be okay if we pick Spirit Breaker mid, and if you can counterpick this, bam, and you get slammed. So you have to be really careful about that.
I mean, something else I want to note is that they actually did take the Tusk first pick, which is one of the heroes Tundra has played the most for the mid lane. So we talked about them not really sharing the same hero pool, but Tusk is one hero that Secret plays. Usually it's been on Zayak. I think it's only been on Zayak. And it is something that 9 plays. So they are going to try to find something else mid lane that could fulfill that similar role. I think especially with a hero like Broodmother. Like you guys said, it is important to have some kind of stun. You have a Mirana and a Broodmother. They might look at something like Primal Beast for mid lane for 9. What else does this guy play that, could do this for them?
Yeah, I mean, there's the Spirit Burger. He's played like a Void Spirit in the past. A lot of these, sort of unorthodox heroes you don't see super often. I mean, Avery talks about the Brood and Potem being sort of awkward, but I think there can be some sort of similar dynamics with Tusk Monkey King. Generally, when you pick a Tusk first phase, you sort of balance it with some magic damage, maybe a ranged hero to lane with it, and they pick the Monkey King instead because they're getting that response to Brood. So you look at a first phase where both teams have heroes that they want, but maybe the heroes themselves, in terms of the way they interact, is just a bit unusual, which I think adds to like how will things turn out because it's not very common hero pairings.
Yeah, so these bans are a bit telling, right? Because Secret is banning Slark, they're banning Ursa. These are heroes that are good against these melee types of offlaners, so you can kind of see that they're planning something in the next phase already. I don't think these bans have anything to do with the Monkey King necessarily, right? They're kind of planning their second phase because they are first pick. They're going to have to pick blind. They're going to get counterpicked. So it's interesting to see. Like this gives us a clue as to what they're up to.
There's also a possibility they just want some beefy hero for Rezo in terms of Tide Hunter. We've seen him played a couple times. That would indicate the Slark Ursa bans like you're talking about, right? And then I honestly think this Enigma ban is kind of whatever for me. Yeah. So I think when you do this Brood opener, I don't think you care about Enigma. And I think if Secret really wanted that Tusk Enigma, they would have taken it. And I think it's almost like a bait at this point. Because I'm more in line with what you're saying, Tal. Like, they're probably going for something to help deal with the Brood in terms of AoE, that they're afraid of the safe lane, just run at you, beat you down heroes, making the lane matchup too unplayable. I also wouldn't be surprised to just see Hoodwink come out for Tundra out of phase. I think it's their go-to with this Brood. It's like either Hoodwink or Tiny here to get their low CD stun playmaker, and then I think Secret can already think about what is Puppey going to play into that. If you want the big AoE team fighter, you have to think about what that hero's going to do in the Brood lane, because that lane is deadly for a lot of those types of heroes.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I mean, Tundra pre-picks this bottom, so Puppey may be less likely to want the Chen. I think the interesting thing about a lot of these bans is they're not really banning like heroes that maybe are like super ideal for the specific situation. They're kind of just like going down the list of, hey, this team likes these heroes, let's ban them, because both teams have a very specific hero pool, and they're like, you know, there's a Kunkka ban, you know, that you wouldn't see that against any other team. You know, there's this like Dirge ban because they play 4 Dirge. There's like, you know, a lot of really specific things like that.
Yeah, so I think we are going to see, I'm expecting something like the Tiny, like SVG said, for Tundra. We're going to see, because this is going to be one of their setups, most likely. And then the whole draft is going to be revealed from Secret side, and Tundra is just going to get to respond. So they're thinking pretty hard about this ban. They're taking a lot of time, because they're going to ban, they're going to pick their hero here. So they banned the Pangolier, another hero that's pretty good against Broodmother. And let's see what they take here. Okay, this is Tiny.
Yeah, good call, has good synergy. I think heroes they're all very, very comfortable on. Soxa is very, very good at laning on the hero. He'll skill the tree, they'll go in lane, they'll contest every CS. Like, they're not going to give you these denies in CS free. They're going to fight them. They're going to double last hit. They're going to use this tree. You know, maybe he'll pull some wave by throwing the tree. Like, they have all sorts of shenanigans up their sleeve.
I mean, I now think if you're Puppey, you're just taking that damage dealer. I think your options are like, we've seen Jakiro and Lich played a lot this tournament. I think both be solid. I would like to see a Wyvern, but you'll end up going Disruptor.
That is a good killer for both Broodmother and Mirana. She cannot leap out of the kinetic field. It's also, if you ever get to see Broodmother, you get to glimpse her back and you get to contain her, because this hero is very hard to kill otherwise. So it is one of the best Brood killers. And I think this other pick is going to be something along Tidehunter, Mars. Those are what the bans indicated to me. So something that deals with Brood again, because you do have to address this hero. And they go Magnus, actually. That's a different one.
That's a very interesting choice here. We actually, if we were looking at pub history, Rezo was playing this a bit in pubs over the break. So this could definitely be some mag strat they've built and having a good idea going in, like, hey, we're going to get second phase mag, because nobody was going to ban mag going into this game 1, right?
I think it's also not out of the question. This is a soft flex. Niche is a player who can play practically any hero in the game. Nine's not a player who picks like super hard lane counter picks, so likely he'll be playing in something that's somewhat playable. Maybe they get some Viper or some sneaky hero last pick that makes Skitter's lane almost impossible.
Yeah, I think that's a really good call, because it is something that Puppey as a captain has always taken a liking to, being able to flex his heroes, whether it's a Monkey King that can go middle or safe lane, in this case the Magnus. They are willing to put supports in either lanes. And we see the response, Naga Siren. Okay, how do you guys like that?
The Skeeter classic, right? Manta Orchid Heart, every game, push the tempo, abuse the early team fighting. It's also an arrow setup. You get this sleep and that combo, which is really nice. The lane always feels good because you get the minus armor with the extra Mirana right clicks. Again, I think the more setups you have for this Mirana, it's nice. I think it's also a combo they've abused vision-wise a lot this tournament. Like, Naga's pushing in the lanes, making people show, sending illusions in the fight, and then at the same time you have this Pada multi that's hiding your backline. It's super deadly in these team fights. We're talking about a team fight from Secret, which might be predicated around glimpses or big RPs. Suddenly you have illusions going in, and you can't see anybody through the Mirana ult. Makes all of those spells tremendously harder, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think the theme of the way these teamfights play out is super interesting. Like, depending how the early game goes, there's a world where Team Secret has an impenetrable wall. They're chasing you. You can't run into them because they'll glimpse you back. They have this RP waiting in the wings, a really fat Monkey King. And there's another world where Tundra has all this garbage running at you. You can't see anything, and they see you, and they kite you, and they poke you, and you have Disruptor playing on the defensive, which is just generally not what you want.
They're basically the zookeepers here. I do think Tundra is definitely going for this vision type of game, right? They're going to push the lanes in, and Secret has to show in order to push the lanes back. They don't have that much nuke right now, and then they're going to play around with this vision. They're going to set up kills on the map, and meanwhile, Secret's just going to want to fight them. Whenever they see them, they can bring numbers. They can just take the team fight. They have a bunch of like strong spells, you know, RP. You have the Disruptor ulti, the Monkey ulti. They have all these team fight spells, and Tundra doesn't. So it's, again, two different approaches, which is what we were expecting going into this. And this Wyvern ban is actually a pretty smart one, I think, because 9 does play Wyvern mid, and this is a fantastic Wyvern game if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, that was a really clutch read, honestly.
Yeah, one of the old school mag lineup counters, right? I mean, do you think the lane shove here for Secret is going to be an issue in terms of, like, Disruptor Tusk? not the greatest heroes at dealing with these illusions later. They can't really interact with the broodlings that are ghost shoving waves. It kind of forces Secret's cores to show here a lot in the game. And then at the same time, you have a support duo that kind of wants to set up kills and make stuff happen. I feel like you're getting split up too much. You're not going to have it. You might fall off with the damage at a certain point.
Yeah, I mean, that's where they could be looking for something like a Zeus, which, you know, maybe helps with the damage, gives them sort of this global presence so they can help deal with the lane some. I think this, you know, sort of sneaky, maybe niche mid-hero you wouldn't think of so much. This type of hero for niche could be very good here. Zeus Tinker.
Yeah, it's like Tinker to me. What do you guys think about a Timber Saw for a Secret? Could potentially go different lanes. They don't really have any damage for him. They do have a Vessel Buyer and a Mirana, so they can find an answer. But this Batrider ban is also something that's potentially giving a hint towards Timber Saw. But I do agree, either way, they need a hero that can deal with these illusions, with these summons. Just something that can also connect to the team, ideally. So, you know, you might see a hero like Ember Spirit as well, something like that.
I think anything mobile that can deal with the lane pressure so that other heroes can group a little bit where those spell synergy will shine is going to feel good for Secret here. And like you said, I mean, any of those heroes is right up Nisha's playbook, right? We've seen him dominate the year on a lot of those spellcaster carries.
I mean, you can see Tundra, they're thinking about the Magnus mid potentially as well. They banned the Darkseer, so clearly thinking, hey, this Magnus is not guaranteed to the off lane, so you could have some flexibility here. Like, let's keep our mind open about these bans.
All right, clutch call is Timber Saw. Otherwise, I'm going to go with something like Ember Spirit or Storm. That's my call here. Let's see.
I respect the chatting up.
Let's see the Tinker. Tinker busted out. I'm down for it.
If they go Tinker, I feel like we'll see an immediate Zeus.
Yeah, that is
the very classic 9 hero, so I'm not feeling the Tinker right now.
It is an extremely good Zeus game for Tundra as well, if depending on what Secret's pick is.
I do really like Zeus for their heroes. It's perfect for how they want to play this map.
Do you think they just steal it here? Like, is Puppy thinking about, hey, if we give him this last pick Zeus, suddenly the global threat with so much lane shove just becomes debilitating?
It's not bad, actually. It's not bad. They don't have that much reach between their heroes. They have the sleep, but other than that... Ember Spirit. Okay, they go for the stable pick.
And it soft blocks the Zeus a little bit, right? At least you're getting some gap close on him. You're going to threaten him a little bit. You can control the runes against him, which is nice.
Early game tempo is quite nice.
All right, Quinn, what is he going to play mid? I feel like this is your wheelhouse. You see an Ember Spirit. Your name is 9 right now.
My name is 9. I mean, I think the Zeus is honestly not that unlikely. I think them having this sort of long range, like if you look at Secret's lineup, it's kind of scary to just straight up run into without abusing this vision, abusing the long range poke. We talked about that being sort of thematically what their lineup wants. If I think about heroes that 9 plays that fit in that wheelhouse, it's the Wyvern, it's the Zeus.
Hoodwink?
Yeah, I mean, even something like a Hoodwink is possible, to be honest.
Talking about long range burst.
I feel like 9 is such a unique player that it's very hard for me to call what he's actually going to play here.
The only other hero I can think of he's played on playoffs, especially with the Mirana, was the Spear Breaker game that he had.
I think it's pretty tough against Ember Spirit, right, Quinn? I feel like that one's kind of hard.
The game, I mean, you just can never charge him. He just presses W. If his fingers are on the keyboard, then you're not stunning him.
Does he play Huskar? Not even a consideration here?
Does not, I don't think.
Are we okay with Tiny Bit?
There is OD. He's also played a lot of OD.
Just at the tail end of it, Avery locks it in.
I mean, I was thinking, you know, because every time they see this morph, they see this Ember, they're thinking Hour of Devour. I thought they were going to pick it earlier on in the tournament. He goes Midas, he goes Ags. Suddenly the multiple saves come out in the fight for RP and Static Storm. It's going to chunk through the cores without BKB. Pretty obnoxious pick.
Yeah, fits that style, fits that long range, sort of gives you that damage, that scale, so you aren't all in on this Naga who's playing against a Magnus, who's playing against AoE clear and the Ember and the Monkey empowered. I think it helps their lineup a lot.
Yeah, it's also decent against Disruptor. I'm going to go with Secret on this one still. I think they have a really solid lineup. I think Tundra has to play a very concept style of game. Like, it is their view of Dota, and they have to really make it work this game. But I think Secret has a easier understanding of how they're going to play this game. They can just brawl. Tundra has to be very smart about which fights they take.
Yeah, I mean, ease of execution is definitely on Secret's side. As the game progresses, this Ember and Monkey with Empower, your Broodmother impact starts to dip a little bit, Naga illusions start dying. Suddenly you don't have this vision advantage anymore, and you're just terrified of this RP all the time on OD. You can't show, you can't hit, you're just waiting.
So you're both favoring Secret right now, right?
I'm favoring Secret.
I think so, yeah.
Avery, last one on the panel, and I'll just remind everybody, 100% win rate, 9 OD. There have only been 4 games, 3 of them have been Tundra. They've won all of them.
Well, you're convincing me with every stat you throw.
You going to stick with the stats, Avery?
I think Tundra might take this just because this type of playstyle with the lane shove being super obnoxious on the map, so many summons, so many illusions. You lose one hero, your map starts to crumble. It's so annoying in a game 1 scenario. I think that's when you're the least mentally prepared for it. Like, you think you're going to deal with it, but then you get halfway through and you're like, a little too many things on the map right now, you know.
And this exactly harkens back to what we said at the start. This is a clash of styles, right? You guys said that Tundra has a very set style. Secret, they need to find a way to counter it. This draft pretty much spells that out, right?
Yeah, very much so. I think this is exactly the type of lineup you want as Secret against Tundra.
All right, Fly, any last thoughts? I mean, what do we need to see from the side of Tundra?
I think Tundra has to do well in their lanes, especially when you got to counterpick their lanes. If their lanes go well, they can slow down the grouping up tempo of Secret.
I'll cut them off if you need me.
They're good to go.
All right, Avery, and the side of Secret?
Don't feed too many kills around the map. Make sure when you take the fights, you drop the hammer on the OD instead of the other way around, and you get the big RP with your BKB timings. Secure Roshan. Make sure you fight around good areas with your vision. Don't get outclassed by that Mirana ulti.
All right, everybody, I know you want to be able to see Secret versus Tundra, but of course, we got to be able to check in with our favorite man on stage. It's Sir Action Slacks with the coach interview.
Hello. I am here with Owie 2000. Sir, this is my first chance to catch up with you. You know, your drafts have been called disgusting, cheating. Team Secret said before they got into this that you guys are cheaters with these drafts. Is that how you feel still? Are you guys keeping up with that sick theme?
What?
That's what they said. They said you guys are cheaters because your drafts are so disgusting.
Maybe. I think we're playing heroes that we're comfortable on, and I think this game, like a good vision of the game's supposed to go, and if we execute, then we'll feel really good.
Speaking of heroes that you're good on, my friend, I think we got a 100% win rate on OD very, very fast. Is this going to continue that for you guys?
Hope so.
Okay, well, he hopes so, and we hope for a great game. So let's throw it over to our casters standing by.
Thank you, Slacks. That's right, it's Cap and Avery, in case you forgot, Slacks. But here we are. We got to pause just to be able to catch things up, because we did have this situation where we had the teams kind of walking around while this coach interview was happening. Fortunately, we got this pause. Avery, we were talking about it before this game started. What was the storylines to this upper bracket finals? And for me, you actually said something that I thought was very fitting. You reminded me that Tundra was once upon a time one series away from being able to go to TI 10. They barely missed out on that one.
Very true.
Second chance for them, right? At being able to be here at TI 11, and they've made the most of that chance. They've gone very far through the tournament so far. And Secret, of course, everybody knows about that. There's a huge second chance right there. They had to go through the last chance qualifier. That's the ultimate second chance right there.
That's all you get. After that, there was no other opportunity. They've made the most of it, right? I mean, these two teams, second chances, they still have one in the bag, too. Upper bracket. Makes you feel a little bit more comfortable when you know, hey, if things go wrong, we're still in it.
Yep.
That said,
my keyboard is not working.
De support 4 contra support 5, van a chocar ya las dos waves y bueno, prácticamente esta es una wave entera para cada
son
support.
de la línea.
Sí, obviamente ahí tanto el posición 1 como el posición 3 van a ir tener un poco más de dificultades para llegar al nivel 6.
Me encanta.
Pero bueno, ahí podemos ver a los dos support prácticamente como si fueran los cores, ¿no? Peleando.
Pero y luchando en el medio una línea de bot. De
sí.
creeps. O sea, esto es algo que se está viendo muchísimo desde ya la fase anterior del main event. Que cuando una línea te puede suponer un problema, acaban jalándola, pero y la llevan hasta la conchinchina. O sea, antes hemos visto un sniper jugando entre tier 3 y tier 2 de bot, porque o sea, la persiguen hasta el final.
Sí, incluso he visto a los support 4 que hasta la mandan a la wave de medio para que el mid laner llegue más rápido al nivel 6. Wow. Es una locura también esto de cortar las waves, pero es algo que le viene muy bien a héroes como el Tiny y el Tusker, que son héroes que relativamente tienen buena velocidad de movimiento. Compran, por ejemplo, ahí podemos ver al Tiny con el Win Lace, en otras situaciones salen con las botas y así. De momento, pues Nisha tampoco es que está tan mal en la parte central. Está con 4 Inats, que realmente es bastante para ir en contra de 1D. Y algo que le estaba mencionando a Neka era que ya venía ya viendo Skitter bastante jugar ahí esta Naga Siren en las push.
Te lo iba a comentar, que me lo habías ahí sudado un poquito, ¿no?
Sí, sí.
Que también has tenido tus experiencias aquí en las rankings de SEA. Y que bueno, que vienes jugando mucho a la Naga Siren. O sea, es algo que ya tenía un poquito entrenado, ya tenían pensado. Y creo que sí que lo sabía, porque ha empezado con héroes que pueden funcionar bien contra copias o contra ilusiones, ¿no? Y aún así Tundra ha dicho, me la trae al pairo, me da igual, yo voy a lo que tengo pensado. Confío completamente, cuidado, en parte de medio, señor Nine, el 9 de Tundra, que se va a salvar por bien poquito porque no había ahí Slice of Fist. No sé si no tenía ni siquiera maná. O sea, que se ha salvado, no tenía maná. Sí, se ha salvado por bien poquito.
Me sorprende de que Nisha esté tan cómodo en este matchup.
Está muy en forma, Tao.
Sí, realmente el OD no sufre tanto, pero pues también es un héroe que es muy situacional. Incluso ahí parece que van a intentar agresividad sobre él.
Pues aquí viene la bola de nieve por parte del señor Zaya. Puede juntarse directamente sobre Iskia en la parte de arriba. ¡Qué mala suerte tuvieron ahí los jugadores de Secret, Tao!
Se quedó abajo y bueno, ahora van a dejar a este Magnus ahí arriba solo en la parte superior. Por cierto, ya tiene el Ring of Hell. Y nuevamente ahí está Crystalis. Vemos cómo holdea las waves. Más que nada para denegar los creeps. Entonces ahora la siguiente wave que viene de Radiant, sí o sí los creeps de Millie se le van a llevar. Skitter está muy cómodo. Era algo que justo te estaba mencionando, que ya cuando spameas tanto este tipo de héroes, incluso incitas a que el rival entre a la página esta, la de Dota Pro Tracker, averigüe. Exacto, que vienes jugando 15 juegos de Naga Siren. Snaking, tiene saltos.
Snaking se va muy cómodo, pero acaba cayendo con esa boliza de nieve por parte del jugador kirguís. Venía desde la parte del medio, sorprendió. Igual se confió demasiado o no tenía el salto aún.
Tenía 2 saltos, pero bueno, tenía un salto, pero esto no es tan bueno, porque ahora, bueno, Resolution, que no estaba súper cómodo, pues ahora tiene una Fierce Blood y ya estamos viendo que está trayéndose ya las botas.
Y bueno, además, ahí falla un poquito. Bueno, y además otra cosa, el rato que ha estado el Tusk moviéndose por el mapa, ahora Resolution tiene más nivel, o por lo menos, fíjate que ha llegado cuando estaba sufriendo bastante temprano, y con esa kill pues recupera un poquito todo el tiempo que ha gastado moviéndose, así que es importante esta muerte para el equipo de Secret, que en la parte de alto va a ser el capitán Estoño, que tiene serios problemas del Chopito, que lo acaba impactando y consigue esa kill. De hecho, Sax al bastonazo de Crystalis, cargando muy bien el Jingu Master, y la persecución sobre la Reina Araña.
Le faltó.
¿Le va a saltar o no? No, le rompía el árbol por si saltaba, ¿no?
Sí, canceló la primera animación del ataque con el Jingu. Y bueno, ya el último que le da, pues no termina concluyendo ahí la kill. Y de momento, pues están muy free tanto en la parte central como en la parte de arriba. Además, la Naga Siren sabe que eventualmente el Magnus con más puntos en el Empower lo va a botar. Lo que me gusta es esto de Resolution. Ellos ya tienen claro que sí o sí tienen que bufear tanto a Nisha para que tenga presión en el mapa, para que se puedan meter a la jungla, limpiar las copias, ralentizar el farm de la Naga, porque es un héroe que tú mandas a la jungla y relativamente le das 2-3 minutos, te aparece con un Yasha, le das unos 7-8 minutos y ya tiene una Manta Style.
Pero tenemos un Empower en el equipo de Secret que le va a favorecer mucho a los 2 cores principales, tanto el Ember Spirit como el Monkey se benefician muchísimo de esa capacidad de farmeo. No sé yo si como para no hacerse un maestro o no es tanto. O sea, quiero decirte, ¿tú verías un Monkey yendo a por Desolator o algo por el estilo? Bueno, espérate, porque tenemos aquí ese intento de agresividad. La avalancha ha sido buenísima. ¿Qué es esto? El eclipse de la corredura por parte de Nine, arriba, abajo, centro, para adentro. Papi, que también acaba muriendo. Y no puede salvarle. De hecho, vino a dar de comer. Qué buen compito también con esa visión astral y lo que venga del team.
Sí,
y la flecha también de Mirana, por cierto.
Algo muy común era ese combo antiguo del Astral y bueno, ni bien...
Con ese Shadow Demon también era algo parecido.
Con el Arrow, ¿cierto? Y perfecto, ahí podemos ver de que Nine abusa de que su héroe pues aprovecha más los denies. También de que Sayak rotó la parte central, entonces cada vez él sabe que el Ember se va a demorar más en llegar al nivel 6, entonces identifican rápido eso y terminan concretando la pila. Ahí Crystalis que puede estar en peligro.
Yo creo que aquí se acaba de subir un poquito a la parra porque venía totalmente solo el mismo parte de Papi para tirarlo para atrás. Qué bueno el bastonazo por parte de Crystalis. Va a caer muriendo el israelí.
Buen glitch de Papi, Neka.
Y yo pensaba que Crystalis se había, digamos, venido muy arriba, pero en realidad venía Papi. O sea,
el glimpse evitó de que pudiera casear el toss y logró terminar de cargar las Jingus, así que hay buena chamba también del support 5 de Team Secret. Todas las líneas en realidad están muy parejas, por más de que han matado al Ember, perdón. en la parte central, pues no hay mucha diferencia. Lo que sí va a marcar NECA es esa Midas de Lode. Eventualmente sí va a escalar bastante en niveles.
Me iba a preguntar si aún se hacían los memehammers, porque desde hace tanto tiempo que tampoco vemos mucho los Oldibores, que las builds pueden variar, ¿no? Un poquito, así que veo mano de Midas, con lo cual quiere niveles todo lo que puede, un poquito más.
Sí, antes Lode era muy común porque pues era un héroe que llegaba al Meteor Hammer prácticamente al...
Y una cosa que no tiene, que es el pusheo de torres, ya lo tenía, con el Meteor Hammer.
Y te salía entre el minuto 6 y el minuto 7, entonces justo podías incluso hasta holdear la catapulta, aumentabas el daño con el Meteor Hammer y era muy fácil setear las kills. Vamos a ver ahí si le van a ganar la runa, pero no, la termina asegurando Sayak. Lo pueden matar.
Lancha, cuidado con esto, que lo lanza directamente a la boca de Nine, se va con el remanente junto a la runa. Y además un doble damage para Nisha. ¿Cómo está el polaco, Tao?
Sí, no había Sanity's Eclipse porque probablemente ahí hubiese muerto. Tiene que tener cuidado porque Nisha tiene ED.
Yo no sé, a ver, con este Strike of Fist.
Uy, lo va a matar.
Ojo, el remanente va directamente por ese bajo, un poquito cuidado con el Champions Astral. Knight se puede defender, además también aparece. Llega Nicky por aquí, la avalancha, entonces arriba la bolita de nieve para poder contra un la jugadita de Zaya. ¿Cómo está? Intenta acabar con la vida de Saxa. El Macedonia sin problemas. Un golpe por parte de Zaya. Y la prisión astral de Knight va a ser la muerte para el jugador alemán. Y ahí lo tenemos. ¿Qué jugador por parte de los equipos? ¿Cómo están?
Sí, realmente esto es algo que hacen mucho los equipos europeos, jugar mucho alrededor del medio. Se termina salvando Nine, pero comprometen ahí un poco al Tuskar. En otra parte del mapa...
Es verdad.
Mataron a la Brute Mother, NECA.
Pues nada, con Wukong's Command hubo un poquito de todo, así que... Claro, pierdes un support por un offlaner, te sale medio rentable, ¿no?
Sí, realmente no es tan malo porque, jalaste la marca de los supports de medio, solo mataron al Tuskar y bueno, aprovechó muy bien Papi y Crystalis para llevarse la kill sobre la Brute Mother, que sí es muy bueno de que realmente la estén controlando ahora. Mira, podemos ver que tiene 2300 de valor neto y que hasta ahora no llega al nivel 6, o sea, hasta ahora no puede explotar esta última habilidad que, por cierto, le permite consumir tanto la jungla como las estructuras y de momento tienen muy bien controlada la Brute. Una vez la Brute llega al nivel 6...
Exacto, y llega el problema.
Y también el Magnus va a tepear a la parte ahí a controlarlo, así que sí tienen respuesta para eso.
A ver, bueno, como dices tú, llega el problema en el sentido de que ya es cuando te va a poder empezar a pushear, te va a poder farmear todo, pero como dices tú, también tienen recursos, tienen algunas utilidades por parte del draft de Secret para poder frenar a esa Brumode. Pero cuanto más la ralentices, yo creo que más oxígeno tienes durante la partida. Y estamos viendo que la Naga está farmeando muy bien, pero es que Resolution no se despega. El ucraniano está también haciéndolo fantásticamente bien. Y lo mismo con Crystalis, que encima consiguió ya una kill. O sea que, cuidadito con Secret. La bola inmediatamente sobre Saxa. Saxa que va a preparar, que bien preparaba ahí esa avalanchita, pero Chris para ponerlo detrás. Saxa que acaba lanzando a Zaya, que antes de morir. Que bien puesto ahí. Uy, la visión astral. Yo no sé si van a seguir aquí queriendo pelear. Zaya va a acabar muriendo. Yo creo que no es mejor no jugársela demasiado.
Qué buen salto. Buen salto de Snake, que realmente sabía que el Snowball había sido casteado sobre él. Entonces salta hacia la torre para que se comprometa más y termine llegando Nine. De momento no están tan mal. Como habías mencionado, NECA, Resolution está Free Farm, tiene esta Vanguard. Así que es intratable. No hay manera que ahorita puedas lidiar ahorita contra este Magnus.
No, las copias no le van a hacer nada. Y como dices, si se deciden cambiar la línea para poder frenar un poquito la Brumode, las arañas es como cosquillitas.
Sí, comidita prácticamente para el Magnus más ahora farmeo. Que tiene esta Vanguard. Sí, las arañas no le van a hacer absolutamente nada. Y Resolution pues prácticamente está farmeando la jungla y las waves.
Es que a mí Saxa me da un miedo porque es absolutamente demencial el jugador macedonio con este tiro y con lo que le pongas por delante, ¿no? Aquí están, yo creo que protegiéndole, quieren que la Naga sea ese revulsivo el que consiga llevarse el late a su favor. Pero claro, también le están dando muchísimo espacio a un Resolution que no sé la Naga tampoco si está demasiado lejos, sinceramente, porque cuando llegue ese momento también hay miedo en el equipo de Tundra. Por ahora bombita de humo por parte del equipo de Secret. No se están buscando a la Naga o directamente han visto a Saxa.
Lo quieren botar para cerrarle ya más rápido el mapa a la Naga. Entonces este Tiny prácticamente lo que está haciendo es ralentizar. Buena manera de Nisha para meterse ahí a los árboles. Sí, es una manera de no romper el smoke ahí en la torre y que el enemigo se TP.
Y además saben que no está por ahí porque se ha
lo va a encontrar, ya lo encontró.
Pues a ver esa buena por parte de Nai, la acaban de ver, la bolita de nieve, todo sobre la montaña que cabalga, la van a comer. No, me retiendo en arena de playa y venía incluso con la carga, no vaya a ser que se escape.
Rápidamente,
pues, qué buena respuesta de Tundra.
Vamos a ver si lo terminan agarrando a Crystalis. Lo está viendo Nike, lo agarró.
Esto me recuerda en el aire. Lo pilló en el aire. ¿Dónde está Astral? ¿El árbol?
El árbol,
la flecha. ¡Qué bien lo hizo! ¡No me lo puedo creer! Cristal y reflejos gatunos, en este caso de mono. Y consigue saltar. Y yo no sabía que la animación continúa.
Sí, yo tampoco tenía ni la menor idea. Incluso Snake tampoco lo sabía, porque no sabía
¿dónde va a estar?
Sí,
¡Ostras!
No sabía, calculó mal ahí. Skitter ya con el Yasha y pues... esto es muy bueno para Secret, sobre todo porque ahora la Naga pues ya cada vez va a reducir más su farm, ya que ahora el Magnus va a estar farmeando todo el área del outpost. Y entonces ahora tienes 3 héroes que necesitan farm. El OD con Midas, tienes a la Naga que también requiere farm, y tu Brute Mother no se puede llevar la tier 1 porque Crystalis con el Boneless Strike puede lidiar muy bien en contra de las arañas. Incluso el Magnus en el peor de las situaciones va a tepear abajo y va a evitar de que caiga esa torre.
Está muy bien posicionado Secret ahora mismo, aunque es verdad que aunque no pruebe la torre, fíjate lo que está haciendo, ¿no? Se limpia completamente toda la jungla, y lo que igual habría que hacer, o lo que tendría que hacer Secret, es seguir cerrando el mapa de alguna manera para que esta Brumother, si se queda en esa zona, se quede en zona peligrosa. Es decir, no tenga nadie donde tepear. Lo que pasa es que también tienes delante lo que hemos comentado. Bueno, aparte de... me quiero Moonlight Shadow, la cara, ya sí. Decía que tienes un OD que tampoco te lo va a dejar fácil, y recordemos, solo hay un héroe de inteligencia. Todo lo demás, la avalancha ahora aquí sobre el pobrecito Nisha, que acaba explotando. Te decía, solo hay un héroe de inteligencia, con lo cual el eclipse de la cordura va a desinstalar Dota en Secret.
Sí, realmente Tundra en esta partida está jugando a esperar timings, tiene 3 héroes que requieren de mucho farm y de espacio. Así que Team Secret sí se ve más obligado a hacer jugadas, a farmear un poco deep como lo acaba de hacer Nisha, porque incluso no puedes tirar tus héroes a que se queden solamente en la torre. Podemos ver allá Resolution que ya se está trayendo su daga.
Amigo.
Y ya, sí, es momento ya de intentar hacer algo, intentar botar algún héroe, seguir teniendo objetivos como las estructuras. Se va a meter ahí, ya tiene la Blink Dagger, mira.
Pues aquí viene con el Skiwer, se lo deja ya tentar una que saca esto muy rápido. Avalancha se todos también la del Arrow por parte de señor Liquit. Bueno, el campo tiene tanta técnica un poquito de aquella manera. Viene ahí la presión astral, dejándolo cuidadito con el señor Ryan también, haciendo muchísimo daño sobre Resolution. No cae nadie, bueno, más que Sneaky. Ahora van a buscar en el borde con el remanente. De hecho, no llegó a ni golpearlo, creo que con la esteta de puño, ¿no?
Sí, no le llegó a caer, pero ahí podemos ver que, mira, Nisha solamente con el remanente. Sí, a pesar de solo tener el Empower, no pueden mandar las arañas, no aguantan mucho. Y no le termina saliendo esto bien a Tundra.
Igual el daño que hizo.
Sí, pero ojo, Neka, mientras que ellos estaban matando a los support, 33 dejó de atacar con algunas arañas y se llevó la tier 1. Miran, ya no hay torre, ya no hay tier 1 en medio. Se han descuidado con eso, y eso que Secret es uno de los mejores equipos para defender esa torre. Es muy importante, los equipos europeos cuidan mucho esa torre.
Pues bueno, estos son problemas estratégicos por el momento para el equipo de Secret. La verdad es que aunque veamos 2K de valor neto en la parte de arriba, es una partida igualadísima. De hecho, en el late, yo es que no te sabría decir, porque es verdad que hay una Naga Siren, pero tienes ese Magnus con el Empower, tienes un Ember Spirit que hace muchísimo daño en área. Así que la partida para mí está mega súper igualada. De aquí el combate intentando desguardear, entiendo, entre los dos. Pues se lo llevaba al final el bueno de Zayak. Buen orito para el support. Y seguimos teniendo RP, o sea, es que no lo ha gastado en Aquile en el medio. Pues el bastonazo aquí, la bola de nieve, todos son Sneaky, desapareció el jugador norteamericano. Y la avalancha del bueno del macedonio no pudo hacer demasiado. Uy, se quedaba ahí como a verlo desde la barrera.
Sí, incluso
la barrera.
Tundra hace ese movimiento abajo porque saben que necesitan visión de esta área, necesitan botar al mono de alguna manera, porque ya están compartiéndose mucho el farm. Puedes ver ahí incluso en el mapa de que el OD está muy pegado a la araña, ya no hay farm ahorita en la jungla porque Skitter se limpia absolutamente todo. Entonces cada vez el timing del OD se retrasa un poco más, porque a pesar de tener el Hand of Midas, tiene casi lo mismo que Nisha, como podemos ver.
Es cierto que la Brumother normalmente te puede suponer un problema también, ¿no? En ese sentido de farmeo. Y la Naga, ni te digo, o sea, es verdad que es un poquito greedy lo que tiene Tundra, y ahora tiene aún más sentido el tema de la mano de Midas, la verdad, porque él sabe que no iba a poder farmear todo lo que quisiera. Está yendo por una Gunning para tener ahí las dos prisiones astrales, y yo creo que va a ser, no, o es para que se pueda mover con la prisión astral.
Realmente es muy bueno el Gunning porque solamente mantienes este héroe desde atrás, intentas cuidar a la backline, no, perdón, a los héroes que van de front. No creo que Tundra, Nine esté pensando en matar héroes, incluso...
No, es en salvar, o sea, yo creo que él está mirando...
Está en peligro.
Pues espérate, porque igual el que está en peligro aquí es el... la flechita le va a impactar Resolution, el ucraniano, la red luego por parte de Skitter, y no le van a dejar escaparse, estaba muy solo, es complicado, y llega la daga también de Saxa.
Sí, perfecto, también ya tiene la daga minuto 16.
Es alucinante.
Sí, y es porque se tepeó arriba, comenzó a ganar tiempo, evitó que la torre cayera rápido, y Nine también ya tiene el oro para el Aganim Scepter. Pero mira también el trabajo excelente que está haciendo Crystal. Estamos ahí elogiando un poco a Tundra, pero mira lo que está haciendo el carry de Secret. No deja que caiga la tier 1 hasta ahora en 17 minutos. Sí. Y eso que es la torre más fácil de tumbar, Neka.
Bueno, hay que resaltarlo, por supuesto, porque Cristales a veces pasa un poquito desapercibido, teniendo un Nisha como tocado por los dioses, aunque esta bombita de humo lo va a pillar. Los reflejos de Cristales, nada, se marcha.
Rompió el smoke.
Se marcha rapidito el jugador holandés, creo que realmente es, de Netherlands. Y aquí cuidado que se puede montar la Marimonera, va sonando por parte de Cristales directamente sobre Sneaking. El Wukong's Command que lo acaba amagando, pero no lo lanza, directamente golpeando todas las arañitas, la avalancha para contrarrestar un poquito. La saladita por el lado, el polaco, Nisha, luego al pozo de los espartanos, el pobre de Saxa también va a acabar cayendo. Los dos supos de Tundra que se despiden en este caso, pero bueno, salvan la retirada de la araña.
Sí, igual no es tan grave tampoco para Tundra, porque pues esto permite de que Skitter haga esto. Mira, está cortando la wave de medio, se acaba de meter al triángulo y ahora también va a cortar la wave de top. Y ojo, muy importante esta compra que está optando Skitter para intentar hacer pick-up con algún support en la sideline. Recordar que tienes tanto la Mirana para setear el arrow, también tienes al Tiny con la avalancha que no deja a Leanberg utilizar el remanente. Y bueno, ya va a tener la Orchid y se posiciona en el top valor network.
Vale, la pregunta aquí es, ¿va por un EUL Scepter el Ember? Porque si no es comidita, ¿va por una BKB primero? Va por BKB.
Sí, va a ir por BKB.
El objeto defensivo después de... Porque es lo que te preguntaba, si realmente con el Empower te podías retrasar en algún objeto de farmeo o no hacerlo. Pero no, han preferido los dos ya por Maestro, si no me equivoco, tanto él como el Monkey. Sí. Y luego pues a por la BKB. Los dos prácticamente están yendo por la misma build. El problema aquí es que esta Orchid ahora va a hacer mucho daño.
Sí, y ojo que Nisha tampoco está tan lejos de la BKB. Podemos ver ahí que nos están enfocando que solamente tiene...
ya le llega a Cristales, ¿eh?
Sí, a Cristales ya le llega la BKB y Nisha también está nada. Y esta es la ventaja de tener un Magnus, que prácticamente una habilidad, un Bombless Strike, te limpias absolutamente toda la wave.
Llegó el Aghanim,
llegó el Aghanim.
Llegó el Aghanim de Nine, llegó el Aghanim de Nine. Las dos carguitas. Bueno, a ver, es que no le han dejado mucho farmear tampoco al pobre. Aún así el valor neto se ha quedado un poco fijado en 2K. Y por lo que parece, bomba de humo también para eso. Madre mía. La que se va a montar ahora, señores. Prepárense. No sé si le acabaron de ver.
Ya Nisha se acaba de mostrar medio. Este es un smoke un poco obvio, por eso podemos ver incluso que Snaking ya se está posicionando. Acaba de romper el smoke.
Pues va a venir, no llegó el bastonazo, el glimpse tampoco, gasta todas las cargas Snaking y no le llega a golpear tampoco con esas ondas sísmicas del Magnus de Resolution.
Muy bueno lo que hace Snaking. Rompe el smoke y utiliza de una los 3 saltos para que Puppy no pueda utilizar el glimpse.
Porque ¿cuántos puntos tiene? Ah, no, lo ha maxeado,
Sí, está maxeado, pero es que saltas al high ground, Puppy no tenía un guard aún posicionado, vuelves a saltar, entonces jamás le llegó a dar el rango. Buena chamba ahí.
Este tiempo aquí, sin hacer nada...
Sí, demoran y mira, Nine... No, perdón.
Mira el K, ya ha bajado. Sí. Es que ya ha bajado. Aún así, la torre de medio...
Y el Roshan es muy fácil también para ellos.
Siempre comentamos, es muy importante, así que aunque han perdido algo de tiempo, lo tienen. Y el Roshan...
Nisha está tepeando abajo.
Te arriesgas a que te caiga demasiada presión en todos los lugares, ¿no?
Mira, ahí va, esta que va Skitter. Skitter está que va con su Orchid.
Pues Sneaky se llevaba... No, la denegó. Nisha denegó.
Tiene runa ilusión. Tiene runa
se la puede hacer con la runa ilusión. Igual lo saben, ¿eh? Igual lo saben. ¡Ah! Ha hecho el público exactamente lo mismo que yo.
Todos acá se han sorprendido, es que realmente él sabe que puede jugar así a este límite.
Y la BKB ahora ya.
Sí, BKB minuto 20. Este es el timing de Secret. Pueden incluso transformar esto en un Roshan. Tienen BKB en Nisha, tienen BKB en el Monkey.
Cristales.
Y si no, me gustaría saber ahí también, vamos a ver por qué Beat está optando Resolution, ya tiene la daga y la Forza. Es bueno para que no le caiga el arrow al enemigo en caso de le caiga la net.
Te mueves con la red exactamente. Sí.
Exacto.
Bueno, pues nada, intentando hacerse el Roshan por ahora, la verdad es que se están buscando, pero han tenido ahí ese instinto por parte de los chicos de Secret de alejarse de momentos de peligro y tanto han estado aquí moviendo los cubiletes que salen el Roshan sin ninguna posibilidad de que Tundra llegue.
Es increíble la cantidad de network que está consiguiendo el Ember también. Mira cuánto valor neto tiene Nisha.
Qué locura.
Sí, y este es uno de los pocos jugadores, así como Sumail también, que puede jugar tanto carry como medio igual de bien. Incluso Miracle también es otro de esos jugadores que tienen tanta habilidad de poder hacer esto. Y mira, hay un guard ahí en la parte inferior y se van a meter netamente al triángulo porque saben dónde están, tienen visión de dónde ahorita están jugando. Acaban de escanear, así que Sansa va a romper el smoke.
Pues aquí viene Resolution directamente llevándose al pobre de Saxa. Lo rodeaban allí, aunque la avalancha le va a hacer ganar unos segunditos. Que no. Bueno, la bola le salió a todos. Se lleva la gran bola de nieve gigantesca. Cayó la luz sobre el pobre macedonio. Y encima un double damage ahora que se lo están dejando a Nisha.
Sí,
atento a esto,
Nisha es el carry escondido prácticamente. Podemos
se
ver
lo
que
dejan a Nisha.
Está nada el cetro. Y es la botella también, minuto 22 con prácticamente BKB, Maelstrom y a nada de Lagan Inceptor.
Claro.
Es sorprendente el network que está consiguiendo al menos.
Mira,
y Skitter también,
bueno, no está lejos tampoco del corazón de Tarasca, pero digo, fíjate que decíamos, qué buen timing de la Orchid, pero al final no la ha sacado provecho. No ha conseguido hacer nada con esa Orchid. Ojo aquí, Resolution que carga directamente. Guarroso Point sobre el pobrecito OD. Viene Wukos Coman para que no haga nada. Predicción astral para ganar los segunditos. Pero el canto de Skitter, el canto de Skitter, ¡toma! El canto de Skitter, el glitch atrás. Perfecto, papi. Fue el glitch del estonio. Para sobre la mitad de 33 años, pruebas en Israel. Va a acabar explotando las dos de cabeza el primer estreno. Perfecto para el equipo de Secret.
Sí, ahora, bueno, Tundra tiene ahorita una pequeña apertura para pelear porque no hay BKB.
Saxa, arriba, abajo, la flecha la esquiva Flavia. ¿Pero qué es esto? ¿Qué le lo hizo? Sigue el combate ya sin BKBs. Cuidadito Cristales, aunque tiene la X, porque tiene poco mana.
Este juego es difícil.
Lo que hizo el Kirguís.
Realmente lo que acaba de conseguir Secret sí es muy valioso. Si bien solamente son 3K de valor neto, pues ya tanto la Brute Mother como el OD están controlados por completo. Si esos seres al inicio no tienen una buena fase de líneas, no comienzan a presionar, no tienen impacto en los primeros 15 minutos, esto es lo que va a conseguir Secret. Llega BKB minuto 20 y pues podemos ver que no le ha sacado provecho a la Orchid de Skitter, ¿no?
El glimpse.
Y ahí el glimpse termina matando muy bien
la Resolution, papi. Tipeando a papi. Y encima ya 33. Una mala situación. Y luego, no sé si la respondan también la bola de nieve, porque me ha parecido de Zayak. Porque mira dónde están, sí, mira dónde están. O sea, tiene que tirar allí.
Sí. Perfecto. A nada de vida, 70 de vida le quedaba.
Bueno, están en forma sin lugar a dudas. Estamos casteando la final del upper bracket de este TI-11. Desde el Indoor Stadium de Singapur, nada más y nada menos, dos equipos que lo han destrozado. Vienen de no perder ni una partida en el main event.
Sí.
O sea, vienen del winner 2-0, 2-0, 2-0.
Todo, ¿verdad? Todo 2-0.
Sí.
Ya tiene Lotus Orb, el support 5 de Team Secret. Es prácticamente, ya con esto, puedes quitarte la net, puedes quitarte la Orchid. Es un ítem realmente muy bueno, porque sobre todo quienes se encargan de comprarlo son los support 4, pero tener a tu support 5, el Disruptor, con este ítem incluso lo va a hacer más tanque, va a hacer que no sea un objetivo tan fácil. Y ojo, Skitter tiene Tarrasque. Me parece que a pesar que tiene Tarrasque, no puede lidiar contra ellos. El Ember tiene el Slide of Fist con el Empower. Y Monkey también puede aprovechar muy bien eso y van a matar a Zayak.
Poco puede hacer y fácil por aquí en un problema. Aunque podía intentar dispelarse, de hecho lo hace. Wukos Coman, no sé si es el mejor opción.
Ya no hay Wukos.
El campo cinético, tormenta estrella, la presión astral salvando en el último segundo. A Sneaking saldrá con la carguita y ese Slide of Fist de Nisha. El polaco que pone los puntos sobre las IES. Reparte cachetadas, que viene con Resolution con ese fragmentito. Aunque los Saxas se lanzan para atrás. Cuidado ahora, lo van a poder rodear. Ese problema de Resolution. La acaba de liar. Exacto, final, BKB. El daño será suficiente. Viene el canto de sirena, pero las BKB. Bastonazo por parte de Vistalis. La prisión astral de nuevo salvadora.
Ninja sin maná.
Es que no hay ahora mismo BKB. Yo creo que Resolution ya no va a salir de aquí. Saxa buenísimo con esa avalancha. Arriba, Ninja para adentro. Y acaba muriendo Sneaky, que se compraba. Y la red ahora sobre Nisha. Nisha que yo no creo que pueda escapar de aquí. El daño suficiente para acabar con el polaco. Estas dos muertes. Tundra da un golpe sobre la mesa.
Sí, Skitter terminó carreando esta pelea por completo con ese canto. Por cierto, lo holdeó muy bien. Esperó que prendieran las BKB. Dejaron muy mal posicionado. Obviamente el Mono y el Ember no tienen el daño suficiente para poder bajarlo de 100 a 0. Porque, bueno, si bien la Naga Siren ahorita mismo no está súper armada, tiene un ítem que lo termina ayudando a llegar a los 3000 de vida. Y también es un héroe de agilidad. Recordemos que los héroes de agilidad escalan muy bien en armadura. Entonces, pues prácticamente ya no había Wukons. Lo único que estaba haciendo Tundra.
Bueno. Esa flechita acaba impactando sobre Zayak. Le ponen el orbe del Loto. Por lateral Crystallis. Míralo. El buen diagonal que acaba de hacer. La montaña de Zayak. Cuidado aquí con esta red. Está completamente rodeado. No es suficiente como para acabar con la vida de Crystallis. dar aunque ha puesto sobre debajo la torre a Nine. Intenta con la presión hasta ganar unos segunditos. Se va a poder salvar bien los TPs. Aunque generalmente por aquí yo no sé. Nisha, yo no sé si la regaría tanto, pero la cadena ha sido buenísima también. Pero que bien lo hizo ahí. Y ahora la BKB justo en el momento perfecto. No hay daño para matar a Skitter. Así que por lo menos la venganza sobre el D9 rival, esa fue gustosa.
Sí, recuerdo, bueno, acabo de recordar de que pues, le cargó la BKB a Nisha porque en la pelea de arriba lo utilizó como un Arcane Rune. Es por eso que Crystalis para esta rotación pues no tenía la BKB todavía y ya acaba de llegar a Laganin Scepter. Ojo que ya con
ese daño sí.
Con esto ya puede lidiar muy fácil en contra de los supports, perseguir al OD. Su único trabajo el Ember es incomodar al OD, pero ok, también es un poco complicado porque este es un héroe que te compra casi todo el tiempo en la BKB. Tú prendes la BKB, se esconde. Agarras un objetivo, lo esconde. Este es el trabajo de Nine, al menos en esta partida. Casi todo, de todo lo que se tiene que encargar en el daño, es Skitter. Kitear las peleas, seguir forzando BKBs, forzando habilidades, mal posicionándolos y conseguir nuevamente una pelea como la que acaban de lograr, porque prácticamente toda la partida ha sido un desastre para Tundra en lo que respecta en peleas de 5 versus 5. Y es porque pues prácticamente Secret tiene todo ahorita para asediar, para meter presión. Van a encontrar, creo que a Nisha, vamos a ver si van a poder matarlo, ¿no?
No tiene BKB. Sí, no tiene BKB, arriba, abajo, después de esa red le van a poder golpear hasta el carnet de identidad. Y se muere Nisha, yo no sé, sin BKB.
Le quitaron hasta el photocheck.
Sí, arriesgarte a esa zona tan agresiva, por así decirlo, y sin ver a los rivales. Igual ha sido un exceso de confianza por parte del equipo de Secret. Y ahora ya son 4K de valor neto de Tundra. ¡Qué locura!
Sí, pero Neca, todo ese valor neto solamente es de la Naga Aire, porque es un héroe que explota así demasiado su paro. Acaban de agarrar, creo que a Papi.
Papi. No lo vas a contar, aunque tiene un orbe que bien lo hizo ahí. La manta para disperárselo. El daño también le devuelve las arañitas y esa visión astral será suficiente. La flecha llega a impactar. No, es simplemente la muerte para Nine. Yo no sé si también alguna orchid, algún tipo de objeto para cazar a ese Goldie Warrior, porque es que si no, va a estar siempre haciendo eso.
Sí, realmente no tienen cómo. Si no le cae un RP al OD, pues no va a morir jamás. No hay una Orchid, no hay un héroe que prácticamente pueda bostear al OD de 100 a 0. Es imposible. Y también agarrar al OD es como te había mencionado, es complicado.
También.
Y una vez llega el Heads, NECA, no lo sé, ya tiene la lente etérea, así que puede esconder desde afuera del estadio, literal. Sí. Ahí está, ya está trabajando en el Vice. Está, bueno, obviamente le falta todo el ítem porque acaba de completar la lente etérea, pero ojo, Skitter ya con casi Butterfly.
Mamma mía, pues nada, falta Monkey, falta algún objeto para poder cancelar a ese Goldie y tampoco parece que lleguen. De hecho, veo ahí un Mjolnir por parte de Crystalis. Quiere también Satánico y Basher. Esta mariposa les puede hacer muchísimo daño. Es todo daño físico prácticamente. Es verdad, con el maestro, pero tienes un corazón de Tasca también, así que no sé yo hasta qué punto esa Naga va a ser posible matarla.
Lo están viendo ahorita Nisha. Me gusta el Laganin Scepter que ha optado Crystalis porque también ayuda a lidiar contra las copias de la Naga sin la necesidad de que tú estés pegando. Y el Roshan sale en 7 segundos, Neca.
Bueno, pues aquí va a estar la batalla por una partida que por ahora ya son 6K de valor neto para Tundra. ¿Qué pasó?
A ver, ya está llegando la Butterfly también para Skitter. Forstaff Daga
ahí llegó la mariposa.
Y acaba de llegar la mariposa, minuto 17. Esta es una de las desventajas 30. Esta es una de las desventajas de los seres de agilidad que tienen ilusiones. Si bien tienen mucho valor neto, la desventaja de ellos es que por lo mismo de que tienen unidades que farmean todo el mapa, ellos no aprovechan tanta la experiencia. Pasa lo mismo con el Terrorblade. Incluso puedes ver que el Magnus tiene el mismo nivel que la Naga Siren. Y yo sé que él le saca 7K de valor neto. Y el Vice de 33 es algo que no se espera venir de Team Secret. Vamos a ver ahí el
Moonlight Shadow. Va a ser la sorpresa porque vienen con Moonlight Shadow. Y es que van a ser 2 Vice. Ese Ember Speed lo va a tener bastante complicado entre la red. Los Vice.
Uy, se va a mostrar.
Que tienen que hacer, pues como enseña el hocico, el polaco me parece que no lo cuenta. Mjolnir ahora para Crystalis, también está preparado Resolution en el lateral para hacer una contrainiciación en el caso de que ocurra, pero yo creo que el miedo también, ¿no? Es momento de Rosa.
Completó el miedo.
Creo que lo saben. Intentaban el pick-off 2 equipos y por ahora parece que calma tensa antes de la tormenta, pero son 7K ya de valor neto de Tundra porque esa Naga Siren no para.
Sí, no para de conseguir valor neto y pues ahí Nine que también está nada de terminar el Heads, ¿no? Ambos equipos identifican muy bien de que este Roshan es muy importante. Este Roshan prácticamente va a definir casi el resultado de la partida, porque si el mono consigue esta Aegis, creo que pueden comenzar a sellar Tier 2. Incluso ya completó el Mjolnir y esta compra de Satanic es para tener un hard carry que tú puedes poner adelante y solamente dejarlo ahí, pelear, que se tanquee todo, porque una vez llega el Satanic y tienes el Aegis, va a ser muy difícil de burstear. Está a la mitad del Vice, de momento pues 33-1 la muestra, ojo, no se ha mostrado hasta ahora en ninguna línea, solo está mandando arañas y ya está optando por el Aeondis, que acabo de ver que ha marcado, una compra un poco rara, pero al parecer él sabe que su trabajo solo es molestar, ¿no?
Claro, es que yo creo que tienen como muy estipulado exactamente lo que tiene que hacer cada uno, ¿no? Tenemos a uno World que tiene que salvar, tenemos a una grupo que tiene que estar molestando por el medio, pusheando otras líneas, y la Naga Siren que va a ser el ariete que destroza a todo el mundo. Lo mismo con Saxa, que tiene que hacer las contrainiciaciones o iniciaciones en su caso, para luego que Sticking pueda meter una buena lanza. Entonces, yo creo que está todo perfectamente pensado, y es lo que me da, bueno, me da terror, que es que Tundra es un equipazo que en estos menesteres, en estas lides, es absolutamente demencial. Fíjate la torre como está y sin enseñarse. Sí, es que entre arañas y copias.
No blinqueó. Casi lo intenta. Tiene Aeondis Resolution, por eso sí iba a animar. Ojo, Neka, que Secret no abandona el triángulo ya hace como 2 minutos, desde el minuto 30. Y quienes están abusando de este factor de que Secret no está consiguiendo nada más que el corner del triángulo son ellos.
Bueno, pues a ver si aquí se acaba liando el Tusk, que va directamente volando la bola de nieve sobre Saxa. Ahora vemos si pueden intentar Nisa con esa BKB. Otra vez la presión astral. El Book of Command tiene una segunda carga. ¡Qué bien lo hizo! La daguita de Nine, el gatito de sirena de Kitter se pone en la ropa interior y se dice: nos marchamos de esta fiesta que no nos gusta. Acaba de recibirlo con ese gesto, pero tiene también el Aeondis. Viene el remanente señor Nisa por la parte de atrás. Cayó por ahí un de la cordura. Se murió Zayak y también en muy mala posición el pobrecito de Nisa, que acaba explotando. 70 segundos. Campo cinético, tormenta estática. Vemos ahí el ERP por parte de Resolution, que acaba de arreglar un poquito el desastre porque se venía Walrus Punch por la nieve, todo sobre el señor Sax, el Marcelo que va a acabar muriendo, así que también Cristal la está haciendo, Cristal ya está haciendo, pero tiene que tratar de escapar. Le ponía Papi ahí. ¡Falló el gol! No me lo creo, no era el momento de fallar ese stun. La prisión astral, viene el Chopito, Fosta para correr y a ver si sobrevive.
Vamos a ver si lo termina agarrando. No, una pelea un poco larga. Prácticamente ya han comprometido 3 buybacks. Y bueno, ahora Tundra pues tiene las puertas abiertas a meterse este Roshan. El OD, ojo, que es uno de los mejores héroes para hacer Roshan, ya que la primera habilidad pues también le cae al Roshan. Anteriormente pues era muy difícil hacer ahí con este héroe. Y parece que sí, es daño puro. Parece que Zayak quiere intentar robarlo, pero lo dudo mucho. Skitter está ahí escauteando un poco con las copias y le van a dar el Aegis. Así que ahora va a tener camino libre este de pelear.
Papi ha denegado una torre, no sé exactamente qué torre.
La tier 2 de medio que se estaba llevando Skitter con las ilusiones. Y este Mage Slayer es muy bueno porque va a poder evitar de que el Maelstrom ya no le haga tanto daño. Que el Ember con él. Ni el Mjolnir. Prácticamente todo el daño mágico que mete Secret ahorita son Maelstrom. El Mjolnir, no tanto el Flame Guard del Ember Spirit, pero...
Ya tiene la Bluethorn.
Y ahí está Bluethorn para...
Skitter.
Sí, y ahora está que opta por BKB. Creo que es más que nada por si en algún momento Papi lo agarran al Static Storm y no lo deja cantar, porque esta Naga Siren está intratable desde que acabó el Tarrasque, no muere.
No, es que básicamente tiene todos los stats del universo. Tiene evasión, no hay nada contra esa evasión. Y bueno, también si se fallan algunas habilidades, pues aún es peor. He visto también el Aganim en el Monkey, si no me equivoco, pero estaba también hace un ratito farmeando. Bueno, con las copias estas que salen del Wukons alrededor, pues a ver si con todo eso. Son muchos golpes que al final alguno pega, pero aún así es que con la mariposa y esa armadura y esa vida, 3K.
37 de armadura, encima 33 tiene el Brave Pass. Tienes también el Paladin Sword. Es muy complicado ahorita para Secret tomar una pelea y burstear héroes. Y terminan cayendo en el juego de Tundra, que Tundra lo que busca es peleas largas, forzarte las BKBs para poder lidiar en contra de este Ember Spirit, que por cierto lo hicieron muy bien. Y ojo que el Ember también tiene Gleipnir, si no me equivoco. Así que para este juego es muy importante los refresh y la Linken Sphere. El Ember necesita las 2 BKBs, pero es muy complicado ir refresh cuando hay héroes con Vice. Rápidamente iniciación ahí sobre el Disruptor, que parece que va a morir.
Pues igual no acaba cayendo porque es rápido también, señor Papi. No, pero viene 33 y finalmente les escupen la espaldita con las Spiderlings. y se moría. Bueno, dentro de lo que bien lo hizo Nine aquí también, dañando. Zayag puede intentar aquí la avalancha. Daga en el momento perfecto, le llega gastando la segunda de las prisiones astrales y tiene aún el Ion Disc. Otra vez Daguita, le salta el Ion Disc, la red justo en el momento. Zayag no puede. ¿Cómo?
No, usó mal el Skewer.
¿Pero qué me estás diciendo? Se va a escapar Resolution.
Se escapó Resolution, pues el Ion Disc prácticamente mitigas todo el daño. Y bueno, Nine se confió, no lo escondió. No, perdón, ya lo había escondido dos veces.
Dos veces ya.
El problema fue que, parecía que se había equivocado porque el Skewer lo hizo muy corto, pero pues pensaron que ya se había ido de largo, ¿no? Entonces ya, bueno, al menos le has forzado el Ion Disc al Magnus. Pero debió haber muerto, Neka. Ahora ya tiene BKB la Naga Siren y ya el dominio total que hay en lo que respecta a control de mapa es enorme. Nine incluso se está farmeando toda la área del outpost porque sabe que la Naga se está comiendo medio, la araña se está comiendo top y también se está comiendo la jungla de Radiant. Parece que van a holdear un ward y ojo con esto, ¿ah? Esta es una pequeña jugada que Secret sí podría aprovechar bastante.
Uy, muy largo. Buena aquí el RP, todo para intentar acabar con la Naga. Vemos en la flecha por parte de la mirada de Vicky, la bola de nieve. ¿Dónde está el Mulashao? Una división, por favor. Cagan cazándolo. No me lo puedo creer. No me lo puedo creer. Bueno, Nisa ahora mismo intentando con la BKB activada, pero ya tenía ahí ese fragmentito, ya los puede mover a todos. Se escapa perfectamente Nine. Igual Pupi no lo cuenta. La araña le escupe justo en el momento perfecto. El Ion Disc de 33. Vemos ahí el cantito de Sirena. Igual ahora es el problema por parte de Crystallis. Ya no tiene. Tiene la BKB. Tiene la BKB. La flecha. La BKB en el último segundo. Intentaba romper ahí ese right back. Se queda en la parte de arriba del árbol. No tiene que correr. Tiene que tratar de correr. Sax acaba cazando.
Nisa sin BKB.
No, Nisa tiene. Lo que tiene son muchos remanentes. Y yo creo que puede escaparse sin ningún problema. La Orchid está sobre él. Puede respirar de milagrito Secret.
Esa era la jugada perfecta de Secret porque habían agarrado a Skitter sin la BKB, pero nadie se esperaba. Hay buen back sobre.
No,
te parece que va a morir, pero lo esquiva.
Perfecto reflejo también por parte de Juan Polaco, que acaba cayendo ese Exacta, que se arriesgaba demasiado macedonio, pero era una idea buena, ¿eh?
Sí, era muy buena la idea de la del outpost, pero no esperabas de que Nine tuviera el Shard. El Shard lo salvó porque permitió de que pudiera caminar en los Wukong. Eso fue lo más importante de esta pelea, que Nine llegó con esas Travel Boots, porque gracias a las Travels con el Shard terminaron salvando a la Naga Siren, porque yo ya lo veía muerto, ya tienes el Static Store, le habían seteado muy bien los stuns, hasta el RP le habían metido, así que Skitter no la contaba ahí.
Es que la intimidación de Tundra también es absolutamente demencial. Lo bien que juegan, que se coordinan. Y bueno, también tenemos ahí el telescopio para tener más rango aún. El Nicky te puede tirar una flecha desde, decías tú, desde el sur de Carena. Desde, ¿sabes?
Sí,
está como afuera ahora aquí. Ahora, pues a ver si consigue Resolution, decir a todos de la parte, a ver si hay un poquito de visión. La flecha le cambia, que le caía sobre Crystallis. El señor problemas ahora mismo de Carry, tiene que tener que acercarse el señor de Misha y al cantito de Sirena. Cantito de Sirena de Skitter. Y dicen, ¡hasta luego! Y se marchan, Tao.
Terminan escapándose. Ahorita ya le acaba de cargar el Ion Disc a 33. No sé si forzaron BKB, pero lo que sí han forzado es el RP. Crystallis ahí también, que ya tiene el Satanic, y ahora sí es un área que puede hacer front. Buena jugada ahí también de Resolution, pero la Naga es un objetivo muy difícil. El mono, mientras no tenga MKB, mientras no hayan heads, no van a poder lidiar de este héroe, o al menos con este héroe de 100 a 0. Y encima con uno de que tiene lente etérea.
Puede ser que igual no lo va a contar el pobre Tus, que va a acabar explotando una llave para él. También se van en una mala posición, aunque le ponen ahí el orbe señor de Papi para dispararle el Hex, lo cual no hay mayor problema, pero ya es uno menos.
14 cae de ventaja, ya salieron también los ítems tier 3, tier 4, perdón. Es muy difícil de que ahorita Secret pueda farmear esos ítems porque, bueno, prácticamente Secret tiene dominio total del triángulo. Bueno, ahorita mismo tienen visión, pero no hay héroes, pero están dominando toda la jungla y no dejan salir a Secret. Tienen dos Titan Silver.
Han robado uno.
Sí. Han robado ahí un Titan Silver. Vemos ahí que están caminando detrás de Crystallis. Me imagino que ya se debe oler esto Saxa. Vamos a ver si
lo bajó. Lo hizo con ese Foster el señor Saxa. Tiraba al Monkey. Arriba abajo la avalancha. Le da tiempo a la BKB. ¡No me lo creo!
¡Está muerto!
Llega en el mejor momento. Ahí vemos la prisión del señor Ryan. La BKB se curó entero. ¿Qué es esto, Crystallis? La respuesta por parte del Carry de Secret.
No puede salir por el canto.
Canto de Sirena. Se queda paradito. Y el equipo no viene, no van a llegar. Pues nada, ya se queda a su destino.
Hasta luego.
Va a acabar muriendo. Hasta luego, de verdad.
Hasta luego, ahora sí, de verdad. Ya han forzado los Wukongs, así que vamos a ver si Tundra, después de este pick-up, se termina animando al high ground. Ojo, yo vi que el Magnus estaba detrás de él, pero no sé qué pasó. Nunca se animó a entrar. Nisha ya con 5.400 de oro. Vamos a ver cuál es la compra correcta, porque ojo, Neka, que si bien hay 17k de valor en ventaja para Tundra, pues mientras la partida más se alarga, los héroes de Secret cada vez pueden ser más eficientes en contra de las ilusiones. Si Nisha logra...
La pillada de Sax al macedonio justo en el momento, pero Nisha es más rápido. El relámpago.
Comienzan ya a molestar un poco las estructuras. No se anima Tundra en querer ir high ground, solamente están mandando unidades y lo siguen ahogando. Prácticamente controlamos todo su triángulo, que no salgan a ninguna wave, les farmeamos toda la jungla. Voy a mandar ahorita unas arañas a la Ace y ni bien aparezca, con el siguiente Roshan liquidamos esta partida. Uy, Neka, lo que acabo de ver.
Papi
está que va por el Aghanim.
Le queda 600, ¿eh?
Sí, está nada el Aghanim. Y eso sí puede cambiar el rumbo de esta partida.
Suelen tener un impacto muy fuerte los Aghanims del Disruptor, pero aún así sigo viendo que si la Naga va por delante, como va a hacerlo porque es un tanque indestructible, y el Owl Devourer está detrás, le va a dar igual.
Sí.
Le va a salvar, es que le va a salvar.
Realmente
Dos veces, una y otra vez.
Es muy
Es
complicado.
el problema que tiene ahora mismo. Sí que no sé de qué manera puede llegar hasta la retaguardia donde va a estar Nine, sentado en el sofá.
Además también tienen 2 Aeon Disc, la escuadra de Tundra, en la Mirana, en la Broodmother. Si bien tienes el RP con el Static Store,
pues saltan otra vez, Resolution salvándose perfectamente bien. Papi buscando el glimpse y mira las copias del daño que le ha tentado.
Y el Aegis más corto le ha parecido en el tiempo mínimo. La acaba de respawnear en 2 segundos. Es el timing de Aegis más rápido.
Con refresher, papá.
Con refresh.
Lo que querías.
Esto es brutal porque lo puede agarrar Nine. Doble Hedge, doble Sanity's Eclipse. Incluso hasta Skitter lo puede agarrar para tener 2 BKBs.
4 presiones astrales.
Sí.
Qué locura. Bueno, pues aquí a veces ocurre. En el TI la magia está que hay a veces equipos tocados por la varita de Harry Potter.
Ahí está, le acaban de dar el refresh como había mencionado a Nine.
Sí.
Es brutal el daño que puede meter el OD acumulando los Astra. Y bueno, también tiene buyback con Travel, si no me equivoco, así que creo que es hora de que Tundra ya empiece ya a asediar un poco las estructuras. Saya, que por cierto se lleva un muy buen guard, y rápidamente sobre Snaking, que tiene Aeon Disc, no terminan de matarlo.
Pues no lo matan, ni siquiera con las cadenitas. Pero mira que va a acabar muriendo el Disruptor. La bola de nieve va a intentar pararla a todas las arenas. Nine dice hasta aquí vamos a llegar. 15 segundos, más que basta. Bueno, para matar a Super igual parece para cosas. Nine ahora que tiene que tirar, perdonar, Nisha. Ese AD-VEL para alejarse.
Esto sí es muy malo para Secret porque lo que Tundra quiere es agarrarte así, separado, forzarte en una parte, forzarte en la otra, y terminan matando a los 2 supports de Team Secret. Y buen uso de los Sanity's Eclipse, ahí podemos ver el daño brutal que metió Nine.
Efectivamente, la verdad es que no se lo pensó ni media, dijo, me valen los 2 supports. Ya viene Resolution, se lleva la roja justamente a Ranita, a ver si viene con el otra vez. Pues lo que le acaba salvando primero es esa prisión y luego Leondis. A ver si el bueno de Nisha puede hacer alguna cosa, se mete hasta adentro, pero no tiene demasiado RP. Lo van a salvar con ese Fosta primero, los BKBs activadas, pero míralo.
Lo está salvando a Nine.
Sí, que está dentro de la prisión astral. Intenta escaparse y aún así tiene la segunda vida. Pues le van a meter el Bucos Command. Le está matando un canto de sirena.
Nisha en peligro, no tiene BKB.
No puede escaparse con esa Vice tras otra y no lo pudo hacer.
Ya se curó todo Skitter, ya llegó la hora de ahí.
Pues sí, encima el combate es que Skitter está a tope de vida, que no lo va a contar, quitarse al papi. Qué bueno está ahí con ese. El daño es tremendo, que se cae, se muere uno tras otro. Y ahora tienen que tratar de retirarse. El buyback fue bueno por parte del mid lane.
Nisha, que está que va con todo contra los supports.
Nisha, que se lo va a tirar para atrás de nuevo. Resolution haciendo un trabajo perfecto.
Buyback de Nine.
Es que si no llegan a salvarlo, da un problema.
Tiene BKB. Skitter tiene BKB.
Esquivando el bastonazo. Llega la flecha, tiene la BKB, va directamente sobre el pobre Resolution. Y ahora tiene que tratar de escaparse. Yo creo la presión ahora en la parte de atrás sobre Saya. Chanchito para comer. Se va a acabar. Bueno, la bola de nieve. Quedan 2 segundos. Para Anisa con la BKB. A ver si pueden acabar y poder conseguir ese la perfecta. Se marchó huyendo como corre. Ahora no le van a poder salvar o sí con ese posta de Resolution. La prisión está en el lateral de Crystalis. ¿Cómo está?
Increíble lo que hace Nisha. Parece que tuviera, no sé, 4 manos, Neka. Hace la jugada, no tiene BKB, se mete, entra, sale. Le han forzado los buybacks de casi 2 cores de Tundra, si no me equivoco, y también del Ember Spirit. Así que ambos equipos acá jugándose la vida en la final del Upper Bracket, aquí desde el Indoor Stadium de Singapur.
Absolutamente demencial lo que estamos viviendo. El público, yo no sé exactamente qué anima, entiendo que a veces ponen también las cámaras de los jugadores en la parte de arriba y es como que ves ahí las expresiones. Y bueno, pues aquí ha habido unos cuantos gastos de buybacks, no queda más que el de Monkey y el de la... Bueno, mentira, también tenemos al Tini y al Magnus. Hay 2 para 2. Me da la impresión que está más o menos equilibrado. Pero es verdad que el agujerito en la base del Secret pues ya es grande, ¿verdad?
Sí, pero ojo, aún la partida no está acabada porque hay 2 buybacks de los 2 cores de Tundra, que por cierto son la Brute y el Lodi, que por cierto no tienen buyback, así que una buena pelea que consiga Secret.
Tampoco Nisha. Y ahora acaba de gastarse en algo.
Y mira, una de las ventajas de Secret...
No, se acaba de quedar sin buyback
¿el mono?
Crystalis, por la Monkey King.
Mira, Neka, acabo de darme cuenta que aún hay
pelear.
Y aún puede ganar Secret.
Hombre, claro.
Tiene el ente etérea
This is Dota.
Resolution y lo puede meter a la fuente con el doble RP y el doble Skewer Back. Y encima tiene la fuerza. Así que el Highground ahorita de Team Secret es demasiado fuerte. Además tienes el Monkey King y a 300 de oro, papi. Si en el peor de los casos, él puede vender así sea sus botas y terminar este ítem.
Bueno, pues veremos si pueden realizar tantas cosas. 200 de orito para ese Aganim. No, que le acaba de pillar, que bien Saxa.
Le mató la
Linken Sphere, que le acaba de matar.
Leído como un libro.
Mira dónde está ahí, cómo está puesto el guardecito en la parte izquierda. Lo vieron pasar por el bordecito.
Skitter sabe que este Magnus va a intentar esto y acaba de ir por una Nullifier. Así que esta vez ni el Leondis lo va a poder salvar al Magnus. Si entra mal, ahí queda. Y no tiene BKB, si no me equivoco, Resolution. Quien tampoco tiene BKB es Nine. Por eso ambos están jugándose ahí mucho con el posicionamiento. Crystalis, que acaba de comprar el tomo, probablemente es su 25, sí.
Claro,
así, 25. Ahora tiene el Super Ring. Sí.
Ahora no va a ser tan fácil que se salga con la prisión astral.
Sí,
andandito. No le va a dar tiempo. Aunque claro, también mira cómo pega Nine. Y llegó la Ganim. Llegó la Ganim de Papi. Llegó la Ganim de Papi.
Llegó la Ganim de Papi. Me sorprende que Nine haya ido más ítems de daño físico en vez de BKB.
Mira, también Octarine, pero que regalan aquí los objetos a todos los jugadores. Creo que también quiere Octarine el Magnus.
Sí,
si no me equivoco.
Sí, es muy buena compra realmente. Solamente desarmas la Arcane y ya tienes el oro, pero quiere el buyback. Obviamente en este tipo de partidas lo más importante es el buyback. Una buena iniciación sobre estos héroes sin Aegis, tranquilamente Secret puede voltear el juego. Así que va a ser un juego largo, Neka. Yo creo que van a volver a esperar el siguiente Roshan.
Y me gusta, nos encanta el ley, decimos nosotros siempre. Yo ver un Magnus metiendo a alguien dentro de la base, a mí es highlight. Yo lo quiero. Yo lo quiero, pero bueno, de todas maneras, veremos si se deja Tundra liar. Esto sería un poquito como el día 3 donde veíamos a un Push llevándose los Gyrocoптers, ¿os acordáis de How? Y se lo llevaba directamente con el combo con el Chen. ¡Ay, Zaya! Dios mío, lo que acaba de hacer ahí poniendo un wall, justo lo acaba de ver. También la bola de nieve directamente sobre Sneaking. Y vienen los TP de Skitter, la daga, ¿tiene la daga? No. El cerdito, el chanchito, Cristalino de Booster. Se bajó del árbol justo en el momento que cortaban. No, que no lo vuelve a cazar Saxar. ¿Otro qué? Otro Vice. A ver si llegan a ayudarle un poquito. Cristalino de cabeza, da la vuelta un poquito aquí, va a gastar. Ya va a gastar la Gris para quitarle encima a Skitter Papi, que no va a poder hacer nada. El fallo del Static Storm no funcionó para nada.
Y no hay BKB en Crystalis, no tiene buyback en ningún support. Así que esta es la apertura que Tundra necesitaba. Y esta jugada es gracias a ese ward que tenían ahí, Neka. Tenían un ward justo ahí adelante de la tier 1. No, perdón, de la tier 3. Y ok, si tú ves, justo ahí está el ward. Si tú ves al mono salir así, es porque obviamente su equipo está smokeado a su costado. Entonces rápidamente Tundra lee la jugada, mueve todos sus seres a los post, y muy importante la labor de Snaking para rápidamente controlar la visión del high ground, que por cierto Sayak se equivocó, se demoró mucho en guardear y lo terminaron anticipando.
Sí, bueno. Con el box se van a intentar meter, lo sabe Secret que no puede enseñarse demasiado, y aquí queda todo un poco en las manos de Resolution si puede hacer la épica,
sí,
la más grande.
Ahora hay Nullifier, mira, se metió.
¡No! Instantánea completamente. No, se lo dispeleó. Se lo dispeleó Skitter, aunque tiene buyback.
Ya no puede volver a hacer eso. Y sin BKB menos. Así que muy complicado que el Magnus.
Se la jugó la cara de Cristal. Abajo, la avalancha. Vista y en serios problemas. Tiene que luchar aquí el cantito de sirena para bloquear completamente el intento de agresividad. Uy, la glitch. La BKB. Visión perfecto. La pasa que impacta sobre el pobre Resolution que se acaba de comprar. Muy poca vida sobre el Cristal. La BKB se gira a la vuelta para curarse un poquito con ese bastonazo. Mamacita. Se pone tensita, calentita y picantita la cancha.
Qué increíble. Ni siquiera quiso forzar su propia BKB Skitter, así que timeó perfecto el glitch con el Mirror Image y lo termina esquivando. Y bueno, ya ahora mismo ya le acaba de llegar la Link en Anilla, que por cierto se le habían matado en el courier de hace mucho rato. 8K de oro ya en esta Naga Siren, que por cierto pues su buyback sí va a ser un poco caro, pero ambos equipos ya saben que el Roshan puede salir en cualquier momento. Así que otra vez Tundra quiere jugar a la segura, no se quiere alocar. Otra vez, vamos Roshan, vamos a esperar que respawnee y acabamos el juego tranquilo. Respetamos un poco el high ground de Team Secret, que si bien ya tenemos cómo lidiar en contra de este Magnus, pues igual, respetando al rival, saben de que estás en una partida muy importante para llevarte a la final del TI, así que cada paso aquí en la upper bracket sobre todo es muy importante.
Pues efectivamente, aunque te diré una cosa, últimamente el que viene por el lower bracket es el que se lleva el Aegis de campeón, así que bueno, aún así aseguras estar ya en esa grandísima final. Para Secret sería romper otra vez el récord. El TI pasado quedó tercero, pero hasta el momento no ha superado esa barrera. Y bueno, para Tundra sería el estreno perfecto para jugadores como Skitter y como Nine, que es lo que se dice llegar y besar el santo. Así que ambos dos equipos están tratando de dar lo mejor de sí.
Uy, va a romper el smoke.
30k de valor neto y Slime justamente se está aguantando y rompieron el... Ah, pues míralo. Lo acaban de ver en el lateral. Moonlight Shadow, visión astral y me alejo tranquilamente. Y a ver si consigue escaparse con el remanente. Rapidísimo. Le llegó a dar a Linken.
Sí, le llegó a castear el Hedge, pero la Linken Sphere lo terminó salvando. Nisha, como siempre, jugando al límite, ahí al tope. Creo que solamente se equivocó en la jugada arriba Neka, que lo smokearon sin la BKB, pero después no he vuelto a ver que lo hayan agarrado así, pushando una línea mal parado. Es un jugador con mucha experiencia y obviamente conoce muy bien los límites del héroe. Nuevamente está el Roshan, que por cierto trae el cetro y el refresco.
Bueno, ¿el cetro para quién? ¿La Naga ya lo tiene?
Puede ser en la Bru. La Bru. Sí. Vamos a ver si la Bru lo termina agarrando. Sí,
se lo queda la Bru.
Sí,
y ya tenemos el horror de las fisuras arácnidas.
Esto es muy molesto porque de la nada te agarran en cualquier parte del mapa, no te puedes mover. Muy incómodo jugar en contra de la Brute cuando tienes este ítem. Y creo que no hay mejor objetivo que este. Nuevamente le vuelven a dar...
Míralo.
Sí,
cómo la rutea. El orbe de loto que tiene Papi, yo creo que va a venir muy bien, pero...
Mira, otra vez lo amarró.
Es que es todo el rato, es insufrible.
Y con el Octaring ni hablar. ¿Lo tosió?
Qué bien lo hizo Saxa directamente, sacando al Ender Spirit para ponerlo en la boca de ese chanchito, lo transformaron a él, le da tiempo a Cristales a tirar esa BKB. El Warrus Bull, pero el Aeon Dis le salva la vida al macedonio. El Bastor hace el cantito. Se pone a cantar Skitter y dice, volando, vengo, por el camino, todo el mundo quieto.
Ahí,
Chito callado.
Bueno, terminaron salvando ahí al Tiny, están mal posicionados nada más.
El maldito burito como rutea, lo esquivaba muy bien con el Titan Fist. ¿Dónde fuiste Resolution? Le va a dispelear, intenta escapar, le llega la flecha con el tío. ¡El 15 segundo! Golpeo con el segundo, haciendo tremendo daño a la pista que tiene por el segundo, lo va a girar gigantesco para intentar hacer algo, pero para acabar la vida. Nine por lo menos es bueno. Y ahora la arañita igual la acaba pagando 33, se cae.
2 héroes de Tundra que acaban de morir, por cierto. Ambos héroes tienen buyback, vamos a ver si se terminan pagando. Se acaba de pagar.
Espérate que vuelve otra vez a la carga. Directamente al flecha para por el lateral. Está haciendo pruebas, se acaba muriendo el polaco. Y ahora es el tour de Zaya también. El Kirgis que destruido. Saxa sobrevive. Vuelve para comprarse. Va directamente a acabar con la vida de Skid en la primera de las vidas, pero tiene la segunda. Es Nine que puede acabar muriendo si mueres un dieback. Si mueres un dieback. Se lo quita de encima. Cristales se va un poquito solo. Saxa se mete para morir. Y el campo, tormenta estática. No. Skid es demasiado. Se compra el monte. Ahí el Vice ahora mismo soy el jugador polaco que está haciendo problemas. Se va con el remanente. La Sivas otra vez la prisión. Cómo está jugando al tiki-taka. No tiene remanente.
Yo se lo llevó, pero se lo llevó.
Sax arriba abajo. Sobrevive durante un segundo. No acaba muriendo. No hay buyback para él.
No hay
locurote de Teamfight.
Sí, solamente hay buyback para este Disruptor. Así que no creo... Ya es muy complicado que pueda hacer la hazaña Crystallis, sobre todo que le han matado el refresh, Neka, mira.
No.
30 segundos sin el refresh, no va a tener las BKBs, no va a tener los bucos para poder defender estas tier 4.
Tenerlo tiene.
Sí.
Tenerlo, tiene uno por lo menos, no tiene dos.
Ya no tiene
y
dos.
tiene satánico.
Pero mira lo que va a hacer la Brute, va a evitar de que salga, comience a incomodarlo, mira, lo rutea en la fuente, una ridiculez, el Aster de Estero. Y se acaba de smokear.
Sí.
Quiere salir.
Lo hace por el lateral. Papi se puede comprar también. La avalancha ha sido buena, se compra Papi. Va a intentar aquí la defensa última, pero la defensa ha sido problemas. Yo creo que tú has llegado a la primera. La BKB de Crystallis persiguiendo ahora mismo, pero vemos en la red que acaba empaquetando. Como gigantesco. A ver si puede defender de todas las copias. La triple flecha no llega a impactar por bien poquito. Y Crystallis aún intenta. Tiene refresco. Aquí se aferran a la esperanza, que es el último que se pierde, como se dice aquí. El cabo de ha sido bueno, pero la lancha de saxación mejor. Va hacia adelante de Crystallis. Vemos ahí un poco como se toma otro rato. No puede acceder a la red. Cortando con el Skitter. Intenta escapar, pero no puede. Será posible. El bot está buenísimo. El cantito y se tepea al Ro. Madre mía, Tao. Y muere 33. ¿Qué es esto, Tao?
Dieback de 33.
La esperanza, papá, que te aferras.
El Courier terminó dándole a tiempo el refresh a Crystallis y terminó haciendo la hazaña, creo que Papi prácticamente con este Static Storm, que por cierto agarró a la Brute Mother y también a
la Naga.
Sí, a la Naga. Si hubiese muerto ahí la Naga, Neka, probablemente hasta un comeback hubiésemos podido haber visto. Y ahí
madre mía, el refresh en el momento perfecto.
Sí.
Qué jugadón.
La importancia de no mandar el GG, de jugar hasta el último. Y sobre todo
se lucha.
Hasta el último, hasta que caiga el trono. Ningún equipo ahí.
Qué bueno Papi ahí. Sí. Pero qué bueno Saxa también. Es que todos haciéndolo genial.
Ahí vemos
qué bestial.
Doble boneless strike.
Y el Fostaf ahora también.
Y a nada de vida.
Mira el Fostaf, papá. ¡Pam! En el canto. Y con el TP. Y 33 por nada, Glimpse.
Y se quiere meter con todo. Con todo quiere el Secret. Está que va todo medio.
Bueno, a ver, no tiene Blue Model, pero claro, está en el
compró Divine, Neka.
No me lo puedo creer. Crystallis, Balls of Steel. No sé, los más jóvenes no os acordaréis de Havocs Balls of Steel.
Ojo que...
Podrá, no se va.
Nisha quiere evitar que intenten meterse a las tier 3. Perdón, a las tier 4.
Saxita, la flecha no impacta porque activa el cambio en el momento perfecto. Vemos ahí ese Light of Fist, los cancela todo. ¡Oh! Cogió a Skitter, cantito. El cantito no, es para escaparse. Es para marcharse. Y el Glimpse no, Papi estaba demasiado cerca.
Casi refresh también Nisha, a nada de completarlo. Y aunque no lo creas, sí fue muy importante porque forzaste que prácticamente todo Tundra retrocediera porque también Secret estaba que se llevaba las tier 4. No, perdón, la tier 3.
¡Qué partidaza!
Partida muy emocionante.
¡Mamma mía! Que esto no se acaba, que esto continúa, que tenemos una Rapier, que tenemos ganas de más, que está rugiendo el Indoor Stadium.
Vamos a ver.
Refreshes para Nisha también.
Mira lo que han hecho los Courier también.
¿Qué han hecho?
Han cortado la wave de la parte inferior. Han estado jugando ahí con los dos Courier. Sí, los dos Courier. Ojo, que sin items han cortado la wave de medio. Que, por cierto, ahorita, mira, acaba de llegar la wave a los creeps de ahí.
LOL.
Y lo cortaron con los Couriers.
LOL.
Sí, lo cortaron con los Couriers para evitar el push de Secret y se acaban de smokear, tienen buen guard. Vamos a ver si van a intentar ejecutar este.
Doble RP. Recordemos que tenemos refresher. No sé si Crystallis aún le faltará algo, porque hemos visto ahí 18 segundos.
Uy, 18 segundos, van a guardear. Ojo que están viendo a todo Tundra con este guarda aquí arriba. Snaking no tiene ni la menor idea.
Pues a ver, se salta Crystallis. Represión perfectamente bueno, tiene que saltar ahí ese Aldis. Se salva por la presión astral, por el pobrecito de los oponentes también sufriendo. Ahí viene el primero de los bucos, Coman. 33 va a acabar muriendo. No, ahí va para 33. Cantito de sirena, la flecha no llega a impactar. Skitter buscando ahora mismo al bueno del Ember Spirit. Y se marcha, se te pega. Y el que se queda solo del Ember. Bastonazo, van a por él. A Eondis de nuevo para salvarlo. Posta para alejarse de remanentes. Intenta quitar a uno, pero llega Resolution con el bonito fragmentito. Lo levanta, lo baja. Va a acabar matando a Saxa. Y son dos sin buyback.
No tiene buyback.
Pero también murieron los de Secret.
Y también los items tier 5, Neka. Nuevamente, esta creo que es la segunda partida que acaba de llegar a este minuto. Partida muy emocionante.
Ay, mamacita.
Y como siempre, Neka, nos toca este tipo de juegos a nosotros. Los mejores juegos, realmente los más picantes. Ahí está para cualquiera.
Encantado.
Sí.
Yo, a ver, hoy digamos que nos despedimos, o yo me despido del casteo, así que lo que me quede de voz lo voy a dejar aquí, y recordemos que esto es la primera partida, que esto es un mejor de 3, que estamos en la final del Winner, que estamos en el TI 11, que estamos en el Indoor Stadium de Singapur, que el público ruge y a mí me va a salir la patata por la boca, el cocoro a 10.000, pero es que es una partidaza y esto está igualadísimo. ¿Ves 37k de valor neto? Y da igual.
Sí,
y da igual, o sea, no lo miréis, no sirve, no vale.
Realmente no se siente esa ventaja de...
Los ítems.
Sí.
El gorro de pirata.
Ya, ese ítem sí es muy bueno para el OD porque bufea 70 su inteligencia. Es increíble ahora el daño que va a meter.
Dios, con el Sanity Eclipse, el eclipse de la cordura te va a poner lo que decimos, mirando para Cuenca, yo no sé si para Cusco también.
El Pirate Hat ahí también para...
Bueno, está tu Resistance para los CCs, no está nada mal tampoco.
Sí,
también teníamos el Mirror, creo que era, ¿no?
No lo he visto, pero el que sí hay es el Sear Stone, que por cierto te da visión de un área.
Lo vemos, lo tenemos ahí.
Ahí está, el Fallen Sky. El Fallen Sky, que por cierto funciona como una daga con stun, si no me equivoco.
Sí.
Es instantáneo.
La Resolution podría hacer...
Es muy bueno para Resolution.
Bueno, aunque parece que quiere tener reducción de cooldown todo lo que puede más.
Otro ítem que es muy bueno...
No han llegado a coger los de Tier 4.
Sí, es que como te había mencionado,
encerrados.
Tundra los había estado ahogando horrible. Mira, recién ahorita están respirando, ¿no? Y ojo, que ambos equipos ya saben que se viene el quinto Rashan de la partida.
La leche que mamaron. Qué gran partida estamos viviendo. Uf,
no hay muy buenos ítems para Tundra.
Todo bueno, el anillo...
Force Staff para la Naga.
La Naga se puede quitar las botas.
Sí, eso sí es muy cierto.
Es un ítem más, es un objeto más. ¿Qué pasó, papá?
Y ahora el...
Ah, mira el Tini gigante, papá.
Sí.
El Tini con el anillo de gigante.
Wow.
Es una montaña, ahora sí, de verdad. La montaña que cabalga. Míralo, el macedonio. De hecho, más o menos desde la altura de Saxa.
Sí,
literal,
más o menos.
Saxa yo creo que es más alto incluso sin anillo del gigante.
Sí.
Podríamos llamarle el anillo de Saxa.
De Saxa, el anillo de Saxa. Se acaban de meter ahí con el Moonlight Shower rápidamente a controlar el triángulo. Saben que el Roshan va a spawnear en cualquier momento. Tienen un minuto de cooldown. Nuevamente, otro Aghanim, otro refresh. Y probablemente podríamos ver esta vez el Aghanim en el Tiny. A ver si termina escalando en items de core.
Venga con el Triboli.
Sí, el Triboli. Y bueno, porque hace 10 minutos parecía que la partida Tundra ya la había liquidado, ¿no, Neka? Mira, ahora estamos minuto 63.
Acordaros que el ancestro estuvo a menos de la mitad de vida.
Sí.
Que ahí hubo un refresher que llegó en el último instante y le dio para tirar el Wukong's Command por segunda vez en la BKB. Es que es demencial esta partida, 63 minutos de puro gozo y tenemos el daño en cristal y si no me equivoco las Tijan de Solator. Que eso también va a escocer.
Casi 600, más de 600 de daño están metiendo ahorita mismo el Monkey King. Y
el
Nisha,
Mirror Shield,
doble Linken, ya tiene doble Linken.
Es que ahora cómo le metes las Vice.
Doble Linken.
Va a ser un pro. También Vice en el Audi y 9 segundos, otra vez cortito. Mucho mejor posicionado los chicos de Tundra.
Vamos a ver si Secret se quiere animar a ir este Roshan, que por cierto es muy complicado. Están las mesas. No, me parece que nuevamente lo va a volver a ganar. Sumar, está el Tiny enorme. Y pega rápido, que es lo más loco. Ojo. Skiter le ha comprado una mucha.
La Tini.
Y ahí está el cetro. Uy. Cetro, ahora tenemos Triboli en Saxa.
Bueno, pues a ver lo que hace este gigantón macedonio. Con lo que tiene, tenemos el refresher en el OD, tenemos ese Aegis en el jugador eslovaco del equipo de Tundra y a Ganin prácticamente tiene todo ya. Esto es una locura.
Este es el tercer refresh de Nine. Recordar que Skiter es un jugador muy antiguo, ha pasado incluso por escuadras como Infamous Gaming. Hace ya muchos años, aquí en Perú, clasificaron a un evento.
Ha tenido
sí, este es lo más grande. Sí, obviamente. Volvió a Europa y ahora está con ganas de ganar este evento en su primer de International. Ojo con eso. Se quiere meter Tundra, Smoke de 5 héroes, Saxa que se podría animar a toser a Crystalis.
Bueno, va a intentar. A ver, no, ¿qué es lo que ruteó? ¿Qué es lo que hizo ahí? El bastonazo, ahora sin los problemas el propio Saxa. Ese Wukong's Command gigantesco y cantando Skiter. La BKB que no llegó a activar. El Glins, el primero el Mirror, luego la Linkens.
Oye,
está cayendo de todo Saxita. Madre mía, lo que le ha caído ahí.
Es increíble.
En un momento. ¡Ojo! Papi se muere, pero que no tiene que morirse. El Triboli, perfecto. Saxa sigue una copia y se llevó ahí. Tuvo ahí.
Forzaron la BKB de Crystalis, así que ahora sí es complicado porque Papi tampoco tiene buyback.
No, lo ha gastado buyback.
Sí, acaba de gastarlo ya, ahora el buyback ya no hay buyback.
Tiene que estar lejos, Papi, yo creo. No puede estar ahí. Se vuelve a meter Saxa, por favor.
Sigue.
Va con ganas también el remanente. Visa se metía ahí ese hombre perfecto para devolverle el Siva. Vemos ahí detrás. Nine se problemas.
sobre el
El bastonazo falla que se mete para el fondo. La bola de nieve directamente buscando al borde de Snake. Se cae con su vida.
Snake muerto.
La beca
También a nada de morir.
Problemas. Acá corriendo por bien poquito. Lo levanta arriba, abajo. El trono tiene que ir a defenderlo. La BKB por parte del señor Elisa intenta escaparse ahora a la avalancha. Hay todos arriba. Le conectaron. No pudo escaparse Trivoley.
Tiene buyback. Hay buyback. Sí, hay buyback. Y los Crips ahí haciendo el trabajo sucio, dejando el trono prácticamente en un 75%, ya forzando ya el buyback del Disruptor y ahora van a forzar el buyback de Nisha.
Demasiados Crips alrededor como para hacer un top bueno ahí, aunque acá ha caído en la red. Se va a morir el pobre buyback, el pobre Papi quería decir, y a ver si lo acaban cazando con esa presión astral. Está igual en una problemática situación el señor Cristalis, aunque con esa Rapier pega como un campeón, vaya con la patada directamente sobre se muere, pero el canto de Sierra se va a comprar para volver con las botas de viaje.
Uy, los tres seres están pegaditos.
Demasiado puntito. Saxa podría venir para intentar algo, tiene que separarse. No queréis ahí. Viene la montaña que pierde la Rapier, perdió la Rapier. Qué daño hizo ahí el Owl Devorer.
Y ya no hay Rapier.
La avalancha, alguien tiene la Rapier. No sé quién será que no. Saxa no, arriba, abajo, otra vez.
Ya no hay BKB, no hay BKB en el mono.
Poder intentar hacer la épica, no. Y ahora que va a morir el Saxa, digo, el pobre del Monkey. Y ahora sí. La primera para el equipo de Tundra. Qué auténtica locura, Tao. Cómo se ha luchado, se ha intentado todo, pero al final el equipo favorito es el que acaba ganando.
Partida realmente, partida tensa, partida complicada.
Partida tensa, partida complicada.
67 minutos. Por un momento parecía que Secret podía remontar la partida, pero qué buen trabajo también de Tundra, que por cierto holdearon toda la partida, esperaron el mid-game, esperaron.
But at some point, one of those spells is going to miss. And then the gunk just gunks you up. It's just too much, man. Of course, Tiny's probably taking up half your screen as well. So many individual fights, too. You have this duel on the backline between Nisha and Nine, chasing each other, refreshing for the double BKB. Penta Remnant refreshed into the Deca Remnant, trying to finish him. But 10 is not enough. You needed 15 in that game or something. I don't know. Too many Astrals to match it. That was a Tundra game through and through.
It really was. We said this is going to be a battle of ideas. Who's going to come out on top? Tundra's ideas do succeed, but Secret, they definitely showed they're not going to go down without a fight. And I'm sure our panel has so much to say about a wild 67-minute game.
Yeah, I can start talking after I pick my job off the floor, because this is the international, this is the Dota that we live for, and these are the moments that define our game. I'm here, Tsunami, with T-Gov, Lizard, and Sheepstick, as we're all just, you're looking dazed, Sheep, you're just...
There's a really big rock behind us.
Yeah, now imagine how Secret felt about it.
Dude, what a game. I was just so hyped, this comeback from Tundra with their really good smoke moves in the mid game into this long late game, base defense, all these little pokes and prods coming out. We're going to threaten you with the glimpse. You got to deal with the skewers. You have to save with all these different things. There was so much thinking that everyone had to do in that game, and that's the Dota we love.
Yeah, you have these kind of people, you know, they enjoy that late game. They enjoy when you can't even understand what the hell is happening. And then I'm like, man, you just want to see strategies. You just want to see normal Dota. In the end, none of that matters. You get some tier 6 items, you get a Tiny that's higher than, I don't know, what building? T-Gov, go for it.
Mount Everest.
Big Ben. I just love it.
He's been fully rejuvenated for this one, but T, what's on your mind, man?
I mean, you speak about strategy, Lizard. It's the fact that Secret, in the early game, they were the ones being the aggressors. They were crossing the river, they were taking the fight to Tundra. But they take that one fight in the top lane, where they utilize the OD, go get those imprisons, and since they then win it and get a cross river and set up their kind of aggressive positioning. You have Skidder with the Naga Illusions pushing it out, 33 with the Spiderlings pushing it out, and like Skidder, he plays over an hour-long game. He doesn't die at all. He's 14-0-24. He's backed up by the OD the entire time. Like 9 really just unlocks Skidder to pop off.
It's something like the Dazzle plus Naga, Dazzle plus anything that buys the hearts, really, that was played like a month or two ago. Now you have Naga and OD. Astral Imprisonment, get that heart going in after you leave the Disruptor's ulti, then you can heal up, reset the fight with sleep. It's just so nasty, and this is Tundra 101. You have Brood Mother sending her little broodlings everywhere. You have Naga with the illusions everywhere. You just cannot play. I like what Secret tried to do, right? Like with the Magnus, with the Ember, with the Monkey, you get that Empower. It works versus any kind of Azul. And they said in the interview that they needed to address the Azul. Obviously, it didn't work out for them.
It definitely worked out for a while. It was nice because it felt like Tundra really struggled under the pressure that Secret were applying, because you're able to farm with all 3 cores with this Empower, and also they're more aggressive team fight. In the mid game, it was hard for Tundra to fight into it because 33 had such a bad start on Brood. So when Tundra gets shoved into the same side of the map as each other, like Naga wants one side of the map, Brood Mother wants one side of the map, like all these heroes are competing for farm with 3 Empower melee cores. It's really hard for them to find farm.
It's probably the best thing that happened in Secret's draft. That's the Monkey King on the safe lane. Like, he generally does not lose versus melee heroes, and he definitely did win super hard against the Brood. Forced her to jungle at her, like, what, level 5?
Yeah, he didn't even get his spawn Spiderlings. He was there early on.
Yeah, like minute 14, 15, your tier 1 tower on the bottom lane is already standing. That was the moment where I started trash talking Tundra's draft. Like,
yes, I recall.
It's not gonna work.
I'm glad that you exposed yourself, because I was about to call you out and be like, Lizard, somehow I remember a different result coming your way. And you may have heard Cap allude to the fact that Tundra is dirty and nerdy. And we keep saying that, but what does it really mean? What are the analytics behind us saying such bold things about the team? Well, maybe Purge can explain it in a little bit greater detail.
That's right, Neil. Tundra's drafting has been very innovative so far this tournament. They're ahead of the meta. They're setting the trends. For example, in the group stage, they picked Crystal Maid in 10 of their 18 total games. She ends up with a 65% win rate. Really, really good. Every other team looks at that and says, oh, CM must be really good. Let's pick CM ourselves. And then she goes on to be the most picked hero of the main stage so far, doing really good there. But Tundra, when they get to the main stage, they just say, our favorite support lady, we don't need her anymore. We're just going to pick Mirana every single game. They haven't picked her one time since they started. They haven't even banned it. No respect at all to the hero that they trended in the tournament. And we just saw Mirana in this previous game. On top of that, Tundra, the other way that they're setting trends is, for example, their Doom pick. It's been banned against them now 13 times, all in the first phase, the most powerful time to ban a hero. Very effective. That's because 33's Doom is so good. The total bans against them account for 1/3 of the total bans against Doom in the tournament. That's 33%, of course. One trend they haven't embraced at all, though, is the Leshrac. It's the second most picked hero of the groups. It's a 76% win rate. Definitely the most broken hero of the patch. They haven't played it one time, and even more shockingly, Tundra has played against Leshrac 0 times in the entire tournament. It's pretty remarkable. They have banned it now 6 times, the previous game and the previous 2 before that. So basically setting trends, forcing their opponents to ban other weird heroes that nobody else is picking, and now picking more weird stuff like we saw in the last game. Secret, on the other hand, they picked Lesh 5 out of 18 matches. They picked it every game the main stage, except for the last game that it was banned. They had 4 wins when they get it. So it's the hero of the tournament. But Tundra just doesn't care, and now they're just in a great position because every other match that's happening isn't the normal meta, or the information you get from the other games aren't going to be applicable to Tundra, and that's what gives them a really good upper hand in these games.
They go to the beat of their own drum, Purge. Thank you very much. Yes, but one thing that I'm a little bit... Oh, you want to talk?
There's one more hero.
Oh, tell me about it.
I think it's Kunkka, actually. We should talk about Kunkka.
Well, tell me about Kunkka. What's he up to?
He's got a really good beard.
Oh. Handsome fellow, I gotta say. I'm inspired.
He's got 2 masks on.
The multi-mask.
Wow, beautiful. Why am I even hosting them? We could have done it in AR. Thank you very much, Purge, for that information. And yes, it does seem like Tundra is very strong. Now, how much stock do you put in adaptability? Because Secret, they have played a hell of a lot of games to get to this point. They went through all of LCQ, they went through all of group stage, and now they're going through the bracket, and they drop a game. All of our upper bracket were 2-0s. Now what, T?
Yeah, I feel like for Secret, at least, it's trying to make sure that their first move into the enemy jungle leads to success. because they were in a really good position to take the fight, to take some momentum. But Tundra, they're some of the best teams at taking these defensive fights, winning, and then occupying an aggressive position to choke out your opponent. Like, if you think of the biggest net worth leads across TIs, Tundra has the second biggest net worth lead against Talon earlier. Then in this game, they had like a 60k net worth lead. Like, when they get into a winning position, they hold it. So I think for Secret, you can't let Tundra slowly get into that position where they just kind of choke you out in the game.
Well, I'm still pulsing with excitement, and I can only feel it all the way here in Norway. I wonder how Singapore is dealing with such an exciting game. Let's check in with Slacks.
Hello, 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 my friends. It is I, Sir Action Slacks. We're here in front of the arena right now, and did you know you can take a picture with a replica Aegis? Very cool. However, I've always wondered, what would someone do if they just saw someone stealing the Aegis? My friend is here. He's going to pretend to be security. What's your name, sir?
Irfan.
Okay, fantastic. Now, I'm going to run and try to hand this Aegis off to someone, and you got to go up to them and have them point to which direction I went. I want to see if they're loyal to me or if they're loyal to you. Are you ready?
Yes.
All right, let's go assault someone that has no idea that it's coming. Are you ready?
Yes.
Time to go give away the Aegis. Count to 20. Here we go. Excuse me, excuse me, excuse me. Out of my way, out of my way. Out of my way, out of my way. Miss, can you hold this? Please hold this, please hold this. Listen, don't tell anyone you saw me, okay?
Okay. Did she just get to keep it now? Yeah. Is she taking the final slot?
No, the winner of TI now has to go find that lady in the crowd.
There
Can I
you
have
go.
it back, please? We just won the tournament.
She's giving it
back.
You were supposed to run!
What a good
You ratted me out! You ratted me out! How could you? I thought we were homies! Why did you rat me out? Thievery is not allowed. Not allowed thievery. Thank you. The Aegis is safe.
Honestly,
all good. Thank you.
We are honest people.
Honest people here. Thank you. Oh, yeah, take it back, guys. I'm sweating my booty off out here. Everybody yell! Put him in the belt!
Woo! Yes! An Aegis snatch was not successful in this game. Poor Slacks sweating his ass off, but it is an honest group of people. No malicious behavior there.
I love you people are honest. Give me back to you.
Yoink.
I would have stolen it so fast.
So apparently what I think is going on is that you can go and take pictures with the replica Aegis, which I remember that during TI-10, when there was no crowd, I very surreptitiously walked up to the real Aegis and snapped a quick selfie and I was like, oh my god, this is like...
Did you touch it? Did you
I asked permission and I was not granted permission.
It should actually tour the world, on the downtime, like football does.
Well, right now it's looking like it's about to tour from Eastern Europe to Western Europe because it's going from Team Spirit to one of these three teams that remains, looking like it might be a compelling case for Secret, for Puppy to put his name on it again, T. I don't really know. You think that Tundra is going to turn it back around or what?
I think Tundra is going to probably, they're the favourites. They've taken game one here. I think they're in a really solid spot to get to the finals. I think Secret, their storyline isn't to win this series. Oh god, they can hear me now. It's to bounce back in the lower bracket. Oh god, they can really hear me now. Yeah, I'm kind of believing in Tundra just because of how dominant and methodical that game one was.
And the way they're playing, right? Like Naga, the way they even approach the Naga drafts, the fact that he is going for this new build, it's not that new. It's been being built in pubs for quite a while now. But Orchid, the way they combo that with a Mirana, that's a 4 or a 5. You always have that extra surprise coming from Mirana's ulti, and then into the Orchid, then into the Ensnare. Also the fact that they buy a gem very, very early on, they devoured it, and they always send the gem back to the base, right? Like they secure the map, they secure the vision, and then they set up these ganks with heroes that you don't necessarily expect.
And we had a lot of skepticism surrounding this draft sheep. I know that you saw Brood and Naga, and you were like, oh, I don't really think that... there's a lot of clear on the side of Secret.
Whoa. This is backstage talk. These are off thoughts that don't truly reflect my feelings on the draft.
You hate
them.
As
I said earlier on the draft, it had problems. When Secret properly applied pressure, that draft really struggled because there wasn't enough farm distribution for everyone on the map. However, they made really good comeback plays, utilizing Sax's Tiny. His tossbacks enabled so many of those fights during their comeback when they were starting to reclaim the map. That was good. This was good. This was what made their stuff work. Skitter is so confident on his Naga, on his CK. He plays these illusion heroes like they're not illusion heroes.
Yeah, and sorry for exposing off-the-record knowledge. I'll give you something that's on the record, though, because Tundra had some thoughts on Secret.
I think Team Secret is a very formidable opponent because I think they've defined their roles for each other very well, and they know exactly what to expect from each other.
I mean, obviously they have Puppy, so like it kind of goes without saying, honestly. It doesn't need to be explained. And by this point, it's also for Nisha as well. It's just such an amazing player.
If you were just to think of each of their player, not even looking at any particular game, you kind of have an idea of what each hero will play. Nisha will generally play like a very high damage hero, and then Crystallis will either be some sort of utility or counter pick for the lane, and same thing with the Resolution.
They know their lane matchups very well. It's like they play these stupid combos that you feel like the lane shouldn't be strong, but then they know something about it a bit more than you do, or like the synergy is a bit better, that they manage to win these lanes, and like suddenly like they have very good synergy in the game.
The last time we played them in a group stage where we 2-0'd them, I think they messed up their drafts in both of their games, so I don't think we actually got to play the real Secret.
Like going into this match against them, I think we are kind of on even grounds. Like both of us have kind of, since that match, both of us have kind of gone through a win streak. Yeah, I think we are on even footing, and just excited to see how the game will play out.
The footing is becoming somewhat uneven, though. As we saw, game number 1, Tundra, they do their own thing. You heard it from Purge. They set dynamics throughout the group stage. They throw them out the window whenever it comes to playoffs time. Now, upper bracket finals, we see Zoo, T. Do you think they go back to the well on that one, or is it too telegraphed?
No, I feel like this game 1 was a perfect example of Tundra getting what they wanted. Secret, when you enter that first phase of bans, you kind of know what's going to be hitting you. Tundra, they're not this unpredictable team in regards to their openings. It's normally like kind of 9 specialties. I feel like for Tundra, they just keep doing what they're doing. They won the first game. They're looking good. They're looking solid. You don't need to change up. For Secret, though, it's if we do the same bans and maybe let Brood through, do you want a different answer? Like they crushed him in lane, but the overall game, like losing out on map
came
presence.
back. They made a comeback with the Brood that got crushed. Like you don't see that very often. And also, if you're Tundra, you're probably feeling really good right now, Sheep, right? Because in group stages, 2 games lasted 60 minutes.
It's true.
Now you win with even the tier 5 items coming into the play.
Yeah, I think they should feel confident, but not cocky, because like we talked about, Secret did have that early game advantage. They were starting to creep ahead in net worth, and they were looking very scary to fight into. So for Secret, I think it's more of tightening up that area that they struggled with in the last game and making sure they can cement their lead. And for Tundra, it's, I mean, do the same thing. They made the right moves to come back. They kind of knew what they had to do, and maybe they want to adjust how they play that Brood lane. It just went so bad.
Still seems like you like it being a top priority for Tundra, that Brood mother.
I really like the Brood. Okay. I just think it presents a lot of problems, and because her item build is so generic, because 33 also plays Tide the same way.
You say that now, but I thought the dynamic for the longest time was I have to go Wraith Pact or Pipe every time.
He did. He went Wraith Pact.
He went Wraith Pact.
Then where were you getting generic from then?
It's something that is good no matter what the game is, right? You're not going, oh, I have to buy like a Solar Crest for armor or whatever. It's just like, I'm going Wraith Pact, it reduces damage.
I have to just say that I am worried for Secret, because the games where they performed, like maybe overperformed, were the games Nisha played Leshrac.
Yeah.
And that's what I believe, I don't know who, Slacks or someone said it just a moment ago.
I doubt Slacks said it. If it was smart, I think Slacks said it.
Yeah, they had like 4 out of 5 games on Leshrac, and they won all 4 of those. So Lesh is their comfort hero, and it's also a hero on which Nisha can definitely just put them all on his back and carry it.
It's probably not getting through the draft, right?
Yeah. Most likely will not.
Yeah, it was banned in the previous game. Probably going to get banned no matter the pick order again in this game as well.
Well, let's see how these priorities pan out as we get into game number 2 of Tundra versus Secret.
Team Secrets turn to ban.
Tundra Esports versus Team Secret. Game 2.
Now, we heard earlier from that video from Tundra themselves, they said they talked about when they faced up against Team Secret in the group stage, they said they didn't really feel like they faced the real Team Secret. Sure, game 1, they feel like, okay, now we're matched up against the real guys. Both games, though, game 1, both in the group stage as well as now on stage, they won with the Naga Siren. So, I don't know, something's working for Tundra. Their ideas still work against Secret, even if it was a little harder this time.
Yeah, I mean, I think kudos to Secret for pulling it back and making it drag out that so far. I think Secret is the first team I've seen do what you have to do against Tundra, which is survive their offlane. Tundra's offlane is extremely fierce. They're very dominant in the laning phase, and you can fall really far behind. And Secret just totally trampled that. They crushed Tundra's offlane, which I don't think anyone has done yet this tournament. So I say, even though Secret lost that game, I feel like they have a pretty good footing in that they had a really good laning phase. And if you have that against Tundra, then you're set up to play at the very least an even game.
Yeah, honestly, I think this OD last pick was, I didn't realize how strong it was until I actually saw the game. I just didn't realize it. You never play against this hero in Pops. I haven't played against this hero in months. But this OD with the shard, he completely nullified the way Secret wanted to fight that game. And I think without OD, this game would have been completely different. So we'll see what they want to do to change it up. They do have second pick on Secret this time, and I do think they're a team that benefits from second pick because Puppy likes to hide his picks. He wants to play pick these heroes that play multiple roles and then hide them till the very end, and this is easier on second pick.
I would agree. They also slightly shifted the bans, banning the Brood instead of the CM this time, so saying, all right, you have 2 5s, you're going to pick every game, fine, we'll just lead them both, pick one, whatever. Sure. We're going to ban your like super annoying Neta cores, you have to pick something slightly different, you know, pick this Visage on 8, maybe it's a little weaker in lane, you can exploit it a little bit more, you know. I think that's probably a better angle for them.
10 seconds. I was surprised they banned this Maiden in the first game. Like, I get Maiden is a hero that they're winning every game with, but they're also winning every game. And I think, to me, it's like, is Maiden going to destroy you in a series compared to a Brood or a Doom or, you know, like some Naga Siren that's really the core of their strategies? Because this Maiden obviously accelerates their support duo a lot. It helps them skirmish. It gives them some extra lane shove for their pick-off combo. But I feel like I'd rather play against Crystal Maiden than like the Brood or the Naga, you know?
Do you think it was more about the opposite? Do you think it was like, we're going to give you Brood Mother and break it? Because they, as Quinn pointed out, they did win that lane. So maybe they thought, okay, we're going to show that you can't use this tool for not just this series, but also potentially grand finals as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely possible. It's something that Puppy is like notorious for doing. Like, fine, we'll give you your best try, we'll beat it, and then like you're screwed. Then your draft is hosed, and you don't want to play the Brood again, and then now what do you do, right? But, I mean, they lost, so you just ban it to screw it. I don't want to see a spider in my game again.
And here we go already with the Flex Dawnbreaker, which we've seen, I believe, Crystallis play it, and then Resolution can also play it. They are on second pick, so they're going to hide this till later. And I think this hero is really good for Secret, the way they play. They like to have Nisha on these mid carries, which is also better on second pick, right? Because he's going to see his lane, he's going to get a counter pick. And then this Dawnbreaker can go either lane, she can connect the mid lane with Nisha. Silencer is a solid hero against CM, no pun intended. You have the global for ulti, and you're also decent lane matchup against her as well.
Are you going to get Visaged here?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Okay. I mean, it's just, you're opening up the Silencer, right? Like, this is the ultimate Visage on response team. You know they want a Wraith Pact hero if Doom is out of the pool, which it is. And Brood is out as well, so if you don't take your Wraith Pact hero here, you're maybe not getting to second phase, and I feel like they really want a Zoo hero versus Silencer. It's one of the best ways to abuse this hero. Even if you end up getting countered in the game, your lane's terrible, you can always just throw birds on him, and he's kind of forced to make a decision in terms of spell casting because the hero's just too slow. He's very clunky on the map, he needs a lot of farm. So I think Tundra got a pretty happy Visage pick, but I agree that Dawnbreaker should be very good for Secret in this matchup. Like, it's one of these cores that can shove waves, deal with the early skirmishes, and still scale, and help their mid-hero scale. Yeah. We've seen these Dawn Storm, Dawn Shadow Fiend combos be really powerful this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you compare these first two heroes from Secret to the first two last game, I think they're a lot happier in terms of, like, it gives them more flexibility in what they pick in the second phase. They have a lot more damage, a lot more, like, casual fight. It's not two heroes that sort of do the same thing. They have pretty good magic damage. They have decent scale, you know, it, like, sort of balances in a lot of ways. I think they're much happier with that, because now Nisha can play, like, the, you know, the carry type of hero, or we can play the spellcaster type of hero. Resolution has different options. I think they're more open in terms of, like, what they can pick down the line.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if they want to address this Wraith Pact in any way, because I felt like last game the Wraith Pact actually had huge impact. They didn't have a simple way of killing it. You know, Ember doesn't want to hit it, Monkey doesn't want to hit it. You want these kind of range heroes. Sometimes, you know, people would pick a Snapfire, something that can actually deal with the Wraith Pact timing. So I'm trying to think what they're going to pick for Secret in the next hero. It's going to be Zayak's hero, most likely. And they could set up a way for the Silencer to lane away from Visage too. That is also a possibility.
They only really have been playing melee fours for Zayat, though, right? Like, when you think of the Wraith Pact killers, I think of, like, Piranha, Snapfire type deals from the 4. And he's pretty much just playing Earth Spirit, Tusk, Nyx. Job's done. I'm going to go in and wreak havoc. Especially when you have Silencer 5, you kind of want as many forms of solid, easy initiation as you can get.
Yeah, I mean, they could be looking for that Wraith Pack killer from the core position on 18. When you look at Tundra's heroes, they're a bit clunky in the way they fight. It's very like, we stand in a ball, we hit what comes into us. So if you have this sniper, this SF, this turret hero, says, okay, that's fine. If you're going to sit there, I'm going to sit there too. I'm going to punch you from farther away. I'm going to beat you backward. Like that type of thematic fighting for Secret, I think can be very good, and also like helps give them an answer to this, Wraith Pack, which is super obnoxious.
Yeah, they're banning Naga here though, right?
I'm trying to think about it.
I feel like you ban Nog. I don't think you want to play another Nog game. Even if you're confident you're going to get the cores, I feel like it's another hero that makes the way the fights play out very difficult for Silencer. It's just very obnoxious. He sends stuff in, he sees you, you start getting chipped.
I mean, the question is, if you have 2 cores that you can pick against Naga, do you still need to ban it? That is the question here.
That is a big question.
You do get to counter it, and it also depends a bit on what support they want to pick here. And like you said, he's been playing mostly melee heroes. Which one is the best here? And they do ban it, so I think it's an okay thing to do. They keep losing to it. Clearly, Tundra is an amazing team with Naga Siren, so I can see Clock here, I can see Tusk, something that just fits with his MO, which is just pick melee heroes.
Do you like the Earth Spirit? I feel like it is one of those old school Visage counters in a way. Like you can get on him, start burning the stacks, be extra tanky, you just get BKB, he doesn't do anything to you.
In theory, he is stronger than the other supports in how the fights break out. He is weaker in lane, but you're right, it is a lot about fighting. You come to land Dota, it's a lot about fighting. Logic kind of goes out the window sometimes.
Very true.
That's what happens on stage if, you play in front of this huge crowd. But they do go for Nyx Assassin, which I do think is a weaker hero against, Visage's timings.
Yes.
I mean, there is the upside to this Nyx hero that the combo with Dawnbreaker is pretty powerful. You get this 10 stun increase talent, and you just get chain stun. The Nyx hits you, stuns you, Dawnbreaker drops on you, and you just get chain stun for like 5 seconds. They full to zero you. So, I mean, we saw last game Tundra playing this more of this pick-off style, whereas I think Secret this game has much more of that than they did last game. So maybe, being able to split the map a little bit more. You saw them sort of, gridlocked at this 1K, 2K gold lead for quite some time. So maybe this Nyx Dawn gives a little more global presence, a little more pick-off potential. Maybe that gives them the opportunity to like build more of this gold lead if they have another good early laning phase.
So I think this is going to be the hardest phase for Tundra, because they have to decide what to show here. They go with Clockwork, which is definitely good against all these heroes actually, because it is a solid support matchup. And then which core do they go with here? What do they want to address? Do you want to address this Dawnbreaker, which can go to multiple lanes? Do you just want to pick something that's just good in the game with Visage? Like for example, they've played the CM Chaos Knight lane a lot, and that's a very hard lane to beat.
I could see CK, I could see Ursa. They want something to just go in the Roche pit, try and abuse the Wraith Pact early. Like your Global's on cooldown, your Dawnbreaker ult's on cooldown. Just go in the pit, start getting the Roshans up.
I'm feeling CK. I'm feeling CK.
CK?
Yeah. I think it just fits their MO, Again, it's also
true.
summons, it's illusions.
Yeah.
It's not a Naga Siren, but you still get to throw stuff out there.
You could go Ags.
You can go Ags. You press BKB, you press Ags, you dispel global from everybody else.
Pretty nice.
Pretty poggers indeed.
Very poggers.
That was for Quinn.
Thank you, I appreciate it. No, I mean, I think this, like Secret may have the more pick-off than they did last game, but in terms of just like raw single target damage, okay, so they do go for
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Tundra Esports turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Team Secrets turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Tundra Esports turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Team Secrets turn to ban. Seconds remaining. Tundra Esports turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Team Secrets turn to pick.
Terrorblade.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Drow Ranger. You may now select your heroes. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Seguimos aquí disfrutando en vivo y en directo desde el Indoor Stadium de Singapur de este tremendo partidazo. Ha sido increíble. 60 minutos de puro gozo que yo de verdad se me han pasado, Tao, como un suspirito.
Sí, prácticamente no se ha sentido los 67 minutos del juego y es que ambos equipos están dando un espectáculo maravilloso para toda la gente acá del estadio en Singapur y también para todos que lo están viendo desde sus casas. Venimos acá ya con una segunda partida que esta vez Secret se plantea algo más común que han estado utilizando y les ha venido funcionando bien, que ha sido este flex del Silencer, que por cierto lo termina escogiendo Papi, pero también sabemos que lo podía jugar Resolution, ¿no? Como ya lo han hecho anteriormente.
Sí, en la off. De todas maneras, también comentábamos, podía ser el carry de Crystalis, esa Downbreaker, al final han preferido rotarlo un poquito y no me parece para nada mal tampoco, te digo, porque creo que tiene también una Downbreaker absolutamente demencial el jugador ucraniano. Y bueno, pues se la juegan aquí un poquito de irse al lower bracket donde les espera Liquid, este trío de equipos europeos que están dando un espectáculo tremendo en una de las regiones, ahora sí se puede decir, ¿no? ¿Más potentes o no?
Sí, realmente pues lo acaba de demostrar Europa ya teniendo sus 3 representantes en las finales prácticamente. Un poco triste esta derrota de Aster, que por cierto pues ya
sí.
China ya hace mucho tiempo no está consiguiendo...
Está bajando,
Sí, no está consiguiendo esos ganadores de los eventos. Una pena ahí, como mencionaba Neka. Y ahora, reanudando aquí este juego, nuevamente hay una pequeña pausa. Ojo que Team Secret ha optado por esta Draw Ranger en contra del Visage. Que por cierto, si tiene una mala línea el juego de Secret, Neka va a ser un terrible desastre. Porque me parece a mí que esta Dawnbreaker era la mejor opción en contra del Visage. Pero aún así no han querido hacerlo y han optado por una Draw.
A ver, yo creo que... el problema es el Clockwork, sinceramente. Yo creo que Saxa en la anterior partida con el Tini estuvo demencial y creo que en esta puede hacer otra vez un destrozo, sobre todo saltando sobre ese Silencer para que no haga nada, saltando sobre la Draw para que anularle la pasiva, saltando, como hemos dicho también, para cancelarle el ultimate a la Dawnbreaker. Es muy complicada. Bueno, o tiene muchas maneras este Clockwork. Bueno, hablábamos también, el talento del level 20 tiene para ver invisibles, con lo cual a la pobre Nyx también le va a molestar. Entonces, todo eso en manos de un jugador como Saxa, que de verdad que es una auténtica máquina, que está tocado en un estado de gracia espectacular, pues no sé, yo me gusta un poquito más. De hecho, cuando veo al Visage también de 33, es que me da terror. Y encima no veo una respuesta como la Naga Siren, como juego un poco de copias y demás, que le puede hacer mucho frente. Es verdad que la Draw no viene mal, te puede disparar desde lejos, pero si te vienen los familias encima, si te tiran, va a ser muy complicado para ella. Es verdad que es bueno también contra Terror Blade, porque anulas un poquito la armadura natural que tiene con la pasiva. A mí me da un poquito, y esto, pues típico caster de 100% de predicciones erróneas, estoy salando al equipo de Tundra porque lo que yo quiero ver es muchas partidas. Cuanta más mejor. Y, oye, son otros 60 minutos. Me encanta el late. Con estos dos equipos es una auténtica gozada, ¿no? Veremos también ese duelo. Tú has dicho muchas cosas del Pangolier, que es muy bueno contra lo que plantea Tundra, ¿no?
Sí, prácticamente ya ese pick del Pango yo lo venía a venir, por más de que el dinosaurio, sí, si bien es un poco más molesto en la línea, pues es muy bueno en contra de los familiares. Incomodas tanto a la Crystal Maiden como al Clockwork porque son muy difíciles de que te maten. Y ahí empieza Saxa ahí incomodando un poco a Saya, pero ojo con esto, que solamente tiene Winlace. Y Crystalis ya le dio a los pros error.
Pues lo que está haciendo Crystalis aquí rascándole la espaldita, es verdad que tiene una velocidad de movimiento superior, este hijo de una cafetera, porque es un robotito que lo hicieron a base de ese tipo de chatarrita. Y pues nada, se puede escapar sin muchos más problemas. Y la partida pues no va a empezar con tampoco mucho drama. Venían con bomba de humo los chicos de Tundra para sorprender un poquito, pero Crystalis se lo vio venir y se consiguió esconder a tiempo. Con lo cual veremos si puede farmear, pero es que se va a estar tirando todo el rato una y otra vez encima sola Sancha para rascarle. Mira el daño, si es que no tiene prácticamente HP en los primeros compases de la partida y está completamente, bueno, pues zoneado en este primer instante del match.
Sí, ya este matchup de la parte central, pues es un matchup parejo, 50-50. Te podría decir que el dinosaurio tiene un poquito de ventaja por los denies.
Total.
Y justo ahorita ya acaba de utilizar el roar para intentar denegar la mayor cantidad de creeps. Ya le ha denegado 2 creeps a Nisha. Y bueno, prácticamente es un poco de trade de far. También tiene la ventaja de que ganando... Uy, le ha denegado 3 creeps.
Es
y se burla.
Y el de rango, es que le ha denegado el de rango, con lo cual en cuanto a experiencia se ha quedado un poquito por detrás. Y encima, pues nada, pisoteando duro el dinosaurio Jurassic Park en el equipo de Tundra. Que bueno, parece que han estado entrenando. No sé si has visto el vídeo de Twitter donde salen todos súper cachas. Pues están en forma los jugadores de Tundra y vienen a darlo todo. Yo también me da mucho miedo en el late ese Terror Blade, que me parece una máquina de destruir estructuras. Y veremos, ¿no? Yo creo que de nuevo mucha importancia me da a mí la impresión en el pick de Nisha. Sinceramente.
Sí, realmente va a ser muy importante de que este Pangolier comience a llegar a una diffusal rápido, intentar meter presión. Equipos como Team Liquit son equipos que han demostrado que el Pangolier, pues a pesar de que no tiene muy buena línea en contra del dinosaurio, pues son muchísimo más molestos en el juego. Ya que el dinosaurio tiene que optar por BKB en contra de esos héroes, mientras que el Pango tranquilamente puede optar por ítems como Diffusal, Blink Dagger, Shard. Esa es la pequeña ventaja.
A ver, en esta partida la Diffusal contra un Terror Blade para dejarle sin mana que no puede hacer Sandra está muy bien, pero tiene también a Sneaky que le va a dar una regeneración de mana bastante potente. Pero bueno, como dices también, al final los familias los vas a poder destrozar. Hay un silencer que también te va a permitir hacer setups. De hecho, Resolution con Downbreaker y la Nyx de Zayak han hecho destrozos durante la fase de grupos. Destrozos absolutos.
Sí, realmente esta dual ha sido muy fuerte, sobre todo por el flex que han estado manteniendo. Y bueno, la Nyx, que casi todas las partidas que nos ha tocado castear NECA, la ha ganado, ¿verdad?
Sí. Nosotros sí que hemos tenido, por lo menos estas estadísticas, veremos si aquí se acaba rompiendo. Y lo bueno, también otra cosa a remarcar, que hemos visto un cambio porque realmente les favorece tener un melee rango, y se ha ido Papi con Resolution en la parte de arriba, y tenemos a Zayak aquí en la parte de abajo acompañando a la Draw Ranger. Yo creo que está bien también que tenga un melee por delante, que se coma un poquito el daño, ese stun. Llegado a un punto, yo creo que pueden conseguir una kill. No diré fácil porque están los Cox por en medio. No diré fácil porque el Visage aguanta como si fuera un tanque. Así que veremos. Pero sí que creo que es una buena combinación, ¿no? Por parte de los chicos de Secret.
Sí, ahí se le escapaba un poco el pull a Tundra. Bueno, Saxa, que ahora tiene que tener cuidado, asegura la bounty. Pues ahora la línea se le va a perfilar a Crystalis bajo la torre. Eso es algo muy bueno ahorita para él, este pull que ha conseguido. Ya que, pues, si no me equivoco, ya está Ninja Assassin, es el segundo sentry que planta. Y Nine, que por cierto utiliza la primera habilidad para intentar asegurar el creep gordito, pero vemos ahí cómo juega con Nisha, con que ataco, no ataco, y van sobre Zayak.
Pues cuidado con le carga mucho el sol a Zayak, porque Zayak puede ser la primera sangre en subir al marcador. Intenta escaparse con ese Vampire Assault, ¿lo consigue o no? ¡Qué bien lo hizo ahí con ese multishot por parte de Cristal, zoneando perfectamente a los rivales! Y al final se salvó por poquito.
Sí, estuvo a nada de visión, ya le había cargado la segunda habilidad al Visage, pero le faltó la visión ahí. Zayak jugando al límite y bueno...
Oye, cuidadito porque ahora está en una posición 33 y no está... Ahí aparece Saxa, que bien lo hizo, que la clipina, la sangre, la tenemos en la parte de arriba, sobre aquí está el Maiden. ¿Podrán acabar? Pues no, se salva 33, pero el que no lo va a contar es Sneaking.
Vio ahí 33, pero nuevamente para Resolution, igual que la primera partida.
Efectivamente. La verdad que no ha estado... No la hemos visto. Estas cosas ocurren en el Dota. Dos cosas en el mismo espacio-tiempo. Es complicado. Sí. Ha sido porque así moría el Visage también, así que yo creo que estamos en una línea bastante importante. Y luego lo del medio, está jugando Nisha de verdad. Es espectacular porque yo creo que... Bueno, aquí Papi va a intentar denegarse quizás. Intenta el Lenai. No se lo deja. Con esa aquí está esos pisotones de Nine. Espérate, ese último golpe no lo mata. Tenía varita.
Dudó Nine. Sí lo pudo haber matado, pero dudó. Si hubiese utilizado la primera habilidad encima de él, pues sí hubiese terminado concretándole aquí. Pero al final no se quiere comprometer, no quiere jugar al límite, prefiere irse a base y seguir jugando seguro, que es algo que le gusta hacer mucho a Tundra, a todos sus jugadores. Como ya habíamos visto en la entrevista que le habían hecho a Team Secret antes que empiece este match, Tundra es un equipo que realmente juega mucho a esperar sus timings, los 5 jugadores son muy skilleados y lo más importante, la paciencia. Algo que también ahí veníamos comentando NECA con Avo de la partida anterior, era que la paciencia que había tenido Tundra para ganar este juego realmente fue increíble, ¿no?
Sí, de hecho es la clave, yo creo, absolutamente. Cuidado en el medio porque acaban de destrozar al Pangolier. El level 6 que llega bastante prontito. Zayak que se viene y se encuentra con un Saxa que lo rodeaba con los Hawks. Pues el primer pressing catch le da la primera muerte aquí al señor Nine frente al Pangolier.
Y ahora quiere moverse a la parte superior. Vamos a ver si va a terminar consiguiendo algo. Incluso hasta el kill sobre Zayak sería bueno. Tiene el carapace nivel 1, así que sí puede morir. Y más o menos ya se lo está oliendo.
Pues cuidado que viene con la estampida, la expandida sobre Nine. Ahí vemos otra vez el presica, pero que es ese cooldown. Lo van a acabar destrozando a Crystalis. Ay, el pulverizar. De verdad, esos 32 segundos, yo no los sentí 32 segundos.
Sí, realmente hay
los sentí 10.
Un poco confiado, ¿no?
También.
Porque no se estaba mostrando el dinosaurio. Papi, que por cierto ha seteado 2... Tienen 3 wards casi a la altura de las torres de cada uno. Van a saber todos los movimientos.
Bueno, pues ahora el primer movimiento por parte de Nisha directamente en la parte de arriba sobre el Terror Blade. Está bastante complicado que pueda sobrevivir Alexander, como comentaba el bueno de esta. Y ahora Sneaking, que dice, bueno, yo me quedo aquí a compartir la muerte con mi compañero. Y estas dos kills que suben al marcador y ponen el 3-3-3 en el mismo Tao.
Sí, muy buena rotación. Ahora esto les va a permitir de que puede que terminen concretando esta torre, porque si incluso si te pega el dinosaurio arriba, va a ser comida. El Silencer incomoda mucho, mucha reducción de movimiento, no te deja activar las habilidades. El Resolution también con la segunda habilidad proporciona slow y lo mismo el Pangolier. Así que Secret empieza con el pie derecho llevándose la primera tier 1 de la partida, al igual que la partida anterior, minuto 7 Next.
Pues muy bien, la verdad que parecía en el fondo que las rotaciones de Nine estaban siendo muy buenas, de hecho lo son, pero no ha tardado Secret tampoco en decirlo. Ojo, hablábamos de los wars agresivos por parte del equipo de Secret, también los tiene Tundra, ¿eh? Están ahí vigilando cualquier intento de movimiento, quizás de la draw para irse a Tosita a farmear y la tengan localizada. Y luego la bengala también va a servir, pues como en este caso, para hacer un buen stack. Y luego más allá, cuando tenga la triple bengala, pues es una locura de visión lo que te da. Uy. Double damage para Nine. Se puede guardar. No tiene aún el pisotón disponible. Se va a la parte arriba. Pues cuidado, porque lo que sé que tienes la embestida.
Vamos a ver, lo están viendo ahorita mismo Nine con este guarda ahí. Perfecto el trabajo de Papi. Ha gastado su TP, así que no creo que Resolution realmente se vaya a morir aquí. Y nuevamente botan rápidamente Skitter a la jungla, ¿no?
Y mira, y también tenemos a Cristal yéndose al medio. Yo creo que es algo bastante interesante ese movimiento por parte de Secret, cazando justamente al Primal Beast, que no puede hacer nada y no está en el medio, pues aprovechar un poquito de esa experiencia, porque de verdad la draw tampoco lo ha pasado demasiado bien en la línea, además de dar una muerte.
Sí, incluso tiene menos valor neto que el Visage, que por cierto ya llegó a tener el nivel 6, ya está 7 ya. Y me gusta mucho lo que hace Nisha, comienza a farmearse los campamentos de al lado, para que el Visage ahí no explote tanto su farm, e incluso va a poder morir Saxa, si no me equivoco. Sí,
pues lo están esperando aquí, aunque es complicado justamente cazar al Clover con esos Hawks.
Dudaron.
Yo es que no sé si se pueden meter. Mira, aquí lo que sí que han visto, han sentido que había un ward. Y ahora cuidadito, por ahora no creo que lo estén viendo. Nine que prepara la estampida, Sneaky que se une aquí al festival sobre Resolution. La congelación es buena por parte del norteamericano, que está Papi. También aparece el Pangolier. Yo creo que no sé si se quiere ir o marcharse del mapa. Le va a rodear Nisha golpeando con ese Rolling Thunder. No se va a poder, que lo quiere sacar del mapa, de verdad. Es que lo está intentando. Y al final la muerte de Nine. Esto sale a gloria para Secret.
Sí, esto es perfecto para Secret, sobre todo que esta vez Tundra no tiene un mid laner que puede volver a hacer lo mismo que el de la partida anterior, comprar un Midas, tirarse a farmear, perfilarse para un buen late game. El dinosaurio es un héroe que si no matas se estanca tanto en valor neto y también en experiencia, así que este es un muy mal comienzo para Tundra. Me gusta cómo está jugando Nisha, pero acaban de tumbar la primera tier 1, que era algo que ya se veía venir, pero muy forzado.
Sí.
Ok, forzaste los TP de arriba, pero 33 aprovechó muy bien y se llevó tu tier 1 de abajo.
33, cómo no, siempre haciendo lo que sabe hacer, dominar su línea y conseguir unos timings absolutamente demenciales. De nuevo, ¿cuándo ha puesto ese ward en la parte de en medio? ¿Ha sido Taya, que ha sido Papi?
Fue Papi, lo puso en el minuto 6, cuando mataron al Pangolier antes que saliera la primera ronda.
Ok, pues nada, inteligentísimo. El gigante estonio. Hay gigantes en los dos equipos, ¿eh?
Sí, sí.
Porque entre Saxa y Papi llegan a los 4 metros. Sí. Los dos. Bueno, un K de balón neto, tampoco hay mucha diferencia ahora mismo. Y estoy pensando que es una partida quizás un poquito orientada hacia Tundra, que va a querer un timing más lento para que se farme bien ese Terror Blade. Y cuando tenga Metamorfosis, la verdad que el pusheo de Torres va a ser demencial. Tundra. Un huequecito como el que hemos visto en la partida de Liquid, que se muera alguien sin buyback y te tiran todo, ¿eh?
Sí, de hecho ya el Visage, pues mira cómo está creciendo en valor neto. Algo que hemos visto de 33 es que incluso ha tenido partidas donde ha completado este ítem en el minuto 2. Es una cosa increíble.
Así es.
Pero ya podemos ver ahorita mismo de que todos solamente se están dedicando a farmear. Esto más le conviene a Tundra porque ya sabemos que es más que nada su estilo de juego. Mientras tanto, Secret es un equipo que prácticamente para minuto 20 ya te tiene una X, ya te ha cerrado casi todo el mapa, te está tumbando las torres.
Mira lo que veo, me gusta lo que veo. Quiere una mariposa. A veces veo draft con muchísimo daño físico y no veo mariposas. Y en cambio aquí Grisais por lo menos quiere un ítem de movilidad y otro que le va a dar mucho daño también, siendo la draw. Espérate que llegue ese multishot y le cancelaba a Saxa perfectamente por el lateral con ese hookshot para que no continuara el festival. Y el que viene es 33. Igual no llega la sangre al río, pero esto es lo que va a hacer Saxa. Saxa tiene una partida de cancelarlo todo.
Sí, realmente sí. Es más, puede ahorita mismo transformar sus botas para tener las Tranquil Boots, pero no lo quiere hacer, lo mantiene ahí. Algo que me acabo de dar cuenta, Neka, es que el Silencer de momento no tiene el nivel 6, así que no tiene el Global Silence. Puede ser esa una de las razones por las cuales ahorita no ha muerto ese... Porque si hubiese roleado Nisha, creo que tranquilamente se hubiesen podido meter. Ahora 33, ya farmeándose la jungla, mete los familiares al high ground, él mantiene la distancia con el héroe desde el low ground y está a 100 de oro del Brave que por cierto lo va a tener acabando este campamento.
¿Qué me estás contando? Bueno, igual no, porque viene aquí el comito de Zaya, desde los cielos, el bueno de Resolution, el coreano martillazo que le cae y al final van a acabar con la vida de ralentizando. No sé si se lo va a comprar. Y que bien también el bueno de Nisha golpeando, pero es Resolution el que acaba con la vida de la Crystal Maiden de Liquit.
Y esto es muy importante, al igual que la primera partida, Secret tiene que empezar a mover la partida, empezar a meter ritmo, ya está nada de la Diffusal Blade y saben de que Tundra le encanta este tipo de juego, cortar waves, farmear, no meterte tantos smokes, esperar timings, probablemente ya con este Brave Pack se quieran juntar para intentar hacer algo.
¿Compró el Brave Pack o no?
No. No que yo recuerde.
No, pues no. Es que lo hicieron también en la primera partida, a la Blue Mother, justo en el momento que iba a tener, no recuerdo si era el Brave Pack también, y lo acabaron cazando en el momento exacto para ralentizarle por lo menos un minutito más a un 33 que siempre va disparado.
Sí.
Uy, difusilita.
Y Echo Sabre también. Hay Echo Saber en la Downbreaker y Diffusal en el Pangolier, así que ahora estos Shash Buckles sí duelen bastante. Brave también en 33.
Le matan una vez y la consiguen el 14. Así que es demencial, ¿eh?
Y mira acá lo incómodo que va a ser para Nine jugar este juego, porque incluso si tengas BKB, tú sabes que te puede caer el Global Silence después de utilizarlo.
Y no hay pulverizar, vas a cancelarle la canalización. Así que en ese sentido, la verdad es que Silencer, por ejemplo, contra Downbreaker también es horrendo. Hay que decirte, la Downbreaker sufre muchísimo contra el silencio porque no puede canalizar, tiene que esperarse a que caiga. En este caso, las iniciaciones de Nine van a ser un problema. También te digo, está Clover puede iniciar sobre ese Silencer.
Los acaban de escanear, Skitter ahí con la altura perfecta, esquivando el smoke ahí de Team Secret, que por cierto Nisha tenía una runa de haste y lo aprovecha a la perfección ahí, mandando su copia. Probablemente quiere intentar renegar la runa, él sabe que están ahorita mismo en su jungla. Pero él sabe que no puede abandonar esa área, no se puede tepear abajo porque le quita tanto el farm a Nine como a 33. Entonces se tiene que seguir manteniendo ahí.
Bueno, Fresh Field de Nicky para ayudar a farmear y ya de paso llevarse algún que otro creep. No me parece mal, pero como dices, tiene todo el sentido. Si se marchara de ahí, ¿dónde se va a ir a farmear? Con lo cual son unos segundos donde no está consiguiendo nada. Y Zaya que igual aquí acaba cazando perfectamente. Viene también desde el alto del cielo, rodando y con el mazo dando de Nisha. Destrucción absoluta sí que había aquí Sander, pero la coordinación fue perfecta. Justo sobre el silencio de Papi. Viene con la carga, la estampida, las embestidas, los pisotones. Y desde arriba también tenemos al señor Istais golpeando duramente. Sí que ha sido problemas, aunque la concentración ha sido buena. Y aparece bien aquí Nine, pulverizar, pressing catch. Ese problemas en polaco. Se consigue escapar perfecto. Resolution hace muchísimo daño. Tiene maná, tiene de todo. Nisha que intenta corretear. Los esquiva a todos. El Nicky en ese objetivo, quieren acabar con la rubia de Monte. Y lo hizo perfecto. Esa Ramos con Eria. Quiere paso de Resolution. Vemos que ya tiene hasta fragmentito. Martillazo. Y acaban matando a la offlaner de Tundra. 3 kills para Secret.
Y ahora van a poder presionar esta estructura de la Tier 1, que es lo más importante. Consiguieron un kill sobre el TV, luego forzaron al Visage, le forzaste la Brave, los familiares, aún así lo terminaste matando. Y buena ejecución de Team Secret. A diferencia de la primera partida, pues esta vez no está farmeando tan bien Skitter, no tiene estero de la nada Siren, que pues tranquilamente tiene 3 copias, no sabes cuál es la real, se puede mostrar en una línea, en otra. Y ahí tenemos la repetición del Shield Crash también en Nisha.
El carpace de Zaya que paralizó también el pulverizar. Es que ocurrían muchas cosas porque en el lateral teníamos al Clover y el carpace de Zaya fue la clave para parar el daño que estaba recibiendo Nisha. Con lo cual, la supervivencia tremenda y ahí también es Starbreaker que destruye por completo al jugador israelí. Qué bien.
Qué inteligente también lo que hace Nisha con la runa de haste. Sabe que no tiene vida, pero aún así ya no habían habilidades por parte de Tundra. Entonces mete Shield Crash a 3 héroes, entonces ahora tiene más resistencia. Ya es muy difícil, indestructible prácticamente, así como acaba de mencionar el gran Neka. Y perfecto turn back del Pangolier.
Bueno, 10-4 en el marcador, pero no se mueve ni un ápice ese valor neto. Van a cazar aquí a Tendai. ¿Lo están viendo? No me lo puedo creer. Tiene que tirar ese Brave Pack y ahora activa. Viene Carpace para correr, huir de lo que podría haber sido su muerte.
Un poco ahí arriesgado eso que hizo Zayak.
Muy greedy.
Sí, faltó ahí un negro.
Ver, es que como tienen la ultimate de la hombre, que yo creo que está buscando siempre un stun para que venga desde lo alto de los cielos.
Nine ya 50 de oro de su BKB y vamos a ver si Tundra se quiere animar a hacer algo. Recordar que Papi en los 17 minutos del juego solamente ha utilizado el Global Silence una sola vez. Y ahí está la Blind Dagger que les veníamos mencionando y el por qué el Pangolier en esta partida va a tener muchísimo más protagonismo que Nine en el early game. Porque Pango es un héroe que llega rápido a la Diffusal, a la Blind Dagger y en contra no hay nada que lo controle. Mientras que el dinosaurio pues tiene que farmear prácticamente un ítem de 4.250 de oro, si no me estoy equivocando, 4.150 de oro. Y ahora sí se van a meter. Ojo que tiene runa de ilusión, así que así
puede quitárselo.
Se puede quitar el silence.
Sí, pero le vas a cancelar el pulverizar, eso sí.
Eso sí,
si lo lanzas en el momento le vas a cancelar. Lo que no va a cancelarlo ya es Zayak. Cuidado que te está viendo, papá. Pero al final es el Níquel que recibe de todo. Carpace en el momento perfecto. Desde los tiros se pone Resolution. La BKB activada que acaba de sorprender, pasando por encima de Zayak. Y ahora Resolution es el que está intentando alejarse, como sea. Que bien también a Hurricane Pie por parte del señor Crystallis. Vemos ahí sobre Papi, el único que podía cancelar ese pulverizar. Lo acaban desintegrando.
Sí, esto es algo muy bueno que hace Tundra, que realmente respetan mucho sus timings. Ya ni bien llegó la BKB de Nine, sabían de que instantáneamente nos movemos a pelear. Esto demuestra el nivel tier 1 de este tipo de equipos, que incluso demorarte 5 segundos hace de que esa Nitz no muera ahí, de que no se malposicionen, de que no caiga esta torre de medio. Y Tundra acaba de recuperar un poco la partida. Skitter nuevamente posicionándose top en valor neto y no sé si está optando por una Manta Style o si está optando... Ah, ok, está optando por el Yasha BKB. Me gusta.
Todo está bien, está bien. Y espérate que Nisa se va el solo contra el mundo entero. Puede aguantar un poquito, pero mira, el pulverizar no hay global, como comentabas, así que no pueden cancelarle. Se vino muy arriba el polaco.
Muy confiado Nisha al subir hacia el high ground, sobre todo sin Rolling Thunder, y no había Global Silence para salvarlo.
No entiendo muy bien por qué hizo eso. O sea, tampoco habría algún compañero arriba que le estuviera guardando, no sé. Se vino muy arriba Nisha. Y estos errores contra Tundra te los va a hacer pagar uno tras otro. Creo que también está buscando la BKB el jugador ucraniano Resolution. No me equivoco. La tiene ya a puntito de caramelo. Ha deshecho
el Eco Saber.
El Eco Saber, efectivamente. Y ahí la tiene.
Ahora,
esto también es importante.
Sí.
Entre el fragmento y la BKB es complicado que le paren.
Y ahora ya la Dawnbreaker incluso puede perfilarse, armar ítems como para hacer daño. Ellos no sé si saben que tiene la BKB.
Bueno, lo saben, pero también está aquí cazando perfecto la congelación. Llega justo de Flaxa, el pulverizar. La coordinación milimétrica de Tundra. Vamos, uno tras otro sin dejarle hacer nada.
Sí, están aprovechando muy bien los de Tundra, que Secret ahorita mismo ha pisado muy fuerte 2 palitos. El primer kill de Nisha y ahora el de Resolution. No sé si se quieren animar a llevarse esta torre, pero lo que sí están ganando más espacio para Skitter. Si bien, uy, se acaba de meter Nisha.
Bueno, pues igual Nisha viene un poquito confiando porque tiene esa daga, salta directamente sobre el Visage. Los dos puestos para que Saxa igual zonee un poquito. Vemos el pisotón, bien la estampida con esa bonita BKB activada y destrozando al jugador Kirguis. El global que llega para nada porque Papi está muertísimo también. Y Nisha solo contra el mundo. Intenta con ese Steel Crash. Aparece Crystallis que también hace mucho daño sobre esa Crystal Maiden. Por favor, cuidadito que el jugador alemán que viene con ganitas, eslovaco quería decir, con esa metamorfosis activada. Y empieza a golpear Nisha, que se va para cancelar el TP. Y ahí viene también desde el cielo el Solar Guardian. BKB Skitter la tiene que activar, empieza a golpear, se puede hacer un cambio. No, está buscando a su compañero sobre Saxa para acabar con la vida de Crystallis. Podrán acabar con la segunda vida, no lo van a hacer. El pulverizar de Nine. Todo le sale a pedir de boca a Tundra. Tremenda teamfight in extremis. Saxa llegó como las tiritas que necesitaba ese carry.
Uy, sigue ahí la agresión. Estos equipos no paran con la agresividad. Y a su perfecta pelea de Tundra. Ahí se terminó acercando. Si por un segundo no se acercaba, Saxa no le hubiera metido el Sanderal. Y me gustó mucho lo que hizo Skitter. Podía haberle cambiado la vida a la Draw Ranger, pero tenía la mitad. Y aún así prefirió sacrificar a su amigo para él tener más probabilidad de sobrevivir. Y realmente increíble esta pelea que acaban de conseguir. Incluso se pagó la Nitz Assassin. tepeó, pero como los héroes se comenzaron a parar en el TP de Danitz, terminó cancelando su TP, así que prácticamente fue un buyback para nada. Y esto le ha dado mucha vida al dinosaurio, ya tiene 10.000 de valor neto.
Dios.
Y a nada de tener la habilidad que rompe pasivas, Neca.
Qué bonito. El Aganim, Destructor. No recuerdo exactamente cómo se llama la habilidad, pero es verdad que salen como un montón de rocas alrededor.
Sí.
Sí, es cuando activas el roar, pero saltan como unas piedritas alrededor. Y bueno, el tema es que no le puedes dar ni un segundito a Tundra, no puedes cometer ni un pequeño error. Y si lo cometes es que te saca cabezas. El Terrorblade está fortísimo.
Otro scan que acaban de romper, Neca, rápidamente.
Nos ha pillado, le cortará. No, está bien.
Y mira, se ha tepeado arriba porque saben que Resolution está presionando y es el segundo scan que le acaba de detectar Tundra cada vez que Secret está intentando algún tipo de agresividad.
Pues espérate, porque igual la agresividad viene por parte de Saxa, le va a quitar los clips y ahora viene el juxo perfecto y además le pone el blasón, o sea, el velo de la discordia, quería decir, y ahora igual no ha sido el equipo porque creo que han visto el TP y ahora van a conseguir acabar con la vida del macedonio. Nisha abajo está muy solito, tiene que activar, que bien lo acaba de hacer ahí ese Shai, además viene desde el alto de los cielos de Solar Guardian, el señor Resolution volatilizó al jugador norteamericano. Bueno, siguen luchando.
Esto es muy importante para Tundra porque cuando respawnen la main deben de smokear. Han utilizado el Solar Guardian y el Rolling Thunder del Pangolier sobre un support 5.
Ya, también, poca cosa.
Sí. No es lo que quieres buscar, la Maiden va a respawnear, ya hay metamorfosis, vamos a ver si Tundra se quiere animar a juntar.
Bueno, hay una manta también en Crystalis, le puede ayudar a hacer algún disjoin para quitarse la congelación, que siempre es dolorosa. Y bueno, este Arcane para Nisha también está muy bien, está buscando también el Aganim para poder golpear a todo el mundo con ese Seal Crash. Los Swapbackers pequeñitos, dejar sin maná, entiendo. A los rivales es verdad que solo hay un héroe de inteligencia, el resto no tienen muchos pulls de mana.
Ahí está el smoke que te había mencionado.
También.
Ni bien revivió la Crystal Maiden, rápidamente todo el equipo de Tundra se smokea y Papi está decidido a tanquearse el smoke. No quiere que vayan sobre su drop.
Ay, qué bien Zayak. Bien, lo hizo muy bien porque desveló un poquito a los rivales.
Maravillosa rotura de smoke, por parte de ahí del support 4 de Team Secret y aún no han perdido su ward. Vamos a ver Snaken ahí que está nada de romper el ward que también tenía el squad de Secret y ya. Ambos equipos saben que tienen que jugar esta área porque el equipo que gane la pelea Free Roshan y el primer Roshan de acá de esta partida es importante.
Sí, te digo que me da mucho miedo porque recuerdo Ace de Gaming con ese Primal Beast con el Aganim, pero igual aquí la sorpresa va a ser sobre Skitter, no sé si la juega demasiado, Saxa acaba también por el lateral, el justo perfecto, Fire no llega a stunear, los dos son tremendos, tiene que activar el no, lo desintegra Nisha. Sí, vinieron muy arriba, tampoco hubo Solar Guardian. Sale cara completamente perseguido, viene Knine con todas las ganas el alemán, pasa por encima de Zayak, el stun rental inimitable.
Sí, no sé realmente qué está haciendo Secret porque, ok, si bien tienen el Solar Guardian para llegar, pues la Draw Ranger nunca está cerca, entonces no te puedes meter al triángulo solamente confiando en que tienes el Global Silent y el Solar Guardian, porque el TV tiene BKB, el dinosaurio tiene BKB. Claro. Es imposible que vayas a agarrar a un Visage ahí en el triángulo. Tenían bien ahí los dos wards, pero ya esto sí, cada vez la partida se le está complicando más a Secret porque están pisando los palitos más importantes del juego. Ahora hay una runa de G y 33 que se acaba de meter al fitness.
Pues la verdad es que no están tomando las mejores decisiones. Eso ante un Tundra que está tocado por la varita de Ice Frog. Aquí parece un poquito extraño, pero ya me entendéis porque está saliéndole todo a pedir de boca. Y ahora para por el Rosa no hay manera de defenderlo. A ver, es que no tienes a la Nix. Si tuvieras a la Nix aún se mete en vendetta. Viene un Solar Guardian, pero nada, es que no, poco hace. Papi por ahí. No sé, están esperando a que se farmee mucho más Crystalis, entiendo, pero el late es que yo lo veo para Tundra.
Sí, realmente, ok, la draw evita la agilidad, no importa si el TV escala en más ítems, pero prácticamente pues el TV es un héroe que es más fuerte porque presiona más líneas, tienes el metamorfosis, el Thunder, la draw. Uy, se van a meter.
Pues se va a meter Lisa, se está viendo perfectamente, a ver si puede golpear Crystalis, pero le va a cagar directamente Nine, no tiene BKB aún, así que le pasa por encima y ahí vemos con la BKB activada la persecución. Está haciendo frenas también el Clower, va a acabar muriendo con ese Silkar por parte de Nisa, pero míralo, Crystalis con la manta, lo coge, le pulverizar, igual igual ahora está en una mala posición, van a acabar con su vida, aunque tiene a un exceso. Lo que corre es lo que corre con esos Facebook, que bien lo hizo Nisha, apuntó perfectamente, pero ahora aparece por aquí 33. No creo que acaben con Resolution ni con ese solo Sunshine. Así que ni tan mal, es un 2 para 2. Pero caía Crystalis, que era lo más importante. Bajo torre, no tuvo miedo ninguno.
Sí, ya necesitaban matar a la Draw Ranger y pues me parece a mí que es un...
Ay, ¿dónde va? Pues se vuelve a meter Nisha con ese triple de Silcrash. También Resolution. Desintegró la vida de aquí está el Maiden. Esa nació perfecto sobre Nisha. Tiene que tratar. Podría haber activado ahí el fragmento.
Van a regresar.
Pues hombre, yo creo que Resolution tiene ahí la carga, ralentiza perfectamente. Y ahí con ese fragmentito no se puede ni mover. La Desolator desintegra las gargolitas. No sé si yo ir a por Skitter va a irse. ¿Se va a quedar a farmear? ¿Qué es esto? Ah, vale.
Muy inteligente lo de Secret, saben de que el TV no tenía meta, entonces solamente comprometen. Y ojo, el carry escondido ahí entre las sombras, NECA, que es esta Downbreaker que se posiciona Top Network sacándole 2000 de ventaja a su posición 1 y ya con la Desolator.
Y el daño se ha vuelto a hacer el eco sable para pegar como un auténtico camión de mercancías. De hecho, yo creo que fue la clave en todas estas kills porque el pro de Crystalis le cargaba a Inine con esa embestida y luego con la BKB no había manera de detenerlo. El Clover por lo menos no llegaba a usar ese hookshot porque si no también habría sido absolutamente demencial. Y bueno, Nine da una vida a su vida a cambio de la del carry rival, que yo creo que sale favorable para el equipo de Tundra. Que bueno, al final tampoco pierden la Aegis. Es verdad que creo que también cae 33. Bueno, la cosa se pone tensita, pero aún así son 5K a favor de Tundra y un Terrorblade que sigue creciendo, papá.
Sí, ahora tiene Scadi y este ítem que le acaban de dar pues también le da más agilidad, velocidad de movimiento y evasión. Así que la partida igual aún no hay mucha ventaja por parte de Tundra. Si bien solo es valor neto, pues Secret aún tiene este carry que también es la Downbreaker. Y bueno, tienes un mecanismo para poder lidiar en contra del TV, que es muy buena la Draw Ranger, ¿no? En contra del por estabilidad del Marksmanship, si no me equivoco. Sí, ahí está el Marksmanship. Y vamos a ver qué va a querer hacer ahora la escuadra de Tundra, que por cierto tenemos ahí a 33 que nos están mostrando que están trabajando en las cuiras. Y buen
cuidado en el medio, porque el justo ha sido bueno, pero Nisha no se activa bien ese cetrito.
Global Silence comprometido.
Lo gastaron para salvarle.
Tiene solas guardias.
Talla. ¿Por qué no lo intenta? Ah, porque está golpeando duramente Skite sobre Papi que no puede escaparse. La ralentización de Sojo Scadi, aunque también le da miedo que está Crystalis por el lateral. Bueno, pues no, al final multishot para zonear, no se la quiere jugar Tundra. Sí, va, pues al final comprometes el Silence, pero comprometes también la Metamorfosis, que es casi la ultimate de verdad de este Terror.
Justo eso que acaba de mencionar NECA es lo más importante. Ya has comprometido el meta y han visto este smoke porque tenían un ward ahí en la jungla. Ok, te llevaste las piernas.
Bueno, nada mal.
Gema en 33. De razón han encontrado ahí el ward.
Amigo.
Y ya les han dominado 2 tier 2 al escuadra de Secret. No han perdido tantos objetivos, pero ya saben que se acaba el meta, así que van a salir con todo.
Bueno, pues deberían porque... A ver, si está con la vendetta... No la tiene. 7 segundos y tiene la daga. Eso sí, Tayak, el jugador kirguís que tiene esa daguita, aunque están corriendo pies, ¿para qué os quiero? Porque ahora se acaba también en un minuto ese Aegis y no quieren jugársela. Nisha que tenía ganas de iniciar ahí con la daga.
Ojo, Sacha,
pero otra vez
perfecto.
Perfecto, otra vez. Nada, Tundra está leyendo los movimientos perfectamente, son los Yokas de valor neto y no comete errores. Es un poco lo contrario a lo que le está pasando a Secret, ¿no? Hemos visto como Nisha se desposicionaba en algunas ocasiones y Tundra es que no lo hace. Están como muy bien dirigidos.
Realmente no logran atrapar a nadie en ningún smoke. Lo más loco es que cada vez que están smokeados es como si Tundra ya supiera que van hacia ellos y rápidamente tiran un scan como para terminar asegurándose de que los quieren intentar matar ahí. Skitter, que por cierto no ha utilizado el AD, se le va en 5 segundos y nuevamente, como ya hemos visto a Tundra, ¿no? Que es un equipo que le gusta mucho esperar a los timings, esperar el siguiente Roshan y probablemente si sea el timing.
Tiene un Unifier para que no se le escape con el Foster.
Y también
Crystalis.
Y también creo que quitas el Shield Crash, si no me equivoco. NECA,
también dispelea, sí, por supuesto. Pues ni tan mal la idea que tiene el jugador eslovaco. Y ahora con bombita de humo, como tú decías, que también se tenía que venir. Quizás el objetivo es una bonita rubia de bote, tarariro, que es fácil de matar, rápida de digerir y eso ni engorda ni nada.
Sí, nada grave. Prácticamente has comprometido todo un smoke solo para matar a la Crystal Maiden. Pero bueno, ahí mira, le ha dado ya el talento de nivel 15 que le das, si no me equivoco,
las 3 bengalas. Viene el 20, las bengalas dan invisibilidad. Eso para Saxa. Además que tiene ya la Ganif también, ¿eh? Wow. El daño que le ha hecho a Crystalis.
Mira cuánto daño le hace solamente tirándole los rockets.
Es que tiró el overclocking para poder tirarle 3 más.
Wow. Y aún tiene ahorita de nuevo la habilidad que parece que le vuelve a caer. Ya. Ahora sí, la partida nuevamente se va a volver a centrar en el siguiente Roshan. Vamos a ver que Nine está a 400 de oro de la Chivas Gar. Así que este tipo de equipos, como ya hemos visto a Tundra, le gusta mucho respetar los timings. Nivel 20 del dinosaurio, Chivas Gar y probablemente veamos otro smoke.
Bueno, y Cuiras en 33. Uf, la armadura que va a tener el equipo de Tundra con el Visage. Creo que no sé si se le haya acabado ya la Cuiras y si no está a la vuelta de la esquina.
Nada, solamente le falta la receta, ya tiene el oro para el Hyperstone.
Llega las Chivas también. Bueno, hay algo de daño mágico, pero es principalmente daño físico, así que Secret se va a poner en problemas por no hablar de Loop Roar. Cuando hace Loop Roar, la armadura que tiene ese bicho es indestructible.
Parece que Papi se va a tanquear ahí el smoke. Taxa que lo está viendo con el ward. Ojo, lo está viendo.
Ahí lo están viendo. Papi, que también sintió la presencia. No hubo scan, no lo han gastado. Sí. Simplemente ha sido adivinar un poco el movimiento, dado que no los ven por ningún lado del mapa. Y esta es la inteligencia, la experiencia que les da el haber jugado tantísimas partidas. Son 9 cartas de valor neto. Y de nuevo, estos movimientos súper inteligentes de Tundra, que es que no se vuelve loco.
Acaba de comprar el nulificador.
Sí, lo tiene ya.
Y realmente qué molesto que es el Clockwork con esta doble bengala. Prácticamente lo que haces es botar la web.
Todo el rato ves.
Sí, creo que acaba de subir el high ground.
Lo que pasa es que vaya Crystalis en primer lugar. Es verdad que tiene BKB, con lo cual el Nulifier igual no le afectaría en el cambio de reposicionamiento con ese Hurricane Pike.
Es infinito, Neka. Mira cuántos rockets
tira 6. Tira 6. O sea, 9, perdona, tira 9. La tira 2, refresher 2 y enseguida tiene el cooldown de lo siguiente.
Wow, es increíble. Prácticamente está cortando todas las waves de arriba y está scouteando todo lo que quiere hacer Secret. Por eso acaban de esquivar el triángulo. Ya los scouteó con el Rocket Flare y van al área donde tienen visión.
Que la información que da el Clockwork es demencial.
Lo que también es demencial es lo que se está armando Resolution. Ya va a tener también el Assault Cuiras. Tiene la Blink Dagger, así que ni agarre Snaking porque con esta...
Bueno, pues esta ya que sí viene desde arriba. El Forta ha sido buenísimo, aunque rebota y explota sobre 33. Ahora es el Papi que está en un serio problema. Pero parece que el miedo asoma a los ojos de Tundra, que tienen que tratar de retirarse porque la muerte ha sido muy rápida. Nick también se lo prueba. Nick igual está retrasando en tratar de escaparse. Ese buen pulverizar, aunque le cancelaba muy bien con el silencio. También explota. Cuidadito que no puede hacer ahora mismo el Sander. Lo van a acabar matando. El pisotón también por parte del señor Ryan. Acaba con la vida de Nisa. Intenta el TP. ¿Hay algún stun? No, se va a poder escapar. La muerte es dolorosa. Y Papi quiere venganza. El stun perfecto de Falla por el borde. Y ese multishot de Crystalis le cuesta prácticamente 4K de valor neto a favor de Secret.
Y lo más importante es que acaba de salir el Roshan. Está a 4 segundos. Y esta era la apertura que necesitaba Secret. Qué difícil es para el Terrorblade pelear cuando te están kiteando, cuando te están empalando y tu equipo prácticamente no está muy bien posicionado. Lo dejaron al TV abandonado. Y pues la Drow es un héroe que no respeta absolutamente nada la armadura. Su ítem de evasión, el ítem que también te da agilidad, no sirve absolutamente para nada. Porque hemos visto que la Drow Neka lo ha destruido.
Total. Yo pensé que Nisa se moría con el pulverizar, pero el Silence entiendo que es lo que vino por ahí para cancelarlo. O no sé si fue otra vez Zayak, igual fue Zayak otra vez con el Carpace. Pero bueno, al final acaba muriendo Nine. Ni tan mal y se escapaba. Nine haciendo una partidaza.
Ojo, acabo de ver lo que pasó con Skitter. Resulta de que se forceó hacia adelante. Justo cuando le aparece la animación del Impale, apareció más adelante de la Drow Ranger. No. Sí, porque probablemente si no se hubiese forceado solamente le cambiaba la vida al Clockwork y podía darle vuelta a la pelea. Pero ahí son detalles pequeñísimos los que influyen tanto en este tan maravilloso juego, ¿no? Ya,
Bueno, maravilloso el Dédalo que tiene ya también la Drow. Ahora mismo en su poder, Crystalis va a pegar bien duro. También en la daga en Nine, en este Primal Beast. La coraza de asalto que también tiene Resolution en su poder. No sé si no la acaba farmeando a un 33 con esa muerte que veíamos en el medio. No sé yo, igual tienen miedo a perder el buyback, porque a ver, la draw también desintegra estructuras si le haces un poquito de espacio.
Y al parecer tampoco respeta al Visage, ¿no? Hemos visto que lo
No, es verdad, es posible que la armadura también se la pase por...
Sí, parece
no ve el sol.
Pareciera, porque ahora mismo podemos ver que 33 ni siquiera quiere acabar el Assault Cuira, sino que ahora está que trabaja en un Aeon Disc, al igual que la partida anterior.
¡Ostras, es cierto!
Solo para tener el aura, bufear, jugar desde atrás.
¡Hola! Pues nada, otro dédalo también en poder del señor Skitter.
Esto,
que el daño, a ver quién se desintegra antes, ¿no? Porque al final la mariposa aquella que te comenté que tenía Crystalis no se la acaba haciendo. Tiene más daño. Zonea Zayak muy bien, acaba de descubrirlos. Aunque viene con la embestida señor Nike, con la becada activada. Van a destrozar a Zayak, salvo que Neisha se meta por el medio. Aquí viene desde lo más alto la beca activada porque tiene como de Crystalis se esfuerza justo en el momento que Zayak salsa venía. Le acaba de cambiar la vida. Sigue problemas para Crystalis. La beca que viene todavía a esa manta que tiene las primeras vidas. Otra estampida por parte de Nike. Está buscando. Zayak como no aquí el Carpaz lo estunea justo en el momento. Perfecto el doble de Resolution. Le tocó. No hay BKB. Tampoco tiene manera de escapar. Aunque intenta hacer todo el daño posible. Va a acabar muriendo. Sí que lo hace, papá. Sí que está luchando. Quiere seguir vivo. Como Saxa que se te pega. Pero mientras tanto, el jugador ucraniano convierte en cubitos a la Crystal Maiden.
Sí, prácticamente ahí el daño de la draw combinado con lo que mete Resolution NECA es brutal. El Terrorblade no le aguanta, no puede darle un parado así 1-1 a la Dawnbreaker porque tiene mucha armadura, la regeneración que también te brinda la pasiva. Es muy difícil de que él haga todo el daño. Es muy difícil porque constantemente Crystalis tiene muy claro su objetivo y realmente está jugando maravilloso. Solamente se enfoca en el TVNK. No deja de pegarle al TV.
Las mantas que tiene. Mira. El uso de mantas, sí. Fíjate, o sea, yo quiero ver esto. El Carpace que viene ahora, que se va a acercar. Justo ahora cuando viene con la estampida. Ahí viene Zayak. Activa el Carpace para texturear un poquito a que no se pueda mover tampoco Nine. Y deja completamente a Crystalis poder destrozar sin que nadie le pare a ese Terrorblade.
Sí, ahora Skitter acaba de respawnear, tampoco tiene meta, pero sí que tiene que respetar aún el high ground. Ojo que ahora la ventaja se ha pasado todo para el equipo de Radiant. Sí, había 10.000 de ventaja de experiencia y 6.000 de ventaja de oro por parte de Tundra.
Yo recuerdo por lo menos 7 u 8, ¿eh?
Ya.
Yo creo que sí.
Yo creo que sí también. Y ahora pues ya está todo por parte de Team Secret. Y maravilloso realmente lo que está consiguiendo la escuadra de Secret porque Tundra venía estompeándolos, venía ganándoles el primer Roshan, les habían ganado las líneas, incluso les habían tumbado las dos tier 2 de medio, la tier 2 de abajo, y pues ahora se le complica la partida a Tundra.
Bueno, a ver, yo no lo sé porque entre estos dos equipos me da lo mismo. Puffy que recibe la visita de Saxa, pisoteado por Nine. Entra Nisha por el lado lateral sobre Sneaky. Vemos también ahí como viene con solo alguna señor Resolution, martillando a la ciudad, martillando a 33. El israelí que aquí Crystalis solo contra el mundo. La BKB se le va a acabar, ahí tiene que meterse para intentar ayudar a la manera. Pero Resolution también golpeando duramente. Pero ese uso de la mata tremendo. Pero lo acaba de mascartar. Pero es que así también ha muerto el pobre Terrorblade. 71 segundos sin nada que hacer. Y es que el carry verdadero es Resolution, papá. Lo que acaba pegando el ucraniano.
Increíble, Resolution con su talento de nivel 25 y este doble Starbreaker destruyeron a 33. Lo mataron peor que una Crystal Maiden, NECA. Y qué importante realmente lo que hace Crystalis. Ok, si bien se termina muriendo, como acaba de mencionar,
no para de pegar.
El gran NECA no para de pegar. Resolution también lo habilita porque está tan concentrado Skitter en matar a la draw que mira
su vida.
No se da cuenta que el carry real está ahí.
Resolution.
Está pegando la tier 3.
Sí, señor.
Y lo que hizo Nisha también. Ya no tenía BKB el TV.
Mira lo que dura el 33.
Mira, lo de...
2 Starbreakers.
Y tenía
fundido. Pero es que mira ahora, Nisha se va por... De nuevo, las mantas de Nisha, o sea, de Crystalis, perdonar, las mantas de Crystalis son justo en el momento perfecto para ganar unos segunditos. Y fíjate, luego ya no puede hacer nada. Lo destroza, no hubo Sander.
Recordar también, Eka, que la pasiva del Pangolier reduce la armadura.
Mira, Zayak levantando el pecho. Estaba salísimo.
Sí, ahí molesto Zayak demostrándose para el de la acción. Sí, es que esta pelea que acaban de conseguir ha sido muy importante. Ahora tienen 15k de valor neto. Dos líneas. La partida prácticamente ya se está perfilando para Team Secret.
No me lo puedo creer.
Se acumuló mucho ahí la reducción de armadura. La Desolator, la pasiva del Pangolier. No dejaron pegar la Cuiras, no dejaron pegar al TV. Y encima el Lucky Shot le terminó proqueando al final Skitter.
Sí. Le desarmó.
Sí, lo desarmó.
Hombre, pues cuando tenga un Basher Nisha, ya me dirás qué puede hacer ese Terrorblade. La verdad es que da mucho miedo, pero está jugando Secret a un nivel espectacular. Vamos a ver aquí de nuevo cómo cazaban a lo que quedaba ya de supervivientes de Tundra. Solo se escapaba el Clockwork. Y esto es lo que os comentamos. Ahí está muy crecido.
Sí. Es el hype también de tener acá toda la gente apoyándote, gritando cuando tu equipo saca las Teamwide. La energía que se vive, al menos aquí en el Indoor Stadium de Singapur, es increíble, Neka. Estadio completo, un clima maravilloso, todos los idiomas aquí juntos y el público acá desea realmente, que por cierto aplauden y sin importar de qué equipo seas, animan a todos por igual, reconocen las jugadas.
A Liquid un poco más.
Sí, increíble.
Lo tienen como favorito totalmente. Bueno, estaba haciendo un poco así de onomatopeyas porque el Clockwork quiere hacerse una alabarda. Creo que puede ser también muy clave en esta partida poder desarmar de alguna manera al verdadero Carry Resolution, si no me equivoco. También hay un diss sobre Papi para sobrevivir. De hecho, en las últimas está sobreviviendo muy bien. Y a Ganin también nos enseña aquí en Zayak. La verdad es que se ven potentes, se ven fuertes. Y el Roshan que sale en 30 segundos. Lo bueno es un pick-up. Y luego vemos qué hacemos. Pues salta Zaya perfectamente. ¡No me lo puedo creer! Mató el Terrorblade como si fuera una auténtica golosina en la puerta de un colegio. Le robó el caramelo al niño. Se pagan y volver para atrás. Aunque espérate que bien lo hizo el silencio justo en el momento que iniciaba por la parte de atrás el Clockwork. Aunque mira el pulverizar sobre Cristales. Se compra para volver. Desbajó Skitter. Tienen de todo. El buen stun de Zaya que está bajo tierra, que está con el Aganim. Intenta hacer, golpea a Skitter todo lo que puede. Pero mira cómo aguanta. Zaya que ahora sigue recibiendo demasiado daño. Se levantaba y ¿quién viene? Su compañero. Cae nuevamente. No va a sobrevivir. En el Tobaco que hace un Fostar. Pero viene Resolution con ganas. El martillo de la justicia. El público ruge. El pulverizar sobre el Paco, pero se come para volver. Cristales que está de nuevo en la batalla. El fuego concentrado de esa metralleta humana que es una auténtica riquera. Disparando a la espalda de 33. Quiere más, quiere sangre, quiere muerte. Fostar para cazarle. Le pone el multishot y desintegra también la vida del pobrecito 33. Espérate que es que aún continúa la batalla. Aparece el polaco rebotando y se va a morir. Y esto es GG. Esto es partida. Esto es el 1-1. Aquí lo tenemos con un rampage de Cristalizado.
Comeback increíble por parte de la escuadra de Team Secret. Aquí Neka, toda la gente lo celebra. Parecía que ya la partida la tenía ganada la escuadra de Tundra. Tenían 8k de ventaja, 10.000 de experiencia. Parecía que el juego ya había acabado y realmente Secret lo acaba de conseguir. Y increíble también Zayak, la emoción que se vive aquí en el estadio de Singapur.
All of a sudden they're on the back foot and it's just too hard to recover into all those carries Secret has. I mean, you got to give a shout out to Resolution in this game, right? What did he end the game on in terms of score? Absolutely brutal performance, just crushing them with the hammer to send it to game 3, 14-2 and 16. Yep, he hit that super early 25 and never looked back. Double Starbreaker with the shard, disintegrating that terribly.
And that's it for game 2. Third game is coming up. And I'm sure there's so much to break down in this clash of ideas. Who's going to come out supreme in game 3? For that, we ask the panel.
You're coming to the wrong place then, my friend, because I'm not on that stage. I'm not there in the heat of battle as these two titans of the game clash head-to-head. as we slightly decompress T, Lizard, and Sheep. Welcome back to another classic game here at TI. And T, I am enjoying this trend of me exposing off-the-record quotes that you guys share with me.
Okay, go on.
At the end of that draft, I vaguely recall you saying something about
correctly here, boy.
about your emotions regarding the two drafts, just the 5 heroes that you would see on both sides. You felt kind of strongly about one.
Yeah, I basically said that Tundra's lineup is the type of lineup that I'd love to see in like a ranked game. You know, when I'm trying to get my 30 MMR, I see those 5 heroes, I'm like, oh, I'm gonna double down. That's comfortable. And then Secrets, I basically was saying it was about, it's kind of a bit scarier. It's positional. If you get yourself in position, you can win, of course. But it's like, of course, I lean more towards Tundra in regards to the ranked analysis there, but my golly gosh, did Secret play
You just lost double down the MMR.
I just lost 60 MMR, but it's fine.
Sometimes it happens, you know, you double down, then you check everyone's names, you see some, I don't know, some baby rager that you had in your pubs that's actually feeding, that's 8,000.
Forgot to avoid him.
Yeah. Forgot to avoid him. On the other side, there's Rezo playing the Dawnbreaker on the offlane. And Shippo, do you like the 3 carries from the side of Secret?
I like their heroes a lot more this game because it felt like they could actually cover each other in these fights. Like last game, it felt like Secret had the gusto and the outplays in the early game, but they couldn't cinch the mid-game fights, right? Tundra had a exactly similar situation happen again. You go into this 15-minute mark, and you have Skitter at the top of the net worth chart, leading above everyone else, and then all 3 of Secret's cores, and then the other 2 on Tundra. And now this has happened twice. This time, at least, Secret have the global, the Dawnbreaker ult heal, and the role to actually fight properly.
I feel like this whole lineup of Secret was, we'll protect you, Mr. President, Mr. Chrysalis. Like the way they're playing, you have Silencer that's also kind of on the sidelines, even though it's Puppy. He runs in with Silencer just to die and buyback. The other 3 heroes though, you have Dawnbreaker, you have Pango, you have Nyx. They're literally, all they have to do is go up front, create enough space for him to dish out the damage, for him to multi-shot, and that's why he got the Rampage in the end.
Yeah, and in this highlight we just saw here, like Zayac, he had an incredible game on this Nyx Assassin. You know, the first 20 minutes, it was quite slow from both teams. They're kind of waiting for a big timing to hit. But then you just see Zayac just in the perfect position, jumping on the Terrorblade, CCing into the Dawnbreaker on top of that. And then at the very end, to play under the ward, quick blink, double stun. Like, I think Zayac, you could feel the energy as well. The way that he was standing up, screaming after he was making these plays. Like, just that is the infectious energy you need when you're kind of coming back into a game, which looked a little bit difficult, leaving laning phase from Tundra at least.
Yeah, I think the well-rounded nature of the net worth distribution, Sheep, that you alluded to, you think that top-heavy method that Tundra has now gone for 2 times in a row is going to come back to bite them? Because it seems that at least Secret has found one answer to it.
I'm not sure if it's on purpose. Obviously, everyone would like to have all 3 of their cores. They're obviously struggling with something. I'm not sure if they're just not farming enough and they're trying too hard to be aggressive on Tundra. It worked for them in game 1 just because one of their biggest strengths is in this pickoffs and their spell casting. They will just use their spells a lot better. It's just really hard when you're playing into global. Like, they managed to get onto Secret side of the map and then just couldn't quite cinch those kills because of, you know, like the global coming off, and then they just take a great fight.
There's also one problem of Clockwork. Like, that man buys an Aghanims, and he's taking all your farm. Like, by the time your illusions get there, the Rockets have already cleaned up the full wave. So they definitely struggled a little bit when it comes to that. But also, jokes aside, Clockwork buying that Aghanims meant that he doesn't have a saving item. So plenty times in a game such as this one, you would see Drow completely going ham on the TB, and there's just nothing to save him, nothing to reposition him.
So, I mean, we saw it.
Yeah, so you say the saving item. He had quite the opposite. He had a Force Staff at one point, which was useful in 9 out of 10 situations, but there was one moment where the Terrorblade was on the receiving end of Saksa's Force Staff, and we just went deeper into the fight. And I'm sure Skitter had we didn't get a true sight replay for that one. There may have been some strong words tossed between the 2 players there because that was not the Force Staff that Skitter needed.
Right into Resolution's loving hammer hand.
There we go. Well, I have been enjoying the very illuminating thoughts from you guys, and so I would like to dull that by going to Sir Action Slacks in Singapore.
Hello, 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 Arena. It is I, Sir Action Slacks, here in the crowd. How are we doing, crowd? Hell yeah. You know what I've always wondered? this is a real thing that I really do wonder. What would happen if somebody won the Aegis that was just a fan? We're gonna have a contest. I have some very rare giveaways here. I want you to do a acceptance speech between you and your friends, okay? We're gonna pass along. The crowd will react to who wins. Please pretend, sir, you just won the Aegis. Do your speech.
I just wanted to say it's been a long journey, and I want to thank my parents and friends from Herald to where I am now. It's been a long journey for many years, and now I am here.
And you won.
And thank you to my fans.
Okay, pretty good crowd. All right, give it a shot.
All I gotta say is the competition sucked. I deserved it.
Oh my.
What else is there to say?
Damn, that was like a puppy interview. That was hype. All right, sir.
I've got to give it to you guys. The crowd, the Singaporean crowd, incredible today. All for you guys, it's all for you guys. Thank you, thank you.
One more? Okay, make it fast.
We won because of Singapore, baby. Let's go.
Okay, crowd, I need your help. Contestant 1, please. Applause if you want it. Contestant 2.
Yay!
Contestant 3. And 4. All right, it looks like we have a clear winner here. Is your beautiful little prize. I don't know what this is. I'll give this to you. I don't care who gets this one. I only brought 3. For every winner, there must be a few losers. So sorry, guys. Thank you for watching. And please send us back to the panel. Can you throw to Tsunami for me? Just say back to you, Tsunami, as hype as you can.
Back to you, Tsunami.
Okay, that's too hype. I don't like that. You're doing it too much better than me. Thank you so much.
Yo, thank you very much, random Singaporean fan. Thank you very much for sending it back over here. The duality of Dota players. I 100% contestant 2. Carry player. You could tell it. You could, from that intonation, he is no stranger to saying that he single-handedly carried his way to the Aegis.
He was the coach. Actually.
He was the coach.
He wasn't even in the game, yeah.
Yeah, I've also had people take credit for victories that are not deserved, but I am happy that the crowd has been getting into it because, yeah, we've been now embracing the Singapore indoor stadium. It has been living up to the hype 100%. I'm glad that everyone's getting into it. And now they have a third game to look forward to, Sheep. I am thinking that we are setting the bar extremely high for this TI because the Liquid series versus Aster, amazing. And now Tundra versus Secret at game 3.
Oh boy, we talked about the adaptation, right? And by God, Secret did. They really adapted. I think their draft was just stronger and better, and they executed it nicely. And I want to see them carry that through to this game 3. And for Tundra, I don't know. Skitter is an amazing carry. No fault with him. You keep doing you, baby.
Sure.
But the rest of the team really need to kind of sort out what they're doing. Maybe they could apply more pressure to Rezo. He is just like reliably carrying these games like with no problems, right? You feel it, right?
Of course, and they even did it early on, like they were setting up these traps for Rezo because they know you're playing into a Dawnbreaker. One side of the map, you have the whole team. On the other side, there will be Rezo just farming away. They caught him a couple of times, 2 times to be precise. Later on, you just can't do anything about him. He gets that BKB and he's a menace.
Yeah, I think, Tundra, they were on like a 12-game win streak up until this point. Secret, they finally just beat them. And Tundra, they're just a hyper-defensive team. They wait until their timings, and then they look to punish. Secret, they found a way to punish that timing where Tundra felt most confident. So I think, they're coming into this game 3. We heard it in the interviews. Both teams think they're evenly matched. Clouds from 33, they clearly are. Like, it's hard to really pit one to either. I think draft-wise, it's fine. It's just in the game, there's these small plays, like, did they get the 4 stuff off? Did they position correctly? Did they have the vision? So, yeah, it's an incredible third game coming up.
Yeah. We've been very wholesome throughout the whole tournament, but in the pre-game interviews, I heard cheating drafts, I heard nerds, I heard a lot of bad stuff, but I'm expecting a really good game.
Oh, I thought you were about to, like, dunk
subvert expectations.
I'm expecting BM pauses. I want some all chat. I want mantles of intelligence in the base. Give it to me.
And on the TI main, I mean, we saw Zayat standing up. He's getting into the spirit of the competition.
Oh, for, we need some, like, do you know, like the true sight segments during the game? We need that, but like when he's standing up. So when he sits back down, like Puppy's like, sit down. Get back into your
Job's
seat.
not done yet.
It's not over.
We have
Get
not
down.
won yet.
Yeah.
Take a deep breath.
Well, let's see these two teams take their spots back onto the pods as we get into this game number 3. Tensions are high, but thankfully it's not elimination. Team that loses here goes on to face against Team Liquid tomorrow in the lower bracket finals.
Don't forget they can hear you right now, Tsunami, so please, you have a couple choice words to say. Who would you like to influence?
No, it's all you, T.
Tundra, I love you!
There we go.
Secret, you're so
Okay.
cool!
I predicted you in the bracket secret to win this thing, so please give me my battle pass points. Thank you.
Well, did you predict them all the way back from LCQT?
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
Oh, you did?
I made 0 predictions in the entire battle pass thing, but I made one to win TI was secret.
What thing?
The battle pass predictions. The battle pass. The battle pass. Battle pass. You've triggered me now.
You were rooting for them because Secret have had a hell of a journey to get to this point, and I want to hear it from them.
I mean, the best moment obviously was beating PSG LGD in the upper bracket and then beating Thunder in the upper bracket again to solidify top 3. Mattered a lot because now I'm exactly in the same spot as I was in last TI, so that's pretty good.
It meant so much to me because I always come to TI, I always go to the upper bracket, and then I always lose the first game in the upper bracket, and I start all over again from the lower bracket. But this time, we won the first game. I was like, oh my god, this is the first time ever I won my first game in the upper bracket. It meant so much to me.
It does definitely feel like we're sneaking in this time. And, I mean, sneaky last chance qualifier. You know, you see Team Liquid there also at the same time.
I think they helped us a lot, but I would say as well that it was super hard to be in those qualifiers because it's a mini TI, like 100% mini TI. Like you gotta go through some, tough games. I don't really know the future, but so far I feel like we're in a pretty good state to take the whole thing, I don't know what's gonna happen. Maybe we're gonna choke, maybe we're gonna play our best Dota ever, but I feel it.
And he should feel confident feeling it because he's got 2 people right behind him and to the side of him who have already done it. Puppy taking the very first Aegis, and Heen as a coach on Liquid, looking to replicate these results, going head-to-head against AUI 2000, coach of Tundra, and waiting in the lower bracket is Matumba Man on Liquid. But it's encouraging, and I mean, Rezo, anytime I hear from him, it's hard not to smile, Sheep. He's such a kind boy.
Dude, Rezo's so nice. I met him last TI, and I think he was ready to retire. He was talking about moving on from
He was
Dota.
Russian talent at that TI.
Yeah, and he was like, I don't know, I'm just not sure, and I'm so glad that he found Secret and they're performing so well. He is definitely one of the kindest dudes I've met in Dota.
And he's one of those players that just kind of gets picked up by a team, right, and then destroys the TI. It's not the first time that it has happened.
Yeah, the journey he's gone on, right? Obviously, throughout the year, he's had to go do a lot of things, unfortunately, due to things happening. So the fact that he's been able to go through all of that, keep his mindset in a good spot, and then return to the main stage with Secret, go through the last chance qualifier, the group stage, this point here, it's incredible performance, and a lot of respect towards Resolution.
And the fact that he gets to do it with his boy Zayats as well, because for those of you who may not know the context, Zayats was picked up by Secret during the middle of DPC Tour 3. It was because Yapzor wasn't able to play, and Zayats comes along, Rezo loses his theoretical lane partner, and then a few weeks later, there's a vacancy, and they get to reunite. And we thought that maybe it was a bit of a honeymoon period at first, maybe at the Riyadh Masters tournament, and then it just keeps going, and they keep doing well.
Just chemistry, isn't it? If you find the right players that want to play with each other, they get to these tournaments. What was it? Blitz mentioned how it feels like 3 separate tournaments to get here. You want to have players that actually want to play with each other, not these just world-star rosters that are forced together because, we got the money to bring them into the squad. These guys, they want to be together.
At that time, you're probably you're in Team Secret, Zats comes in, suddenly Puppy starts speaking Ukrainian, Russian, Estonian, whatever. Zats as well, and suddenly you hear Rezo, and then again Rezo, and you find yourself with a new teammate.
Although even though you said that, T, I remember that whenever you were showing your graphic on which 2 of the most prominent players would make combinations, we see Zayats and Puppy. They're willing to rotate. Now let's see if we're going to follow these dynamics in game number 3. Take it away.
Esports versus Team Secret. Game 3.
Now, we've been talking for a little bit here backstage, and it seems like my analysts, they kind of felt like that draft 2 was good for Secret. I mean, why you backed them even after that game 1 loss. So it definitely felt like draft's so important. We're going into this game 3 draft. What do you want to see that's different?
I want to see, first of all, I want to see Secret banning this Broodmother. So Tundra's going to be forced into a different opening. They already banned out the Doom, and just go for a different approach than they did the first game, because Tundra does have second pick again.
That is scary, right, Quinn?
Yeah, I mean, second pick, running it back. I think the core bans and giving them this, like, they just beat the CM. Was it really more impactful than a Potom? Probably not. If anything, I think the Potom has some nice qualities for Tundra. I could actually see them pick the Potom over the CM if they lead both, to be honest. Yeah, they do the 2 core bans. I think this is much better than the first go-around. Now Tundra has to come with a new 2-3. They don't typically 2-3 Visage, so you're looking at, are they going to do the Primal again? If Secret sees a Primal, they're probably, this is fine. We know it's a mid-Primal. Like, I think Secret is much happier going into this draft than they were the first game.
Now, we talked about the clash of ideas. These 2 teams, they have different ideas when it comes to drafting, but also when it comes to the setup on the map. We saw earlier, Tundra, they prefer Dire, and Secret actually actively choosing Radiant against what most people would expect right now. Quinn, why do you think they chose Radiant?
I genuinely don't know. It may be something to do with them playing their triangle for this Roche hill. You saw a lot of like tension and waiting around this Roche pit, and I know the hill. You can sort of play closer to the hill on Radiant and like meme with the Roche pit, like throw some arrows, you know, whatever. I think they may value that dynamic or something along those lines. That would be my best guess, to be honest.
You guys, anybody else have some ideas?
It's interesting because in a way Dire has a better access to Roche almost because they have the outpost there. They can fight, they can buy back, they can TP in. Radiant can't.
Right.
So it is actually hard for me to understand, but we did play, like, from my perspective, we played Thunder, who chose Radiant, and what they like to do is they just like defending their side of the map, and the Radiant jungle is overall bigger. It's easier to place sneakier wards that are hard to find.
Okay.
And that makes it harder for the enemy to invade if you want to put your resources into that. So maybe that's why I'm not 100% sure. Laning is generally better on Dire.
Yeah, the Dire offlane is generally considered stronger.
Yeah.
I could see it being a defensive type thing. I feel like if we go back to a lot of those historic Secret teams that played pretty defensively, they played to scale, they played to farm. My brain is telling me a lot of those like Radiant defense type situations. Like Radiant Triangle just feels really hard to break.
It is much bigger, the hill, like it just feels like you're walking into a fortress.
Yeah, so I could see that being part of the game plan of Secret. Feels like the side lanes maybe slightly better for how they play him or something, I don't know.
But then you have to ask yourself, isn't this better just when you're on second pick? Because on second pick, it is easier to get that better win condition. You get the overall last pick. That's what happened last game. They picked this Dryandra last, and you know, the entire game, Tundra's 1 fight away from losing that game. This game, Secret's on first pick. Tundra is going to get to respond in whatever the way they want. And we saw the first game, it was kind of a similar story with this OD coming out. At the end of the day, they couldn't match this OD at 60 minutes, right?
I agree. If you believe like the first pick has to take it to second pick in one of those scenarios, then if you're doing it from Radiant, you get in that situation where you have to take the fight into their Dire outpost for a Roshan. It gets really sticky, right? I am happy to see this Dawnbreaker back, though.
Yeah.
I was not sure if they were going to get this hero after that last game, and I feel like if they don't take it here, it gets banned 100%.
Yeah.
Because that hero just did insane work for them. It's one of the big flex cores that Puppy likes to play around it, that you talked about in that previous game. So I feel like this draft is, again, this is like more in Secret's wheelhouse in terms of, I don't feel like there's some crazy 33 hero already causing them problems. It's just kind of like a skirmish team fight oriented game. Like you said, I think the Potom is actually better for them than the Maiden, just because of the vision aspect and the stun. But otherwise, I feel like Secret's probably happy with this in terms of the first phase trade.
Yeah, I think so too. They have this Dawn Flex waiting, so maybe Tundra picks Netta's hero at the phase, but it's like, it's not some end of the world stuff because you can still counterpick it if you want. So you're at least getting one guaranteed lane counterpick. You can late pick Nisha's hero, so maybe he's not going to see his lane, but he will see a lot of heroes. I think they are a lot happier because, you know, Tundra picks this double sup. It's not something super scary. It's not oomph, you know? Like you see in the last game, there's a Brood, bam, like you need to respond to this. Your whole draft is revolving around this. You're scared. You're thinking about what they pick. Like Tundra picks 2 subs, and it's fine. It's, you know, decently well-rounded. There's nothing wrong necessarily, but I think Secret is in a much more comfortable position. They're happy with what they have, and they're sort of, you know, planning things out. They can get some better structure, I think, than they had the other game.
I mean, they also just get the ban, like, whatever they don't want to play with. Yeah. The 2 supports are locked, right? So then you get Naga ban, you get OD ban. Probably the 2 most annoying heroes from game 1.
And I think it's kind of the beauty of a best of 3, and sometimes, you know, you see it in a best of 5. The teams develop over time. They run into these different scenarios and they have to adapt. And you can see that Secret has so much confidence in this Dawnbreaker, and they take it and then they ban everything that they've played against before. And now Tundra is the one that has to adapt, and they're going back to one of the things they used to do, which is pick this guy, his tough.
Team Secret's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Tundra Esports turn Zeus. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Team Secret's turn to bat. Enigma. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Tundra Esports turn to ban. Team Secret's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Tundra Esports turn to ban. Team Secret's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Tundra Esports turn to
Gyrocopter!
Oh, very cute.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Choose your hero. 10 seconds remaining.
Estamos aquí dispuestos a disfrutar de la última partida del día, como no podía ser de otra manera, en la última partida de la serie. Igualadísimo esta final del Winner Bracket desde el Indoor Stadium de Singapur. El enfrentamiento entre Secret y Tundra está siendo espectacular. ¿Cómo espectacular? Es mi analista, grandísimo Tao. ¿Cómo estás viviendo esto, compañero?
Realmente, NECA, es una experiencia increíble. Ambos equipos están dejándolo todo en la cancha y nos están trayendo un tercer juego que, por cierto, la primera y la segunda partida de por sí han estado para cualquiera de los dos, y qué mejor que en esta tercera partida ver quién de ellos va a ser el mejor. Recordar que ahora tienen tres representantes de la región de Europa, que por cierto sí o sí uno se va a llevar el AX. Entonces prácticamente pues vamos a ver quién de los dos va a ganar. Recordar de que esta vez para la partida número 3 Skitter está jugando su prohibido Chaos Knight y Nines Buscar, que tengo ahí unos recuerdos que ya le ha ganado a Team Secret, incluso en la group phase con este héroe. Recuerdo que ahí Team Secret incluso mandó a Crystallize con el Morph en medio, pero ahora estamos en una final de Upper Bracket donde ambos equipos lo van a dejar todo y a ver qué tal.
A mí me encanta porque para esta última partida tenemos un Black Hole. Si no hay nada, salvo una cronosfera quizás, más epicular que un Black Hole casteado en un estadio de este calibre. Con lo cual, contento me hallo. Además, un Gyrocopter también por ahí, que tiene un win ratio espectacular, como he estado mirando. Y nada, yo creo que los héroes van a dar espectáculo, los héroes van a brillar y estos jugadores nos van a hacer levantarnos de la silla. Yo estoy levantado desde que empieza el casteo hasta el final, porque no me puedo estar quieto, señor Tao, de la emoción.
Sí, realmente es muy emocionante. Ambos equipos salen con Smoke netamente para asegurar los primeros wards de la partida. Vemos ahí a Sayak. Vamos a ver si va a volver a optar por el mismo ward que puso en la línea, que en la partida anterior le sirvió bastante para escautear las intenciones que tenían. Vamos a ver, ahí nuevamente ha vuelto a plantar el ward en la zona inferior y se posicionan ahora aquí. Esto que hace Saxa es muy inteligente. Se pone el rango de la torre para saber si es que el escuadra Radiant tiene un ward ahí arriba en la colina. Porque si la torre te golpea es porque el ward está ahí arriba. Es ahí un pequeño dato para que ahí algunos supports también aprendan de
eso. Se hacía mucho en el medio antes. Bueno, se sigue haciendo ahora. Lo que pasa es que de últimas yo creo que es la típica de... Uy, como la han pillado ahí.
Uy, ya le vio al ward.
Le pillaron, papá. ¡Wow! ¡Qué daño! Bueno, el caso es que en el medio se hacía mucho, pero yo creo que como se hace tanto, al final lo han dejado de hacer. Esa es la típica.
Sí, incluso ahora los mid laners ya no guardean tanto a los costaditos, sino que se van más a los extremos para más que nada tener las rotaciones de los supports.
¡Qué bonito! Patadón de Zayak para llevarse la runa, y creo que lo propio hizo Crystallis. Por cierto, empezar con Flash Cannon.
Es por el tema de los Eidolons.
Ah,
sí, es por los Eidolons.
Qué bien pensado.
Sí. Incluso lo que me sorprende es que están mandando a Sayak en esta línea, lo cual no es tan loco, pero yo preferiría la Crystal Maiden porque combina el slow del Nova Cannon, desapareces a los Eidolons. Pero ellos deben saber realmente cuál es el plan detrás de todo esto.
Bueno, vuelven a tener lo de rango melee, que también te beneficia un poquito a base de jarraseos. Y efectivamente también aquí está el Maiden con un Breaker. El daño, fíjate cómo tienen a Sneaking y a Skid en la parte de arriba. Es que están prácticamente desintegrados. Y luego lo que hablábamos del medio, ¿no? Es verdad que ese Tusk medio de Nine es memorable. Pero cuidado el daño de Sneaking. Pero cuidadito porque el Zeus, yo creo que tiene herramientas para justamente separarse en el momento necesario y salir del rango o saltar por encima de los Isars, por ejemplo.
Qué inteligente lo que acaba de hacer
pulear la línea, ¿no?
Sayak, porque ha puleado la línea con un campamento enorme. Así que, ahí agresividad en la parte medio, pero no hay maná. No hay maná por parte de Nisha y el saltito le termina salvando la vida y no se queda atascado ahí. Ese pool que te había mencionado que acaba de conseguir Sayak es muy importante, pues es un pool de hardcamp prácticamente. Ahí en peligro.
Yo no sé si aquí Saxa, misil dirigido que va directamente sobre la montaña, ralentización perfecta, le van a dejar la kill. No, Zayak dice ya me la quedo yo. Pero la primera sangre que sube al marcador, equipo de Secret.
Buen comienzo. Nuevamente Secret, al igual que en las otras dos partidas, NECA arranca con el pie derecho. Nuevamente el Spirit Block.
¡Ay, Sneaky! No le dio el Star Break. Se había alejado bien.
Esto explica el por qué han mandado a la Crystal Maiden a la parte superior, porque la línea de la Downbreaker con el de la Crystal Maiden pues es más fuerte sobre el CK. Además quieres mandar a la Maiden contra la Mirana porque sabes que la Mirana no le va a poder tradear a este héroe, que por cierto reparte slow, reparte daño, y lo más importante también es que en el nivel 2 pues le das al Frostbite y ok, héroes así como el Chaos Knight y la Mirana no van a poder pegar. Ahí vemos ya nuevamente combinan el slow y están ganando las 3 líneas de momento. En lo que respecta a las que Nisha le ha duplicado el valor, no, perdón, los CS, los Nice a Nine, y bueno, es la ventaja que te da este Zeus medio, que incluso ya hemos visto equipos como Thunder que pelea.
No, bueno, se tiene guardado ahí el Heimly Jump porque sabes que es vital, pero que bien lo está haciendo Nisha. Realmente en todas las partidas lo ha hecho muy bien en su duelo personal.
Sí, y eso que Nine es uno de los mejores midlaners que hay aquí, bueno, al menos de la región de Europa.
¿Cómo aguanta de tranquilo?
Sí.
Me habrían dado 7 convulsiones y habría tirado de TP 8 veces a base.
Sí, ya acaba de utilizar la Clarity, que por cierto, pues es algo riesgoso en la línea central, sabía que había un poco de peligro, vamos a ver, terminamos completando la kill.
Muy bien el maleficio, no se pudo mover y el daño suficiente le ha denegado 2 elodones. Ahora es Skitter que está en serios problemas en la parte de arriba, el eslovaco perseguido. Uy, porque no tiene la habilidad aún, si no ese Frostnova podría haberle hecho muchísimo daño.
Sí, Skitter que por cierto no tiene salve y la Crystal Maiden tampoco, así que se va a tener que intentar recursear a punta de tangos ahí bajo la torre. Recordar que cuando estás bajo torre
se cura bien con la pasiva, ¿verdad?
Tienes regeneración y también te ahí la pasiva.
Para
mucho daño.
Forzarle a que no diera el last hit del creep este de oro máximo.
Sí, mucho
de
daño.
La banderita.
Y algo que he visto bastante NECA y que se ha puesto muy común en las play. Uy, nuevamente, Saya
pues
que peligro.
es que creo que esta misma jugada la han hecho otra vez. Lo lanza directamente a las fauces de 33 que tiene ese maleficio. No se puede marchar y con todos los hilodones lo destrozan.
Lo que me parece raro es que solamente hay un kill. Ya no lo habían matado a Saya.
¿Se denegó quizás?
Sí, al parecer
se denegó
ahí, no sé. Sí, de eso no nos habíamos dado cuenta hasta ahora mismo, pero...
No, pero porque tú lo viste claro, dije, ¿por qué no pone 2-1? Sí.
Eso me pareció raro, ya 2 veces ya lo habían matado y no lo había visto. Y Nisha ahí con el daño brutal, asegurando los last hits de los creeps de rango.
Nada, intentaba hacerle ahí la suya de Nine para quitarle el héroe de rango, pero no perdona. 33 last hits en 4 minutos.
Están destruyendo las líneas en lo que respecta a last hits. Un K de valor neto para minuto 4, ¿no? Que este es demasiado. Si las líneas se mantienen así, pues para el minuto 10 podríamos estar teniendo entre 2.000 a 3.000 de valor neto a favor de Team Secret, que por cierto tienes este Zeus que no necesita tepear ni utilizar una runa, sino que solamente aprieta un botón y puede ayudar a complementar el daño.
Te voy a preguntar, ¿el late Jairo o CK?
Te diría
con Enigma.
Te diría que el CK, pero bueno, el matchup de carries,
Rapier igual,
sí.
Rapier en Gyrocopter desbalancea,
también,
¿no?
Sí.
Con Flag Cannon y tal, eso no tiene esa opción, yo creo.
Sí. Va a ser muy importante de que... Bueno, algo que ya hemos visto de Nine es que Nisha casi siempre tiene estos matchups de héroes favorables, héroes más fuertes, con más rotaciones, pero algo que hemos visto bastante de Nine...
Bueno, lo que pega el Zeus, perdóname, el daño que hace el Zeus de primeras ahora, de right click, es demencial, le está ganando totalmente 11 de Nice.
11 de Nice y encima se ha comprado el Null Talisman.
Level 6.
Es por eso que complementa el daño físico así brutal, ¿no? Saxa, que por cierto está atrás.
Qué bien. Saxa más listo de la clase. Viene con la avalancha, le pueden golpear arriba, abajo. Ahora ven a la bola de nieve. Salta justo perfecto. Se va a la zona de arriba. Y ahora no puede escaparse. Se vienen los dos. Aparece Papi. Aparece Taya. ¡Madre mía! Va a acabar muriendo. Podrá hacerse Warroom Punch. Night subía justamente al level 6. Corre que te pillo, corre que te alcanzo a la crack. Podrá intentar Zayas. La congelación buenísima. El doble lava se acaba cogiendo Zayas. Va a poder 4 segundos para tener el Rolling Boulder. Yo creo que lo va a intentar, ¿no?
Lo va a perseguir,
hombre, yo creo... Bueno,
a ver.
Pues sí, ¿no?
¿Se animará?
Se anima por el bordecito, lo va a acabar rodeando. Ahí viene el stun, bueno, más bien la retiración, la avalancha para quitársela de encima, pero acaba consiguiendo segunda muerte. Y fue Papi el que lleva conseguir esa kill.
Sí, si bien terminaron matando a Nisha, pues este es un desastre para las demás líneas porque, bueno, dejas al Gyro contra un Enigma que ya en este punto del juego él puede lidiar solo y lo mismo arriba. La Dawnbreaker en contra del Chaos Knight tiene el matchup favorable. Y ojo, estaba en 2K hace unos minutitos nomás, así que ojo con eso, que ya prácticamente Secret debe estar ahí con 1700, 1800 de valor neto y Nisha aún tiene el Thunder's God.
Claro. De hecho, ya no lo han usado aún. Sí. No sé Resolution a cuánto está tampoco del level 6, porque debería quedarle... Oh, no, pues fíjate, que está pasando un poquito peor. Por lo menos en cuanto a experiencia. Está en level 4, igual le daría hasta el libro, ¿eh?
Sí, solo la experiencia, porque realmente lo que respecta a las hits, pues lo
cuidado.
Está destruyendo.
Arriba la congelación, llega el Starbreak. Skitter puede aguantar mucho ahí.
Ahí tienen el Thunder Route.
Yo no me metería. ¡Oh! A ver, lo intenta Papi, al final tiene que congelar a la... Mirana de Sneaky.
Lo termina salvando la Raindrop, Neto.
Qué bien por parte de Skitter. El eslovaco rezó fuerte y le acaba de ayudar el bueno de Icebro.
Sí. Ahora ya se viene la runa de minuto 8. Nuevamente vamos a ver rotación por parte del Tiny a la línea central. Y esta runa también es muy importante porque puede ayudar a Nine a invadir territorio de Radiant. Ahí está, esta runa es muy buena.
Esa runa era buenísima para Nisha.
Murió Snake en la parte superior a manos de Rezo.
Ah, no, pues yo pensé que se iba a intentar denegar o algo, pero no. Le mató Rezo. Con lo cual ya estamos en los 2K de valor neto que comentábamos hace un momentito, que si seguía así la dinámica de las líneas...
Está ahí...
esta que se viene, o sea, que será unos 1800, 1900 o algo así, ¿no? Que va que viene.
Sí, hay una pequeña ventaja.
Bueno, pues nada, Zaya justo batalla a Nine, que le pega el puñetazo de la moza. Lo esquivó perfecto Zaya, las caderitas. Pero eso hace que sobreviva. No sube la sangre al marcador.
Sí, le faltó la última habilidad al Zeus y rápidamente se smokea a la parte superior. Resolution, perdón, no se espera este gank.
Nope.
Porque supuestamente el Tuskar no tiene vida, pero bueno, al parecer tenían la bounty el minuto 6 y ojo que está a punto de salir otra bounty. Van a esperar probablemente que utilicen mal el Celestial Guard. No.
Resolution acaba de pinguear ahí. O sea, Resolution, sabes.
Uy, acaba de ver el guard.
Sabes que están ahí. Pues nada, el problema lo va a comer el pobre de Papi. Y va a intentar meterse por el medio, señor Resolution. Zaya, que al final lo acaba golpeando, pero ya también está Nisha por aquí. El polaco que se une a la persecución del jugador alemán. Acaban matando al 9 de Tundra.
Favorable nuevamente para
favorable.
Sí. Obviamente es el trade del Support 5 por un Tusker que, por cierto, tenía una runa arcane y bueno, la ha utilizado de esta manera. Ojo que 33 está aprovechando que cada vez que Crystalis se va a la jungla, le manda los Síguenos a la torre, tiene Vladimir y ya está 400 de vida, 400, 500 de vida está tier 1 de la parte superior. Es algo muy distinto a la primera partida en la cual tenías al Monkey King con Maelstrom holdeando esta torre como hasta el minuto 20.
Me gusta que vaya primero a por Crystalis. Crystalis va por Crystalis. Ojo que viene desde los cielos con ese Solar Guardian. Aparece Resolution, todo sobre 33, jugador israelí. Se va al pozo de los espartanos directamente. Primer uso de la ultimate de Dawnbreaker. Y aún no han gastado la de Nisha, la gastaron en la anterior, pero me refiero que en esta kill no hizo falta.
Esta es la mejor runa que le puede salir al Zeus, al igual que el Arcane, porque pues ahora se mete al triángulo, farmea la línea, puede farmear la jungla. Podemos ver ahí que está explotando ya un poquito más su farm. Está nada de la calle, 300 de oro. Y bueno, es la mejor runa, ¿no? Porque este héroe, que por cierto solamente depende de maná, tranquilamente se limpia las waves, se limpia la jungla, puedes spamear los truenos en cualquier parte del mapa.
Guardearlo todo.
Exacto.
Es un horror para los supports.
Falcon Blade en el Tuskar, eso es algo nuevo, no lo he visto anteriormente.
Bueno, yo se lo he visto alguna vez también a Knight. Juega con algo agresivo, tener un poquito de regeneración de maná también y daño. Nada, aquí está quedando Nisha para el propio Crystalis, aunque cuidadito que Knight lo está viendo, la avalancha para llevarse los clips de Saxa.
Sí le terminó quitando algunos, ¿verdad?
Sí. Y ha desguardeado. Tenían un guard encima del propio Outpost.
Sí, al parecer ahí estaba el guard. Y bueno, normalmente no te esperas ese tipo de guardeos, pero ellos ya probablemente ya los han estudiado. Sí.
Claramente.
Peter que se viene recuperando, pero un poco lento ahí, ya está casi a la par de de Resolution, pero quien no detiene el farmeo así brutal es Nisha. Ya está con el Kaya, así que este Thunder Ghost Route hace un daño brutal. Rápidamente se smokean a la parte inferior porque sabes que ahí sí o sí está 33.
Pero ya tiene el Bright Pack.
Minuto 11.
Es que este hombre farmea una velocidad estratosférica. Pues Zaya directamente sobre 33, lo va a patear para llevárselo. También vemos ahí esa buena maldición. 33, Zaya se ha quedado solísimo, nada, rodeado. Te sacrificamos. El magnetizar tampoco sirvió de mucho. No sé si tiene silencio aún.
Sí tiene, pero ¿qué pasa? Que no se esperaban el Brave Pad. Entonces el daño que mitiga este ítem es muy reducido. Entonces el Zeus, por más que tiene el Kaya, no era daño suficiente para poder lidiar.
No, y que habían 4 ahí de pronto, o sea...
Se esperaban al parecer este smoke.
Sí, sí, sí.
Ahí Resolution que... No sabemos si tenía la última habilidad, pero no se quiso comprometer probablemente.
No, es que dieron la orden de retirada. Me dio la impresión en plan de no queremos arriesgarnos, preferimos que se muera Zayak, porque eso genera espacio en la parte de arriba donde Resolution pues ya ha pasado también otra vez al CK y ahora pues pueden intentar tirar esa torre.
Ahí más far para Crystalis, ya que por cierto también tiene su Crystalis y comienza.
Es lo que te decía, digo, Crystalis ha rusheado la Crystalis y me gusta porque a veces veo farmearse la Ganin de Rush y me parece como que tiene poco daño ese golpe extra. Sí. En cambio, me gusta esto que cambia un poquito el estilo.
¿Qué pasa? Que como es un parche tan rápido, el Ganin Scepter es un ítem tan caro como para tirarte solamente a farmear. E incluso, bueno, uno de los carries que les ha funcionado es a Pacaz. A Pacaz le ha funcionado ya esta build anteriormente y justo en este evento. Y bueno, vemos que Crystalis pues...
Les están leyendo muy bien el movimiento, Tao.
Sí,
los smokes no llegan a nada de Tundra.
Sí, realmente lo que está consiguiendo Tundra, por así decirlo, es espacio, mapa, control. Ya prácticamente 33.
Medio.
Ya se tumbó 2 torres, ¿no?
Es que es muy bueno. Tú te puedes dar la impresión de que lo está pasando mal. Luego sigue haciendo unos timings estratosféricos. Y luego, pues, como has dicho tú, las torres desintegradas por parte de Tundra. Y bueno, aunque arriba conseguían, nada, siguen teniendo ventaja de torres. Sí, más la de medio, que está a nada de caer.
Saxa va a volver a hacer ese trabajo en la primera partida, que es netamente tirarse a la línea muerta. Se le conoce bastante como la dead lane. Ahora está en la dead lane farmeando solo. La línea donde es más fácil gankearlo al Tiny porque se tiene que adelantar, como lo está haciendo ahora mismo. Y Nisha que acaba de negar la tier 1 de medio, pero igual, da igual, porque ya al haber tumbado esta torre hace que el meterte a la jungla de Radiant sea muchísimo más fácil.
¿Tú recuerdas la época en que esa línea en vez de dead lane era la safe lane?
Sí.
Ya no es safe.
Sí, ya no es nada safe.
No es nada safe esa línea. Bueno, Moonlight Shadow por parte de los chicos de Tundra. Resolution vuelve a olérselo, pero muy bien por parte de Sax al macedonio. Lo hace en la mano del vuelo de Nine, que lo golpea con el Walrus Punch. Ahí por hacer algo, pues viene el misil directamente. Se une Papi poquito con el saltito. Llega a la congelación, intenta corretear. Tiene una haze. Nine. Se va a impactar. Y Zaya con se mete por el medio. La que acaba de hacer. Le salva ahora. El Pressing Field, la balanza de Zaya buenísima. Se lo cortaba también el bueno de Nisha. Y ahora está sin problemas. Skitter destrozando al polaco, completamente rodeado. Y qué teamfight, qué coordinación, qué juego en equipo, qué manera de salvarse Tundra.
Tundra acaba de recuperar el juego solamente con una jugada que empezó por Resolution y terminó en una team wipe. Meca, murieron los 5 héroes de la escuadra de Team Secret. Y ahí, ese salto de Snake, increíble, míralo.
Qué auténtica maravilla. Es que te salvo yo y me salvas tú. Y Sax aparece por detrás. Y 33 con el Black Hole. ¡Qué maravilla!
Esto va a hacer de que la daga de Saxa salga más rápido. Skitter ya se recuperó. Y bueno, esto es algo muy común en Nine, ¿no? Que por cierto, piqué este tipo de héroes que no tienen tan buena fase de líneas, pero el impacto en la Silence siempre es muy efectivo de este jugador. Ahí vemos a Resolution asado, ¿no? Se agarra la barbilla, molesto con lo que acaba de suceder.
Zayak también pone mala cara, ¿eh? No le gustó nada lo que acababa de suceder. Y espero que tampoco afecte anímicamente, ¿no? Porque la partida no está perdida, pero es lo que tiene jugar contra un Black Hole. Yo no seré el primero en decirlo, ni vosotros los primeros en verlo. Así que bueno, parece que la pausa dura poquito, se reanuda la partida y ahora sí, los 2Ks rotundos, se ven, no se mueven, son para Tundra.
Y ahora se voltea el marcador, los 2K que tenía Team Secret para el minuto 10, ahora los tiene Tundra, como acaba de mencionar el gran Neka. Y bueno, está haciendo mucho impacto este breakpad del Enigma. Desde que lo completó, pues todas las tiros no han caído. El Enigma ahora está jugando más para su equipo. Y me gusta la itemización que quiere optar 33. No es un Enigma que está que va daga, BKB, sino que es un Enigma tanque, netamente de auras, para que su equipo tenga más posicionamiento, mejor capacidad de pelea. Y Desolator para 9 minutos 16, posicionándose en top network, Neka.
Madre de Dios, lo que va a pegar el Warriors Punch del jugador alemán de Tundra. Sinceramente, va a desintegrar porque no son excesivamente tanquis los jugadores de Secret. O sea, aquí está Maiden, desaparece. El Gyrocopter, hasta que no tenga un poquito más de objetos, también. Y el Zeus es papelina en manos de un Walrus Punch de Task. Bueno, papi, vendrá la congelación, pues lo va a intentar. Pero enseguida los TPs para ayudar. Bloquea muy bien Nine. Y no hay... Y Moonlight Shadow también gastado.
Ojo que
buena defensa.
Ojo que Nisha ya gastó el Thunder Ghost Route en la parte inferior.
¡Qué buena sobre! Sneaky va a caer desde lo alto. Prácticamente no hacía ni falta. Sax ahora con el top. Ahora la avalancha. Cuidadito sin problemas. Mira, Nine desintegró la vida de Sax. Pero vemos también el cooldown por parte de Crystal y Ray clickeando duramente. Este Gyrocopter. El Precipice de Papi ha sido buenísimo. Cuidado con ese pulso de medianoche que también hace daño porcentual. A ver si Crystal, qué buena consagración por acá con el kit esperante. El uso de Mordigia en el daño mágico de Nisha. ¡No me lo creo! ¡Lo salvó! Dale, bueno, puñalina. ¡Ay! ¡Qué bueno el stun! ¡Qué bueno! 4 kills para Tundra. Intenta escaparse, convertido en chañuchito el bueno de Nisha. Pero cómo lo está haciendo este Tusk.
Increíble. Vemos ahí que incluso Saxa le da su propina a Skitter. ¿Por qué? Porque prácticamente estaba que jugaba con el Mordigan.
Bueno,
los baiteó. No activó la Mordigan en todo ese momento. Es como, ok, te voy a provocar, voy a hacer de que te metas a la torre, que te equivoques, que pienses que realmente me vas a matar. Y de la nada, cuando ya no tiene vida, pues el Mordigan lo comienza a activar y bueno, te da algo de... Te sube algo de 400, 500 de vida y ya no tenían tantos recursos lo de Secret. Ojo que Nisha acaba de terminar y tira el Blade y bueno, no tenían el Thunder Ghost Route que había mencionado, que pues anteriormente lo habían utilizado en la parte inferior cuando Sayak buscaba al Tuskar, que por cierto terminó tepiándose a la parte de medio.
Qué bien lo está haciendo Tundra, de verdad. Es una gozada ver a este equipo jugar y cómo se defienden, cómo se cubren unos a otros. Aunque ahora viene el bueno de Saxa cargando sobre Resolution, que aún no tiene el fragmento, si no me equivoco.
Tipea.
Pues le tipea porque es que no tiene manera de escaparse, intenta hacerlo, pero viene la bola de nieve del bueno de Night. Warros Punch. Y a conocer a tus ancestros. Ay, papi, desguardeando. Es muy mala aparición la flecha de Nicky desde la contrario. Saxa que cae por la parte de atrás. Tiene que tirarle Nisha todo lo que tiene para ralentizar a la montaña porque están los 5 de Tundra.
Sí, ahora sí Tundra está jugando muy bien.
Qué bien.
Y nuevamente Secret está cayendo en ese jueguito de, ok, nos tilteamos, nos separamos, dejamos que nos agarren uno por uno. Y Tundra acabamos de ver que pues es un equipo que por más que está en las peores situaciones, de alguna manera siempre salen adelante. Por cierto, 33 ya con la pipa para minuto 20, es un timing muy increíble. Y ahora el Roshan pues va a ser comidita porque recordemos, tienes los Eidolons, tienes el Breakpad, el Tap Team y solamente creo que deben estar esperando la BKB de Skitter. Es lo único que me parece a mí.
Bueno, el Tap Team, el pulso de la medianoche, meterse dentro del pit de Roshan con un Black Hole disponible, pues ya me dirás tú. Qué loco lo intenta, así que tienen todas las de ganar, además de que sigue pulseando por la parte de bot. Esta BKB no está nada mal, pero hay un Black Hole.
Cae la torre tranquilamente, el Crystal ya con BKB minuto 19 y al parecer no la van a defender. Es nuevamente la tier 2 de bot cae en un minuto tan temprano por parte de Tundra. Esta es la tercera partida consecutiva que lo logran hacer así de rápido. Ya está llegando la pipa. Si no me equivoco, la daga de Nine y no sé si la BKB de Skitter. A ver si quiero ver qué ítem está Skitter a nada de trabajar. Ya, ok, puedes armarlo. Puedes armarlo, pero le falta la receta. Igual están en timing Tundra de pelear. Tienen 2 ítems muy buenos. Y también Secret, que es la BKB, que por cierto no se le espera a Tundra.
Bueno, ahora sí que la han visto ya porque está aquí farmeando en el medio Crystalis, así que se acaba de comprar unos tangos también. Sneaky perseguido, el silencio no llega, el Moonlight Shadow activado, el stun por parte de Sayak y aquí Nisha que le puede ver perfectamente. El daño mágico suficiente con esa Ethereal Blade para matar. Entiendo que estaría por ahí guardeando Sneaky. Bueno, ni tan mal, es un support, siguen 107k y la verdad que con un pie en la final.
Sí, es otro smoke gastado, solamente una Mirana 5 que por cierto muere porque no tenía los lips, demasiado las demás habilidades y como es una Mirana 5 pues Obviamente no tiene de momento el leap maxeado y ahora Tundra tiene que pensar cómo meterse al triángulo. Acabo de ver que han dibujado cómo entrar al triángulo, tener el control de esa área y meterse al Roshan. Ojo que ya tienen cómo, tiene la daga 9, tiene la daga el Tuskar y ahí está Snaking. Me sorprende que Snaking haya tepeado abajo y haya comprado el smoke.
¡Loco! Mirar la probabilidad de victoria que nos dice Dota Plus. Muy por encima. BKB también ahora en Skitter.
Uy, quieren volver a ir sobre Snaking, que por cierto ha hecho una buena labor de momento. Esto de venir abajo y botar así la wave y ahora correr hacia tu equipo, es moquear. Intentar agarrar a alguien en el triángulo y luego el Roshan, vamos a ver si no me equivoco, y lo terminan consiguiendo. Ahí vemos que se están juntando.
Sí, la BKB del CK también disponible. El Black Hole están con todo. Y parece que Secret sabe de este timing perfectamente. También te digo, hay el Solar Guardian, hay la ira del Dios Trueno, que de hecho en algún momento podrían lanzarla para ver dónde están. ¿Qué?
Saben que se han metido a Roshan. Ya se están juntando también los del escuadra de Team Secret.
Los Zayak no.
A ver, Zayak ya también está tepeando. Saxa, que por cierto está preparado y me gustaría ver esta runa de Case que la agarren.
LOL, pero mira el Roshan, nada, el Roshan cae instantáneamente y le van a dejar a Nine la runa.
Sí, como te había mencionado.
No, activó la BKB, el CK activó la BKB. Sin querer.
A veces como tienes pegado el botón de la Morgan con el de la BKB, puede que Skitter, al igual que yo, también utilice los números y se le haya...
Sí. Si no selecciona, bueno, pues la bola de nieve de Nine directamente cargando sobre Resolution parecía duro, pero lo han volatilizado. Viene con el Moonlight Shadow, intenta el TP, ya te gustaría. La avalancha de Saxa y desintegración.
Se invirtieron las cosas, así que a ti te gustaba meter los puños en la partida anterior, pues ahora lo hace Nine, ¿no? Y lo demuestra, un puño prácticamente acabas de volar al offlaner de la escuadra de Secret, que por cierto...
Aquí viene la patada, esa etérea, el daño suficiente, la flecha no impacta en nadie.
Mucho daño de Nisha con ese tira el Blade. Y creo que también estaba optando por el Char, por cierto. Así que ahora el Zeus sí optó por el Char.
Daño porcentual.
Sí, daño porcentual. Así que cada vez este héroe mete más daño y junto con el tira el Blade, increíble. Pero aún es comit. Incluso él sabe que el posicionamiento en este juego es tan importante que está pensando optar por una Blink Dagger. Sí. Y esto de Skitter me gusta muchísimo. Ir por este ítem del se me fue el nombre. Mage Slayer, ahí está, el Mage Slayer, gracias ahí. Ya tiene el Mage Slayer, así que prácticamente ahora el daño que te mete el Earth Spirit con el Zeus va a ser un poco ahí reducido.
No, si le hace focus a Skitter no va a hacer nada de daño.
Y sumarle al Raypad, a la pipa que tiene 33, no va a entrar daño mágico en las peleas de 5 vs 5.
Viene la daga también, creo, ¿no? Para Skitter, con lo cual el posicionamiento va a ser perfecto. Bueno, o en el momento que venga, porque es lo que va a intentarlo. Y espérate que se dirige directamente. La BKB ya la tiene. Busca con ese Reality Rift acercarse lo suficiente para coger a Cristales. Ahí la acaba de ralentizar, pero le sorprende con la BKB. También hay BKB en Skitter. ¿Le ha baiteado la BKB?
Sí, ya le
baiteó la BKB.
Bueno, si Skitter se acaba de equivocar activando la BKB más importante de 9 segundos, pues al menos has forzado que el carry del otro equipo haga lo mismo. Y rápidamente se smokean a la parte inferior. Saben que Crystallis no tiene BKB y esta es una jugada muy obviónica. Sabes de que los acabas de botar el triángulo, rápidamente el equipo contrario se muestra.
Mira cómo vienen todos también. Zaya cara con la avalancha, la flecha, arriba abajo, le va a salvar su compañero. Llega desde lo más arriba, Cristales es volatilizado. El Black Hole de 33 tiene ganas, pero no se mueve. Pone Crazy Field de Papi para acabar desintegrado en manos de las copias de Skitter. Y Nisha que intenta pegarse perfecto en esa posición donde no le cazaba Nine, pero Cristales igual se debería haber olido esto.
No entra daño por parte de Secret. Prácticamente este junte de la pipa con el Raypad no permite que tanto Zayak como Nisha hagan daño. Porque ok, Zayak se mete, utiliza incluso el Magnetic Field, pero no hay daño, no entra.
A ver, los han ralentizado mucho con el Freezing Field, pero es verdad que la vida no bajaba.
Sí, no baja la vida. 33 que realmente está jugando muy bien y ahora está que trabaja en su BKB y Skitter que... Hey, ¿cómo me vas a matar? Tengo el Mage Slayer, tengo a mi Enigma a mi costado que tiene la aura de la pipa. A ver que tu Zeus me bote. No puede Nisha, no lo puede botar en este momento. Minuto 25 y...
Y son 10k de valor neto. Llegó la daga de Skitter. El objetivo va a ser Lisa, vamos. Me lo sé yo como salta ahora también directamente sobre el polaco. Barata para la boquita de FK. Se tira a sí mismo para intentar aguantar, pero el daño es suficiente. ¡No! El black hole de un segundo por parte de 33. Ahora sí, acaban matando a 3 integrantes del equipo de Secret. No hay buyback de Zeus para poder pushear.
Oh my god. Ojo que Crystalis también está trabajando en su cetro, pero no hay glyph, así que me parece que Tundra sí debería priorizar ahora sí probablemente un set de barracas. Nine a nada de la BKB. Cetro ya casi también para Crystalis, pero no va a haber daño suficiente, así que van a terminar concretando el primer set de barracas. Daga ya para Skitter, y bueno, jugar Zeus en contra de tantos objetivos con Daga, como lo tiene el Tuskar, como lo tiene el Tiny, como lo tiene el Sekai.
Papi, no te acerques, papi, que te van a saltar encima. La segunda línea, tiene que forzar ahí el glifo. Pero nada, vuelven otra vez.
Tienen a Aegis.
30 segundos aún.
Este es el último glifo que les queda, Neka. Vamos a ver si Tundra se mete.
Pues se va a meter directamente sobre Papi. Llega Vanessa para intentar hacer algo de daño. También Zaya para patear un poquito hacia encima, pero justamente mete dentro de la bola de nieve. Resolution que nada más que mete un poquito de presión, la baja. Papi va a ser un dieback tremendo. Skitter la volatilizado. Resolution que se da la vuelta para golpear. Ahora la acaba cazando Skitter. También tiene que hacer dieback para volver. ¿Dónde está Zaya? Que yo lo vea. Ahí llega desde lo alto de los cielos. Resolution que van a intentar hacer un poquito de daño. Zaya que es castillo. Está volando, arriba, abajo, puede hacer un dieback, se mete por el medio de Resolution. ¡Espérate! ¡El daño fue suficiente! ¡No había Aegis! Crystalis los desintegró. El misil mágico sobre el Nikin se salva por bien poquito. Han defendido.
Se va a meter Nine,
Sí, sobre Resolution. El Warriors Punch aguanta la bola de nieve.
Tiene 3.
Que para Resolution. Y espérate que Nisa lo va a intentar todo. ¿Dónde está ese truenecito? Y se le va en la cara.
Le bailó en la cara. Increíble lo que acaba de conseguir Nine. El kill sobre Resolution, que por cierto ha sido dieback. Ok, si bien terminas matando a Skitter, que por cierto se confió, no se dio cuenta, se olvidó en la pelea que la Aegis se le iba en 25 segundos. Fue una pelea que también duró bastante, pero Secret ha hecho dieback en 3 héroes, Neka, en la Crystal Maiden, en el Earth Spirit y en la Dawnbreaker. Así que prácticamente ahora el valor neto solamente lo mantiene tanto Crystalis como Nisha, así que es una partida ahora sí más complicada. Skitter, que por cierto también ya se está armando muchísimo más. Nine, que con este puñete prácticamente
el daño de Crystalis, también es tremendo,
Nisha en peligro.
Ay. En un mereje nada, que Zayek se consigue patear y se intenta escaparse todo lo que puede. Skitter, ¡no! Dageon se alejó el polaco, pero viene con ganas, lo vuelve a cazar, lo pilla, se puede comprar para volver. 7 segundos para que salga también Resolution. Crystalis a la defensiva.
No hay wave.
No creo que puedan tumbar esto.
No hay wave, la wave de medio. Uy, acá está por llegar la wave de medio.
Bueno, digo que no puede tomar esto. Ahí va Zaya, va a venir también desde lo alto. ¿Por qué no lo gastas?
Oh my god, ya.
No se entendió Resolution con Zaya la primera vez que pasa esto, porque normalmente se entienden a la perfección.
¿Qué pasa? Que esta vez Resolution no ha tenido nada de impacto en esta partida, se ha quedado con su Eco Saber y con su
yo pensé que querían saltar sobre ellos.
Es que ¿qué pasó? Que
con
falló.
El Guardian.
Pero falló el Rolling Boulder, lo blinqueó para atrás Skitter, entonces como no agarró el objetivo, simplemente quiso retroceder. Y me gusta esto que está haciendo Nine, está stackeando la reducción de armadura, está trabajando en una Asal Cuiras, ahora que ya tiene la Desolator. Recordar que Papi no le aguanta un puñete con el casting, no le aguanta.
Pero a ver si Resolution le aguanta 2.
Sí, imagínate, y eso que tiene el Point Booster, tiene la Stick, el Buckler para sus 2 de armadura no es suficiente. Uno.
Bueno, más el alto escenario, ¿no?
Sí. Se va a meter Skitter, ¿los está viendo, creo? No los está viendo.
No.
Ward.
Es al revés.
Ward en la colina por parte de Secret. Saben ahí, respetan un poco los de Tundra. No quieren meterse, no se quieren comprometer. Y nuevamente Tundra, al igual que en el resto de las partidas, está jugando a asegurar el juego.
Y en estos menesteres es el mejor. Tundra no comete errores, no se impacienta, sabe jugar en los timings. Y teniendo a un enemigo contra las cuerdas, saben que es el momento en que se puede voltear. Así que lo trata de ahogar poco a poco.
Uy, acaba de salir el timing del Roshan más extenso. Bueno, el segundo más extenso, por cierto, es de 2 minutos. Creo que el más largo, Neka, si no me equivoco, es 2 minutos y medio. Y bueno, ahora sí, parece que se va a complicar un poquito más la partida, va a demorar un poco más. Pero, como había mencionado aquí el gran Neka, Tundra no comete errores cuando se trata de liquidar un juego.
Es increíble. La manera que tienen de jugar en el late. Y son capaces de jugar rápido también, ¿eh? Pero luego, aquí justamente, en estos momentos donde que a veces te tiembla un poquito el ansia, la sed de sangre y te hace cometer errores, como a muchos otros equipos, Tundra no suele. Tundra es metódico, Tundra es muy sesudo y sabe que en el fondo no le corre prisa, entre comillas, salvo una Rapier de Gyro Counter, porque tiene un Black Hole.
Wow, Papi, que por cierto se está farmeando rápidamente. Un stack ahí que se ha hecho, por cierto, un stack doble para intentar llegar a este Braveheart, que por cierto
está muy lejos y le va a pillar Saxa, Moonlight Shadow. Se vienen dos a acabar con Papi. ¡Wow!
¡Qué daño!
Le ha desinstalado. Creo que van a hacer una pausa ahora para instalar otra vez el Dota en el ordenador del estonio.
Desbalanceado por completo ahí el daño de Nine, y eso que creo que aún no tiene el Cuiras. Mira, Neka, está que trabaja en Nullifier, ok, recordar que con el Sacred Relic pues va a tener ahora también muchísimo más daño. Sí. Y perfecto lo que hace Tundra, no se aloca.
Y tiene la Ethereal, el Nisa, con lo cual la puede dispelear también.
Exacto, sí, es muy buena compra, así que ahora si el Tuskar salta sobre el Zeus, probablemente esté muerto. Ojo que Papi se murió ahí, pero aseguró el... bueno, ya está a nada de la Braveheart, le falta la receta. Es un ítem que, por cierto, normalmente se saca alrededor entre el minuto 12 y el minuto 20, pero podemos ver que ahora, como no hay nadie en Secret que lo pueda armar, no, lo está haciendo Papi, no está sacrificando ahí un poco su juego.
Es que Zayak tampoco es muy buen carry de Brightpack. O sea, no, carry me refiero de jugador que lleve ese ítem, ¿no? Entonces, y necesita la BKB para poder meterse un poquito más libre por el medio de todo el mundo. Así que complicado para Papi farmeándose, y este segundo rosa pues que va a ser desintegrado, y el fragmento que se lo queda Nine también, ¿o no?
No, se lo van a dar a 33.
Ah, el Black Hole. Ah, no, este es el maleficio que salga el Odones.
Sí, los Elodones, al parecer. Sí, bueno, probablemente lo que quieren es mitigar ahí un poco más el push. Me sorprende que no se lo hayan querido dar al Tuskar porque también es bueno, pero Nine ya tiene el Nullifier, minuto 33. Por cierto, Skitter acaba de agarrar el Aegis, lo están viendo ahorita mismo Nine, que por cierto también ya está a nivel 20. Así que vamos a ver, Secret se acaba de smokear, van a intentar ir sobre este Tuskar. Saben que sí lo pueden agarrar.
Sí, pero es... tiene...
Ojo que cuando la piedra rueda, así tú no tengas visión, lo escuchas. Y bueno, estos muchachos prácticamente están preparados para todo. Es por eso que Zayak no se lanza. Sí. Como no tienen ahí un stone preciso, pues es muy difícil conseguir algún pick-up y mucho más en contra de un objetivo con BKB, ¿no?
No, y con un Light Shadow también, que tienes que tirar algo de visión antes, con lo cual le va a dar tiempo de sobra a activar esa BKB y quedar completamente inmune. El Tarasca, que nos enseñaba nuestro server, que le llega ya a Skitter.
Tarasca, y bueno, se te pega la parte inferior, Nine. Vamos a ver si es que ya con esta Tarasca se quieren animar a ir high ground. Ojo que Skitter tiene la BKB en la reserva. Y lo que acabamos de ver ahorita mismo son las probabilidades del Dota Plus. Es 0% para Team Secret, 0%. 0%, ni siquiera uno, Neka, 0.
Yo no sé si había visto esto. O sea, normalmente deja siempre abierto a una probabilidad.
Sí.
Pero parece que el enigma es lo que tiene. Bueno, llegó el Aganim también para Nisha. Es importante, pero habiendo tanta BKB ya... es que es la BKB de 33 puede que haya sido el 0% de probabilidades de Secret.
Ojo, Neka, perdón que te interrumpa.
No,
Crystalis está con casi 6K de oro y su siguiente compra es Rapier.
Claro,
es la Rapier.
Es lo que queda.
Y lo que mencionaste.
No queda otra opción. Uy. Es la épica, pero mira por dónde viene. Los van a acabar pillando. Resulta que no le da tiempo a hacer prácticamente nada. Se tiene mayor que ahora mismo por parte del ucraniano. Desaparece y no hay nada que pueda hacer. Ahí vienen las compras de Skitter. Desintegrando también a Zaya, que esto puede ser la partida. Tampoco hay Papi para dar. No sé si va a llegar. Esa Rapier, no hay daño. Ahí llega la Rapier. ¿Llegará la Rapier?
Me pregunto.
¿Le llegará, papá? Ahí viene.
¿Llegará cuando tenga base? Esa es la pregunta. ¿Llegará cuando
¿Habrá base?
¿Habrá base? No creo, Neka, ya no hay base.
Pero es que hay Black Hole, hay Aegis, hay de todo. Esto ya es la épica de cada contra el momento perfecto. La cada activa empieza a contra todo. Que puede tomarse el placar, se levanta con el Twitter. Uno cada cuatro perfectamente. Skitter está controlado. Y tiene Black Hole al final para conseguir la victoria. Tundra se va a colar en la final. La sorpresa del torneo. Va a ser un equipo europeo, no podía ser de otra manera, pero para sorpresa de muchos, Tundra está imparable.
Increíble lo que nos acaba de mostrar Tundra, de que a pesar de que puedes empezar con 2K de desventaja para el minuto 10, de perder todas tus líneas, aún así puedes conseguir la victoria.